Chapter 1 A resounding slap. Yizigrapet her phone infuriate deses at a pinbed. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning crackled, yet it paled in comparison tot a fururging within. She had merely saw tell lighthearted, mindless weecherman stun wind, but thou had cheeks identilicus anonarate veclo keaton vegasofe sweet tale, yet refu thingishin torment? As if the twaranatana, thefamala protagonist, yichinya was not only a hopeless romantic butyl soparaganoff virtue irritable white alatus. Her saint lit demeanoratus endeto thelavello fabo di sutva, blinding to pold. The combination oft hesatuati buffsmedito to a cyto imaginative certichof te protagonist's actions. The maleli led, Omingan, no tonly orchestrated the downfall of Tiefamala through cooning schemes, betil so range at for an accident that left the protagonist, his father paralyzed. Inates vertibito cover medical expenses, the protagonist's mother tukum multipligibs, only to beta siva bethemalali dentarik in Gathis company, where Shua's merciless libeli beacadarief tormentors. As for the protagonist's younger brother, Hefel victim to theme Lalid's machinations, succumbing to a heroin jadiction the trendra des existence a living hell. Yikanyo herself injured imprisonment and humiliation at the hands of Fomingan, and whenever rival femalecharik tur pareta discord, themalali do resort to domestic violence, slapping heresificatoria gentle caris. Yet this bodhisattva level heroine and not unla forgavathos who harong at her buddle so stubbornly believe it in thine herent goodness of to Malalid, despite his countless transgressions that led to her famalis ruin. Shura solved her demon with love, to hell hashatered. Truly, Hekud torment her 1,000 times, yet shwood treat the maze if you were her first love. The conclusion ways even more far-fetched after the Malali did orchestrated the demise of her family, had pleaded for her forgiveness. After experiencing gasseria soft melodramatic events, including tragic accidents and cancer, the protagonist concluded that since her family was gone, hatred should not persist. Moreover, Shabeli evitathalave for the Malali was genuine, convinced the Tevani for family had been alive, they would bless her. Her punishment for him was to ensure he treat her well for a life at time. Thus, she found solace in living happily ever after with the Malalid. Easy's motion scudinlibet ascribe it with expletive as if the protagonist stood before her. Shwood batom teto deliver a few punches, albeit worried that the protagonist might find some twisted pleasure in it. What a ridiculous bloatand and idiotatroan. It's infuriating. Yeezy exclaimed in frustration. If she were a mifamily, would certainly make her aware of what proper family education entails. A flash of light surged, followed by a booming klapoftunder. With a sense of desolation, Yeezy openetterized a pseudonym flux of memorias illuminating her current predicament. Yes, she had been struck by lightning and transported to another realm, embodying Ikinyu's elder sister. Yeezy was utterly bewildered. She had merely made a passing convention of her truly wished to become part of the protagonist's family. After all, how McCormick det Mastoni Kurto find an easel of tragically in with their character? Moreover, aside from the protagonist, how is an incompetently, there was also ruthless Malalit hohets the sights in Theophamily. This man weighs his malevolent Tashua cunning, and now she found herself inextricably linked to Theophamily, leaving no doubt the would not spare her. As Yizhe grappled with her predicament, Ackerming fly Tatten Dant approached with a smile, gently reminding her, Madam, the plane is safely landed. Daxing Airport. You made us embark no. Is theory and Athingels I can assist you with? No thank you. Realizing the attendant was urging her to leave, Yizha politely smiled and grabbed her small suitcase, stepping off the plane. Upon entering the airport terminal, Yizha spotted the family from a distance. Athis understood her parents, Yangxian and Lulingyu. Yangxian appeared vibrant and full of life, while Lulingyu was impeccably groomed, her skin smooth and doubtful. They looked nothing like individuals in their 50s. To the right stood Theon Jessen UJ, a 17-year-old high school junior, dressed in trendy attire that exuded rebellious yet spirited charm. Heck overtly observed curiosity evident in his gaze. Thethotov to misfortuneous thought would befall the three team at the hands off to Malalit made his blood boil with indignation. Shaking off her thoughts, Yisa turned her attention to the left, where Harry and Zister the so-called saintly Mary Sween hopeless romantic, Yikinya stood. Dressed in Adlik Twitadris, Yikinya puret fragile, her face sat her ned with a gentle smile. Yis hirizadania browshy hard lie resemblet own locking in intellect. Without further contemplation, Yisa strode a purposeful eye toward them. Yisa pouted indiskant, poised to voice his thoughts, viewed a swift glare Myong's the ansel and set him, leaving him to begrudging likery hisset case. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu's demeanor softened toward his gaze warming. Yizai observed he cannot found interest their sister at least see him normal. So how could she have commit such foolish acts? Thegrup approached a luxurious Maybach, whereat the driver promptly opened the trunk to assist use with his luggage. Yizai frenetit hevical inquiring dad, what abouty or beloved Toyota businessger? Elder sister this matter infuriatism. Yuji exclaimed passionately. Last time when second sister was riding Zhang Dani crash a dorker, Anskin sister nearly hate an accident. Dad sent the car for repairs and th worst part is that Zhang Dinar fusto compensatius, while second sister reason willing to per. Uj please didn't say that, Yikinya interjected hastily. Dana did me and Tasha gesture sent Lai learnet to drive Yendison for a skilla diet. It was morally an accident. If we pursue this, I twould have either riblame pact in Zhang Dani. Besides, our family is wealthy, and we have insurance why should make her pay? Yis higasped in disbelief at that moment. Ye kind radiate de of saintliness oin tinsate was blinding. Unable to contain herself, she raised her hand and, seizing her opportunity, delivered a crisp slap across Kinya's face. Chapter 1 A slap for her. Ye zygrapet her phone hernger propelling her to sit up abruptly on the bed. Outside, thunder or dan lightning crackled, yet the natural tempest spaled in comparison to a fury boiling within her. She had merely intended to indulge in a lighthearted, mindless romance for some relaxation, but thou had shun wittingly selected data let disguise the negasavs wins it seeped in torment and heartache? As if the twere not na thefamala protagonist yichinya was not only a hopeless romantic butyl soparagon off virtue. Her saint litamina reach a dalavi lake into tato fabo di sutva, so radiant thatmer ligazing upon her cood blind thin suspecting. The combination oft hesitwad debilitating traits renderet the protagonist's action sutter lila decris. The maleli led, Omingan, not only orchestrated the downfall of Chefamala through cooning machinations but also arranged for an accident that left the heroine as father paralyzed. Innate spertibito cover medical expenses, her mother work had multipla hobs, only to beta siva bethemaleli dinto hoining, is company, where she was merciless libuli adan forced into grueling labor. As for the heroine's younger brother, he too, full victim to theme lelids' schemes, succumbing to addiction and livinga fatwarseth in death. Yikanyo herself was subjected to imprisonment and humiliation at the hands of Omingan, and whenever supporting characters or discord, Thimaleli dud resort to domestic violence, slapping heresificatory and act offenderness. Yet this bodhisattva level heroine could forgiveth those who caused her mateveritern, and stubbornly believeth that Thimalelid, despite his multitude of transgressions leading to her famalis ruin, possess a dakend heart. She was determined to demon with her leviant heelishatred. It ways as if Thimalelid could torment her 1,000 times, yet shwould treat the maze if you were her first love. The conclusion ways of Enmari absurd the hero and his family perish to Thimalelid's machinations, and pleaded for her forgiveness. After enduring gasrious off melodramatic events involving accidents and concern, she concluded that since her family was gone, hatred should not continue tolling her. Moreover, she convinced herself that he and Thimalelid were genuine lion love, and even if her family were alive, they would surely bless her. Her punishment for him was to ensure he would be kind to her fraternity. Thus, she felt justified in living happily ever after with Thimalelid. Yisi couldn't describe her feelings with an exasperate declative. If the heroine were standing before her, Yis high would have viager lid livered a few punches, albeit with concern that the heroine might derive so me perverse pleasure from it. What kind of garbage tandem wid a deronius these? It infuriates them. Yisi exclaimed with displeasure. If she were a mifamily, he would certainly show her what proper family education entails. A flash of light surged through Tirum, followed by our sounding klapoftunder. Yizai opened her eyes, feeling gutturally despondent, as a sudden influx of memorias revealed her current predicament. Indeed, she had been struck by lightning and transported into another world, assuming the identity of Yikinya's elder sister. Yiza felt completely numb. She had on laminto voice Yekazal complaint, never truly wishing to become a member of the heroine's family. After all, what kind of karmic did that accumulate in her previous opportunities of to heroine? Furthermore, aside from heroine, how is a completely ability, there lurked a ruthless mulid with designs and theophamily. His methods were insidious and lethal, and now she found herself irrevocably to a samefatious theophamila how could she possibly escape his grasp? Lost in hurts, Ackerming fly tatten dant approached with his smile, gently reminding her, ma'am, the plane is safely landed at Daxing Airport. You made us embark now at Astherian Athingels I can assist you with? No, thank you. With the attendant urging her to leave, Yizai offered a politsmeal, picketed for small suitcase, and exited the aircraft. Upon entering the airport terminal, she soon spotted the family from a distance. Stand in the center were her parents, Yangxian and Lulingyu. Yangxian appeared vibrant and full of life, while Lulingyu was impeccably maintained, her skin smooth and doubtful. They looked nothing like individuals in their 50s. Tut the right stood the ingests in Uj, how was Merlisa Ventinenden, Hiskandai Irov High School. dressed in trendy attire, hiek sudi de rebelliosieti althful energy, hekis curious glanceti. Thethatoft hefetethat would befall the three team at the handsoften lelig mades Highwintown leisha torrentoff curses upon him. Shaking off her thoughts, she turned at her gazeta theleft, where a stewed Harry and Zister, Thevery embodiment mersitrope with their romantic fixation yichinya. Clad in a flowing white dress yikinya stewed there, seemingly delicate, with the gentle smile gracing her features. Yis hirizadania browshi certain lidinatart belacking in intellect. Without further contemplation, Yis strode to purposefully towards them. Yis pouted in displeasure, ready to voice his thoughts, viewed a quick glare myung the ansel and said him, leaving him to begrudging likery hisset case. After exchanging pleasantries, Yis has demeanor towards Yis often, becoming noticeably warmer. Yis I'll subserve deacon at least her sister vertebraria sonably normal person how could she possibly engage in such foolish behavior? Thegroup approached a luxurious Maybach, and the driver hastily opened the trunk to assist Yis with his luggage. Yis hefrona de the vehicle and inquired, Dad, what happened to your favorite Toyotavan? Eldest sister, this matter frustrates her. Yuji exclaimed indignantly. Last time when second sister weighs in the car, Zhangdana crashed dentis, nearly causing an accident. That car is currently in repairs, and to make matters worse, that woman Zhangdana refused to pay for the damages, while second sister is too soft-hearted to purse it. Yuji, please stop, Yikini interjected hastily. Dana didn't mianet shejus learnet to drive and very proficient it. It was morally an accident. I've weppers charges, it would have a detrimental impact on her. Besides, we have insurance and durfamily isquatwell thitherus no need to make her pay. Yis higaspa in disbelief at thought moment. Ye kan irradiate de noreo of saintliness hatwas blinding. Unable to endure longer, she raised her hand, seized the opportunity, and delivered a slip across Ahinya's face. Chapter 2 Letting go of the savior complex, respecting others' destinies with a sigh of relief, Yiji felt invigorated after finally doing what she had long desired. She had genuinely been enraged, not only because of Yi Qinya's obliviousness but also due to the fact that the entire situation was a trap set by Ming Han. In the original narrative, Ming Han was well aware of Yi Qinya's itinerary and deliberately orchestrated a car accident involving Zhang Dani. Subsequently, he volunteered to handle the vehicle repairs, cunningly acquiring the car. Once he had possession, he tampered with it, leading to the tragic accident involving Yi Yongxian. This incident had already transpired, and it was likely that Yi Qinya had unwittingly delivered the car into Minghan's hands. Yiji glanced at Yi Qinya, who staggered back several steps from the slap, utterly dazed. Tears brimmed in her large eyes, creating a pitiable sight as she plaintively uttered, "Sister, why?" before she could finish her sentence. A car sped past the spot where she had just stood at Yi Qinya, now coming to her senses, expressed her gratitude saying, "Sister, you were trying to save me just now." Yes, Yiji nodded, her expression shifting to one of concern as she continued, "I intended to push your shoulder but you suddenly turned, presenting your face instead. Qinya, are you alright? Does your face hurt?" Yi Qinya managed to smile, replying, "I'm fine." "How can one drive like this?" Yi Yongxian's countenance darkened as he expressed his discontent. "In a parking lot and speeding like that. Is he out of his mind? We should report this. There's surveillance at the airport. He won't escape." Yi Yuje retorted angrily that Weiji felt the embers of her earlier anger reignite. She had now confirmed that Yi Qinya was indeed a quintessential do-gooder. If Yi Qinya were merely sacrificing herself, Yiji would have remained silent. However, every time Yi Qinya exhibited her savior complex, it only served to embolden evil and trample upon goodness. And no wonder, in the original story, none of the kind-hearted friends who aided Yi Qinya met a good end, while the malevolent supporting characters who tormented her thrived and prospered. Yi Qinya, as she appeared now, was dragging those who cared for her into sacrifices, accommodating those who harmed her, all in a bid to preserve her so-called goodness. "Sister, why do you let them bully you like this?" Yi Yuje exclaimed in exasperation. "Eldest sister, you should talk to her." Yi Yuje grumbled a couple of times before reluctantly getting into the Sierra. Yi Qinya, touched, said, "Eldest sister, you are truly kind-hearted." He felt a chill run down her spine. Receiving praise for her kindness from such a savior made her want to retort, "Why not just scold them properly?" "Alright, let's get in the car." Yi forced a smile as the family settled into the vehicle. Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu continued to admonish Yi Qinya for her overly gentle nature, insisting she should not allow herself to be bullied. Meanwhile, Yiji had already noted the license plate number of the car that had just sped by and promptly reported it via text message. With surveillance at the airport, the police would likely uncover the evidence with ease. After sending the message, Yiji feigned exhaustion and leaned back in her seat to rest. Having suddenly traversed into this world, she had inexplicably acquired memories of interacting with the Yi family, Yet those recollections felt too distant, making it difficult for her to engage intimately with her newfound parents. Fortunately, they did not dwell on it. Assuming it was merely the result of prolonged separation, closing her eyes however, Yiji's thoughts were remarkably clear. After her interactions with the Yi family, she had resolutely decided to save them and thwart the impending calamities. Naturally, this also meant saving herself. Oh Minghan posed a threat to the Yi family because in his childhood, his mother had jumped to her death, and his father had perished in a car accident. He believed that the Yi family was responsible for his misfortunes. Thus, he was here for revenge with no path of retreat. She had to confront Minghan with unwavering resolve, a fight to the death. She also intended to rescue the members of the Yi family. As for Yiqinya, Yi had initially hesitated, contemplating whether to assist her, but upon meeting Yiqinya in person, she settled on a single thought: let go of the savior complex and respect others' destinies. Let Yiqinya and Minghan's so-called true love be thoroughly sealed, so they would have no opportunity to wreak havoc upon others. We're home. Yi Yujie cheered as he was the first to leap from the car. The family exited the vehicle, chatting cheerfully as they made their way into the Yi residence. Upon entering the grand living room, Yiji gazed in awe at the magnificent villa. While she felt a sense of joy at residing in such luxury, she alone understood the immense risks it entailed. Master, Madam, Mr. O has arrived, a servant announced. Yiqinya, brimming with joy, dashed out to greet her beloved as Yiji's gaze followed her. A chill ran through her. She hadn't anticipated meeting the male lead, who challenged the law so soon. The battle was officially underway, and she knew she had to remain fully alert at this moment. The Yi family had yet to collapse, and Minghan had not yet severed ties with them. He and Yiqinya were still in the throes of romance. In this phase, they could be considered a typical sweet narrative. Yi had been lured into this situation precisely because of this initial plot development, and by the time she realized something was amiss, the story had taken a rapid downward turn, escalating into torment faster than she could comprehend. Before long, Yiqinya returned, arm in arm with Minghan, her face radiant with happiness, embodying the essence of a woman lost in love. In contrast, Minghan exuded a cold demeanor, his gaze scrutinizing Yiji with a hint of wariness. This sister of Yiqinya's appeared as though she had materialized out of nowhere, and it was uncertain whether she would disrupt his plans. As he assessed Yiji, she too was evaluating him. To be frank, she felt disappointed. Firstly, while Minghan was certainly handsome, he did not possess the earth-shattering allure described in the book. That was undoubtedly a result of Yiqinya viewing him through rose-colored glasses. Secondly, Chapter 3, she is here to fight for the family fortune. As a woman who, despite lacking practical romantic experience, had thoroughly studied the theories of love, Yiji could discern at a glance that Minghan's feelings for Yiqinya were anything but genuine. The glances he cast upon her lacked affection. Rather, they were performative, as he merely played the role of a doting suitor. Sister, this is my boyfriend, Minghan, Yiqinya said, her face aglow with sweetness. I previously concealed my identity while working at his company. And then you need not elaborate on your affairs. I have no interest, Yiji interrupted calmly. Yiqinya looked at her beloved with a sense of grievance, but Minghan was not attuned to her emotions at that moment. His focus was fixated on Yiji, his expression darkening. This woman gave him a profoundly unsettling impression. She was entirely different from Yiqinya. Yiqinya was innocent and easily deceived. A few ambiguous sweet nothings and a handful of gifts would delight her. A sense of foreboding settled in Minghan's heart as he resolved to test her further. After exchanging pleasantries with Yiqinya's parents, Minghan turned to Yiji, donning an unusually warm smile as he said, "You must be Qinya's sister. I've heard her speak of you often. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yiji raised an eyebrow, increasingly convinced of his hypocrisy. With a sardonic smile she replied, "Just how pleased are you?" Minghan was at a loss for words. His eyes darkened further. He detested women who eluded his control. He found herself at a loss for words, as Minghan's statement practically screamed, "You must be here to seize the family fortune." What an audacious individual he was, already presuming ownership of the Yi family's assets while merely courting Yiqinya. "I had initially planned to start my own business, but your words have indeed served as a reminder," she said, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she turned to Yi Yongxian, playfully stating, "Dad, why not let me manage the company? Then you should come work at the company." Yi Yongxian chuckled, "I'll train you as my successor and away." Minghan interjected urgently, never having anticipated that Yiji would seize the moment and genuinely seek to take over the Yi family's fortune. If Yi Yongxian truly cultivated Yiji as his successor, all his previous efforts to ingratiate himself with Yiqinya would have been in vain. Mr. Yiji remarked with a hint of mockery, "You haven't even married Qinya yet you wish to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family?" Minghan regained some clarity. He had been swept away by his emotions and inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Noticing the disapproving gaze of Yi Yongxian upon him, he hastily clarified, "Miss Yi, you are overthinking it. The affairs of the Yi family are of course decided by uncle. That I merely sympathize with Qinya. She is so innocent and kind-hearted that she wouldn't fight for her rightful interests. And as for Yujie, he should have a share in this as well." Minhan, Qinya began, wanting to express her gratitude, but Minghan interrupted her before she could finish. Minghan was waiting for Yiji to respond. After all, she had siblings. Could she really bring herself to monopolize the Yi family's fortune? Of course, if this could provoke Yiji into a furious outburst, that would be even better. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Yi family, as long as he could incite Yi Qinya, the naive fool, to stir up trouble, Yi Yongxian would surely grow to despise this greedy woman. Yiji's smile deepened with sarcasm. She could hear Minghan's schemes even from across the ocean. He coveted the Yi family's wealth while shamelessly using Yi Qinya and Yi Yujie as shields. What was even more absurd was that Yi Qinya, at that moment, was utterly moved, genuinely believing he was advocating for her interests. "Hello, Mr. O, are you still unfamiliar with Qinya? Qinya is so innocent and kind-hearted. How could she compete with me, her own sister, for the family inheritance?" Yiji remarked with an air of entitlement. "Moreover, I am doing this for your benefit. Qinya has confided in me that her greatest wish is to marry you and lead a blissful life together. Since she aspires for this, it is only natural for me, as her sister, to strive to help her fulfill her dream, ensuring she can live happily and carefree with you." "Sister, you are truly wonderful to me," Qinya expressed with gratitude. Meanwhile, Minghan was seething with anger. Yi Qinya was far too naive and easily manipulated. As for Yu Zui, smiled faintly, "That poses even less of a problem. He is only in his second year of high school. He must first attend university, pursue a master's degree, and by the time he graduates it will be 7 or 8 years later. By then, even if he wishes to avoid working at the company, I will ensure he goes." With that, Yiji playfully waved her fist at Yijie. "Huh?" Yi Yujie immediately curled up on the sofa, feeling wronged. His eldest sister was so fierce. Memories, long buried in his mind, resurfaced that he recalled being quite mischievous as a child, yet he was always obedient to his eldest sister, and of course he feared her the most. His parents were reluctant to scold him, and his second sister was gentle. Only Yiji would truly discipline him. Seeing the normally unruly Yi Yujie so easily subdued only deepened Minghan's frown. He never anticipated that Yiji would be so brazen as to openly monopolize the family fortune in front of the Yi family. By the time 7 or 8 years passed, the Yi family company would likely be filled with her loyal supporters. What was this about Yi Yujie going to work at the company? Working there did not equate to sharing the inheritance. Minghan could not comprehend why Yi Yujie, clearly the little tyrant of the Yi family, transformed into a timid mouse in front of Yiji. Chapter 4: How to Deliberately Target Him. "Dad, I quite like that car of yours. Could you let me drive it?" Yiji said with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, Dad," she added joyfully. Minghan's expression darkened further. This Yiji was once again thwarting his plans. That car had already been tampered with. Once Yi Yongxian got behind the wheel, it was only a matter of time before something went awry. At best, he would be severely injured as long as Yi Yongxian, the backbone of the Yi family, was out of the picture. Even if Yiji possessed some abilities, she would be unable to achieve much in such a short time without a solid foundation. However, Yiji had just taken that car. If she were to meet with an accident and perish, that would be one thing, but if she survived, he would have squandered such a golden opportunity. He would then need to devise an entirely new plan to eliminate them. The thought of such a possibility put Minghan in a foul mood. He utterly despised the feeling of events spiraling beyond his control. "Uncle and Aunt, I have some matters to attend to at my company. I must take my leave," Minghan stated with a composed face. Yi Yongxian exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then let him go. Yi Qinya followed him outside, sensing her boyfriend was somewhat upset today, though she could not fathom the reason. Back in the living room, Lu Lingyu engaged Yiji in some casual banter, and Yiji took the opportunity to assert her authority as an elder sister by sending Yi Yujie off to do his homework. Shortly after, Yi Yongxian summoned her to his study. "Xiaoji," Yi Yongxian inquired with curiosity, "did you know Minghan before?" "I do not," Yiji shook her head. "Then why did you deliberately target him just now?" Yi Yongxian asked, increasingly puzzled. Hearing his question, Yiji was not particularly surprised. After all, her earlier demeanor had been quite evident, and likely everyone except Yi Qinya had noticed, because he does not seem like a good person. Yiji replied, her expression displeased. "Dad, Qinya still has the marks on her face from that slap. Has he shown any genuine concern for her as her boyfriend throughout this? I believe he is far from sincere. His intentions for approaching Qinya must be ulterior. Yi Yongxian found himself both amused and exasperated. Was that slap not delivered by her? I did that to protect Qinya. Besides, that is an entirely different matter. Yiji retorted, pouting that if he truly cared for Qinya, I would even be pleased if he scolded me a bit over it. After speaking, Yi glanced at Yi Yongxian. Yi Yongxian held a favorable impression of Minghan. He supported the union between Minghan and Yi Qinya, which was precisely why he later fell into Minghan's trap. Therefore, Yiji needed to subtly influence Yi Yongxian from this moment on, ensuring he remained vigilant against Minghan. He is actually quite capable and decent, Yi Yongxian said with a smile, and besides, your sister is absolutely enamored with him. That at least show some face next time. Do not make things too difficult for him. Otherwise, your sister will be caught in the middle. Feeling torn. That I understand, Dad, Yiji sighed inwardly, realizing that changing Yi Yongxian's perspective would require time. It could not be forced. All right, Yiji replied with a faint smile. Returning to her room, Yiji lay on the soft bed, exhaling a long breath of relief. The memories that had surfaced in her mind had significantly broadened her understanding of this world. The Yi family treated her well, and coupled with her recollection of studying abroad at 15, completing high school, university, and a master's degree, nearly a decade had passed. Therefore, when interacting with them, she need only be herself, without fear of being seen through. As for her attitude towards Minghan, it could not be considered intentional. She had not engaged in any pretense with him, as it was entirely unnecessary. The era of this world was a few years ahead of her own, still in the throes of rampant internet growth and a golden age of real estate development. After losing both parents, Minghan was adopted by a wealthy individual sharing his surname. He leveraged his foster father's resources to establish an e-commerce company, rapidly expanding through acquisitions, becoming a rising star in the digital realm. However, the Yi family specialized in real estate, holding a prominent reputation within the industry. Many developments in the capital were theirs. Because of this, for Minghan to target the Yi family, he could only play along with Yi Qinya in this romantic charade, using her as a means to orchestrate a series of schemes to usurp the Yi family's assets. Therefore, Yiji had no obligation to treat him kindly. Of course, directly dismantling Minghan's company would be quite challenging. It was not that his enterprise had reached a point where the Yi family could not contend with it. Rather, it was because Minghan was quite skilled at charming women. Besides Yi Qinya, he had ambiguous relationships with several wealthy heiresses, who, like Yi Qinya, were infatuated with him. Should Minghan encounter difficulties, these women would undoubtedly devise ways to solicit help from their families. Yiji was indeed unafraid of Minghan but saw no need to create enemies for the Yi family to bring down Minghan. She needed to proceed with caution. Gradually, a comprehensive plan began to form in Yiji's mind. The next day, after breakfast, Yiji accompanied Yi Yongxian to the Yi group. She had no intention of starting from the grassroots level. With time being so tight, she had no desire to engage in any promotion games. Thus, she directly requested Yi Yongxian to grant her an internship as the president. Yi Yongxian, truly indulgent of her, obliged. Moreover, he specifically informed the management team to assist Yiji in her work. Yiji spent the morning familiarizing herself with everything in the company, focusing particularly on an upcoming collaborative project, and the afternoon, she took the proposal for that project to Yi Yongxian's office. Dad, I wish to discuss the Fengleju development project with you, Yiji stated with a serious expression. Is there an issue with this proposal? Yi Yongxian asked, perplexed. An issue? There is indeed a significant problem. The Fengleju development is a collaboration between Minghan and Yi Group, something Yi Yongxian had agreed to out of consideration for his second daughter. However, Minghan had manipulated this collaboration by bribing Yi Group's partners to replace a batch of high-quality building materials with shoddy, radiation-containing construction debris. Minghan then leaked this information to the media, causing Yi Group stock prices to plummet. Not only that, but he also instigated a forced demolition incident that resulted in fatalities, shifting the blame entirely onto Yi Group. Chapter 5. Breaking them apart. The continuous string of schemes placed Yi Group in a severely disadvantageous position in the court of public opinion, marking the beginning of the Yi family's tragedy. Therefore, to save the Yi family, she must halt this collaboration. The development plan is fine, however, the partners are problematic, Yiji said, furrowing her brow. Dad, we are a real estate company. How can we partner with a network company? So, that is the issue, Yi Yongxian chuckled. Fengleju is a joint development between Yi Group and Minghan's company. Minghan is interested in real estate, and he is only providing funding without interfering in the company's operations. He merely wants to learn a few things by my side. Your sister asked me to mentor him, and I could not refuse. Yiji felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Did Minghan really not interfere? He was merely waiting for things to go awry so he could distance himself. Ultimately, this collaboration was merely Yi Yongxian's attempt to please his second daughter. While Yi Yongxian possessed considerable business acumen, he was far too indulgent with his children. Dad, Yiji said solemnly, please abandon this collaboration. Why? Yi Yongxian looked at Yiji in astonishment. Xiaoji, if we abandon the collaboration, we must have a reasonable explanation. You cannot let others think you are deliberately targeting Minghan. She was indeed targeting Minghan deliberately. Of course she could not voice that outright. The mobile phone vibrated slightly, prompting Yiji to pull it out and glance at the report that had arrived, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Dad, take a look at this, she said. Handing the phone over to Yi Yongxian accepted the device with a puzzled expression. But as he perused it, his countenance darkened progressively. The report clearly states that someone tampered with the brakes of your beloved car. Yiji remarked solemnly. That is your most cherished vehicle, the one you take every time you go out. I believe the gravity of this situation requires no further elaboration. Yi Yongxian set down the phone, his expression grave as he spoke. Xiaoji, do you suspect that this is the doing of Minghan? Currently, there is no evidence and I will not hastily accuse anyone, Yiji replied, her eyes flickering thoughtfully. Yet, it is evident that someone intends to use this vehicle to harm our Yi family. We are in the light while our adversary lurks in the shadows, and we do not even know who they are. Yi Yongxian fell silent, yet Yiji's words resonated with him. He adored his children but was not oblivious. Someone had interfered with his car, targeting the Yi family. If Minghan was indeed behind this, it would mean he had purposefully approached Yi Qinya with ulterior motives. Even if he were not the culprit, it indicated that someone was scheming against the Yi family from the shadows, and Minghan was evidently indifferent to their affairs, thereby granting the enemy an opportunity. This confirmed Yiji's assertion that Minghan's intentions towards Yi Qinya were insincere, and that his proximity to her was fraught with ulterior motives. However, abruptly severing ties would not be prudent. Yi Yongxian's gaze deepened as he inquired, Xiaoji, do you have any good ideas? Noticing that Yi Yongxian had begun to regard Minghan with suspicion, Yiji smiled lightly and asked, Dad, are you testing me? Ha ha ha, indeed. Yi Yongxian chuckled, though a hint of worry crept into his voice as he continued. Your sister is too naive and your brother is still quite young. You are the only one who can assist your father. Xiaoji, I hope you can mature swiftly. In situations like this, withdrawing from the partnership without cause would tarnish the company's reputation. How would you handle it? This question was one that Yiji had contemplated. With poise she responded, it's simple. You are a loving father. How could you bear to take advantage of your daughter's boyfriend? If Minghan wishes to enter the real estate market, then let us help him completely. You can find another property project, and let Minghan take full responsibility for the investment and development, while our Yi family provides technical support free of charge. This way he can learn more. No. Yi Yongxian nodded approvingly. Indeed, Yiji's strategy was quite astute. She was not severing the partnership with a ruckus but rather retreating to advance, effectively ousting Minghan. If he aspired to venture into real estate, he would develop the property independently, with their support merely technical in nature, needing neither financial investment nor labor. Moreover, this would be a better option for Minghan, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. If he were to decline, it would signify his disinterest in real estate, making the collaboration on Fengguju unnecessary. Let us proceed as you suggested. Yi Yongxian said with contentment, Xiaoji, you have truly grown up. It seems that my decision to allow you to live abroad independently was indeed wise. Daweiji smiled faintly and followed up with, Dad, then you can assign the Fengguju development project to me. Let me hone my skills. Alright, Yi Yongxian agreed readily. It's in your hands now. You must perform well. He happily accepted, secretly relieved. Although this method would keep Minghan at bay, she did not believe he would simply concede. He would undoubtedly devise other schemes to continue his machinations. By taking over the development project, she could better guard against his underhanded tactics, especially since she was well acquainted with the script. By the way, Dad, Yiji began, let's keep the matter of the car under wraps for now. Otherwise, if it reaches Minghan's ears, he might think we suspect him, which would surely impact his relationship with Qinya. Yi Yongxian chuckled at her, you little rascal, compliment you a couple of times, and you start instructing your father on how to act. Do you think I've lived this long without grasping such basic logic? However, he frowned, exhaling a resigned sigh. They still needed a plan to separate Minghan and Qinya. That will have to suffice. He nodded in agreement, but the next moment, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Yi. His expression filled with anticipation. Xiaoji, you are so clever. Do you have any effective methods to part them? Chapter 6. She has already reported it. Yiji almost rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was here to save their family's lives, not to play the role of a celestial queen. Yet she had a way to dissuade Yi Yongxian from that notion. What if I seduce Minghan? She suggested, feigning contemplation. No, absolutely not. Yi Yongxian immediately interjected, he is not an ordinary person. How could I allow you to become entangled with him? Besides, if Qinya were to misunderstand, it would strain your sisterly bond. But I can't think of a better method. Yi lamented. Let us set this matter aside for now. Yi Yongxian sighed. We can brainstorm solutions gradually in the future. All right then, Yi replied with a smile. Afterward, she exited Yi Yongxian's office, feeling quite satisfied with her visit. Yi Yongxian had begun to harbor suspicions about Minghan, which meant she had gained an ally in her quest to save the Yi family. While he might be their only ally, that was certainly better than facing the challenge alone. After a busy day, as she was about to clock out, Yi received a call from Yi Qinya. The gentle voice of Yi Qinya came through the receiver. Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. It was more likely a show of strength than a welcome. This call was surely at Minghan's behest. Tonight's feast would undoubtedly serve as another test from Minghan. As for whether she should attend, of course she would. However, who would be exerting pressure on whom remained uncertain. All right, Yi smirked, it just so happens that I also have matters to discuss with your friends. She agreed. Yi Qinya's excited voice rang out through the receiver, followed by a somewhat awkward cough as she quickly corrected herself. That's wonderful, sis. I mean, you agreed. Yi pretended not to hear, inquiring about the time and place before hanging up. That evening, she arrived at the designated bar. Upon entering the reserved private room, she was immediately assailed by a strong smell of smoke, causing her to wrinkle her nose. Focusing her gaze, she spotted Minghan and Yi Qinya seated at the center. Surrounded by their entourage of friends. Yi scanned the room, her eyes landing on a flamboyantly dressed woman who was unabashedly flirting with Minghan. The commotion at the entrance naturally drew the attention of those inside the room. Yi Qinya rose with a beaming expression. Sis, you finally came. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi strode in confidently, followed by two individuals. Upon seeing the police uniforms worn by the two, Yi Qinya was taken aback. Yi halted, fixing her gaze on the ostentatiously dressed woman before her. She frowned and asked, Are you Zhang Danny? Zhang Danny looked at her with disdain. I am. What do you want? Yi turned to the two police officers behind her and stated, Officers, it's her. Indeed, she had not arrived alone before coming. She had taken the surveillance footage of Zhang Danny deliberately causing a car accident to the police station. As the two officers approached, Zhang Danny's composure shattered, and she cried out in panic, Stop! On what grounds are you arresting me? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? On what grounds? Yi scoffed. Simply because you deliberately damaged our family's vehicle. So what if I crashed it? Zhang Danny retorted more frantically, but Yi Qinya is fine, isn't she? She isn't pursuing any charges, so why are you meddling in our affairs? Yi Qinya. I knew you were just pretending to be virtuous. You must have reported this secretly, right? Zhang Danny accused, turning to Minghan. Now you see her true colors, don't you? You must save me. No. Minghan, please believe me, it wasn't me. Yi Qinya pleaded, feeling aggrieved that I know it wasn't you. Minghan replied coldly, fixing his icy gaze on Yi. Miss Yi, we are all friends here. Why must we escalate this situation so unpleasantly? Do me a favor and refrain from pursuing this matter further. We wouldn't want anyone to be unhappy. Friends? Yi replied sarcastically, Mr. O, we have met only once and I have never even encountered these people. How can we be friends? So you all enjoy climbing the social ladder? Do you? Qinya, did you cram your education into a dog's belly during your studies? How could you make such a foolish statement? Yi sneered, chastising her. Traffic accidents are public prosecution cases. Moreover, the surveillance footage clearly shows that she not only intentionally hit someone but fled the scene afterward. Her escape alters the seriousness of the offense. Upon hearing that she could still face imprisonment, Zhang Danny's face drained of color, and she frantically sought excuses. I didn't do it on purpose. I find myself inebriated, somewhat beyond my control. Yi is on the verge of laughter, truly exemplifying the adage that birds of a feather flock together. What manner of self-destructive vehicle is Zhang Danny? After all? With a suppressed chuckle, Yi remarked, Now you have an additional charge of driving under the influence, and it is you who has confessed. Zhang Danny's complexion grew even paler. Danny, refrain from speaking recklessly, warned Minghan, his expression stern. You must accompany the police to the station. Rest assured, I will arrange for a lawyer to assist you promptly. Minghan, you must save me. Zhang Danny exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Yi looked on with derision. Zhang Danny bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Qinya. Despite their contrasting personalities, both were equally infatuated with Minghan, loving him to an extreme. Zhang Danny's deliberate collision with Yi Qinya was incited by Minghan, who had intentionally ignited Zhang Danny's jealousy by casually revealing Yi Qinya's whereabouts. Following the incident, it was also Oh Minghan who intervened, ensuring that Yi Qinya would not pursue the matter further. His skillful maneuvering left both women utterly devoted to him. However, Chapter 7. They are quarreling over a breakup this time. Oh Minghan's desire for a peaceful resolution was not so easily achieved. Yiji's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, causing them to instinctively retract their necks in trepidation. Averting their eyes, after all, who would dare provoke a woman who had just sent the notoriously temperamental Zhang Danny to the police station? Just moments before, they had contemplated giving Yiji a taste of her own medicine, with many having devised ways to make her life difficult. Now they were simply relieved to have avoided a fatal misstep. It appeared they would have to tread carefully in her presence henceforth, lest they offend her. After completing her statement at the police station, Yiji departed, only to spot Oh Minghan and Yi Qinya rushing towards her. Accompanied by a lawyer, however, they did not notice her as she chose not to greet them and walked away. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yiji found Yi Yongxian in the living room, engaged in a phone call. "Qinya, your sister is right this time. I believe it would be best if you steered clear of this matter. Our family is, after all, the victim." From the phone, Yi Qinya's voice came through, tinged with distress. "But Dad, what if this issue remains unresolved, and Minghan breaks up with me?" Yi Yongxian's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Could such fortune truly exist? He beamed at Yiji, giving her a thumbs up. Previously, he had assumed Yiji would not assist in dismantling the relationship between Yi Qinya and Oh Minghan. Yet here they were, on the brink of a breakup? Suppressing his delight, he adopted a discontented tone. "I cannot fathom this. Is he dating you or Zhang Danny? If he were to break up with you over this, wouldn't that indicate he values Zhang Danny more than you? If that were the case, then let them part ways. As a daughter of the Yi family, surely there would be no shortage of suitors." Subsequently, Yi Yongxian began to assume the role of a relationship advisor for Yi Qinya, even introducing several young men whom he deemed suitable. On the other end of the line, Yi Qinya nervously glanced at Oh Minghan while simultaneously refusing her father's suggestions. Oh Minghan's expression darkened significantly. This phone call was initiated at his behest, and it was on speakerphone. He understood that Yi Yongxian adored Yi Qinya, which was why he encouraged her to make the call, hoping to leverage Yi Yongxian's influence to pressure Yiji. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Yongxian stood firmly in Yiji's corner. Even when Yi Qinya threatened with a breakup, Yi Yongxian remained unfazed, seemingly intent on facilitating their separation. How could this be? Hadn't Yi Yongxian been extremely pleased with him, even urging them to marry soon? How could his attitude change so abruptly? Could it be because of Yiji? It had to be her. "Minghan, please don't take my father's words to heart. He was merely speaking out of anger." Oh Qinya hurriedly explained after hanging up. Oh Minghan disregarded her words, letting out a cold snort. "Qinya, I am merely speaking on your behalf. Your parents are excessively biased towards your sister." "What? Is that so?" Yi Qinya was taken aback. "Your sister has made a fuss, jeopardizing the relationship between the Yi and Zhang families," Oh Minghan stated solemnly. "Your father, being such an astute individual, must understand the implications. Yet he listens to your sister's every word, nurturing her as his successor while completely disregarding your feelings. Is this not bias?" "Well, Yi Qinya's expression dimmed slightly. "Perhaps it's because my sister has been abroad for so many years, and they long to reunite, so my father wishes to compensate her." Oh Minghan cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qinya. With her spinelessness, it seemed implausible that she could ever challenge Yiji. Nevertheless, her observations held some merit, regardless of the reasons. He could not allow Yiji to continue influencing Yi Yongxian in this manner. "Ah?" Yi Qinya's eyes brimmed with tears as she helplessly asked, "Minghan, are you angry with me?" "I am not angry with you." Oh Minghan suppressed his disdain and patiently explained, "Your sister has lived abroad for so long. She must be struggling to adapt. As sisters, you ought to assist her in acclimatizing to life back home." But Yi Qinya looked at him, feeling wronged. After graduating from university, she had resolutely declared her independence to her family and rented a place on her own. It was not long before she met Oh Minghan, and they quickly moved in together. "There is no but about it," Oh Minghan interjected. "Your parents would surely be pleased to see a harmonious relationship between you sisters." "Qinya, I am doing this for your benefit." "Very well." Though Qinya reluctantly acquiesced, her expression one of unwillingness. To the Yi residence, Yiji retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge and nestled on the living room sofa, savoring the delightful taste. Indeed, no matter the world, soda is always such a delightful beverage. Yi Yongxian had just ended his call when he voiced his discontent. "You should drink less soda. That stuff is bad for your health." Yiji. Why is it that regardless of the world, parents always say the same things? To prevent him from continuing his lecture, Yi quickly changed the subject. Dad, who was on the phone just now? It was your sister, Yi Yongxian replied with a cheerful tone. You certainly have a way with things. She mentioned that they are on the verge of a breakup. That was said intentionally for your benefit. Yiji took another few sips of soda before continuing. Dad, don't hold out too much hope. They are unlikely to break up anytime soon. Wei Yongxian frowned, knowing full well that Yiji spoke the truth. By the way, Dad, I wish to move out. Yiji continued. Wei Yongxian paused, then chuckled. You silly girl, are you threatening to run away just because I won't let you have soda? Yiji laughed in disbelief. Dad, you are overthinking this. I simply prefer living alone. Besides, I don't have a place in the country yet. I want to have my own property. Seeing her so forthright, Yi Yongxian found it difficult to argue. Is it really just for that? He asked, furrowing his brow. Chapter 8. Apologizing to them. Yiji's eyes flickered. Her desire to move out was motivated by more than just this reason. She also sought to entice Minghan. Of course, her notion of enticement was not to be taken literally. Minghan was known for his ruthless methods. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. If he dared to threaten her safety, she would prepare a strategy in advance, setting a trap to ensnare his minions, ultimately leading to Minghan, the law-abiding citizen, becoming a true criminal. Naturally, even if this plan failed, it would not matter. She could take her time gathering further evidence. In addition, Yiji cheerfully remarked, Dad, our family is in real estate. How can it be that we siblings don't even have a single apartment? Isn't that absurd? You little rascal, you really are quite unreserved when asking your father for things. Though he said this, Yi Yongxian wore a broad smile, showing no sign of anger. We are your own flesh and blood. Why should we be polite? Yiji cooed. You truly are impossible. Yi Yongxian sighed with a smile. As for your brother, we'll discuss it after he graduates from university. However, I have prepared a property and a car for each of you sisters. One property is in the city, and the other is in the suburbs. Which one do you prefer? I'll take the one in the suburbs, Yiji pondered before responding. Qinya lives in the city, which is more convenient for her commute. I work at our own company, and even if I am late, no one would dare dock my pay. Thank you, Dad, Yiji replied joyfully. The next day, Yiji arrived bright and early at the construction site of Fenggelju. The site manager, Yu Ji, was taken aback to find that Yiji, the newly appointed vice president from the headquarters, had come to inspect the site personally, thoroughly checking every detail, particularly when she meticulously examined the materials stored in the warehouse. Yu Ji felt a chill run down his spine. He could only stand there, drenched in cold sweat, stammering and unable to articulate a response. He cast him a cold glance before inquiring, which company supplied these materials? Who is responsible for procurement and inspection? At this moment, Yu Ji dared not harbor any hidden thoughts. He hurriedly stated, this is provided by Chung & Company, and the person in charge of procurement is. Yiji's expression darkened. Chung & Company belonged to Zhang Danny's family, and the two families had collaborated for many years, maintaining a relatively good relationship. It was precisely because of this that Chung & Company's sudden switch from high-quality building materials to inferior, substandard products caught them off guard. Behind this, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Minghan. Fenggelju is to be temporarily halted. This batch of materials is to be sealed, Yiji commanded sternly. Moreover, samples from each batch of materials must be sent to the laboratory for testing. Before she could finish, her phone suddenly rang urgently. She glanced at the screen. It was a call from Yiqinya. With a cold expression, Yiji hung up immediately and silenced her phone. After finishing her proposed course of action, she inquired, do you have anything else to say? Vice President Yuji could not help but interject. A project as large as Fenggelju suddenly halting will delay the timeline. This is not ideal. The order to halt operations was given by me. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Yiji replied in a deep voice. Not only will we halt operations, but if there are problems with the materials used in the previous construction, we must start over. Manager you have been with the company for a long time. I hope you will treat this incident with the seriousness it warrants and refrain from harboring any delusions of luck. Alright, Yuji acquiesced, rendered speechless. After witnessing everyone sealing the materials, Yiji finally opened her phone. Qinya, what is it? Sister, it's bad. Yiqinya said anxiously. Zhang Danny's father and brother, Zhang Dan Hai, have come to the company to demand an explanation. They are currently in the conference room, arguing with Dad's sister. What should we do? Yiji raised an eyebrow. She had not yet sought trouble with the Zhang family, yet they had come to their company? Just in time, it was time to settle the score. You need not worry. I will head over immediately, Yiji said calmly. Sister, it's best if you don't come. They look very angry if you show up. They will surely take their anger out on you. Yi Qinya expressed her concern. I think we should find a way to rescue Zhang Danny and let this matter pass. Daoji raised an eyebrow and calmly interrupted her. Do not concern yourself, I have it under control. With that, Yiji hung up the phone. Sister, Uncle Zhang and Zhang Danhai are furious. You should avoid coming. Yi Qinya said with a worried expression. Yiji strode purposefully towards the elevator, calmly interrupting her. Did Minghan send you? No. Yi Qinya stammered. Sister, don't overthink it. This matter has nothing to do with Minghan. Yi shot her a look of disbelief. Yi Qinya truly did not know how to lie. Since he sent you to act as a spy, just keep an eye on things, Yiji said indifferently. If you assist me, your boyfriend will surely be unhappy. Yi Qinya felt awkward and wanted to explain but found no words. The elevator doors opened, and Yiji stepped inside. She glanced back at the still conflicted Yi Qinya and asked with annoyance, are you coming or not? Silently, Yiji made her way to the conference room, and she could hear the raucous voices inside from a distance. Sister, Yi Qinya urged again, you should just apologize to Uncle Zhang and the others. Chapter 9. The plaintiff Yiji was truly disgusted. How could such a beautiful girl lack common sense and have the audacity to speak? Yi Qinya's own martyrdom was one thing, but why should she drag others into her plight? If you cannot speak wisely, you may as well remain silent, Yiji coldly interrupted her, then entered the conference room, shutting the door behind her and leaving Yi Qinya outside. For safety's sake, Yiji locked the door. After all, if Yi Qinya, this clumsy teammate, came barging in and without a word apologized to the Zhang family, then unconditionally agreed to a series of unequal terms, it would be even more nauseating. Old Yi, if you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let this go. Inside the conference room, Zhang Danny's father, Zhang Yicheng, was glaring furiously, and amidst their heated argument, they were oblivious to the commotion at the door. Chairman Zhang, Yiji said in a low voice, I think it is you who should provide our Yi family with an explanation first. Yi Yongxian was taken aback. He immediately frowned and said, what are you doing here? I can handle this matter. You should leave. Realizing that Yi Yongxian was concerned for her, fearing she would be bullied, Yiji felt a wave of gratitude. She walked directly to his side and said, Dad, do not worry. Before she could finish, Zhang Yicheng and Zhang Danhai suddenly wore looks of realization. So you are the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yiji? Zhang Danhai scoffed. You are making a mountain out of a molehill over a trivial traffic accident, accusing my sister and getting her locked up? I tell you, if you do not bail my sister out, our Zhang family will not let this go. First, take a look at this. Yiji coldly glanced at him and directly produced a stack of photos, tossing them onto the conference table. Zhang Danhai showed no interest in looking, his face filled with disdain. What is there to see? You are just eager to take over the Yi family, trying to establish your authority by using my sister as a scapegoat. Do you really think our Zhang family is easy to bully? Yi Yongxian, somewhat puzzled, picked up the photos. When he saw the contents, he immediately erupted with rage. Zhang Yicheng, I have always regarded you as a friend, as a partner I could trust forever. I never expected you would plot against me like this. This is no longer about whether you will give the Yi family an explanation. This matter, we will not let it rest. Seeing him suddenly furious, Zhang Yicheng was confused as he picked up the photos from the table. Who is your uncle Yi? We are the plaintiffs, you are the defendants. What kind of familiarity are you trying to establish? Yi Yongxian interrupted him without reservation. Zhang Danhai, bewildered, picked up the photos, and when he saw the images, his face turned pale with anxiety. These photos were of the batch of building materials from Fenggelju. Yiji had arranged for them to be printed before coming, to confront the Zhang father and son. Observing his guilty demeanor, Yiji began to form a suspicion. This cooperation between Yi family and Cheng and company was handled by you. Mr. Zhang Danhai, correct? Yiji asked in a deep voice. Mr. Zhang, I would like to inquire why, despite our order for high-quality materials, your Cheng and company provided us with such construction waste. Is it possible that you, newly in charge of Cheng and company, sought to establish your authority by stepping on our Yi family? You are slandering us, Zhang Danhai said, increasingly flustered. Our company has always provided quality and reliable materials. Do not think that just because of a few photos you can malign us. Seeing that he was still in denial, Yiji sneered. Very well, I have already sent samples of this batch of materials for testing. I believe that by tomorrow at the latest, the results will be available. We have also kept thorough evidence of our transactions with your company, Mr. Zhang. There is no point in further discussion. Please prepare to take the defendant's seat. Seeing that the father and daughter were determined to meet them in court, Zhang Yicheng immediately panicked. He hastily forced a smile and said, Old Yi, do not be angry. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yi Yongxian scolded. Zhang Yicheng, you have truly disappointed me after all these years as friends. Do you remember why you named your company Cheng'an? You said it was because you wanted to treat people sincerely and provide assured supplies. Yet now you use such inferior materials to deceive your partner. If my daughter had not discovered this in time, how severe could the consequences have been? Have you forgotten your original intentions? Zhang Yicheng, scolded like a child, lowered his head in embarrassment. He certainly understood the severity of the consequences. If an incident truly occurred, not only would the Yi family suffer, but their company would also be ruined. Seeing his father's anger, Zhang Danhai quickly interjected, "Dad, this has nothing to do with me. It was Danny. She said she wanted to learn to do things and asked me to let her handle the collaboration for Fenggelju. I do not know how it has come to this. Yi was speechless. Once again it was Zhang Danny. Like Yi Qinya, she was a daughter who brought trouble to her father. Although Zhang Danhai's words could only be partially trusted, the fact that he quickly shifted the blame onto Zhang Danny showed their sibling relationship was truly one of brotherly friendship and sisterly respect. You two are truly infuriating." Zhang Yicheng trembled with rage. How could he not see that Zhang Danhai's words were half-truths? The issue with the materials was likely Zhang Danny's doing, but Zhang Danhai could not possibly be unaware. It was bad enough he had a troublesome daughter. Now he had a troublesome son as well. "Dad, I know I was wrong," Zhang Danhai hastily said. "Do not worry. Danny has already been locked up by the police and will no longer be able to interfere with the company." Zhang Yicheng took a deep breath, swallowing the blood that nearly surged up his throat. "Old Yi, this incident is indeed our fault," he said, wearing a fawning smile. "Please give me a few days. I will investigate the truth of the matter and provide you with a satisfactory response." 3 days, Yi Yongxian scoffed at. "If it exceeds 3 days, we will have no choice but to go to court." "All right," Zhang Yicheng despondently agreed, turning to leave. "Chairman Zhang, please wait a moment," Yi suddenly called out to him. Chapter 10. She came to be the villain. Miss Yi. Zhang Yicheng immediately felt a twinge of vigilance. "What else is on your mind?" "Uncle Zhang, now that we've concluded our business discussion, I merely wish to converse with you regarding a personal matter," Yi Ji said, clearly puzzled. "In truth, I have heard Qinya mention your daughter, and I understand she is quite an outspoken individual. Therefore, I am not surprised that in a moment of impulse, she intentionally collided with our family's vehicle. However, amidst the dealings between our two families, the covert exchange of building materials, such a convoluted affair, could Zhang Danny truly have orchestrated that?" Zhang Yicheng's expression darkened. He clearly understood Yi's insinuation. The matter of swapping building materials was certainly not conceived by Zhang Danny, for she lacks the acumen. Yet, if Zhang Danny managed to pull it off, it undoubtedly indicates the presence of a cunning mastermind behind her. Zhang Danhai hurried to catch up to Zhang Yicheng. Opened the office door. He was met with Yi Qinya, who stood outside, her face a picture of anxiety. This moment, Yi Qinya was utterly bewildered by the situation. She had intended to enter but had inadvertently found herself locked out by Yi Ji. Although the soundproofing of the conference room was commendable, the initial argument had been sufficiently loud for her to catch fragments of their conversation. Yet, as time passed, their voices dwindled to a murmur, leaving her completely in the dark about what transpired. Noting Zhang Yicheng's grim countenance and Zhang Danhai's disoriented demeanor, Yi Qinya assumed they had quarreled, prompting her to say, "Uncle Zhang, please do not be angry. I apologize on behalf of my sister. You needn't worry about Danny." My sister. Yi nearly choked on her breath, feeling utterly disgusted. Despite her precautions, she had still been irritated by Yi Qinya. "Qinya, stop speaking nonsense." Yi Yongxian, who followed them out, frowned and clarified, "Danny's troubles have nothing to do with your sister. Mr. Zhang has accepted that. Besides, we are the victims here. They sold us a batch of inferior materials disguised as quality ones. Thankfully, your sister caught it early." "Ah." Yi Qinya was taken aback, pondering for a moment, then said innocently, "Well, it's not a big deal. We can simply purchase another batch of quality materials from them. Can't we?" Yi Yongxian felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly spitting it out. Yi cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Yongxian, realizing she had underestimated the extent of Yi Qinya's Navi sweetness. Even Zhang Yicheng looked at them in bewilderment and confusion. Her words do not hold weight. Yi Yongxian swallowed hard and said, "Mr. Zhang, Qinya holds no position at Yi Corporation. If you believe her words, then prepare to meet in court." Father Yi Qinya's face was filled with grievance. Silence. Yi Yongxian's expression darkened. After they left, Yi Yongxian summoned both sisters to his office. But Yi Qinya shrank back, timidly expressing, "Isn't suffering a bit of loss part of doing business? It ensures longevity in trade, doesn't it? That is not a loss." Yi Yongxian nearly slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. "What you've done is akin to feeding an eagle with your flesh. Even a bodhisattva would feel ashamed, and I am not praising you." Observing Yi Qinya's increasingly aggrieved expression, Yiji's gaze flickered. She suddenly inquired, who taught you all this? Is it Minghan? Yiji hypothesized. Minghan did not teach me. He merely shared his entrepreneurial experiences, how he gradually built his company to greatness. Yiqinya hurriedly defended herself. Yi found herself at a loss for words. She truly had not anticipated that during his leisure, Minghan would regale Yiqinya with tales. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising, for Minghan relished the adoration he received. Of course, the content of those stories was likely nonsensical, aimed at indoctrinating Yiqinya. Yiqinya, already lacking in discernment, had now been led astray by Minghan to an outrageous degree. Yiqinya, of course, believed not a word, watching as Yi Yongxian rambled on, and Yiji felt exhausted on his behalf. After all, he was his own daughter, and Yi Yongxian stubbornly refused to acknowledge the reality. Very well, let her assume the role of the villain. Father, Yiji began, perhaps it would be best if Qinya no longer came to the company. Sister. Yiqinya looked at Yiji aggrieved. Seeing that Yiji was wholly uninterested in her plight, she turned to Yi Yongxian and said, Father, do you also find me useless? Yi Yongxian paused, momentarily caught off guard. Father, although Qinya holds no official position at Yi Corporation, she is still your daughter, and her identity is unique. Coupled with her overly kind heart, if she were to come and go freely at Yi Corporation and similar situations arose, others might take her words seriously, leading to significant chaos. Yi stated calmly, since she is to be the villain, she shall commit to it fully. You are correct. Yi Yongxian resolutely declared, Qinya, you are not to enter the company freely from now on. If there is an urgent matter, simply call. Afterward, Yiqinya left, feeling wronged. Yi Yongxian sighed helplessly and turned to ask Xiaoji, how did you handle the situation with Feng Liju? Yiji relayed her approach. And the more Yi Yongxian listened, the more astonished he became. Once she finished, he could not help but exclaim, excellent, very comprehensive. You truly are my daughter. Even if I were to handle it, I could not have done better. Subsequently, the two discussed the matter of seeking compensation from Cheng and Company. Although Zhang Yicheng had promised satisfaction, it was wise to secure as much as possible. What do you suppose Zhang Danhai is thinking? Yi Yongxian wondered. How could he tolerate Zhang Danyi's actions, which tarnish his family's reputation? I've heard he recently took over the company, and his subordinates do not respect him much, Yiji replied indifferently. I suspect he wishes to assert his authority, thus choosing to target our family while simultaneously eliminating dissenters. Even if the incident comes to light, he could easily shift the blame onto Zhang Danyi, achieving two objectives at once. Yi Yongxian remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, truly a short-sighted fool. It serves Zhang Yicheng right to be troubled. As if you do not have a similar situation nearby. Yiji retorted, rolling her eyes. Chapter 11. Only wanting to focus on career. Yi Yongxian suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, he too had a scheming little darling, and when it came to causing him trouble, she was not much better than Zhang's pair of siblings. Well, this time Zhang Yicheng is surely in for more headaches than we are. Yi Yongxian breathed a sigh of relief. Yiji's gaze flickered. Yet she ultimately chose not to say anything. This time, Minghan had acted cautiously, leaving no incriminating evidence. The entire affair appeared to be an internal power struggle within Cheng and Company, inadvertently affecting Yi Corporation. Thus, Yi Yongxian did not suspect Minghan further. It seemed that the earlier incident with the car was merely enough for Yi Yongxian to conclude that Minghan harbored ill intentions, making him unworthy of marrying his daughter, without delving deeper into the idea that Minghan was deliberately targeting their family. Just as Yiji was about to remind Yi Yongxian further, he suddenly asked Xiaoji, it's about time you considered dating. Isn't it? What kind of man do you prefer? She was there to rescue people, not to pursue romance. Moreover, with Minghan keeping a watchful eye on the Yi family, her very survival was at stake. How could she afford to ponder matters of the heart? Men would only hinder her readiness to draw her sword, to prevent Yi Yongxian from whimsically arranging a matchmaking meeting for her. She calmly stated, I am not currently considering romance. I wish to focus on my career. Yi Yongxian chuckled wryly, you've always been quite resolute. In truth, I am not worried that you will be deceived like Qinya. I believe that any man who captures your attention must be exceptional. However, I am concerned. Yi Yongxian looked at her, sighing helplessly. I worry that you may be too discerning, leaving no one to catch your eye. Yiji. She genuinely wanted to inform Yi Yongxian that his concerns would undoubtedly come to fruition. However, she decided against it, as wasting time on such matters held no significance. Father, Yiji said, I must attend to the subsequent affairs. Yi Yongxian gazed at her with a mix of sorrow and resignation, waving his hand in defeat. Very well. I knew you would not appreciate such lectures. Go on with your work. Upon leaving the office, Yiji suddenly recalled that she had intended to remind Yi Yongxian earlier. However, upon reflection, she decided to let it be. There would be ample opportunities ahead. After leaving E Corporation, Yiqinya felt incredibly dejected as she sought out Oh Ming-han. Yet, Oh Ming-han was not at the office. Disappointed, Yiqinya could only call him. Ming-han, where have you gone? Yiqinya asked. Her voice tinged with sorrow. My sister is in the hospital. I am currently taking care of her, Oh Ming-han replied. Then I shall come to the hospital to find you, Yiqinya said. No, Qinya, it would be best if you didn't come. By the way, Oh Ming-han asked with anticipation, you mentioned that Zhang Danny's father and brother caused a scene at Yi Corporation. What happened afterward? I was just about to tell you. Then Yiqinya recounted the events that had transpired. Laden with her grievances, however, after she finished, there was a profound silence on the line, so silent that Yiqinya glanced at her phone, wondering if the call had dropped. Ming-han, are you listening? She asked in confusion. In truth, earlier that morning, Yi Corporation had already expressed their unwillingness to cooperate with him. Nevertheless, he was still quite displeased. Thus, he devised a scheme to provoke Zhang Dan, inciting him to summon Zhang Yicheng to Yi Corporation to demand justice, while arranging for Yiqinya to keep an eye on them. This was a sure victory. Regardless of whether it was Yi Corporation or the Zhang family that triumphed, he would relish the ensuing chaos. Yet now it seemed his carefully laid plans had been uncovered. How did Yi Ji discover the issue with the building materials? Oh Ming-han asked, seething with frustration. Yiqinya wore a look of utter bewilderment. I truly do not know, she stammered. It seems my father appointed her to oversee Fengla residence. She personally went to inspect the site today, and then she discovered that Oh Ming-han remained in a state of profound shock. Yet again it was Yi Ji and this woman. Ever since her appearance, his fortunes had taken a dismal turn, thwarted at every turn. It occurred to him that Ye's sudden withdrawal from the collaboration must surely be this woman's doing. But why was she able to so effortlessly sabotage each of his plans? With a heavy heart, Yiqinya lowered her gaze and acquiesced. Sensing that his demeanor had been too intense, Oh Ming-han immediately softened his approach. Soothing Yiqinya for quite some time, he then reiterated to her the importance of closely monitoring Yi Ji's every move. Any peculiarities should be documented, and she was to call him without delay. Yiqinya agreed. Seated at the dining table, Yiqinya found no pleasure in her meal. Observing her troubled expression, Yi Ji's eyes flickered with intrigue. It seemed that Oh Ming-han had presented Yiqinya with yet another dilemma. By the way, Qinya, father has prepared 2 houses, one in the suburbs and another in the city. He intends to give you the one in the city for your convenience in commuting. What do you think? Yi Yongxian remarked. Yiqinya faltered, her words stumbling over one another. Dad. The swell of emotion was overwhelming, and she quickly added, we didn't have a fight. He has just been very busy lately. Yi Ji watched her with keen interest, realizing that they had indeed not quarreled. It was likely that Oh Ming-han intended for Yiqinya to keep a watchful eye on her, to surveil her movements. However, their clever scheme was destined to fail. Chapter 12. Inconvenient. Upon hearing Yi Yongxian's explanation, Yiqinya understood that he did not wish for her to move out, allowing her to relax and accept the city house. After dinner, Yiqinya ventured to Yi Ji's room. Sister, she forced a smile, awkwardly initiating small talk. What are you busy with? I'm organizing my clothes, Yi Ji replied, exasperated by Yiqinya's lackluster conversational skills. Yiqinya chuckled nervously before asking, Sister, why are you tidying up? Are you going on a business trip? Not at all, Yi Ji responded. I plan to move into the house that father gifted me. You're overthinking it, Yi Ji continued calmly. I requested the house to move out. It has nothing to do with you. Father allocated us each a house, so you ought to be grateful to me. Yiqinya was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Yongxian's sudden gift of a house was due to this. After contemplating, she eagerly suggested, Sister, how about we both decline Father's houses and stay together at home instead? Yi Ji paused, barely suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Your decision to refuse is your own concern. Why would I decline the house Father has given me? If you don't want yours, you might as well give it to me. It would be just as convenient for you to stay at home. Yiqinya fell silent, realizing her intentions were misconstrued. As the conversation veered towards the topic of houses, she hastily clarified, Sister, that's not what I meant. We've been apart for so long. I simply wish to spend more time with you. How about this? I'll move in with you. Let us not, Yi Ji frowned. That would be inconvenient. I have no issues with inconvenience. Yiqinya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Sister, I have so much to share with you about my friends. I meant that I find it inconvenient. Yi Ji interrupted calmly. Yiqinya's expression stiffened, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Sister, you truly do despise me. Yiqinya's face flushed with embarrassment. She never expected Yi Ji would directly address such matters with her. Though they were sisters, they were not close enough for such discussions. Subsequently, Yichinya attempted to appeal to emotions, yet she was met with Yi's indifferent responses that brushed her off similarly. Ultimately, Yichinya left with disappointment. After her departure, Yiji exhaled a long sigh of relief. Dealing with Yichinya had indeed been exhausting. That if Yichinya were a cunning individual, appearing benevolent yet harboring malice within, Yiji could easily sever ties. Avoiding this charade, however, Yichinya was genuinely innocent, merely naive, and her romantic notions often turned her kindness into a weapon that could inadvertently harm others. Furthermore, with Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu doting on both sisters, Yiji found it difficult to confront Yichinya too harshly without causing distress to either of them. Fortunately, she would be moving out the following day, relieving her of the burden of dealing with Yichinya. Back in her bedroom, Yichinya promptly called Minghan to inform him of Yiji's plans to move out. Minghan's mind raced with uncertainty. His schemes had once again gone awry. Could it be that Yiji was wary even of her own sister? Where was she planning to reside? He immediately inquired, is she moving alone? Is anyone accompanying her? Will she hire servants? How many bodyguards will she bring? Listening to his barrage of questions, Yichinya felt a pang of discomfort. Minghan, she said somewhat despondently, do you like my sister? Minghan frowned in displeasure, feeling a twinge of disdain towards her. Was there nothing in her head apart from romantic notions? At that moment, he seemed to forget that it was precisely due to Yichinya's romantic inclinations that he had so easily ensnared her in his grasp. What are you thinking? She is your sister and will eventually be my sister as well. I am merely expressing normal familial concern for her, he replied, patiently soothing Yichinya until she divulged all that she knew. She plans to move to a hillside villa in the southern suburbs. She enjoys tranquility and dislikes disturbances, so she won't hire bodyguards. Typically, she will only employ a cleaner during her working hours to tidy up the house. Minghan remained skeptical. The information was too detailed, leading him to suspect something was amiss. If Yiji was indeed cautious even with her sister, why would she disclose such details to Yichinya? Did you inquire about this? Or did she volunteer the information? He asked sternly. I mentioned wanting to live with her, but she refused. The conversation naturally shifted to our daily habits. Yichinya explained. Minghan finally felt reassured, realizing that Yiji had shared this information merely to decline Yichinya's request. Nevertheless, if she moved out, very well. Yichinya reluctantly acquiesced. The next day, Yiji headed to the hillside villa. Although Yi Yongxian had previously conducted some simple renovations, the entire villa remained quite empty. Yi purchased furniture on a whim and hired professional cleaning services, working diligently until nearly evening before officially moving in. After a brief exploration of the spacious villa, Yiji settled onto the brand new plush bed, her heart brimming with joy. She finally had her own home. Chapter 13. A gift. Moreover, it was a grand two-story villa, with most of the interior decor reflecting her personal taste. Even the aspects she did not favor could be gradually altered in the future. After her tour inside, Yiji took a telescope from the table and stepped onto the balcony. Since she would be residing here long-term, it was essential to familiarize herself with the surroundings. This was a villa district. Apart from her neighbors, the other villas were quite distant. Peering through the telescope, Yiji observed a few homes brightly lit, while others remained shrouded in darkness, perhaps uninhabited for quite some time. Beyond a certain distance, the details were lost to her sight. After a moment of stargazing, she turned her attention to her neighbors. Their house was remarkably close, only about 10 meters away, and theirs was considerably larger than hers. Upon moving in today, Yiji had noticed signs of occupancy in the neighboring house and had initially intended to greet them. However, considering it was her first day moving in and she had no gift prepared, she thought it would be disrespectful to visit unannounced. She decided to return another day with a present, formally introduce herself, and inquire whether the house was for sale. With cunning foresight, she contemplated acquiring additional nearby properties to bolster her safety and confuse any potential threats. Naturally, if the neighbors were not selling, she would still strive to maintain a good relationship with them. Through the telescope, Yiji noticed that her bedroom faced what appeared to be another bedroom. The curtains were partially drawn, and the room was enveloped in darkness, which she suspected to be a guest room. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, and a figure entered. Quite the physique, Yiji thought instinctively. The person was simply clad in a towel around his waist. Evidently having just stepped out of the shower, Yiji froze momentarily, pondering whether it was inappropriate for her to observe him. Adjusting the telescope upwards, she was struck by a handsome face, defined brows, striking eyes and a prominent nose, all fitting her aesthetic preferences perfectly. However, those captivating eyes were now fixed directly upon her. Caught in the AC. Yiji hastily lowered the telescope, but he had already drawn back the curtains and opened the window. Was it interesting? He inquired. Yi was at a loss for words. Did he truly believe she was peeping intentionally? Although she thought this, she found herself responding honestly, quite captivating. As soon as the words left her lips, she quickly clarified, I meant that the moon looks rather lovely tonight. At that moment she gestured skyward but found the night sky devoid of the moon. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. I actually wanted to ask if your house is for sale? Noticing the skeptical expression on his face, Yi sighed, conceding, forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's the other person who should feel awkward. And the adjacent room. Qi Xian furrowed his brow and calmly shut the window. He donned his sleepwear and summoned his housekeeper. Who has moved in next door? Qi Xian inquired. It turned out to be the daughter of the Yi family. Qi Xian nodded subtly, maintaining his composure, and gestured for the butler to leave. It seemed that the other party was not deliberately trying to approach him. Rather, it resembled a misunderstanding, one that he had no intention of delving into further. After a night of relatively peaceful slumber in her new home, Yi awoke early and called the courier company, requesting the assistance of a delivery person. The doorbell soon rang, and upon opening the door, Yi found the delivery man standing outside. Just in time, she handed him a beautifully packaged box. Could you please deliver this gift directly to my neighbor? She asked. Rest assured, I will cover any expenses. The delivery man hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts. But your neighbor is just a few steps away, isn't it? Why call me over just to deliver something? He couldn't help but add, Miss, it's not far at all. Why not take it yourself and save some money? Yi was not unwilling to go herself. After all, the misunderstanding from last night was indeed her fault, and she felt the need to apologize. However, having just peered into someone else's life, she feared that personally delivering a gift could lead to further misunderstandings. Hence, she opted for this compromise. I'm a bit inconvenienced, Yi said awkwardly, clearing her throat. How about this? I'll give you a little extra tip for your trouble. The delivery man was increasingly at a loss for words. It wasn't merely about the money. Yet, upon seeing Yi offer a crisp bill, he quickly changed his mind. All right then. Is there anything else you need me to do? Perhaps relay a message? With that, he accepted the package, feeling a bit uneasy about the money he was about to receive. Just help me convey my apology. Actually, never mind if you open the gift, you'll understand. Yi revised her request. It wasn't a significant matter, and if she continued to apologize, it would seem insincere. All right. The delivery man agreed readily. Though he was still puzzled, he hurried over to the neighboring house and rang the bell. Suddenly, a thought struck him and realization dawned upon him. He understood. This must be a couple in a spat. The woman was attempting to reconcile but was too embarrassed to do so directly, hence this method of reaching out to her boyfriend. The door swung open to reveal a capable-looking butler. May I assist you? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Hello, I have a gift for your master from someone. The delivery man said as he handed over the package. The butler raised an eyebrow, asking, and who is it from? Your master's girlfriend, I presume. The delivery man replied casually. The butler was taken aback, shocked to learn that their young master had a girlfriend. How had he been unaware of this? Remembering the bill the delivery man had received, he felt compelled to assist her, ensuring her money was well spent. Noticing the butler still in shock, the delivery man couldn't help but advise, you might want to encourage your master. His girlfriend seems lovely, attractive, and with a good temperament. It's rare to find a woman willing to humble herself these days, so he shouldn't be so petty. It's just a lover's quarrel after all. With that, the delivery man left. The butler, bewildered, glanced down at the exquisitely wrapped gift box in his hands, feeling its lightweight. Chapter 14. A gift for her boyfriend. Why not just apologize to your parents? They only want what's best for you and won't truly be angry. The butler shot an irritated glance at the woman speaking, who was Zhan Ruoqing. Having come to seek out their young master early that morning, he was not fond of this woman, who displayed a complete lack of decorum. Qi Xian remained indifferent, appearing disinterested in her words as the butler entered. He calmly interrupted her, Miss Zhan, please hold on. Butler, who just came by? It was a delivery man. The butler replied. Sir, someone sent a gift for you. A gift? Qi Xian furrowed his brow. Who sent it? The butler glanced at Zhan Ruoqing beside him and declared loudly, it's from your girlfriend. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. When had he gotten a girlfriend? He was completely unaware. Zhan Ruoqing's expression turned tense as she forced a smile, saying, Butler, you're joking, right? Qi Xian doesn't have a girlfriend. This must be some woman with ulterior motives, pretending to be his girlfriend. We should just throw this away. It might be something dangerous. Bring it here, Qi Xian said calmly. Zhan Ruoqing's face fell, and the butler, casting a glance at her, presented the gift box to Qi Xian. Qi Xian untied the ribbon and opened the box to find a modern, minimalist vase inside, accompanied by a card. Hello, Mr. Living Next Door. I apologize for my abruptness last night. This vase is beautiful and suits your temperament perfectly. I hope you enjoy it. The card featured a cute cat emoji at the end. A faint smile tugged at Qi Xian's lips as he deduced who had sent the vase. Noticing Zhan Ruoqing craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the card, he covered it with his hand and lifted the vase. Zhan Ruoqing scoffed disdainfully. I told you someone was pretending, right? Butler, look for yourself. This vase is just a common modern craft, hardly worth anything, probably just a few $100. How could something like this ever match Qi Xian? Zhan Ruoqing's smile faltered as she prepared to speak, but Qi Xian interrupted. Place it by the bedside. Understood, sir, the butler replied promptly. Zhan Ruoqing's expression darkened further. Why would Qi Xian want to place such a cheap vase in his bedroom, especially by the bedside? Who had sent this vase and why did Qi Xian care so much? Could it be that he truly had a girlfriend? No, that was impossible. Wait a moment. Qi Xian seemed to remember something and called the butler, who was about to head upstairs. Zhan Ruoqing felt a sense of relief, eagerly anticipating Qi Xian's words. Surely, he must have changed his mind. He couldn't possibly like such a cheap vase. Butler, Qi Xian's face turned serious as he spoke. In the future, do not let Miss Zhan enter without permission. I don't want my girlfriend to misunderstand. Zhan Ruoqing's face drained of color instantly. Her lips moved several times before she managed to force a smile. Qi Xian, we're friends, right? You can't just stop talking to other women now that you have a girlfriend. Surely, your girlfriend isn't that petty. Miss Zhan, Qi Xian's expression darkened, interrupting her impatiently. If I hear you speak ill of my girlfriend again, I won't be so polite. Please leave. Zhan Ruoqing's face went pale, and seeing the servant approaching to escort her out, she had no choice but to rise and depart. Once she was finally gone, the butler sighed in relief, unable to contain his frustration. Miss Zhan used to be quite sensible as a child. How did she turn into this? He paused, contemplating, so insipid. Qi Xian found it somewhat amusing. You still have a way with words. Qi Xian felt a hint of helplessness. Please attend to your duties. The butler left with a sense of grievance. Realizing that their young master had grown up, harboring secrets he refused to share with the old butler, after sending the gift, Yiji went straight to Ye's company. She was unaware that her generous tip had inadvertently earned her a boyfriend. After visiting the Yi company, she hurried to Feng Liju. Although she had thwarted Mingan's plans, given his vindictive nature, he was likely to have other schemes in place, and she needed to keep a close watch to prevent any further incidents. As the workday was drawing to a close, Yiji received a call from Yi Yongxian. Xiaoji, your sister's friend is having a birthday party and has invited her to attend. She's worried about being bullied at the party and wants you to accompany her. Yiji raised an eyebrow slightly. This was clearly Mingan's idea. He knew that Yi Qinya would invite her, and she would undoubtedly refuse. However, with Yi Yongxian stepping in, she would have a harder time declining. Since she's afraid of being bullied, Yiji replied nonchalantly, then why not just not go? You little brat. Yi Yongxian chuckled, exasperated. We can't let her miss social opportunities just because something might happen. Then let Minghan accompany her. That's what boyfriends are for. If he can't do that, it would only help Qinya see his true colors, right? Weren't they in a spat? Qinya said he wouldn't go. Yi Yongxian sighed helplessly. Alright Xiaoji, just accompany your sister to the party and protect her from being bullied. Besides, everyone there will be your peers. You should meet some new friends. You're young. Stop thinking only about work. Weiji couldn't help but mentally scoff. It wasn't that she loved her work, she was merely trying to save herself. I'm not going. I'd have to prepare a gift and I'm quite frugal. Yi stated honestly. Yi Yongxian was speechless. Your sister will prepare the gift. You don't need to spend any money. If she doesn't have to prepare a gift, then I'll just go. It seemed the lesson from their last encounter had not been sufficient, so this time she would intensify her efforts. Fine, Yiji conceded, and Yi Yongxian could finally hang up with satisfaction. The party was to be held at the Star Dream Club. Upon arriving at the private room for the event, Yiji spotted Yi Qinya waiting for her at the door. As they stepped into the private room, a haughty woman approached them. Yi Qinya, is this your sister who loves to make a mountain out of a molehill? Chapter 15. She is precisely that sort of person. Who is this? Yiji looked at Yi Qinya in confusion. Among the people she had met last time, there was no such woman. She is my friend, Lin Shuangshuang. Before Yi Qinya could finish her sentence, Lin Shuangshuang raised her chin and said with an air of arrogance, what's the matter? Are you going to call the police to take me away? Before Yiji could respond, a man stepped forward and remarked, Lin Shuangshuang, are you bullying someone again? Zhou Chengyuan, what does this have to do with you? Mind your own business, Lin Shuangshuang sneered. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me, Zhou Chengyuan replied, turning to Yiji with a friendly smile. However, this young lady seems unfamiliar. She must be attending our gathering for the first time. Especially since it is my birthday celebration. Naturally, I must protect her. Yiji's eyes flickered as she calmly observed their little performance. Suddenly, she understood the true purpose behind Omingan's roundabout invitation for her to attend this gathering. Initially, she believed it was yet another test, but now it appeared how tender-hearted you are. Lin Shuangshuang coldly laughed and said with a mocking tone, "Don't blame me for not warning you. This woman holds grudges, so don't let her deceive you." "No, I trust her. She is certainly not that kind of person," Zhou Chengyuan declared with unwavering conviction. "I am that kind of person," Yiji said with a smile. The expressions of the group stiffened slightly as they found it difficult to respond to Yiji's words. "Lin Shuangshuang, is it?" Yiji looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. "I indeed hold grudges, and I always repay them on the spot. I never let them linger overnight. What do you intend to do?" Lin Shuangshuang looked at her disdainfully. "Did I warn you? I am not Zhang Danny. Don't think you can do anything to me. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. However, regarding your company," Yi suddenly frowned, sighing, "forget it. Your family is on the brink of bankruptcy, so I won't kick you while you're down. Why you re-talking nonsense?" Lin Shuangshuang's face turned pale in an instant. Upon hearing her words, the crowd cast strange glances at Lin Shuangshuang, with several individuals even taking a few steps back, seemingly wishing to distance themselves from her. Yi looked on with derision, recognizing that like attracts like. Yi Qinya's circle consisted of fair-weather friends. Now that they heard the Lin family was facing bankruptcy, they naturally sought to avoid her. Didn't listen to her nonsense. "My family's company is just fine. It absolutely cannot go bankrupt," Lin Shuangshuang hastily defended herself. Yet, the more she insisted, the less others believed her. "Oh dear," Yiji feigned surprise, raising her hand to lightly cover her lips. "So this is something that cannot be mentioned? Yiji, you vile woman," Lin Shuangshuang exclaimed in exasperation. Once this matter was exposed, her standing within this social circle would be shattered. "Enough, Lin Shuangshuang, you deceived us and still have the audacity to criticize others?" Zhou Chengyuan interjected impatiently. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone escort you out?" Wei Qinya was about to speak when Yiji swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "You are not the host of the banquet. Do not meddle." Wei Qinya felt aggrieved. Why was Yiji's grip so strong? She currently wished to speak but found herself unable to do so. Lin Shuangshuang looked around the private room pleadingly, but the others wore expressions of avoidance or glee at her misfortune. Ultimately, she glared at Yiji in resentment before turning to leave. Yet she could not comprehend how Yiji had discovered something that her family had kept hidden so well. Yiji smiled slightly. After all, she was a woman who had read the script. In truth, minor characters like these had limited screen time. Hence, in the days leading up to this, Yiji had thoroughly investigated the circumstances of these individuals. As for Lin Shuangshuang, she constantly boasted about her family's company. Yet the financial chain of Yunhan trading had long since faltered, now burdened with debts and teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. If Lin Shuangshuang were merely a blabbermouth, Yiji would have no intention of taking action against her. However, in the original storyline, after Yi Yongxin's car accident, the Yi family had been temporarily managed by Yi Qinya. Although Yi Qinya was utterly clueless, the Yi family still had roots, and its board members were striving to maintain stability. During this time, Lin Shuangshuang sought assistance from Yi Qinya, convincing her to help her family weather the storm. Yi Qinya genuinely believed her, becoming Lin Shuangshuang's cash cow, continuously funneling funds from the Yi family to Yunhan trading. Naturally, the board members of the Yi family were furious with Yi Qinya for her reckless spending, especially as Ominghan was working to divide and conquer the board members. They began to think that rather than let Yi Qinya ruin the company, it would be better to hand it over to Ominghan for management. Eventually, Yunhan trading weathered the storm, but the Yi family fell into turmoil. Lin Shuangshuang not only failed to lend a hand but also kicked them while they were down, colluding with Ominghan to divide the Yi family. Yiji would certainly not show mercy to such an ungrateful woman. Qinya. After Lin Shuangshuang left, Zhou Chengyuan resumed his cheerful demeanor as if nothing had happened. "Will you not introduce me?" "Chengyuan, this is my sister," Yi Qinya replied. "Miss Yiji, greetings." Zhou Chengyuan presented what he believed to be his most charming smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Yiji said, her lips curving slightly. "You are too early to be pleased." Zhou Chengyuan's perfect smile began to crack. He found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was handsome, charming, and had defended her when Lin Shuangshuang was making things difficult for her. Shouldn't she be touched? Ha ha ha. Zhou Chengyuan forced a smile. "Miss Yiji, you are quite humorous. Today is my birthday, and I am very glad you could attend my birthday banquet to celebrate with me." As he spoke, Zhou Chengyuan flashed what he thought was a captivating smile. Yiji nearly retched at the sight. Zhou Chengyuan was a friend of Omingan's, A notorious playboy surrounded by countless women, a quintessential scoundrel at this moment, she was certain they intended to enact a beauty trap. Surely not. Did they genuinely believe she was so blind as to be attracted to such a greasy man? Although she had suspected as much upon learning it was Zhou Chengyuan's birthday celebration, she hadn't anticipated they would be so audacious. Ah, perfect. I happen to have prepared a gift for you. Chapter 16. Her gift. Zhou Chengyuan immediately felt elated. Yi had prepared a gift for him? He knew it. A man as charming as he was, how could Yi Ji not be moved? She must have intentionally sought to draw his attention. He had seen many such ploys from women vying for affection. It appeared he had certainly won the wager against Minghan. With a face full of expectation, Zhou Chengyuan said, "You are too kind." Before he could finish, he watched as Yi Ji retrieved a stack of documents from her handbag, casually handing it to him while continuing to rummage through her belongings. Zhou Chengyuan instinctively opened it, only for his expression to darken significantly. This was not merely a document, it was a series of printed news articles. A certain man involved with multiple women contracts a disease. Below were high-definition images of the afflicted area, several in succession, each more disturbing than the last. Zhou Chengyuan was struck by a severe psychological blow. His hair stood on end, and he nearly vomited his previous meal. He quickly folded the papers and, with an awkward expression, murmured, "Miss Yi Ji." This. Yi Ji looked up in confusion, noticing the papers in his hand, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, isn't this something my little assistant printed out? How did it end up with me?" She completely disregarded Zhou Chengyuan's ghastly expression, lowering her voice to explain, "My little assistant discovered that her boyfriend is not only a player but also a scoundrel. Yet despite this, she is unwilling to break up with him and printed these news articles to show him. She wants him to understand that a man who lacks integrity and self-respect will surely rot." Zhou Chengyuan felt goosebumps rise. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Ji was mocking him. The thought of the content in those images made him feel even worse. "You can keep it." Yi Ji waved her hand dismissively. "My little assistant is hopelessly infatuated, and I have no desire to partake in her antics." Zhou Chengyuan felt as though he were holding a hot potato. He was utterly uncomfortable yet dared not discard it. This situation was quite awkward. They had spoken in low tones, and if he carelessly tossed it aside and someone else picked it up, it might be misconstrued that he was concerned about it because he had also contracted such a disease. What then? Ultimately, despite his extreme reluctance, Zhou Chengyuan had no choice but to endure the disgust and quickly stow the documents away. Yi Ji pretended to search her bag for a while, appearing puzzled. Where is the gift at? Oh, I remember. Qinya, the gift is with you, isn't it? Yi Qinya paused, pulling out the gift. It's with me. Yi Ji took the gift from her and presented it to Zhou Chengyuan. "Mr. Zhou, this is our gift for you. I hope you like it." Zhou Chengyuan's face darkened entirely, as he mistakenly believed that Yi Ji had prepared a special gift just for him. After a prolonged moment of realization, he found himself the subject of a prank. Reluctantly, he accepted the situation, forcing a smile as he expressed his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you. I shall take Qinya for a casual stroll, so as not to disturb you." He added with that. Yi Ji took Yi Qinya by the hand and walked away, leaving Zhou Chengyuan feeling utterly frustrated. Yi Ji led Yi Qinya to a nearby spot where a few bold individuals approached them. Glancing at the newcomers, Yi Ji recognized some unfamiliar faces, but a few were ones she had encountered previously. Naturally, Yi Qinya introduced Yi Ji to them, and Yi Ji found it impossible to intervene. One inquisitive woman asked Yi Ji, "What did you just show Chengyuan?" Feigning discomfort, Yi Ji replied, That it's not really appropriate to discuss, perhaps you should ask Qinya instead." The woman's curiosity only intensified, and she promptly pulled Yi Qinya aside to inquire further. Yi Ji picked up a drink and strained to listen. Yi Qinya, who had been closely following Yi Ji, was aware of the earlier incident. However, when the woman merely asked about the contents of the paper, Yi Qinya felt a bit bashful but lowered her voice to say, "Oh, please don't ask. It seems to pertain to men's health issues, let's not dwell on it." Instantly, the woman who had posed the question turned to Zhou Chengyuan. Her expression one of astonishment. His lips twitched. Yi Qinya had indeed met her expectations. It was likely that news of Zhou Chengyuan's affliction would soon spread throughout their social circle. With an inscrutable smile, Yi Ji cast a glance at Yi Qinya and then fell silent. The others exchanged knowing looks, pondering if Yi Qinya had informed Yi. Yet, they were all too familiar with Yi Qinya. How could she possibly know about the Lin family's impending bankruptcy? It must have been Minghan who had told her. Their thoughts began to spiral, speculating that Minghan wished to keep his hands clean, avoiding the appearance of being heartless, and instead used Yi Ji to expel Lin Shuangshuang from their circle. A wave of sympathy for Lin Shuangshuang washed over them. mingled with a growing sense of wariness towards Minghan. Although they deemed Lin Shuangshuang a fraud, who could assure them they wouldn't become the next victim? Miss Yi, Zhou Chengyuan called out as he hurriedly approached again, casting a puzzled glance around. For some reason, he felt as though the gaze of those around him was somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside, for he had no desire to lose the wager at hand. Adopting a confident demeanor, he raised his glass and said, "I truly appreciate your presence at my birthday celebration. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to a concert this weekend. I have 2 tickets." Yiji swirled the drink in her glass, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I'm afraid I have little interest in concerts." "What then piques your interest?" Zhou Chengyuan pressed on. Just then Yi's phone rang and she set her glass down. "Excuse me, I must take this call." Zhou Chengyuan gazed longingly at the glass she had set aside. The call was from Yi Yongxian, who inquired with concern, "Xiaoji, how is the birthday party treating you?" "Dad," Yiji chuckled, "are you worried that I might start a ruckus at the birthday party?" "That's not what I meant," Yi Yongxian retorted, a hint of discontent in his tone. "I'm more worried you might not be able to handle yourself." A wave of warmth washed over Yiji, and she smiled gently. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm here to accompany Qinya, not to cause trouble. I know my limits." After assuring him, she hung up. Yi Yongxian had encouraged her to attend the birthday celebration with Qinya primarily to foster their sisterly bond. Therefore, she had no intention of disrupting the event, as she didn't want her father to fret over their relationship. "Miss Yi," Zhou Chengyuan approached once more, holding 2 glasses of wine. "I sincerely thank you for attending my birthday feast. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" As he spoke, he extended 1 glass toward her. Yi glanced at the glass before raising an eyebrow. "You're not trying to drug me, are you?" Zhou Chengyuan froze momentarily. How could she be so blunt with her suspicion? "Miss Yi, you jest," he stammered, awkwardly chuckling. "I would never do such a thing. You're overthinking it. Oh, is that so?" Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Then why don't you take a sip first? If nothing happens to you, I might consider trusting you." Zhou Chengyuan felt a knot form in his stomach as he glanced at the drink in his hand. Aware of Yi's scrutinizing gaze, gritting his teeth, he raised the glass to his lips and took a couple of gulps. "Now you should believe me, right?" However, as the alcohol settled in, Zhou Chengyuan realized he had once again been outsmarted. Yiji had merely said she would trust him, not that she would drink the wine. Frustrated, he muttered, "But this drink. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't drink." "Please finish it yourself," Yiji replied indifferently. Zhou Chengyuan opened his mouth to protest, but Yiji had already summoned Yi Qinya, and together they bid him farewell. Despite his reluctance, he felt an unsettling sensation creeping through his body, leaving him with no justification to detain them. He could only watch helplessly as they departed. Shortly after, he hastily exited the private room. That drink had indeed been spiked. His intent had been to deceive Yiji into drinking it, allowing him a pretext to whisk her away to a hotel under the guise of drunkenness. Unexpectedly, he found himself outwitted. In a panic, he sent a hasty text and rushed to the hotel room upstairs. Upon entering the room, he was met with the sight of a burly man placing a slumbering woman on the hotel bed. Spotting Zhou Chengyuan's entrance, the man greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Zhou, I have prepared a woman for your enjoyment. Rest assured, she is just like the others, without any notable background and lacking experience. I guarantee she will be dead to the world and offer no resistance." Zhou Chengyuan waved him off impatiently. As he undressed, preparing to indulge himself with the woman on the bed, a stack of papers tumbled from his clothing. Glancing down, his expression darkened profoundly as the shocking images within the documents flooded his mind. Refusing to be banished, he had entered a state of despair, and even the spiked drink could not revive his spirits. Yet, the discomfort in his body remained unabated. "Young master, is the woman not to your taste? Would you like me to fetch another?" the man inquired, puzzled. "No, there's no need," Zhou Chengyuan replied weakly. "Take me to the hospital." Though the man was bewildered, he complied without further question. Meanwhile, Yiji had just moved into her new place, and her refrigerator was utterly barren, lacking even basic snacks or beverages. After rummaging through her room, she found a bowl of instant noodles and sighed in relief as she set about boiling water. Carrying the noodles to the balcony, she pondered her current predicament. Despite her recent maneuvers that caught Minghan off guard, remaining in a defensive stance would not inflict significant damage upon him. The foundation of his audacity lay in the company he commanded, bolstered by a cadre of nefarious associates who executed his unsavory tasks. She needed to devise a strategy to take the offensive, severing his connections to cripple his influence. Just then, the curtains across the way parted, revealing a handsome face before her. Qi Xian stared at Yiji, his brow furrowing as he observed the bucket of braised beef noodles in her hands. "Why are you eating that?" "Because I'm hungry," Yiji replied, bewildered. Why not eat something else? Qi Xian pressed. Yiji sighed. It wasn't as though she hadn't wished for alternatives. There's nothing else at home, that I have some dumplings that are ready to go. They make a perfect late-night snack. Shall I bring some over? Qi Xian offered. Yiji's eyes lit up. Oh no, that's too generous, I should pay you. Name your price. Qi Xian paused, realizing he had misjudged her intentions. He had thought she might play coy. It's just a bowl of dumplings. There's no need for formality, he replied nonchalantly. Before long, a benevolent-looking butler arrived, presenting Yiji with a thermal food container. Inside were a steaming bowl of dumplings, a fruit salad, and a bottle of yogurt. After enjoying her meal, Yiji returned to her bedroom and noticed the lights still on across the way. Under the glow, Qi Xian sat at his desk, seemingly engrossed in work on his computer. Thank you for the late-night snack. It was delicious, Yiji called out to him. Qi Xian looked up and nodded slightly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But I can't just accept this without giving something in return. If you want to take money, is there anything else I can assist you with? Yi inquired. Qi Xian hesitated, then a thought crossed his mind. Tomorrow my family's chef is on leave. How about you treat me to dinner? Absolutely. Yiji replied instantly. Maintaining a good neighborly relationship was indeed essential. Suddenly she seemed to recall something, and with a hint of embarrassment, she remarked, by the way, I still do not know your name. Qi Xian. At that moment, Yiji's eyes sparkled with delight. Qi Xian inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that Yiji's gaze upon him resembled that of someone looking at a great fool. I am Yiji, she said, waving her hand enthusiastically at him. You must come tomorrow evening. I will make all the preparations and ensure you are well entertained. Qi Xian thought. Is it permissible for him to regret this now? Why did he have the impression that Yiji's words hinted at a certainty of her delighting in leading him astray? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Qi Xian coolly stated. Come in. The door swung open, revealing the butler. He glanced at the window and, noticing it was directly facing Yiji's room, his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Young master, Miss Yi next door is quite attractive, very polite, and possesses a wonderful character, the butler said with a smile. You are so considerate as to bring her supper. She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? Qi Xian replied calmly. You are overthinking it. This is merely a gesture of neighborly assistance. The butler, unconvinced, muttered. But that bowl of wontons was made with freshly airlifted wild Alaskan king crab. It was meant for your late-night snack. Yet you sent it all across to her without tasting a single bite. Qi Xian wearily rubbed his forehead and smoothly diverted the conversation. Butler, everyone is on leave tomorrow. Huh? The butler looked perplexed. We are not taking leave tomorrow. No, you all are on leave, Qi Xian asserted with certainty. The butler, puzzled, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, cheerfully exclaiming, I see. You are planning to go on a date with Miss Yi, aren't you? Very well, young master, you must do your best. With that, the butler hurriedly vacated Qi Xian's room. Qi Xian found himself bemused. What was he supposed to be doing, striving to avoid being deceived by Yiji? At that moment, Yiji was genuinely elated, for the name Qi Xian had not appeared in that novel. The absence of a character typically signifies one of two scenarios. Either the individual is a minor character with no significant interactions, or they are a person of considerable stature, someone whose presence could overshadow the male protagonist's original prominence, thus precluding their appearance. Qi Xian, indeed, belonged to the latter category. She had previously inquired with Yi Yongxian about the affluent and influential families within this realm. Qi Xian's name was distinctly mentioned by Yi Yongxian when he referred to the Qi family, emphasizing, do not offend them. It is known that Yi Yongxian, with the backing of the Yi family, may not command absolute power, but he is still a figure deserving of respect. If even he dared not offend someone, that person could only be a substantial figure. Cough, cough, a golden thigh perhaps? She had not anticipated that he would turn out to be her neighbor. With proximity comes opportunity, and she must seize this chance. Early in the morning, Minghan arrived at the hospital and entered Zhou Chengyuan's ward. What brings you here? Zhou Chengyuan asked, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. I came to see my sister and thought I would check on you as well, Minghan replied, furrowing his brow. How did you end up in the hospital? Moreover, are you aware that rumors are circulating outside claiming you have contracted a disease? Minghan's eyelids fluttered. It seemed that this matter was indeed instigated by Yi. He understood Zhou Chengyuan's character well and, seizing the opportunity, provocatively suggested, perhaps we should consider nullifying our wager. How can we do that? Zhou Chengyuan retorted defiantly, gritting his teeth. I admit that Yiji is somewhat challenging to pursue, but it is precisely such a woman who presents a challenge. I will make her love me deeply, to the point where she kneels at my feet. A glimmer of triumph flickered across Minghan's face as he continued. Shall I assist you in arranging your discharge? Let us wait a bit longer. Zhou Chengyuan said anxiously that I wish to undergo a comprehensive examination first. Minghan instinctively took 2 steps back, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zhou, you cannot possibly have contracted some ailment. Can you? You always sleep with women of impeccable reputation. Zhou Chengyuan retorted, those women were brought to me by your subordinate Wu Yongji, who intoxicated and incapacitated them. How could I know if they are genuinely untainted? What if one among them is afflicted? I must be examined. Minghan said nothing further and departed swiftly. Zhou Chengyuan underwent a thorough examination, ultimately confirming that he had not contracted any strange illness. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the hospital, he promptly ordered 99 roses from a florist and made his way to the Yi family estate. At that moment, Yiji had just concluded negotiations with Chang and Company. Zhang Yicheng, understanding the gravity of the construction materials issue, personally led the discussions. However, he was unprepared for the fact that he could not gain any advantage against the young upstart Yiji. Ultimately, the negotiated terms dictated that, in addition to compensating the Yi family threefold as per the contract, Chang and Company would also be liable for any losses incurred due to the suspension of work. Yiji was quite pleased with this outcome. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yicheng, Yiji received a call from the front desk. President Yi, a Mr. Zhou wishes to see you, claiming to be your friend. The receptionist said, her voice laced with envy. He is carrying a rather large bouquet of roses, apparently 99 of them. Zhou Chengyuan? Yiji raised an eyebrow. Yes. That's him. The receptionist queried eagerly, shall I send him up? Yiji frowned slightly. It did not surprise her that Zhou Chengyuan had arrived so quickly. She could surmise why he had become entangled with her. She was hardly the type he would be drawn to. His persistent pursuit was likely at Minghan's behest. The two of them were birds of a feather, neither of whom had honorable intentions, thus she felt no need to be courteous and no need. Please tell him to leave, stating that I am busy. Also have him take the flowers with him. If he refuses, dispose of them immediately, and remember to wash your hands thoroughly and sanitize afterward. Huh? Why? The receptionist looked bewildered. If I do not care for his presence, you can understand why I would want the flowers discarded, but why the insistence on washing hands and sanitizing? I will confide in you, but do not disclose this to anyone else. Yiji lowered her voice that I have heard that he seems to have contracted a disease. Chapter 19. Edible. Downstairs, the receptionist looked at Zhou Chengyuan in terror, instinctively taking 2 steps back to distance herself from him. Zhou Chengyuan, oblivious to her actions, felt exceedingly pleased with himself that he had entered with 99 roses, a magnificent display that undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. This spectacle naturally drew the gaze of many onlookers with all eyes upon him. He raised his voice to inform the receptionist of his desire to see Yiji, ensuring that everyone present understood he was there to pursue her. As soon as Yiji descended or consented to his entrance, whether or not she accepted the flowers, those spectators would inevitably assume she was not averse to him and was engaged in a romantic courtship. If he continued this approach, Yiji would find it increasingly difficult to clarify her position. By then, even if Yiji wished to refuse him, she would have to weigh the implications of the gossip surrounding her. Zhou Chengyuan's expression faltered. How could Yiji dare to reject him after he had personally brought her flowers? No woman had ever dared to disregard him so brazenly. Indignation bubbled within him, and he mentally noted Yi's insolence with a feigned smile. He asked, how long must she remain busy? I can wait. I personally suggest you refrain from waiting. You may find that you are unable to, the receptionist replied, her gaze flicking to the sofa where Zhou Chengyuan had sat, her mind already contemplating the need for a thorough sanitization of the area once he departed. Ah, I see. Zhou Chengyuan forced a smile. Then I shall leave the flowers here. Please assist me in delivering them to her. And this is a token of appreciation. With that, Zhou Chengyuan produced a set of cosmetics and placed it on the counter. The receptionist immediately went on high alert, exclaiming, No. Please take it back. I refuse to accept it. Zhou Chengyuan froze. To have his flower delivery thwarted was bad enough, but why was she also rejecting his gift of cosmetics? Was Yiji truly that difficult to please, or were all the receptionists at Yi's company so morally upright? Realizing her reaction might have been excessive, the receptionist cleared her throat and explained, Our company has a policy against accepting gifts from clients. One risks termination for such actions. Mr. Zhou, please do not put me in a compromising position. As soon as he left, one of her colleagues teased. That cosmetic set is from a rather renowned brand worth several thousand. You turned it down so readily, aren't you upset? Upset about what? The receptionist scoffed. Do you have any idea about him? She paused, glancing around at her colleagues. Yiji had only instructed her not to inform a third party. She had not mentioned a fourth or fifth. She gathered her colleagues close and lowered her voice. That man is a notorious playboy. His personal life is scandalous, and he has contracted a disease. The group gasped in horror and disgust, quickly rushing to wash their hands and sanitize before departing. The receptionist made sure to ask security to dispose of the flowers and called for the cleaning lady to conduct a thorough sanitization of the front desk area. As Yiji exited, the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, and she could not help but chuckle that it seemed this tactic was indeed effective. Even if Zhou Chengyuan attempted to harass her again in the future, the front desk staff would undoubtedly remain vigilant and refuse to be swayed by him. Subsequently, she ventured to the supermarket, purchasing a considerable amount of meat and vegetables this evening. She intended to host Qi Xian, that great companion, for dinner, naturally requiring meticulous preparation to ensure his satisfaction. We hurriedly opened the door, inviting him in. Mr. Qi, I am still in the midst of preparation, Yiji said with a gentle smile. Please make yourself comfortable. It will be ready shortly. Qi Xian nodded in agreement and settled onto the sofa. He hastily retreated to the kitchen, while Qi Xian surveyed his surroundings. The room was pleasantly decorated, clean and tidy, indicating that it had recently been occupied. It seemed that Yiji was quite an easygoing individual. She did not appear overly particular about her living environment, pouring himself a glass of fruit juice. He took a sip, pleasantly surprised. The beverage was refreshingly crisp, not excessively sweet, and exceedingly delightful, igniting his anticipation for the evening's meal. However, an odd scent wafting from the kitchen left him with an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Before long, Yiji emerged from the kitchen. Placing a dish onto the dining table, Qi Xian could not help but approach, and upon seeing the darkened concoction before him, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. What is this? Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Yiji replied, somewhat embarrassed. Its appearance may be lacking. I accidentally added a tad too much soy sauce, resulting in an overzealous coloring. But rest assured, this will not compromise its flavor. It is absolutely edible. Qi Xian expressed his skepticism. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It was excessively salty, the bamboo shoots were fibrous, and the meat was rather dry, having been overcooked, leading to a bitter aftertaste. Qi Xian set down his chopsticks, exhaling slowly. It turned out that Yiji's assurance of edibility was a stark reality. Devoid of modesty, he should not have held expectations merely based on the well-crafted fruit drink. Her skill in beverages did not necessarily indicate culinary talent. It seemed that Yiji, in terms of cooking, was also rather easygoing. Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, said, there are still 2 more dishes. I will prepare them now. Just a moment, no need, Qi Xian replied calmly. Allow me to take over. Yiji looked at him in astonishment, feeling quite embarrassed that you treat food in such a manner is the utmost disrespect. Qi Xian said firmly, I cannot permit you to waste Yiji. She felt as if she were being mocked. Seeing Qi Xian already retreat into the kitchen, she refrained from further protest. Unable to resist, she picked up her chopsticks for another taste. What was this? Wasn't it supposed to be edible? Soon, the table was adorned with dishes prepared by Qi Xian. Yi stared in shock at the array of vibrant and aromatic dishes before her. Unexpectedly reminded of a meme she had seen online. After my dog tasted my cooking, it made 4 dishes and a soup overnight. No, wait. Why was she mocking her own culinary skills? Chapter 20. Not wanting to miss him regardless, she now only wished to savor the flavors of these dishes. Yi picked up her chopsticks and began to taste, her eyes lighting up instantaneously, and the next moment, she dug into her meal without hesitation. Watching her enjoy the food so heartily, Qi Xian felt, for the first time, that possessing culinary skills was indeed a wonderful thing. Finally satiated, Yiji set down her chopsticks and met Qi Xian's teasing gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, I truly apologize that I intended to treat you to a meal, yet here I am, troubling you to cook. No matter, Qi Xian replied evenly, I have a genuine interest in cooking, so it is hardly a bother. Yiji looked at him in admiration, surprised that he could cook, and so well at that. You must be quite busy. How do you manage to find the time for this? Indeed, I am busy, which is precisely why I seek relaxation in my leisure hours, Qi Xian responded calmly. When cooking, one need not think too much. It allows for a mental escape, proving to be an excellent method of stress relief. Over time, my culinary skills have naturally improved. Yi. She was thoroughly impressed. While others cooked for sustenance, he approached it as a form of entertainment. No wonder he was a man her father dared not provoke. He was indeed extraordinary. This realization only solidified her belief that her choice was not misguided. Taking a deep breath, Yiji, with a serious expression, began. Mr. Qi, my invitation for dinner today is driven by ulterior motives. After meeting you, I have pondered extensively and have summoned the courage to express my thoughts. Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Observing the mix of seriousness, determination, expectation and shyness in Yiji's expression, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Could it be that which he feared? He harbored some feelings for Yiji, which was why he had agreed to this meeting, yet he had not anticipated it would evolve into this situation. Miss Yi, we have only just met, but I believe in you. You are undoubtedly worthy. Isn't this rather sudden? I know, but I have given it considerable thought. I do not wish to miss out on you. No. I must say this now. Yiji abruptly stood up and approached Qi Xian directly. Qi Xian instinctively leaned back against the chair, suddenly aware of his racing heart. Mr. Qi, please. Yi took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Let us collaborate. Qi Xian, who had been contemplating how to decline, was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had he misheard her? She had indeed said collaborate, not date. Why the elaborate build-up if it was merely a collaboration? Yet, why did he feel a slight sense of loss? Collaborate on what? Qi Xian inquired uncertainly. It is like this. Yiji pulled over a chair and began to speak animatedly. I wish to establish an online company focused on e-commerce and social interaction, and I hope that Mr. Qi will consider investing. Qi Xian had already cast aside his earlier emotions, his brow furrowing slightly. Was Yi sure unwilling to invest? Mr. Qi, of course, Yi sure will invest. However, I aim to create the foremost online company in the country. It will become a digital giant, so relying solely on Yi sure's investment will not suffice, Yiji asserted earnestly. Qi Xian's gaze flickered. Her ambition was indeed surprising. Tapping his fingers on the table, he began to analyze the situation. Omingen's Qianbai network company primarily focused on e-commerce and communication, and it held a significant lead in these sectors. What made her think that her newly established small business could overtake Qianbai and become the nation's leader? Because of this. Yiji waved her phone. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by her intent. Yiji's lips curved into a confident smile. She had prepared thoroughly, possessing a secret weapon. Mr. Qi, you are correct. Surpassing Qianbai in the existing market is quite challenging, especially since they were established early and have firmly grasped user habits. However, they only possess users on the computer platform. The mobile platform will be our battlefield. A veritable blue ocean. Qi Xian's expression grew more serious. Seeing his interest piqued, Yiji's confidence soared. I have been monitoring several mobile manufacturers recently, and most of the new flagship models are equipped with the latest operating system developed by Anguish Company, which supports various app developments. If we transition social interaction and e-commerce to mobile platforms, wouldn't that present far greater developmental potential than the computer realm? After all, not everyone owns a computer, nor does everyone prefer to use one for shopping or socializing. However, with mobile phones, I believe that soon everyone will possess at least one for convenient communication. Qi Xian gazed steadily at Yiji, now radiating confidence and strength. Although it was merely speculative, there was a resolute determination in her words that suggested she would bring her vision to fruition. Moreover, Yiji turned to him with a knowing smile. In truth, you must find this intriguing as well, do you not? The Qi family's enterprises once sought to invest in Qianbai, only to be turned down by them. Do you not wish to demonstrate that with just a single move, you can easily dismantle Qianbai's standing? What you say is indeed of interest to me. However, Qi Xian's eyes gleamed with sharpness. I want to know if your motives extend solely to establishing the leading online company in the nation, or if it is specifically aimed at targeting Ominghan. Both, Yiji replied calmly. I genuinely see great potential in this industry, but simultaneously, I wish to use this opportunity to eliminate him. As they were to be partners, Yiji felt no need to conceal her intentions. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Qi Xian asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is it a matter of emotional conflict? There is indeed animosity, but the notion of emotional conflict is absurd. Yiji explained with slight exasperation. He is my sister's boyfriend, and upon investigating him, I found that he harbors ill intentions towards Yishim. My actions are purely self-preservation. Yet he is not simple. Qi Xian narrowed his eyes. Besides the Qianbai company, he possessed a hidden card. He maintained a group of thugs to handle unsavory matters. Did she not fear he would use them against her? Chapter 21. A good plan. If I do nothing, he will not spare me either. Yiji replied resolutely. Rather than sitting idly by, I would prefer to take the initiative. Qi Xian nodded in approval. You certainly have thought this through. However, Ominghan is quite cautious. His subordinates operate the Xingming Club, which has no direct ties to him. Furthermore, while the club engages in some illicit activities behind the scenes, their operations appear clean to the public as a legitimate establishment. How do you plan to handle them? Relying solely on reckless bravery will not suffice, since the matter is now out in the open. Dealing with them becomes significantly simpler. Yi spoke with poise, of course. Capturing them all at once is indeed impossible. But creating a small inconvenience for them, compelling them to halt operations for 10 days to half a month, is something I can easily accomplish. Qi Xian inquired with keen interest, how do you intend to proceed? Let us do this, Qi Xiao, Yi said with a gentle smile. If you deem my approach feasible, then you shall be the one to execute it. How does that sound? Pray enlighten me. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Is she trying to drag him into this? My method is to report them. Minghan has considerable connections. Even if you possess evidence, he could find a way to suppress it. It would be quite challenging to force the Xingming Club to pause operations. Wouldn't he it? Qi Xiao, what I intend to report is their inadequate fire safety measures. Yi blinked. I visited their establishment yesterday and captured numerous photographs. Their awareness regarding fire safety is alarmingly poor. Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a silent laugh. She was not seeking to confront Minghan head-on but rather employing this somewhat underhanded yet clever tactic, which, it must be said, is remarkably effective. That is indeed an excellent strategy. You are quite astute. Qi Xian remarked with a light chuckle. Send me the photographs. I shall handle the subsequent matters. Then I thank you. Qi Xiao. Yi smiled lightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She had long desired to take action against the Xingming Club. After all, Zhou Chengyuan had dared to so brazenly tamper with her drink yesterday precisely because it was Minghan's territory. Furthermore, Minghan's subordinates frequently incapacitate innocent women to deliver them to Zhou Chengyuan's bed. This also serves as a testament to my capabilities, so you can rest assured in your investment. She looked at Qi Xian and confidently assured him, I guarantee that your investment will yield substantial returns. There is no such thing as a guaranteed profit in this world. Qi Xian's gaze flickered slightly. You do not expect that a mere meal would suffice to secure my investment, do you? Then Yi frowned. 2 meals? Qi Xian. Could it be that he would be the one to prepare the next meal? It seems Yi has developed a taste for his cooking. Qi Xian stood up and said, prepare a project proposal, and bring it to me on another day. I will consider whether to invest based on your proposal. Understood. Yi nodded. Qi Xian's lack of immediate agreement was anticipated. After all, investment requires careful consideration of various risks. If he were to acquiesce so readily, Yi would question whether she had chosen the right person. After all, friendship is one thing, business is another, especially since they truly had little camaraderie. After assisting in tidying up the aftermath, Qi Xian took his leave. No sooner had he departed than Yi received a call from Yiqinya. Sister, tomorrow is the weekend. Let us go out and have some fun. No, Yi decisively refused. I have no desire to be a third wheel. Yiqinya hurriedly replied. It's not just me and Minghan. There are several other friends as well. I must work overtime tomorrow. Yi calmly provided an unassailable reason why Yiqinya was momentarily taken aback and then urged, Sister, why not let someone else handle the work? Why must you make it so difficult for yourself? I do not wish to struggle either, Yi retorted with a hint of sarcasm, but if I do not exert myself, what shall we do if similar incidents involving substandard materials arise again? But Yiqinya mumbled softly, aren't there so many bad people in this world? Do you have any other matters? If not, I shall hang up. Yi asked indifferently. Sister, wait a moment. Yiqinya hesitated before speaking. I heard that Zhou Xiao came to the company today to deliver flowers for you. Is that true? Sister, Zhou Xiao is a wonderful person, very considerate and gentle, adept at caring for girls. Yi felt her blood pressure rise again. She knew that if she were to tell Yiqinya about Zhou Chengyuan's actions of incapacitating and coercing innocent women, it would likely elicit nothing more than a dismissive, no way, Zhou Xiao isn't that kind of person. Thus, in the face of such a situation, she could only defeat magic with magic. Sister, what are you talking about? Yiqinya replied, bewildered and flustered. I am not playing both sides, Qinya. I am your elder sister. You need not hide anything from me, Wei Ji continued. I can see that, compared to the domineering and insensitive Minghan, the gentle and considerate Zhou Chengyuan indeed resonates more with your heart. If you wish to end the relationship, there is no need for hesitation. At worst, I can personally arrange a meeting with Minghan to facilitate your breakup. Wait, sister. Yiqinya exclaimed urgently, my relationship with Minghan is quite good. There is no intention of breaking up. I do not have feelings for Zhou Xiao. Yi was greatly perplexed. You know so much about him, and your praises for him exceed those for your boyfriend. How can this possibly be a lack of affection? Qinya, perhaps you do not even understand your own feelings. Rest assured, the next time I encounter Zhou Chengyuan, I will surely play matchmaker for you too, sister. No. I truly have nothing with him, Yiqinya stammered, both angry and anxious. Zhou Xiao likes you. Qinya, that is rather inconsiderate of you, is it not? Yi replied with displeasure, even if you are unwilling to break up, If you wish to engage in a clandestine relationship, that is one thing. Why must you use me as a shield? Though I am your sister, I refuse to be your unwitting pawn. Chapter 22. Dining together, Yiqinya attempted to explain further. But Yiji firmly asserted that Yiqinya was using her as a shield, even feigning anger to hang up the phone. Subsequently, Yiji turned off her phone. She knew Yiqinya would likely call again, but she had no desire to answer since Yiqinya had called to irritate her. Then Yiqinya should not expect to sleep well tonight. Throughout the night, Yiji enjoyed a peaceful slumber. In truth, she had been somewhat anxious. Despite having thwarted Ominghan's plans repeatedly, she was acutely aware that the formidable Ominghan, blessed with the halo of a protagonist, possessed deep-rooted connections, and her efforts merely inflicted minor setbacks upon him. However, the situation had changed. She was now confident in securing Qi as an ally, significantly increasing her chances of success. After a good night's sleep, Yiji opened her phone to find dozens of missed calls from Yiqinya. She noted the time, with the last call coming in around midnight. It must be said, Yiqinya was quite persistent. Suddenly, her phone rang again, and upon checking, she saw it was a call from Yi Yongxian. She pressed the answer button. Xiaoji, Yi Yongxian inquired curiously, "Did you and your sister have a falling out? Qinya mentioned that she called you several dozen times yesterday without a response. Did she provide a reason?" Yiji asked coolly. "Not at all. When I inquired, she hesitated and refused to divulge anything, merely stating that you misunderstood her and that she wished to explain but you did not afford her the opportunity." Xiaoji, what exactly transpired? Father, Yiji sighed. "Qinya wishes to matchmake me with Zhou Chengyuan." What? Yi Yongxian exclaimed in shock. That notorious playboy, the one who contracted a disease, Zhou Chengyuan. That would be him. Wai Yiji's lips twitched. The news of Zhou Chengyuan's affliction had reached Yi Yongxian's ears. Wai Yongxian, filled with ire, remarked, "Has Qinya lost her mind? How could she possibly want to matchmake you with such a person? No wonder Zhou Chengyuan brought an enormous bouquet to our company yesterday. So that was his intention." Xiaoji, rest assured, I will ensure your sister apologizes to you very well. Yi Yongxian sighed. Your sister is truly spoiled by us. Perhaps it would be best for her to cool off. I shall deduct a few months' worth of her allowance to help her gain some clarity. Yiji said nothing further and hung up the phone. She found it exhausting to maintain a facade of sisterly affection with Yiqinya, especially since she lacked the time and energy for it. Thus, she needed Yi Yongxian to gradually accept the reality that the relationship between the two sisters was strained, and that they could not coexist harmoniously. Otherwise, with Yiqinya as her unwitting adversary, she feared she would not sleep soundly. Yiji pushed open the door and stepped onto the balcony. Coincidentally, Qi had just pulled open the curtains, and their eyes met. "Good morning," Yiji greeted with a warm smile. "Qishao, how did you sleep last night?" "Quite well," Qi replied calmly. "Just call me Qi." "Very well, Qi, have you eaten?" Yiji casually inquired. As she was quite mindful of neighborly relations, especially since Qi was her future partner, cooperation partner. "Not yet," he replied evenly. However, it seemed Qi was not one for pleasantries. Moreover, considering her culinary skills, it would hardly be to Qi palate. It was best not to humiliate herself. "Haha, what a coincidence. I haven't eaten either." Yiji responded awkwardly. "Then come over to my place for breakfast." Qi proposed. I asked that aloud. Yiji's eyes brightened. Being invited for a meal and fostering neighborly relations was a win-win situation. "Come over. I will have someone prepare an extra set of utensils." Qi nodded and then turned to leave. Yiji hurried downstairs. She initially intended to go directly but reconsidered, deciding to bring along some snacks and candies in a charming box as a small gift. Upon reaching the door, the kindly butler greeted her with a warm smile and opened the door. "Miss Yi, please come in, please come in." The butler beamed as he led her to the living room. "Excuse me for the intrusion," Yiji said politely. "Without causing any disturbance, it is indeed time for neighbors to engage with one another." The butler smiled even more brightly as the two entered the living room. Qi happened to descend from the upper floor. Giving Yiji a slight nod, Yiji presented the gift, saying, "Qi, this is for you. I hope you will like it." Surprised, Qi accepted it. Upon opening, he revealed a piece of candy, which deepened the hue of his eyes. The butler discreetly glanced and awkwardly remarked, "Miss Yi, our young master does not favor sweets." Yiji was momentarily taken aback. Not like sweets. But Qi clearly enjoyed the fruit tea she had prepared for him last night. Moreover, Qi had already unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. "Not bad," he said calmly. The butler. Very well, perhaps I spoke too soon. As long as you enjoy it." Yiji let out a sigh of relief and smiled gently. "Butler, I have prepared quite a bit more. Besides the candy, I also have some cookies. Would you care to try?" Just then, as Qi handed a piece of cookie to her, The butler promptly accepted, saying certainly, certainly. After taking a bite, he cheerfully inquired, Miss Yi, did you make these yourself? They are truly delicious, no less than those sold outside. Yi replied somewhat awkwardly, I actually bought these from outside, I merely repackaged them. The butler, alright, thank you for your gift. Qi Xian said indifferently, let us have breakfast. Yi took a seat at the dining table, while the butler expressed his sincere apologies, Miss Yi, I am truly sorry. The breakfast spread is rather sparse. Chapter 23. What a convenient arrival. Yi gazed at the lavish breakfast spread before her, feeling somewhat speechless. Sparse. I shall have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes immediately. The butler continued. She quickly called out to him, Butler, there's no need to go to such trouble. This is already quite ample. I cannot consume much more. Very well then. The butler replied regretfully, Miss Yi, if there is anything that does not suit your palate, please do not hesitate to let me know. Alright, Yi responded repeatedly. After the butler left, she quietly exhaled in relief. Qi Xian noticed her expression and asked, did the butler frighten you? Not at all. Yi chuckled, the butler is just overly enthusiastic. I am somewhat flattered. He nodded slightly. Is the breakfast to your liking? Absolutely. Your family's breakfast is exceptionally delightful. Yi praised without reservation. The corners of Qi Xian's lips curled upward as he casually remarked. Last night, the fire department conducted a surprise inspection. The Xingming Club will be closed for a month due to fire safety violations. If he were to report directly, even if everything were impeccably clean, Minghan would undoubtedly sense that someone was plotting against him. But now, Minghan would only think that he was simply unlucky. After a pleasant breakfast, Yi hurried to Fengju. It was not that she wished to work overtime on the weekend, but rather that she did not know what further tricks Minghan might pull. She could not afford to let her guard down for even a moment. Construction at Fengju had resumed. Upon her arrival at the site, Yi meticulously surveyed the surroundings, unwilling to overlook a single detail. After her inspection, she found the project manager, Yu. Director Yu, I previously mentioned establishing a security patrol team. How is that coming along? Yi inquired with a serious tone. Although the issue with the building materials had been resolved, Yi did not believe that Minghan would cease his despicable antics. She could not monitor the site at all times, so before leaving last time, she had entrusted Yu with forming a patrol team to prevent any further sabotage. We have begun recruiting as per your instructions, and I have conducted a preliminary screening. Many of the candidates are recent veterans, strong and capable, quite alert and astute. Yu explained that I have arranged for their interviews today. How would you like to conduct the interviews, Director Yi? Just as Yi was about to respond, a figure rushed in, exclaiming, Director Yu, something terrible has happened. What are you panicking about? Yu reprimanded, do you not see that Director Yi is also here? It's all right, Yi said calmly, what has happened? The newcomer, visibly anxious, replied, Director Yi, a group of thugs has suddenly barged in. They claim this street is under their protection and demand we pay them tribute in the form of cigarettes, alcohol, and Yi was momentarily stunned. How had the local thugs become so brazen, daring to openly demand protection money? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and call the police. Yu scolded the newcomer. Wait a moment, Yi suddenly interjected, a smile curving her lips. This presents a perfect opportunity for an interview, does it not? Director Yu, please summon the interviewees. I have a plan. Understanding her intent, Yuji's gaze toward Yi grew increasingly respectful. At the construction site of Fengju, the group of intruding thugs swaggered in, brazenly destroying any surveillance cameras in sight. No one dared confront them along the way, and their arrogance only intensified. Spotting a construction worker from afar, the lead thug shouted, Hey, stop! I want to know where your boss. Seeing the thugs, the construction worker was so frightened that he immediately turned to flee. Hey, brothers! After him! The lead thug growled in frustration. The group shouted as they chased after him. But upon rounding a half-finished building, they suddenly froze. Before them stood the smiling Yu, flanked by 2 rows of tall, muscular interviewees. The thugs were taken aback. This was not what they had expected. Hadn't they been told that the defenses would be lax due to recent disturbances? Where had these imposing individuals come from, all appearing to be skilled fighters? Calculating in his mind, the lead thug felt undeterred. Although the opposing side seemed formidable, they were outnumbered 2 to 1. They were no strangers to brawls and 2 against 1. How could they possibly lose? Humph! You are not worthy to speak to me. Bring your boss out. Let her speak with me directly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The lead thug declared with bravado. Yu was somewhat surprised. These individuals were clearly targeting their boss. Perhaps they were here for Yi. In that case, we must ask you to leave. Yu replied regretfully. A scuffle ensued immediately. Although the thugs had numbers on their side, They were no match for the recently discharged interviewees. The interviewees, exercising restraint, merely sought to drive the thugs away. Gradually, the thugs were forced back to an open area. Suddenly, one of the thugs shouted, "Boss, this is bad." "Look! What are you shouting about?" The lead thug was about to scold him when he suddenly glanced around. His expression shifting dramatically from several corners, numerous strong men emerged, surrounding them completely. The situation had reversed. Their numbers were now vastly outnumbered. "Stop! Stop!" the lead thug stammered, forcing a smile as he addressed Yuji behind the crowd. "Brother, we made a mistake. We will leave right away, we promise never to come back. Now you regret it." Yuji sneered, "Too late. There are no cameras here. You all destroyed them." The lead thug was perplexed. What did their destruction of the cameras have to do with anything, however? He quickly grasped the implication. "Attack!" Yuji commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the group ceased holding back, and fists the size of sandbags began to rain down upon the thugs. Chapter 24. Strategizing from afar. Let us go. Otherwise we will harass you every day, making it impossible for you to work. You dare. I warn you. My big brother is just outside. If you lay a finger on me, my big brother will come in immediately. He won't spare you. Please, gentlemen, we made a mistake. Be gentle, it hurts too much. I will call the police. Quick, call the police. Someone save us. Meanwhile, Yuji completely ignored the thugs' cries for mercy. Directly calling Yuji to explain the current situation. They have a big brother. Yuji asked indifferently. Although she had orchestrated everything, she was currently in the office, not on site. After all, the situation was rather chaotic. She did not want to risk being harmed or taken hostage by someone reckless. She was not the type to play the hero. Of course, she also relished the thrill of orchestrating events from a distance. They say that, but I just sent someone to check. There are no other suspicious groups near the construction site, Yuji reported. Turning around, he saw that the interviewees had successfully subdued the group of thugs. The thugs, now stripped of their initial bravado, were shouting for mercy. The thug who had been beaten black and blue quickly put on a smile, saying, "Brother, that wasn't he, my big brother. That's just a rich fool. He paid us to create a disturbance, to trouble your lady. That is, your boss. He said to surround your lady and then notify him. He would come over, and we would cooperate with him to stage a heroic rescue, allowing him to save your lady. Rest assured that young master has given explicit instructions. All that is required is to break a few items for show, and we must strive to avoid injuring anyone." As Yuji's call remained connected, Yuji heard everything clearly from her phone's earpiece. At this moment, she finally grasped the origin of all this. "Brother, if you need it, I can provide you with that person's contact information right now. Even if it goes to the police, I will testify for you," the thug declared with unwavering conviction, swiftly betraying his so-called big brother. "Yizong, what shall we do now?" Yuji turned around, lifting his phone in inquiry. "Have them contact that young master and inform him that everything is going smoothly. Let him come to rescue them," Yuji replied nonchalantly. Why Yuji was taken aback. "And what happens when they arrive? These individuals must be in cahoots with those thugs rushing to rescue them, right? As for the rest, there are no surveillance cameras here anyway. Yuji stated coldly. Yuji understood the implication. Yizong, I see. Soon, Zhou Chengyuan, waiting nearby, received a text message. His eyes sparkled as he urgently instructed the driver in the front seat, "Quickly, drive to the Fengulju construction site." The driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from its bow. Before long, they arrived at the entrance, and Zhou Chengyuan could hardly contain himself as he exited the car. Two bodyguards followed closely behind, hurrying to keep up with him. One of the bodyguards advised, "Young Master Zhou, please don't rush. What do you understand? I must act swiftly so that Yuji can see just how much I care for her. Moreover, I will be appearing before her just when she needs rescuing the most. I refuse to believe that won't move her." Zhou Chengyuan retorted. "To be why the way." He turned back, his expression serious as he addressed the two bodyguards. "You must cooperate with me. I need to look impressive." The bodyguards nodded in agreement. They hurried towards the scene, and from a distance Zhou Chengyuan spotted a crowd gathered. He immediately shouted, "Clear the way. Miss Yuji, I have come to rescue you." With that, he charged forward. And the crowd quickly parted to create a path. However, upon reaching the center, he abruptly froze. This wasn't right. The number of people he had brought was far fewer, and they were not nearly as robust. Wait a minute, the thugs being held by this group, were they not the very ones he had sought out? Suddenly, the crowd surrounding him erupted in laughter, revealing their gleaming white teeth. "Wonderful, there are helpers." "Attack!" Yuji shouted. "Wait!" Zhou Chengyuan shouted, but before he could finish, a fist flew in, landing heavily on his face. Ultimately, Yiji called the police. While Yuji accompanied her to the police station to explain the situation. Naturally, in his account, they had merely been working on site when a group of thugs suddenly demanded protection fees. They had not intended to escalate the matter, only seeking to have the thugs leave. But to their astonishment, the thugs not only refused to back down but also dared to resist. Thus, the candidates who had come for interviews today acted heroically, subduing the thugs. However, just as they were about to escort the thugs to the police station, reinforcements for the thugs arrived, leading to their capture as well. Yuji possessed a video of their expulsion of the thugs, coupled with the thugs' testimonies that they were incited by Zhou Chengyuan to cause trouble. The entire scenario was crystal clear, and the police promptly detained Zhou Chengyuan. Zhou Chengyuan was beside himself with rage. Not only had he been inexplicably beaten, but he was also imprisoned. He immediately boasted about his identity within the police station, proclaiming himself as the young master of the Zhou family, demanding to see a lawyer, and so forth. The police, on high alert, realized that the young master of the Zhou family was engaging in underhanded dealings. This was no trivial matter. They swiftly confined Zhou Chengyuan in an interrogation room. Seeing the situation growing dire, Zhou Chengyuan hastily confessed everything. Weiji learned of the events at the police station through Yu Jiaowei Zong. I've heard that Zhou Xiao is clamoring to see you. Yuji inquired. Do you wish to meet him? I have no time, Yuji replied coolly. Perhaps another day. Understood. Afterward, Yuji hung up the phone. Yet, in the next moment, Yuji's phone rang again. It was a call from Yi Yongxian, and Yuji quickly pressed the answer button. Xiaoji, I heard there was a disturbance at the Fengleju construction site, and it was caused by that Zhou Chengyuan. Yi Yongxian asked with concern. Are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? Father, rest assured I am fine, Yuji replied, somewhat surprised. But how did this news reach you? How did you find out? Your sister saw it online. It's all over the internet now. Weiji frowned slightly. Indeed, the news had spread widely. She had previously invited a few reporters to the police station, intentionally escalating the situation. Consequently, the internet was rife with stories related to Zhou Chengyuan, with headlines such as "The young rake causes chaos at the police station. How dare you arrest me? Young Master Zhou engaging in underworld activities, extorting protection fees," and so forth. It was unsurprising that Yi Qinyao would come across this, but Yiji had not anticipated that Yi Qinyao would bring it directly to Yi Yongxian's attention. Wait, what do you mean by that? Yi Yongxian said, displeased. If it weren't for your sister informing me, were you planning to keep this from me? Father, I simply forgot amidst my busyness, Yiji replied with a gentle smile. Besides, it's a minor issue that I can handle. A minor issue? How can this possibly be a minor issue? Yi Yongxian sighed. Zhou Chengyuan has bullied you, and I only find out after the matter has escalated? Do you even consider me your father? Father, Yiji sighed in exasperation, I will definitely inform you in advance next time, alright? Your sister could never. Yi Yongxian attempted to argue further, but the words fell short. At least let this matter pass first, Yiji suggested. Yi Yongxian reluctantly agreed before hanging up. Yi exhaled. The evening drawing near as she drove towards the hillside villa. Upon seeing the housekeeper from next door standing at the door, she hurriedly opened it. Uncle housekeeper, what brings you here? Miss Yi, are you not welcoming me? The housekeeper feigned injury. Not at all. I am quite pleased to have you visit, Yiji replied with a gentle smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Does your young master agree? Yiji was somewhat taken aback. To join for a meal is to foster relationships, but to come every day for dinner would surely be annoying. She thought. Yiji intended to draw closer to Qi Xian, not to gain another enemy. Our young master has already agreed, and he mentioned that he has matters to discuss with you. The housekeeper cheerfully responded. Very well, I shall change my clothes and come over. Yiji nodded in agreement, as she also had matters to discuss with Qi Xian. After changing into a casual outfit and taking the prepared project proposal, she headed next door. Upon entering the living room, she found Qi Xian waiting there. After greeting him, Yiji handed over the proposal. This is a rough draft of the project I prepared. Please take a look and let me know if you have any questions. So soon? Qi Xian expressed his surprise. Qi Xian's lips twitched. It seemed he was the first to proactively offer a proposal. You two, put that away. The housekeeper interjected, his expression darkening. It's time for dinner. What are you busy with now? If there's something to discuss, wait until after we've eaten. Seeing the housekeeper assume a senior's demeanor, the two exchanged glances and smiled. Qi Xian put away the proposal, saying, the housekeeper is right, Miss Yi, let us dine first. Yiji nodded. And please just call me by my name. No need for formalities. Exactly, young master, you are being far too formal. The housekeeper chimed in. Qi Xian felt somewhat helpless. Ever since meeting Yiji, the housekeeper had become increasingly biased. Looking at Yiji, he spoke lightly, all right, Yiji. The housekeeper gazed at him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Could their young master not choose a more affectionate term? As the two headed towards the dining room, the housekeeper refrained from further comment. Dinner was equally sumptuous and Yiji enjoyed her meal heartily. Did Zhou Chengyuan cause a ruckus when he came to see you today? Qi Xian inquired. How did you know about that? Yiji's lips twitched. This incident has spread throughout the entire city. Qi Xian remarked calmly that it would be strange if I didn't know. He didn't bring you any trouble, did he? Not at all, she replied with a hint of mischief. It was just unfortunate timing for him as I happened to be recruiting security personnel. But on the bright side I must thank him. Thanks to his commotion I managed to select a few clever and capable candidates from the interviews. Observing the two enjoying their dinner with laughter, the housekeeper felt a sense of satisfaction. This was how they could gradually cultivate their relationship. After dinner the housekeeper approached. Miss, were you satisfied with this evening's meal? Is there anything that needs improvement? Very satisfied. I enjoyed it immensely. Uncle housekeeper, I am not picky. I'll eat anything. Yiji chuckled, bemused by the housekeeper's habit of conducting a post-meal survey at Qi Xian. Exasperated, interrupted, housekeeper, please prepare some snacks and take them to the study. The housekeeper, looking regretful, nodded in agreement. Qi Xian then led Yiji to the study, where he picked up the project proposal and carefully reviewed it. Moreover, he finally comprehended why Yiji sought him out. In her proposal, she had already anticipated the circumstances that would arise when they faced off against Qianbai Company, as well as the most potent method to outmaneuver them. Financial investment, however, this was not merely a matter of spending a trivial sum. It was a fierce competition for resources, requiring a significant outlay. The Yi family alone could not sustain such extravagant expenditures. Certainly, his financial resources were ample, yet he could not shake the feeling that he was being regarded as a naive benefactor. Setting aside the proposal, Qi Xian lifted his gaze and chanced upon Yiji, who was indulging in chicken feet. These snacks had been brought in by the butler, and ever since he inadvertently learned from Yiji that she had a penchant for such treats, he had arranged an assortment of delicacies including meat jerky, chicken feet, and candied fruits. Would you like some? Yiji offered him a chicken foot, claiming it was quite delectable, with a spicy pickled flavor. I do not particularly enjoy such things. Qi Xian declined. I have reviewed the proposal, he stated solemnly, and this is not a trivial sum. That is under the worst-case scenario, where Qianbai Company continuously engages us in this contest, necessitating such a financial commitment. Yiji calmly analyzed. Although Minghan possesses some resources and connections, those backing him may not be willing to support such extravagant expenditures. Thus, she argued, the likelihood of securing an early victory remains substantial. Qi Xian's eyes flickered. He secretly agreed with Yiji's assessment. Indeed, if it came down to a financial contest, Minghan could not compete with him. Once the situation reached a stalemate with no prospect of success, the investors supporting Minghan would undoubtedly abandon him and shift their allegiance to their side. Capital is notoriously ruthless and profit-driven. Suddenly, Qi Xian was taken aback. How had he come to consider himself an ally of Yiji? Furthermore, the profits to be gained from winning this battle would be monumental. My estimates in the proposal are exceedingly conservative. The actual profits will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Yiji proclaimed confidently, fully aware of the thriving examples from her world of e-commerce and instant messaging giants. What do you intend to name your new company? Qi Xian inquired with curiosity. Let us call it Taosuan, Yiji replied. Qi Xian. Although it sounds somewhat peculiar, why does it feel like a potentially lucrative name? So. Why? Yiji asked somewhat apprehensively. What do you think? I am deeply interested in this project, Qi Xian replied gravely. Let us proceed with this proposal. Once your Taosun is officially established, the first investment will be transferred. Yiji's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, Qi Xian. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not spend in vain. No, I will make certain you reap substantial profits. Surprised to witness her unrestrained delight, Qi Xian felt a warmth in his heart, and the sensation of being taken for a fool dissipated entirely shortly after. Yiji took her leave, with the butler graciously escorting her out. Qi Xian remained in his study, yet his mind was consumed with the image of Yi's bright, joyful eyes. Looking at the array of snacks on the table, he could not resist donning a pair of disposable gloves and picking up a spicy chicken foot. Could this truly be delicious? He wondered aloud, bringing the chicken foot to his lips. Cough, cough. Qi Xian was immediately overwhelmed by the spiciness, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Just as the butler returned from escorting Yiji, he witnessed this scene unfold. The butler hurriedly brought a glass of milk, reproaching him, Young master, how could you indulge in Monsieur's snacks? Other things may be forgivable, but you cannot handle spicy food. What if it harms you? Qi Xian gazed at him with a look of dismay. Indeed, the butler's first concern was not his discomfort but rather his pilfering of Yiji's snacks. As the spiciness surged once more, Qi Xian quickly gulped down the milk. Finding some relief that night, Yiji slept more soundly than ever. The following morning, she woke early, recalling her meeting with Yi Yongxian at the company. The reason for meeting there was that she had other matters to attend to as well. Just as she arrived at the entrance of Yi Corporation, a figure rushed towards her. The woman was none other than Lin Shuangshuang. At Zhou Chengyuan's birthday party, Yiji had exposed the Lin family's impending bankruptcy, resulting in Lin Shuangshuang being thrown out on the spot. Subsequently, upon investigating the situation of Yi Corporation, Yiji discovered several supportive collaborations with the Lin family, which he promptly terminated. It was evident that the Lin family was currently struggling, prompting Lin Shuangshuang to seek her out in frustration. Our company operates for profit, not for targeted poverty alleviation, Yiji replied coolly. Lin Shuangshuang, I can overlook this incident, but if it happens again, I will ensure you find yourself in the police station alongside Zhang Danny for some serious reflection. Chapter 27. The enemy of my enemy. Yiji was utterly speechless. Lin Shuangshuang should truly consider a career in the entertainment industry. Her talent for shedding tears on cue, combined with her flair for dramatic performances, would surely make her a star. Save your tears, Yiji said in a deep voice. I am not Yiqinya. Your sob story holds no sway over me. Lin Shuangshuang's expression froze as she covertly scrutinized Yiji, realizing that Yiji genuinely showed no hint of compassion. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to leave without a fight. Seeing her reluctance to depart, Yiji spoke indifferently. You need not waste your time here as long as I am present. Do not even think about laying your hands on Yi Corporation. With that, Yiji turned and walked towards the building. Will you wait? Lin Shuangshuang had already discarded her previous pitiful demeanor, gritting her teeth as she asked, does this mean that as long as it does not concern Yi Corporation, you will not intervene? Yiji furrowed her brow. Of course not. Lin Shuangshuang seemed to have received some form of assurance, visibly relieved before departing. Yi felt a twinge of confusion. There was something peculiar about Lin Shuangshuang's words, as though they held a deeper meaning. Just as she stepped into the elevator, an epiphany struck her, and her expression shifted to one of realization. She suddenly understood Lin Shuangshuang's intentions. She was still aiming to target Yiqinya. But this time, her sights were set on Omingan's Qianbai company instead of seeking to exploit Yi Corporation. After all, Yiqinya was not only the daughter of the Yi family but also Omingan's girlfriend. Hence, Lin Shuangshuang's inquiry seemed to stem from concern that Yiji might protect Ominghan, her future brother. It could only be said that Lin Shuangshuang was overthinking it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not only would she not oppose him, but she would also offer any support short of actual intervention. Yiji waited in the office for quite some time before Yi Yongxian finally arrived. Dad, this matter is rather difficult to discuss at home, Yiji said calmly. I wish to establish a company. Yi Yongxian was momentarily taken aback. This is a good thing, there is no need to hide it. If you need funds, our family can invest. I intend to start a company focused on e-commerce and social networking, Yiji stated steadily. Dad, here is the proposal. With that, she handed over a proposal that was entirely different from the one she had shown Qi Xian. The version for Qi Xian was far more detailed and explicitly outlined the competitive landscape, while the one presented to Yi Yongxian merely sketched out the company's developmental prospects. He glanced through the proposal, but failed to engage with it deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yongxian tentatively asked, Xiaoji, our family's business does not align with what you've proposed. In the end, the family may not be able to assist you much. Have you considered starting a company in a different sector? Dad, are you worried about not being able to assist me, or are you concerned that Yiqinya might misinterpret this as me deliberately opposing her boyfriend? Yiji pointedly remarked, causing Yi Yongxian's expression to shift awkwardly. If she thinks that way, then let it be, Yi stated coolly. There is no law that says others cannot engage in the same business as Ominghan. What if he ventures into real estate? Should we then voluntarily declare bankruptcy to support him? What nonsense are you speaking? Yi Yongxian's face darkened, yet he found it difficult to refute her, as she held the logical high ground. Moreover, my desire to start this company originated during my time abroad, and I have been monitoring the domestic situation closely. I am optimistic about this industry and have made considerable preparations. Should I abandon my career simply because Qinya is in a relationship? Yiji protested. Xiaoji, Yi Yongxian sighed. If you wish to start a business, regardless of the industry, your father will certainly support you. However, if it primarily revolves around e-commerce and social networking, it will not only create friction between you sisters, Ominghan will undoubtedly view you as a rival. He will not yield simply because he is pursuing Qinya. He holds a first-mover advantage in this sector. and you may not be able to surpass him. Dad, I certainly do not harbor any illusions about future competitors. We shall rely on our own abilities and see who ultimately prevails. Yiji asserted resolutely. Wei Yongxian was taken aback. He could see that Yiji was serious. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern in his heart. Father, rest assured, Yiji continued to persuade, I am not without my chances. I have secured a reliable investment. Which company is investing? Yi Yongxian immediately became wary. In such uncertain times, someone dares to invest in your company. Xiaoji, such a person must be either exceptionally courageous or harboring ulterior motives. Do not let yourself be deceived. It is Qi Xian who wishes to invest, Yiji replied nonchalantly. Wei Yongxian was taken aback. And in the next moment, a broad smile spread across his face. Is it the Qi Xian from the Qi family? Excellent. I knew this young man was extraordinary, possessing great audacity. Yi's lips twitched. It seemed that Yi Yongxian truly held him in high esteem. But how did you come to know Qi Xian? Yi Yongxian casually inquired. I see now. You must have visited the Qi family to present your proposal, and Qi Xian, with his keen insight, immediately recognized the merit of your ideas, correct? Yiji had initially intended to reveal that Qi Xian was her neighbor, but Yi Yongxian's speculation seemed more plausible and reasonable. In that case, let him continue to be misled. Father, can you now feel at ease? Rest assured, indeed, Yi Yongxian replied cheerily. Suddenly, the office phone on Yiji's desk rang. Surprised, she answered it, discovering it was a call from the security guard on duty. Zhong. There is someone who wishes to see you. He claims to be Zhou Zheng, the father of Zhou Chengyuan. You will understand upon hearing that. Weiji was momentarily stunned. Zhou Chengyuan's father? Could it be that he was here because his son had been detained at the police station, and he could no longer sit idly by, thus seeking her out? Is he alone, or did he bring someone with him? Yiji inquired. It is just him. No one else, the guard responded. Weiji found this unexpected. If he was alone, it was unlikely he had come to cause trouble. Please invite him up, she said calmly. Who is it? As she hung up, Yi Yongxian directly inquired. It is Zhou Chengyuan's father. Yiji replied. Wei Yongxian's expression immediately darkened. This fellow Zhou Zheng, he was incessantly calling me yesterday, asking to arrange a meeting with you. I scolded him thoroughly, yet he remains undeterred. When he arrives, just watch how I handle him. Yiji felt somewhat helpless. She certainly did not wish to witness her father in a confrontation with another. Curiously, she asked, Father, how is Uncle Zhou as a person? Zhou Zheng. Yi Yongxian frowned. Truth be told, he is quite a decent individual, upright and principled, much like his name suggests. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would be blinded by his own son's troubles, unable to discern right from wrong? Listening to him, Yiji gained some understanding. She replied calmly, Father, I believe he is not here to create trouble. Xiaoji, why have you suddenly taken on the demeanor of your sister? Yi Yongxian remarked with an exasperated expression. Yi's lips twitched. She had merely expressed one opinion. Did Yi Yongxian truly need to berate her so? Father, if he truly intended to cause me distress, he would certainly have brought others along. He would not come alone. Moreover, if he wishes to see me, he could do so at any time without needing to notify you specifically. I suspect he is aware you are present today, which is why he chose this moment to come, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings, Yiji analyzed. Miss Yi is indeed astute. Wei Yongxian had not closed the door when he entered, so evidently, the person outside had overheard their conversation. Yiji understood. This must be Zhou Chengyuan's father, Zhou Zheng. She could only reflect that personality greatly influences one's appearance. While the father and son bore a resemblance, Zhou Zheng appeared composed and exuded warmth, whereas Zhou Chengyuan was undeniably repugnant. Zhou Zheng raised his hand and gently knocked on the ajar door. May I come in? If you are not allowed, will you still leave? Yi Yongxian replied impatiently. That would not be the case, Zhou Zheng chuckled. Brother Yi remains as humorous as ever. Do not call me brother. Yi Yongxian retorted disdainfully. Who is your brother? Uncle Zhou, please come in, Yiji said with calm composure. Zhou Zheng nodded and entered directly. Yi poured him a cup of tea, to which he expressed his gratitude while his gaze appraised Yiji, filled with a sense of admiration. His useless son. Perhaps this was his finest moment of discernment. Yet, such a clever young woman was destined to have no connection with their family. That worthless son was unworthy of her. What are you staring at? Yi Yongxian snapped irritably. If you wish for a daughter, you should bear one yourself. Wait, how did you find your way here? I first went to your home, Zhou Zheng explained. I initially intended to pay a visit, but upon hearing that your esteemed daughter was at Yi Corporation, I decided to follow suit. Yi Yongxian's expression shifted several times. It was actually Yi Qinya who had informed Zhou Zheng. Hadn't he instructed Yi Qinya to reflect on her actions in solitude? It must be that his wife had softened her heart and secretly released her. Weiji took the initiative to speak. Uncle Zhou, you are here regarding your son's matter, correct? Indeed, Zhou Zheng sighed that I have been remiss in my discipline of Cheng Yuan. He lost his mother at birth, and for many years I have been preoccupied with work. Lacking the time to guide him, he was raised by his grandfather, who spoiled him, leading to such foolish behavior. Yi patiently listened. She had already heard these rumors during Zhou Chengyuan's birthday party when other guests had privately discussed them. Furthermore, she had also heard that Zhou Chengyuan's grandfather, despite his old age, indulged in the company of numerous young mistresses with the money earned by his son. Previously, she had been skeptical, but now she fully believed it. It seemed that Zhou Chengyuan's current disposition was entirely a result of his grandfather's influence. What pity are you trying to elicit in front of my daughter? Yi Yongxian scoffed. Who would care to understand your son's grievances that led him to become this way? If it had not been for the fortunate timing yesterday, Xiaozhi was in the midst of recruitment. Had something truly gone awry, the consequences would have been dire, something your clever mind cannot fathom. Brother Yi is correct, Zhou Zheng nodded, then turned to Yi Ji, his voice solemn. Thus, I am here today to hope that Miss Yi will not so easily forgive him, allowing him to remain in the police station for a few more days. Yi Ji was somewhat bewildered. She had anticipated Zhou Zheng to say something along the lines of he is still a child. Please do not hold it against him. Yet he was taking the complete opposite stance. After a moment's contemplation, she asked Uncle Zhou, are you hoping to use this opportunity for him to reflect properly? Indeed, Zhou Zheng sighed again that if he is capable of such actions now, I shudder to think what he may do in the future if I do not intervene. Miss Yi, please rest assured, once he is released, I will take him abroad. I will keep him close and educate him properly, ensuring he does not continue to harass you. Yi was taken aback. She had initially wondered if Zhou Zheng was employing a strategy of retreating to advance. Yet it appeared he genuinely wished to reform Zhou Chengyuan. Yiqinya naturally forgave Minghan with grace, lamenting the loss of a good friend. However, as Yiqinya consoled him, Minghan gleefully informed her that Zhou Chengyuan's father had been in a car accident and died on the spot. Thus Zhou Chengyuan would not be going abroad. That very evening, Minghan celebrated with a violent outburst of domestic abuse. Minghan's company faced troubles, and he sought help from his good friend Zhou Chengyuan. Perhaps Zhou Chengyuan had the intent to assist, but Zhou Zheng opposed it, insisting on taking Zhou Chengyuan abroad. If this were the truth, then Zhou Zheng's accident could not be mere coincidence. After all, once he was out of the picture, no one would hinder Zhou Chengyuan's decisions any longer. Uncle Zhou, Yi Ji suddenly inquired, what do you think of Minghan? Chapter 29. Let us make a deal. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Surprised by Yi Ji's sudden question, he had heard of Minghan and Yiqinya's romantic involvement, and after glancing at Yi Yongxian, deliberated before responding. He is not bound by emotions, nor is he overly restrained by morals. He approaches his endeavors unconventionally and is likely to become a successful capitalist in the future. However, if I had a daughter, I would not consider allowing her to be with him. In fact, it would be best to avoid any association with such a person. Yi. She now understood the art of conversation. Was there even one compliment hidden within those words? Was he not implying that Minghan was ruthless, lacking morals and capable of anything? It was evident that Zhou Zheng would never agree to partner with someone like Minghan. Thus, in Zhou Zheng's eyes, he was also a stumbling block. His accident might very well not have been an accident, likely connected to Minghan. Furthermore, Zhou Zheng's intention to take Zhou Chengyuan abroad should have occurred after the Yi family's downfall, but perhaps due to her involvement, this event had been hastened. If she had not crossed paths with them, it would have been one thing, but now that she had, she felt compelled to offer a warning. But he is good friends with your son. Yi Ji spoke firmly. Moreover, your son is almost entirely at his beck and call. Is that so? Zhou Zheng's expression turned serious. He had spent most of his years working abroad. While he knew Zhou Chengyuan was close with Minghan, he had assumed they were merely drinking buddies. He had not realized their relationship was much closer than he had believed. Yi Ji nodded slightly. Given the close relationship between the two of them, if you were to take Zhou Chengyuan away, Minghan would likely be unwilling. Zhou Zheng's expression grew even more serious. As he naturally understood Yi Ji's implied meaning, he replied in a deep voice, "Thank you for the reminder." Subsequently, he took the initiative to mention the matter of compensation due to Zhou Chengyuan's troublemaking. Seeing his sincerity, Yi Yongxian did not make any excessive demands. After both parties reached a consensus, Zhou Zheng turned to Yi Ji and asked, Miss Yi, do you have any other requests? None. Yi Ji shook her head and replied, Uncle Zhou, I would like to meet Zhou Chengyuan. Zhou Zheng looked at her in surprise. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Yi Ji said calmly that I will have a good talk with him. I believe he will no longer harass me in the future. Zhou Zheng sighed, well, thank you, Miss Yi. After Zhou Zheng left, Yi Yongxian expressed his discontent. What do you want to see Zhou Chengyuan for? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yiji replied indifferently, Dad, Uncle Zhou is a decent man, but he may not be very effective in teaching others. Otherwise, Zhou Chengyuan wouldn't he have turned out like this. Zhou Chengyuan won't listen to him, but I am confident I can persuade him. Directly resolving this trouble and doing Uncle Zhou a favor. Hearing this, Yi Yongxian finally felt reassured. Since you have a plan, then go ahead. In the afternoon, Yiji went to the police station to meet Zhou Chengyuan. His current state was quite poor after all. He had originally thought he could heroically rescue the beauty, having rehearsed the pose in his mind several times. Yet, unexpectedly, he was beaten up and brought to the police station. He had thought he would be freed soon, but he ended up being locked up for an entire night. His father even sent a message, saying he should reflect on his actions while inside. At this moment he was utterly miserable upon seeing Yiji. He immediately felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly said, Yiji, listen to me, this is all a misunderstanding. I don't even know those people. I just went to find you, and when I was near Fengleju, I heard something had happened there that I rushed over just to save you. I'm not in cahoots with them at all. Yiji coldly interrupted him, Zhou Chengyuan, don't waste your time on me, you cannot win that bet. Zhou Chengyuan's expression stiffened for a moment, and he forced a smile, stammering, what bet? What are you talking about? I don't understand, you have been pestering me, using various methods to pursue me, just to bet with Minghan that you could win me over, right? Yiji said coldly, I know very well what kind of person you are. You have no chance. Zhou Chengyuan's expression changed several times as he opened his mouth several times to defend himself, but upon meeting Yiji's piercing gaze, he felt guilty and could not say anything. Finally, with a darkened expression, he asked, how did you know? Isn't it obvious? Yiji shrugged. She had no connection with Zhou Chengyuan, and the only link was Minghan. Moreover, she wasn't even the type Zhou Chengyuan liked. So the answer was evident. It must be that Minghan had used some provocation to make a bet with Zhou Chengyuan, prompting him to pursue her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in her at all. However, this interpretation took on a different meaning in Zhou Chengyuan's ears. He did not believe that Yiji had figured this out on her own. Previously, Minghan had been telling him how difficult it was to pursue Yiji, that even if Zhou Chengyuan himself spent 3 months, he still couldn't win her over. Naturally, he was unconvinced and had indeed set up a 3-month bet, with both sides putting a considerable stake on it. Now that he thought about it, it must have been Minghan who deliberately leaked this information to Yiji, afraid that he might win. He had always known that Minghan particularly liked to employ such schemes, but he never expected that Minghan would treat him, a friend, in this way. Upon reflection, it was clear that he had been overly sentimental. When had Minghan ever considered him a friend? I understand now, Zhou Chengyuan said fiercely. Yiji calmly glanced at him, and regardless of what Zhou Chengyuan had realized, at least he would definitely not pester her any longer. Very well, let us not see each other again. With that, Yiji intended to leave. Wait! Zhou Chengyuan quickly called out to her, confidently saying, Yiji, let us make a deal. As long as you promise not to pursue this matter any further and let the police release me, I will tell you Minghan's secret. Yiji was utterly speechless. She was not Yiqinya, so why should she care about Minghan's secrets? Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, she replied, not interested. Seeing her truly turn to leave without a trace of nostalgia, Zhou Chengyuan became anxious. Wait. What I have to say is related to the Yi family. Don't you want to know why Minghan is with your sister? Yiji did not pause her steps. She was well aware of this matter and knew far more than Zhou Chengyuan. Zhou Chengyuan continued, if you're not interested in that, I have something else. Chapter 30. Truly bad luck. Minghan has a half-sibling, but their relationship is anything but simple. Don't you want to know this? Zhou Chengyuan nearly shouted in desperation. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yiji turned and left. However, just as she stepped out of the police station, she received a phone call from Lu Lingyu. She pressed the answer button and immediately heard Lu Lingyu's flustered voice. Xiaoji, your sister has fainted and been hospitalized. Can you come over? Yiji was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Mom, what happened to Qinya? Lu Lingyu spoke with concern, I don't know. The doctor said it was due to low blood sugar. I'm worried there might be another reason. Low blood sugar. Yiji felt somewhat speechless. She didn't know what to say about being hospitalized for this reason. Lu Lingyu hesitated before continuing. She hasn't had much of an appetite these past few days and hasn't eaten much. Oh, you think she might be pregnant but doesn't dare to tell me? I didn't dare to tell your father and could only call you. Yiji's lips twitched. Her mother had quite the imagination. She was quite sure that Yiqinya was not pregnant at this time. However, even if she comforted Lu Lingyu a bit now, it probably wouldn't help much. Mom, don't overthink it. I'll head over right away. Yiji calmly said. Being pregnant isn't a bad thing. Chinya doesn't need to hide it from you. I'll ask her first to confirm whether she is or not. Only then did Lu Lingyu feel relieved and hung up the phone. Yiji hurried to the hospital, but upon arrival she found only Lu Lingyu there. Mom, where is Chinya? Yiji asked in confusion. Oh, she just woke up and said she had a friend here. She wanted to go see her friend and didn't let me follow her. Lu Lingyu replied. Yiji. So it seems her condition isn't serious. Did you ask her about being pregnant? I didn't dare to ask. Lu Lingyu sighed. Alright then, Mom, I'll go find her and ask about her situation. Yiji said. Okay, Lu Lingyu cautioned worriedly, just remember to be tactful. Yiji promised and left the ward. Afterward, she made her way to the VIP ward area on the upper floor. Unfortunately, Lu Lingyu only knew that Yichinya had gone upstairs but was unaware of which specific room she had entered. Yiji took out her phone and was about to call Yichinya when she saw Yichinya rushing out of the elevator, holding a cup of milk tea and looking flustered. Yiji frowned and called out to her, "Where are you going?" Sister, what are you doing here?" Yichinya looked startled and then appeared somewhat awkward. "I came to see you, of course." Yiji asked in a serious tone. "And you?" I just came to see a friend. She said she really wanted milk tea, so I went downstairs to buy it for her." Yichinya explained in a low voice. "Which room is your friend in?" Yiji asked. "Just the one in front," Yichinya pointed casually. Suddenly, her face contorted in pain and she handed the milk tea to Yiji, saying, "Sister, please take this to her. I need to go to the restroom." Yichinya hurriedly dashed toward the restroom, leaving Yiji holding the cup filled with fruit bits. She approached the door of the indicated room and found it slightly ajar. Instinctively, she raised her hand to knock. A sobbing voice came from inside. "Brother, please don't ask. I don't want to make you unhappy because of me. No. You must tell me. Who hit you?" An angry voice retorted. Yiji was momentarily stunned. The voice sounded familiar. Before she could react, the door was pushed open. She looked up to see a tear-streaked woman sitting on the hospital bed, a red mark on her face as if she had been struck. The man beside her was none other than Minghan. So this was the ward of Minghan's half-sister, Tian. Both of them had heard the noise at the door and turned to look at her. The woman pointed directly at Yiji, exclaiming, "Brother, it was her who hit me." Yi. What terrible luck. She hadn't expected that after not hearing Zhou Chengyuan mention Minghan's troublesome matters, she would immediately encounter them in person. It seemed that Yichinya's so-called visit to a friend was actually to see Tian. Tian is indeed the formidable antagonist in the original narrative, an ailing, obsessive younger sister who harbors unrequited love for her brother and resorts to various schemes to torment Yichinya. Unfortunately, this melodramatic script takes an unexpected turn. Instead of Yichinya, it is her sister Yiji who arrives. Tian is momentarily taken aback, eager to speak but halted by the sight of Minghan's furious countenance. "Yiji, you may have made my life miserable, but how dare you lay a hand on my sister? Even if you are Chinya's elder sister, I shall not let you off today." With reddened eyes, he strides towards Tian, attempting to explain, instantly smirks upon hearing the word sister of Chinya. Adopting a spectator's demeanor, Yiji's expression turned stern. She had long been aware of Minghan's violent tendencies, yet she did not anticipate his ferocity would manifest so swiftly. Without hesitation, she hurls her cup of milk tea directly at Minghan's face. He dismissively swipes at it, sending the lid flying and the milk tea cascading over him. Instinctively, he shuts his eyes. While Yiji's countenance darkens, she accelerates, swiftly raising her leg, and with all her might, she drives her stiletto heel into Minghan's abdomen. He lets out a pained cry, curling up on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. Yiji remains on high alert, delivering her blow without mercy, fully cognizant that if she held back, it would be her who would end up on the floor. Tian, who was watching the spectacle, is left stunned, and in the next moment she recoils in terror. Shrieking. Chapter 31. Do you wish to kill me? Silence. Yiji glares at her icily. Tian shrieks abruptly cease. She stares at Yiji, fearfully stammering, "Why you dare to strike my brother? Do you know who he is?" "Indeed." Yiji retorts with a chilling smile, "Your brother is nothing but a rabid dog." Tian is momentarily rendered speechless, her anger boiling over. "I shall report you to the police and have you arrested." "By all means." Yiji's smile brightens. "I am certain the police will uncover this simple truth. You think that your esteemed brother from the capital was taken down by a mere woman, who would truly be embarrassed if this were to spread. Me or him? You just claimed I struck you." Yiji advances towards her. Tian stammers, her voice faltering as Yiji approaches, and in a panic, she cries out, "Brother, come save me." Yet Yiji merely halts beside Minghan, who has begun to regain his composure, albeit still weakened. Yiji disdainfully surveys Minghan, who is drenched in milk tea, and straightens his tie. "Minghan, pay attention. Taking a deep breath, Yiji raises her palm. Smack! She strikes Minghan's face with considerable force, leaving him momentarily numb. Another scream erupts, accompanied by the voice of Yiqinya from the doorway. Sister, what are you doing? Minghan, what happened? Don't scare me. She rushes to Minghan's side, supporting him. Seizing the opportunity, Yiji releases her grip, wiping her hands with a tissue in disgust. Addressing the nearly recovered Minghan, she coldly states, do you understand now? I am not merely applying blush to your sister's face. How could I possibly leave such a faint mark? If I truly intended to strike, Wei lifts her gaze to Tiantian on the hospital bed, who instinctively recoils once more. I would knock your teeth out. Yiji's voice is low and menacing, sending a shiver down Tiantian's spine. Sister, why did you hit Minghan? Yiqinya's eyes brim with tears as she helps Minghan sit on a chair. Dabbing his forehead with a tissue, you must apologize to Minghan. He surely won't hold it against you if you do. Yiji's blood pressure soars at this, exclaiming, why not report it to the police instead? Yiqinya is momentarily silenced. Remembering her purpose for coming, Yiji coldly inquires, Yiqinya, are you pregnant? As the words leave her lips, the expressions of the three in the room shift dramatically. Tiantian's eyes blaze with hatred, while Minghan's expression becomes complicated as he glances discontentedly at Yiqinya. Why did you not take contraceptive pills? Were you deceiving me? I did not deceive you. I have taken them every time. Yiqinya hastily responds, turning to Yiji. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not pregnant. Yiqinya, you wicked woman. Tian interrupts angrily. That cup of milk tea was bought by you, right? You know I am allergic to mangoes and cannot consume anything cold. Yet you brought me mango-flavored milk tea. Were you attempting to kill me? That. Tian, I wasn't aware. Didn't you say to add plenty of fruit toppings? Stop your excuses. What do you mean you didn't know? You simply wanted to harm me. You even had that woman attack my brother. I see you wish to eliminate us both to seize our family's fortune. It seems the news of Yiqinya's pregnancy has thrown Tian into disarray. And she picks up the discarded milk teacup to continue her tirade. Silence. Yiji snaps impatiently. Both women fall silent. Startled, Yiji turns to Yiqinya. You will go for a checkup and bring the results to mother. Okay. Yiqinya responds quietly. Yi casts a cold glance at the group before turning to leave. When she struck Minghan earlier, she had done so with considerable force. Who would have thought his skin was so thick that it left her hand numb? Indeed, the force is reciprocal. After striking him, her hand trembled, but she concealed her discomfort. However, she truly needs to consider her safety. This time she had merely relied on luck, fully aware of Minghan's severe violent tendencies, which had prompted her to remain vigilant upon encountering him. Although he had intended to strike her, he had been caught off guard. After all, no woman had ever dared to resist him before. Yet if this were to happen again, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. It appears she must devise a means to carry a stun gun or a tranquilizer gun for protection. While contemplating her weaponry as she descends the stairs, she reflects on the rivalry between Yiqinya and Tian. Whoever wins or loses matters little to her. Her blood pressure elevated, she simply wishes for quiet amidst their clamor. In the hospital room, Tian continues to berate Yiqinya, or rather, she is unilaterally scolding her. Minghan is on the verge of losing his patience. He cannot help but shout, enough! Be silent. Minghan, are you all right? Brother, are you feeling better? Both women exclaim joyfully, leaving Minghan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In truth, after Yiji struck him, he had already started to recover. However, being knocked to the ground by a woman, followed by a slap, while being observed by the two women closest to him, was mortifying. After all, he is the esteemed Minghan. When has he ever been so humiliated? He has always been the one to strike others. Who would have imagined that one day he would be bested by a woman with a single blow? How disgraceful! What happened today must not leave this room. Minghan grits his teeth. The two women quickly agree, and Tian begins to sob. Brother, Yiqinya is trying to make me allergic. She wants to kill me with this method. You cannot ignore this. I did not. Yiqinya speaks defensively. Chapter 32. Unsuitable as friends, both of you be silent. Minghan bellows, and they immediately fall quiet. Yiqinya, go get checked to see if you are truly pregnant. Yiqinya opens her mouth, feeling somewhat wronged. Minghan, do you not want me to be pregnant? Minghan instinctively opens his mouth to respond but quickly swallows his words, adopting a tender expression. Yiqinya, how could I not want you to bear my child? Of course I hope for that, but now is not the time. My company is in a critical development phase, and I must be hands-on with many matters. I simply cannot afford to be distracted. Do you wish for our child to grow up without a father? Yi Qinya is persuaded by his words, responding, "All right, I will go for the checkup." As she glances at his face, which is still swollen and red. Oh Minghan instinctively turns away from her gaze. "I am fine. I will just apply some ice for a while." "You should hurry." At his urging, Yi Qinya departs. Tian is in a deluxe hospital room equipped with a refrigerator, and Oh Minghan approaches it, retrieving an ice pack to press against his face, his expression dark and brooding. This is the first time he has suffered such a significant loss at the hands of a woman, and he feels a lump of frustration lodged in his chest as he realizes his thoughts are completely elsewhere. Oh Tian, still sobbing, interjects, "Brother, it was Yi Qinya who struck me. I merely wished for her assistance in purchasing a cup of milk tea. Yet she reacted with fury and struck me. However, upon hearing that you were about to arrive, she threatened me not to reveal anything to you, and thereafter feigned a willingness to procure the milk tea for me. To my astonishment, she even sent her sister to deliver it." Oh Minghan turned to her, his gaze icy and penetrating. Oh Tian's voice grew increasingly feeble, particularly in her final remarks, which she nearly forced herself to utter. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and in the next moment, tears welled in her eyes as she pitifully implored, "Brother, do you truly have feelings for Yi Qinya, which is why you are so protective of her? Have you forgotten how our parents entrusted me to you before their passing? Have you forgotten the promises you made to me? Brother, I am in so much pain." Tian clutched her heart, appearing as though she were gasping for air. Oh Minghan hurried over, handing her the medication. Tian, take your medicine." Tian, in a fit of defiance, flung the medicine to the ground, declaring, "I won't take it." Oh Minghan's expression darkened further as he retrieved the medicine once more and forcibly placed it in her mouth. Oh Tian burst into tears. "Tian, rest assured, my feelings for Yi Qinya are certainly not genuine," Oh Minghan said dismissively, patting her back. "I have never forgotten the promises I made to you. My kindness towards her is solely for the sake of your eventual recovery." Brother. Oh Tian was deeply moved. The milk tea she had earlier received had long since dried, clinging uncomfortably to him, and he now yearned to depart swiftly before Oh Tian could utter a word. He hastily left. "Have you found Qinya?" Lu Lingyu inquired. "Yes," Yi nodded. "She will be undergoing tests shortly." Even if Yi Qinya were reluctant to comply, Oh Minghan would undoubtedly coerce her into it. After all, Oh Minghan had come for vengeance. His entanglement with Yi Qinya was primarily a means of release, yet he had never contemplated fathering a child with her. "That's good," Lu Lingyu sighed in relief, then asked with concern, "Xiaoji, why do you appear so despondent? Have you encountered some troubles?" Yi felt a pang of emotion, reflecting on how gentle and perceptive Lu Lingyu was, wondering why Yi Qinya, raised in her presence, had adopted her demeanor but not her intellect. "It's nothing," Yi replied, shaking her head slightly. "I simply did not expect that Qinya's acquaintance would be Oh Minghan's sister, the young lady from the Oh family." Lu Lingyu remarked with a tone of sympathy, "That poor girl has endured much. Her mother passed away due to illness, her father met with an accident, and she herself suffers from a heart condition, leaving her reliant solely on Minghan for companionship. Thankfully, Minghan has shouldered the responsibilities of the Oh family and remains steadfastly by her side." Yi's eyelids twitched violently. She had not considered this aspect before. But now, upon hearing Lu Lingyu's words, she felt a sense of unease regarding the Oh family's circumstances, which bore an unsettling resemblance to a tragic fate. Were they ordinary individuals, she might commend the adopted son for his loyalty. Yet Minghan was no mere commoner. He was a legal mastermind, whose hands were likely stained with the blood of many. It was difficult to ascertain whether he had descended into madness, willing to harm his adoptive parents for the sake of inheritance. "Are Qinya and her sister particularly close?" Lu Lingyu continued her inquiry. "They share an unwavering bond of heartfelt friendship." Yi internally scoffed. Of course, this bond was not merely a figure of speech, but a grim reality. After all, in the world of tragedy, one must shed their very essence to aptly label it as such. In the original narrative, following the downfall of the Yi family and Yi Qinya's subsequent imprisonment, she became Oh Tiantian's living blood bank and heart incubator. Initially, Yi had felt sympathy for her, but her emotions gradually shifted to a mix of sorrow for her misfortune and anger at her inaction, eventually leading to a state of numbness. After all, in the original tale, Yi Qinya endured various forms of domestic abuse and, on top of that, was subjected to the extraction of 800 cubic centimeters of blood every now and then, even being bound to an operating table for a heart transplant while heavily pregnant. All this torment, and yet she managed to survive. This forced Yi to marvel at what might be considered Yi Qinya's protagonist aura. Akin to a thick life bar that withstood countless assaults. Oh Tiantian's temperament is rather unpleasant. She is not suited for friendship, Yi remarked nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Lu Lingyu's eyes reflected a sense of regret. After a long day, Yiji found herself on the balcony of her bedroom, stretching her limbs, when she noticed the curtains across the way parting, revealing Qi Xian. Yiji felt an awkward stiffness in her raised hand. Realizing once more that she had been caught in an embarrassing moment. I've encountered some matters, Yiji said, lowering her arm. After a moment's contemplation, she frowned and asked Qi Xian, do you think there exists a type of tranquilizer that, when injected into a human body, can incapacitate an adult male and dissolve within the body without detection, easily concealed within a wristwatch and triggered when needed? A tranquilizer watch akin to Conan's. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. You've seen it too. Yiji replied sheepishly. Setting aside the technical difficulties, the dosage required to incapacitate an adult male would certainly exceed the volume of a single needle. Qi Xian stated matter-factly, so it truly is unfeasible. Yiji lamented, having hoped that perhaps in this world some sci-fi concepts might be realized. Are you considering it for self-defense? Qi Xian inquired further. Indeed, Yiji nodded. Sighing in resignation. It seems I must contemplate alternative self-defense measures. Why not consider hiring a few bodyguards to accompany you? Qi Xian suggested. Perplexed, Yiji shrugged, replying, it's not that I haven't thought about it. But ideally, the bodyguard should be female for convenience. Moreover, they must possess both skill and trustworthiness. Otherwise, if danger truly arises, what if the bodyguard flees faster than I do? That requires careful selection. I happen to know a few reputable female bodyguards. I can introduce them to you another day, Qi Xian offered. Yiji's eyes brightened. That would be splendid. If you vouch for them, I am certain they will be reliable. He calmly stated, however, whether it be self-defense weapons or bodyguards, nothing can guarantee absolute safety. It is far better to focus on physical fitness. Should danger arise, prioritize fleeing rather than confronting head. On Yi. How sensible. If the wrongdoers cannot catch her, then her safety is assured. I have learned much, Yiji nodded in agreement. By the way, there will be a business gala at the Chenxi Hotel next weekend. Are you planning to attend? What a pity, Yiji replied with genuine regret. My father has long desired to meet you. I had intended to introduce you at the gala. Qi Xian. Had he spoken too soon? Was it too late to retract his statement? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. There would be opportunities to meet in the future. Indeed. Qi Xian's gaze deepened, and he refrained from saying more. In the following days, aside from keeping a close watch on Fenggelju, Yiji was also busy preparing for her new company. The registration, site selection, and recruitment all required her personal involvement. Thankfully, Fenggelju was already on the right track, not demanding her constant attention. Prior to his business trip, Qi Xian brought over 2 female bodyguards, both of whom appeared robust, and Yiji decided to retain them. Meanwhile, Minghan was preoccupied with healing his facial injuries, and Yiqinya remained by his side, allowing Yiji to enjoy some rare tranquility. Sister, what a coincidence to see you at home today, Yiqinya exclaimed with an innocent smile. It's been several days since we last met. I've missed you terribly. It seemed that Minghan's injuries had fully healed, and he was now ready to face the world, prompting the two to resume their antics. Yiji exchanged perfunctory pleasantries. Sister, have you been particularly busy lately? Indeed. What have you been busy with? Work. What kind of work? Yiqinya persistently probed. Upon her arrival, Minghan had specifically instructed her to ascertain what Yiji had been preoccupied with these days. Company matters, Yiji replied tersely. Yiqinya. By the way, Yiqinya forced a smile. Zhou Chengyuan has been released from the police station. Did you know? Is that so? Yiji responded with genuine regret. What a shame. Yiqinya paused, taken aback. What a shame about what? Naturally, it's a shame he couldn't remain incarcerated for another decade or so, Yiji said coldly. Yiqinya's smile faltered awkwardly. Sister, so you truly care about him? Yiji shot a look of incredulity at Yiqinya. Completely exasperated, Yiqinya had an uncanny ability to elevate her blood pressure with her casual remarks. If you consider this caring, would you like me to extend this sentiment to your boyfriend? Yiji retorted with a smirk. Yiqinya's smile instantly stiffened, and her expression soured considerably. Sister, you're just joking again, Yi scoffed softly, realizing that Yiqinya was not as oblivious as she pretended to be. Deep down, Yiqinya was fully aware. Yet, for her, both her intelligence and her kindness revolved solely around her and Minghan's earth-shattering romance. Any matter that might disrupt their love story would be met with willful ignorance. Sister. Yiqinya inhaled deeply, steeling herself as she said, tomorrow night we plan to hold a celebration for Zhou Chengyuan. You should come too. I am unavailable tomorrow night, Yiji replied coolly. I have to attend a business gala with father. Ah. Yiqinya immediately looked dejected, unwilling to give up. She asked, what about the night after tomorrow? Yiji raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Qinya, even if I have free time I still want to go. There's no need to ask me again. Why not? Yiqinya inquired, her expression one of confusion. What would I go there for? Yiji replied coldly, to directly bring a group of people to cause trouble. Or to find another opportunity to send him in. Sister Yiqinya's smile was nearly faltering, it can't be that extreme. Alright, let us not discuss these distressing topics anymore, Yi stated as she stood up. Let us go eat. As Yi walked away, Yiqinya gazed at her retreating figure with reluctance. No. I made a promise to Minghan. I must find a way to persuade Yi to attend Zhou Qingyuan's celebration. With that thought, Yiqinya stood up and followed her. Chapter 34. Severing ties. Later, the Yi family gathered in the dining room, lively and cheerful as they Aoa Yongxian casually inquired about Yi Yuje's recent exam results. Initially reluctant to speak, Yi Yuje eventually whispered his score after repeated questioning from Yi Yongxian. Upon hearing the results, had it not been for Lu Lingyu's intervention, Yi Yongxian would have nearly thrown down his chopsticks in frustration. Subsequently, Yi Yongxian incessantly scolded him, urging him to learn from his two older sisters and not bring shame to the Yi family. Although Yi Yuje felt disgruntled, he refrained from arguing back. Dad, Zhou Qingyuan just got out of the police station today, Yiqinya suddenly announced. The lively atmosphere at the table instantly turned cold. Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. She had anticipated that Yiqinya would not give up easily. The moment Yiqinya spoke, the prospect of her even finishing her meal was in doubt. Thus, she had been quietly focusing on her food, and now she was nearly full. However, she was genuinely impressed that Yiqinya had brought up the matter so directly at their dining table. Yi Yongxian's smile momentarily froze before he chuckled awkwardly. Qinya, let us not discuss matters concerning others while we're having a meal. Yi was truly exasperated. She had naively thought that Yiqinya merely wanted to prevent her from eating, but it turned out she was trying to disrupt the entire family's meal. Sister, are you out of your mind? Yi Yuje exclaimed, looking at her in shock. That I've even heard that Zhou Qingyuan brought a group of people to our construction site to cause trouble. Thankfully, our eldest sister was there to stop them. Isn't he the one who wronged our family? They didn't even try to make amends, so why should you and our eldest sister be the ones to go and patch things up with him? Yuje, it's not like that, Yiqinya hurriedly interjected. That it's just a misunderstanding. Zhou Qingyuan only wanted to make a good impression on our eldest sister because he likes her. He didn't mean to cause trouble. Sister, can you hear what you're saying? Liking someone means causing chaos at their home. Yi Yuje was even more speechless. Be why your logic. If I like a girl, should I go and kill her entire family so she'll be grateful and loyal to me? Yiji couldn't help but silently critique. If the other party were someone similar to Yiqinya, perhaps that method might actually work. Alright, let us eat in peace, Yi Yongxian interjected, his tone noticeably displeased. Qinya, let us not bring this up again. Whether Zhou Qingyuan is in or out of prison has nothing to do with our family. Your sister won Tigo, so let us just eat. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly awkward, devoid of the previous liveliness. Yi held her chopsticks, contemplating whether she should declare herself full and take her leave. However, seeing that the others had barely touched their food, she hesitated to leave at that moment. Just as she was in doubt, Yiqinya across from her seemed to have made a resolution, standing up abruptly. Dad, my sister and Zhou Qingyuan are truly in love. Please support them. Yiji was taken aback, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Nearly on the verge of vomiting. Damn, had I known I wouldn't have eaten so much. Qinya, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Yongxian's face darkened immediately. Dad, what I said is true. Yiqinya insisted urgently. They are a pair of lovers. Please don't break them apart. Qinya, I truly can't take this anymore. Yiji suppressed her rising anger. When did you develop such delusions? Should I introduce you to a psychiatrist? Sister, don't deny it. Yiqinya gritted her teeth. That I've been in love before. I know what women in love are like. You care so much about Zhou Qingyuan. It's clear you love him but don't realize it. I don't want to see you regret missing out on him. Yiji felt utterly intolerant. She grabbed a glass of water and splashed it onto Yiqinya's face. Yiqinya was left dumbfounded, having never anticipated that Yiji would dare to do such a thing in front of Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu. Dad, Mom. Yiqinya's eyes turned red with grievance. Before she could utter another word, Yiji interrupted her. Xiaoji, don't be this way. Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu hurriedly dissuaded her, glancing at Yiqinya. Qinya, quickly apologize to your sister. Sister Yiqinya was now panicked. She never expected Yiji to react so strongly, and that this reaction would lead to a severance of their sisterly bond. Yiqinya's face paled further, overwhelmed by the revelation of her hidden thoughts. Yes, Minghan was increasingly concerned about Yiji, thus she became anxious, desperately hoping Yiji would find a man, ensuring Minghan would give up on her. Yet what infuriated her more was Yi's blatant disdain for her boyfriend. She wanted to argue further, but Yiji stood up and turned to leave. Seeing her truly about to walk out, Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu hurriedly followed her. Xiaoji, this is just a minor disagreement among sisters. There's no need to take it so far. Yi Yongxian said. Dad, if we treat this as just a minor disagreement, what if next time she truly drugs me and sends me to another man's bed? Would you handle it the same way? Yiji replied coldly, your sister isn't that kind of person. Lu Lingyu chimed in. Indeed she is not that kind of person, but what about Minghan? Can you guarantee he wouldn't do something like that? Or that after he does, Yiqinya wouldn't take the blame for her beloved? Yiji retorted icily. Both of them fell silent, fully aware that such a scenario was indeed possible. Chapter 35. A surprise for him, but Lu Lingyu looked conflicted. You are sisters. Yiji sighed softly. Mom, I've refrained from holding past actions against Qinya because I didn't want to hurt you. But she is becoming increasingly unreasonable. If this continues, who knows what she might do. Mom, I'm sorry, but I cannot sacrifice myself to be a good sister. Noticing Lu Lingyu's lingering hesitation, Yi Yongxian continued to persuade. If we are to mend their sisterly bond, it should be Qinya who finds a way to earn Xiaoji's forgiveness, rather than forcing Xiaoji into a compromising position. Lu Lingyu nodded in understanding, realizing the fairness in his words. Indeed, both sides of the palm are flesh. As parents, we must be impartial and cannot show favoritism. Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion. What extraordinary parents they were. Fair and open-minded, a rarity among many. It was regrettable that such wonderful parents ultimately faced such unfortunate outcomes, which was truly lamentable. If previously, Yiji had merely felt righteous indignation to save them. Now she was genuinely moved, hoping they could avoid an unfortunate future. Wei Qinya maintained an innocent facade, growing increasingly aggrieved. But sister and Zhou Chengyuan are truly a perfect match. Match my foot. Yi Yongxian's blood pressure surged. He finally understood why Yiji had splashed that glass of water. Angrily slamming his hand on the coffee table, he exclaimed, what kind of person is Zhou Chengyuan? He is just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Yongxian, that is not the point. Lu Lingyu disagreed. Qinya, the issue isn't about compatibility. While Zhou Chengyuan is indeed lacking, even if a man who is genuinely compatible and fond of your sister appeared, if she doesn't agree, if she doesn't like him, no one can force her. Has your sister ever forced you to do anything you dislike? Since she hasn't, why should you force her? Yi Qinya stubbornly insisted, but I'm doing this for her own good. Yi Qinya was taken aback, unable to comprehend why they opposed her. In the past, whenever she held firm, her parents would always yield. For instance, when she applied to university, moved out, dated Minghan, or even when she had a conflict with Yi Yujie. Initially they had objections, but once she persisted, they would support her. Minghan and Zhou Chengyuan were friends. She and Yiji were sisters. Wasn't this a perfect match? This way, Minghan wouldn't have to worry about Yiji deliberately targeting him, and their family dynamics could be more harmonious. It seemed like a win-win situation. Why were they behaving so unusually and siding with Yiji? Did it truly mean, as Minghan said, that her parents favored Yiji more? From that point on, Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu no longer mentioned Yiji. Even when Yi Qinya attempted to persuade them, they swiftly changed the subject. She conveyed to Minghan that Yiji was utterly unwilling to attend the celebratory banquet, and that her parents stood firmly by Yiji's side, nearly scolding her in the process. Minghan, what should we do? My parents are completely opposed to their relationship, and they are even angry with me because of it, Yi Qinya said with a sense of grievance. How can we help my sister with Zhou Chengyuan now? You just mentioned that your sister is attending a business banquet tomorrow? Minghan immediately inquired. Which banquet is it? Yi Qinya paused for a moment. I didn't ask in detail. She only mentioned going with my father. That must be the business banquet at Chenxi Hotel. A cold glimmer flashed in Minghan's eyes. Perfect. We can invite Zhou Chengyuan to join us tomorrow. Ah. Yi Qinya hesitated. She had somewhat glossed over how angry Yiji truly was and had not informed Minghan of this. If Yiji were to attend the banquet, she feared Yiji would not treat her kindly. After some consideration, she said, but aren't we still supposed to organize a celebratory banquet for him? Forget it, Minghan frowned at. If your sister isn't going, what's the point of holding a banquet? Recently, Zhou Chengyuan has been upset with me, probably thinking that I haven't been contributing to this matter. It's just right that we give him a surprise tomorrow to let him know that I have always been supporting him. But Yi Qinya was even more hesitant, still contemplating excuses for not attending the banquet. Before she could finalize her thoughts, Minghan's phone rang. He stood up to answer the call and quickly told Yi Qinya. Tian has a fever. I need to go to the hospital. Yi Qinya hurriedly stood up. I'll go with you. With a sense of disappointment, she lowered her gaze. She wanted to say something more, But Minghan had already left in quick strides. She received a call from Lu Lingyu, who informed her of their decision. Shi was genuinely taken aback. Although she was angry tonight, she was indeed using it as an excuse. She simply did not want to have a teammate like Yiqinya by her side. So she chose to create a scene to her surprise. Her parents would go to such lengths as to keep the two sisters from encountering each other at home. After hanging up the phone, Yiji stepped onto the balcony. Chapter 36. Unexpected discovery. Yiji let out a long sigh of relief. Usually, with Qi present, she maintained a certain restraint, being mindful of her image in front of this important business partner. However, since he was not here now, could she perhaps let loose a little? Yo! Ha! Yiji casually threw a couple of punches. Suddenly she froze. Her current posture was rather awkward. Would this important business partner think she was out of her mind? Or should she be grateful that she hadn't done anything even more bizarre? Qi lips twitched slightly, yet he calmly approached her and inquired, exercising? Right. Yiji chuckled awkwardly. Lowering her arms, she swiftly changed the subject. Ahem, didn't you say you were on a business trip? Will you be attending the banquet tomorrow? Yiji asked eagerly that I should be going. Qi nodded slightly, then scrutinized Yiji. Have you prepared a dress for the banquet? Yiji was momentarily taken aback. A dress? What was that? She had attended 2 banquets before, but one was for job hunting, and the other was also to seek opportunities. Thus, she wore a simple dress for both occasions. Of course, despite her ordinary attire, she had stood out as the brightest presence at those 2 events. Hence, she had indeed prepared quite a bit for this upcoming banquet, but it did not include getting herself a dress. Ahem, that I suppose I can buy one tomorrow. It shouldn't be too late, right? Qi sighed helplessly. He had merely asked casually, not expecting her to be unprepared. He said solemnly, coincidentally, I haven't prepared anything either. Let's visit a few brand stores together tomorrow and see if we can find something suitable. Great, great. Yiji quickly agreed. She knew Qi was helping her. After all, someone like him, who frequently attended such events, surely had a few sets of dresses. She wouldn't decline his assistance, as she had no experience in this matter. If she wore an ill-fitting dress, it would be even worse. It was better to let Qi choose for her. She trusted his judgment completely. Thus, this plan was settled. Qi then asked, is there anyone in particular you wish to meet at tomorrow's banquet? Yes, Yiji straightened her back. I heard that the owners of W Company and M Corporation will be there. I hope to get acquainted with them and discuss their upcoming flagship products. A flicker of surprise passed through Qi eyes. Both W Company and M Corporation were domestic mobile phone manufacturers that had been performing well in recent years. Qi did not find it strange that Yiji sought them out, but he asked, are you planning to collaborate with them? Qi furrowed his brow. Although both companies are doing well, the market share for domestic phones is still dominated by foreign brands H&A. Have you considered them? It's not that I haven't considered them. Yiji leaned against the railing, analyzing seriously. These 2 companies certainly have a larger market share, but for a newly established company like ours, collaborating with them would require even greater sacrifices. Moreover, the most important thing is that while domestic manufacturers may currently lag behind, I believe in their potential. In our early stages, it is best to adopt a steady approach, expanding our market first before pursuing other matters. Qi gaze flickered. He genuinely surprised him. It seemed this was her preparation for the banquet. Her thoughts were long-term, and she had devised a plan rather than acting on a whim or following trends. Since you have a plan, then follow it, Qi said lightly. The next day, Yiji enjoyed breakfast at Qi place once more before heading out shopping with him. Upon hearing that they were going to buy clothes, the butler was overjoyed and incessantly reminded Qi not to be stingy with his spending. The 2 arrived at a brand store where Qi instructed the staff to bring out the dresses. However, after reviewing them, he was not particularly satisfied. I think these look quite nice. Yiji said, puzzled. These are too flashy, Qi replied calmly. You're going to negotiate, so you can't wear something that might lead others to think you're actually there too. He felt the rest of his words were inappropriate and chose not to continue. To attract men. Yiji chimed in with a smile. Qi nodded. Exactly. All right then, Yiji exhaled, casually grabbing a magazine from a nearby shelf. You take your time picking. Just call me over when you're done to try them on. Qi was left speechless. Who exactly is this for? He sighed in exasperation and summoned a staff member to express his requirements. The staff went off to help them find suitable dresses while Yiji engrossed herself in the magazine. Suddenly, Yiji excitedly pulled on his arm and handed him the magazine. Is this gossip true? Her sudden closeness made Qi heart flutter slightly. However, when his gaze landed on the magazine and he saw the name Minghan, he instantly regained his composure. You seem quite concerned about your brother-in-law, he said somewhat sourly. Of course I need to care about him. Otherwise, what if he pulls some underhanded tricks behind my back? Yiji replied matter-of-factly. Qi Xian was at a loss for words. Her reasoning was so sound that he found it hard to refute. Collecting his thoughts, he picked up the magazine and began to examine it closely. Is this true? Yiji asked expectantly. Then why didn't I find anything about it online before? She pondered aloud. Qi Xian closed the magazine and pointed to the date. This is already 2 years old. Over the past 2 years, Minghan has controlled that company and gained significant influence, so it is natural that discussions about this matter are no longer visible online. That makes sense. Yiji nodded in realization. Qi Xian, it's been 2 years since this incident. Do you think I could find that person if I wanted to? Chapter 37. A force to be reckoned with. Yiji was genuinely worried. Back then, Minghan had co-founded the company with his university classmate Chen Wei. Chen Wei was a genius whose programming was included in the university's curriculum. This led Minghan to partner with him, investing money while Chen Wei contributed his technical expertise. Subsequently, Chen Wei was in charge of programming while Minghan managed the operations. After their fallout, Chen Wei, feeling disgruntled, sought investment to establish a new company to compete with Minghan. However, shortly after launching his new website, he faced accusations of plagiarism from Qianbai's new site. Minghan promptly sued Chen Wei, causing him to lose his reputation and accrue massive debts. Since then, Chen Wei had fallen into obscurity, disappearing from public view completely. Such a complete vanishing act inevitably led Yiji to speculate. Are you worried that Minghan might silence Chen Wei? Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. Though Minghan was indeed ruthless, he saw no reason to eliminate someone who posed no threat. That makes sense. Yiji agreed with Nod. It was true that for individuals who no longer posed a threat, Minghan would likely prefer to keep them around, observing their struggles and humiliations from a distance. In dealing with the Yi family in such a manner, it is only natural that Minghan would extend the same courtesy to his former partner. After all, it is only when Chen Wei finds himself in dire straits that the extent of his correctness and success can be emphasized. You wish to recruit him? Qi Xian inquired with a hint of nonchalance. Of course. Yiji's eyes sparkled. It would indeed be a grave loss to let such talent slip away. A commendable ambition. Yet persuading him is no simple task. At that time, Chen Wei invested all his savings into a new company, and his brother Chen Hong was preparing for marriage, necessitating funds for a home. Qi Xian stated calmly. But what does Chen Hong's home purchase have to do with him? Yiji queried, bewildered. Chen Wei shared this sentiment, hence when Chen Hong approached him for money, he refused. Chen Hong was furious, believing that Chen Wei had forsaken their brotherly bond upon acquiring wealth. Subsequently, Chen Hong's attitude shifted abruptly, expressing a desire to work at Chen Wei's company, which Chen Wei could not decline. Qi Xian continued. Strangely enough, after Chen Wei's fall from grace, Chen Hong suddenly came into a significant sum of money. Yiji's gaze deepened, her voice cool as she remarked, Minghan must have contacted Chen Hong, bribing him to steal the documents from Chen Wei's company, only to then frame him. Truly, such actions are characteristic of him. Without evidence, it would be ill-advised to make such claims, Qi Xian replied with an indifferent tone. Yiji acknowledged with a murmured agreement, her attention shifting as a store attendant brought forth a new gown. Prompting them to cease their conversation, Qi Xian assisted her in selecting a black dress that exuded elegance amidst simplicity, which Yiji adored and promptly purchased. Subsequently, upon receiving a call from Yi Yongxian, Yiji bid farewell to Qi Xian and hastened towards the Yi residence. Upon arrival, she unexpectedly encountered Yi Yongxian reprimanding Yi Yujie, resulting in a chaotic scene within the household. Culminating in Yi Yujie being confined to his room for reflection, Yi Yongxian could not help but vent to Yi Ji, who offered him a few words of comfort. Little Ji, when will your brother finally come to his senses? Yi Yongxian sighed. He is still young and yet to find his path. Yi Ji replied with a gentle smile. There is no need for you to worry excessively. He will eventually mature. Moreover, I believe he possesses a commendable spirit. You mustn't let him hear you say that. Yi Yongxian's expression darkened. Otherwise, he might think you are praising his recent rebelliousness. Yiji maintained her soft smile. Though a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart. In her former world, Yi Yujie had endured numerous setbacks, ultimately gaining wisdom, clarity, and maturity. Upon realizing that Minghan was responsible for the Yi family's plight, he devised a plan for revenge and sought to rescue Yi Qinya from Minghan's captivity. However, his trust in his sister was misplaced. He confided all his plans to Yi Qinya, who, in her desire to protect Minghan, betrayed him. Minghan was not one to show mercy. He mercilessly crippled Yi Yujie in front of Yi Qinya. The mere thought of these events caused Yiji's fingers to tremble with rage. Indeed, Yi Yujie had been mischievous and somewhat untamed, but at merely 17 years old, He was still a child that if not for Yi Qinya's obsession with love, he would not have suffered so greatly. Little Ji, what are you pondering? Yi Yongxian asked, noticing her lack of response. That I was contemplating my brother's situation, Yi Ji replied. Father, summer vacation is approaching. Do you think we should allow my brother to gain some experience at the company? What would a high school student do at the company? Yi Yongxian frowned. Isn't that merely creating chaos? Enough of that. Let me tell you about the guests attending tonight's banquet. Seeing him change the subject, Yi Ji refrained from further comment. Yi Yongxian proceeded to introduce some of the important guests attending the evening's banquet, detailing their personalities and interests. Although Yi Ji was somewhat familiar with the information, she listened attentively to his insights. Later that evening, Yi Yongxian and Yi Ji arrived at the banquet hall of the Chenxi Hotel. Numerous acquaintances of Yi Yongxian were present, and their surprise was evident upon seeing Yi Ji by his side. Once they learned she was Yi Yongxian's eldest daughter, their expression shifted to recognition. This young woman was formidable. Chapter 38. She has arrived. Although few were privy to the matter concerning the batch of construction materials, the incident involving Zhou Zheng's only son, Zhou Chengyuan, being imprisoned was known far and wide. Yi Ji's actions had garnered her recognition among her peers, instilling a sense of caution in them. As Yi Yongxian introduced Yi, the guests were cordial, and they were taken aback by her poised demeanor. Initially, they had assumed Yi Ji to be an even more formidable character than Yi Yongxian. However, upon meeting her, they realized she was composed and articulate, possessing genuine capability. Consequently, their admiration for her grew significantly. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, Yi Ji's gaze scanned the hall. She had not forgotten that her objective today was to meet the chairpersons of the M&W families. Just as she spotted both individuals, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall, followed by a wave of chatter. Yi raised her eyes, her lips twitching in response to the doorway. Yi Qinya entered, adorned in a lavish gown. As if gracing a red carpet. Was she a starlet from some illustrious family? How peculiar. Were not the attendees of tonight's banquet primarily from the industry? With no celebrities invited? This young starlet appeared strangely familiar, though she could not place where she had seen her. Could it be that she was someone kept on the sidelines, unable to contain her eagerness to join in? This young starlet was indeed quite beautiful, yet her behavior was rather unbecoming for such an occasion. Listening to the surrounding whispers, Yi Ji felt a sense of exasperation. Clearly, the guests perceived her as yet another woman seeking a benefactor. Noticing Yi Yongxian's darkening expression, Yi Ji quickly approached Yi Qinya, linking her arm with her sister's and introducing her to the crowd. This is my sister, Yi Qinya. The guests were taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. The disparity between the Yi family's eldest and second daughters was striking. Yi Xiong is quite fortunate. Someone jested. Both of Yi Xiong's daughters are as beautiful as flowers. It seems with the eldest daughter inheriting the family business, you can rest easy knowing the youngest is venturing into the entertainment industry. That is not the case. Yi Yongxian forced a smile. Qinya is simply a bit naive. I apologize for the embarrassment. Sister. Yi Qinya gazed at her with a look of heartfelt gratitude. That I knew you wouldn't be angry with me. Before she could finish, Yi Ji swiftly pulled her aside into a nearby lounge. Yi Ji was reluctant to engage with her. As they were indeed in a quarrel, however, she felt compelled to address the ongoing discussion before it spiraled further, as revealing Yi Qinya's identity as a member of the Yi family would only lead to more embarrassment. Therefore, she hurriedly led her away while few were paying attention. Once in the lounge with no one else around, Yi Ji released her grip, her voice stern as she questioned, Yi Qinya, do you realize what kind of occasion this is? A business banquet in the capital. I am aware. What of it? Yi Qinya responded innocently. Then why are you dressed as if to walk the red carpet? Yi Ji retorted, suppressing her irritation. This gown was custom-made for me by Minghan. It is beautiful and extravagant, surely the finest of his gifts. What is inappropriate about it? Yi Qinya twirled gracefully, lifting the hem of her gown. Yi pinched the bridge of her nose, distressed. While she had never attended such an event before and was uncertain of the dress code, she surely knew one should not wear something resembling a wedding gown to such a gathering. How could Yi Qinya be so oblivious? She appeared utterly absorbed in the bliss of love. An image of a hopeless romantic. There was no saving her. Yi Ji exhaled deeply, deciding not to dwell further on this issue. Although Yi Qinya's attire was undoubtedly embarrassing for the Yi family, she could not strip her of the gown, thus she resigned herself to sharing in the embarrassment. What brings you here? Yi Ji inquired, frowning. Did you not mention attending Zhou Chengyuan's celebration? Yi Qinya responded eagerly. Sister, you truly care about him. Yi Ji shot her an icy glance, causing Yi Qinya's heart to chill, rendering her unable to finish her sentence. Sister, Yi Qinya stammered, her anxiety palpable. Please do not be angry. I came today to meet a friend. A friend? Yiji raised an eyebrow as that Yichinya bit her lip, continuing, but I am a bit apprehensive. I haven't seen this friend in a long time, and I am uncertain of why he suddenly requested to meet. I also fear that if I meet him, it might lead Minghan to misunderstand. Sister, could you please accompany me while I wait for him? Yiji's curiosity was piqued further by this request. As Yichinya was the focal point of attention besides Minghan, she had numerous admirers. For instance, she had a childhood friend, a fiancé in name, and a workplace crush who was also her superior. Was the friend Yichinya referred to one of these three? Ultimately, it mattered little. Yichinya could associate with whomever she pleased without concern for her. I will fetch father so he can keep you company. Yiji replied coldly. No. Yichinya hastily interjected. If father finds out, he will surely be furious with me. Sister, I implore you. He will arrive shortly. Rest assured, if you help me this time, I promise I will not trouble you again. Her final statement stirred Yiji's heart momentarily, yet it was but a fleeting moment. Why Yichinya appeared rather peculiar today, as if she were enveloped in an aura of deceit. Yet, Yiji could not fathom the true intentions behind her demeanor. Suddenly, Yichinya's eyes lit up as she glanced at her phone, exclaiming with delight, "They have arrived!" A series of knocks echoed through the door, prompting Yichinya to swiftly approach the lounge door and open it with eagerness. However, upon seeing the two individuals who stepped inside, Yiji's expression darkened immediately. It dawned on her what scheme Yichinya had concocted. The two newcomers were none other than Minghan and Zhou Qingyuan. Yiji felt a genuine sense of resignation. She had suspected that Yichinya harbored ulterior motives, but she had never anticipated that they were still so relentless in their attempts to matchmake her with Zhou Qingyuan. While she was diligently engaged in a business rivalry, they were forcefully thrusting upon her the role of a romantic foil in a kitsch love story. How utterly distasteful! Before Zhou Qingyuan could even take a proper look inside, he begrudgingly remarked, "Oh Xiao, why have you brought me to such a place? This gathering is attended by nothing but tedious old fogies, of which I have no interest." Chapter 39. Clearly a fright. Don't be hasty. Zhou Xiao, Minghan said, casually draping his arm over Zhou Qingyuan's shoulder. I brought you here to surprise you. With that, Minghan pointed towards Yizai. As Zhou Qingyuan's gaze fell upon her, he felt an immediate chill run down his spine, his body tensing up in an instant. Just the sight of Yiji reminded him of their previous encounters, making him wish to turn on his heel and flee. Minghan's expression darkened significantly. He had orchestrated tonight's events precisely because, after leaving the police station, Zhou Qingyuan had inexplicably agreed to accompany his father abroad. Minghan could not allow such a thing to transpire, especially since individuals like Zhou Qingyuan, not yet wealthy and willing to heed his advice, were few and far between. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Qingyuan seemed utterly ungrateful. "Zhou Xiao, please wait." Yichinya called out urgently, "Don't you have feelings for my sister? In truth, she cares for you as well. If you put in a little effort, I am certain she will agree." Zhou Qingyuan felt a surge of anger, recalling the scandalous rumors surrounding him about a supposed illness, which had initially stemmed from Minghan's visit. He had not believed that Minghan could be behind such gossip, so he had privately investigated. To his dismay, he discovered that the rumors had originated from a private conversation during his birthday party, instigated by Yichinya. At that moment, he had simmered with frustration but refrained from lashing out, thinking they were friends. Now, however, it was evident that both Minghan and Yichinya were merely playing roles, one as the villain and the other as the innocent, toying with him like a puppet. "Who said I liked your sister?" Zhou Qingyuan retorted impatiently. "She is not even my type, alright?" Yichinya was left speechless. Even if Yiji did not reciprocate Zhou Qingyuan's affections, as long as he continued to pursue her, she could still devise ways to bring them together. Yet, Zhou Qingyuan had outright claimed his disinterest in Yiji, leaving her wondering how she could continue with her charade. That was merely. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Minghan and then at Yiji, inhaling deeply before impatiently stating, "I was arguing with my girlfriend at the time. I intentionally pursued other women to provoke her jealousy, and I needed it to escalate for her to notice. Now that my girlfriend and I have reconciled, do you have any issues with that?" Yichinya's face drained of color, utterly at a loss for words. As long as Zhou Qingyuan displayed even a hint of fondness for Yiji, she could firmly pursue their union. But now Zhou Qingyuan had just announced he had a girlfriend, and that his pursuit of Yiji had merely been a ploy to irritate her. Yichinya bit her lip, unwilling to concede. "I don't believe you. You must like my sister. You are saying this just to provoke her. Are you out of your mind?" Zhou Qingyuan exclaimed, stepping back as if repulsed by something vile. "I say, Minghan, does your woman suffer from delusions? If it comes to that, you should take her to get treated." What a stroke of bad luck. With that, Zhou Chengyuan turned on his heel and left. He had no desire to linger in such a ghastly place. Although Yiji had remained silent throughout, she had been watching him intently. He was genuinely concerned about saying something amiss that might displease this formidable lady. And then there was Minghan, who kept casting him those icy, calculating glares previously. He had regarded Minghan as a friend, but now he realized that there was a sinister intent lurking behind those eyes. The thought of being in the same room with these two individuals made him view the obstinate and somewhat deranged Yichinya as almost endearingly naive. Of course, it was best to make a swift exit. Who could say what further chaos might ensue? As Zhou Chengyuan departed, Minghan's expression darkened even further. His plan had, once again, unraveled. Miss Yi Minghan cast a cold look at Yiji. You are indeed quite remarkable. Yiji could discern the sarcasm in his tone and replied coolly, You flatter me. Chinya, go after Zhou Xiao and apologize, explaining that you acted impulsively and had no ill intentions. Take the opportunity to converse with him further and understand his thoughts. Minghan instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Yichinya. He sensed that Zhou Chengyuan appeared to be drifting away from him, and thus, he could not pursue him himself. He could only send Yichinya. I need to meet with a client, Minghan stated impatiently before turning to leave the lounge. With Minghan not intending to have a private conversation with Yiji, Yichinya finally felt relieved. Once they had departed, Yiji exhaled deeply. It seemed her decision to pursue a path in business was indeed the right one. Their attempts to forcibly draw her into their melodrama had completely failed. Why were you in there for so long? Yi Yongxian inquired softly. Just watching a play. Yiji shrugged. Best let her go. Yiji raised an eyebrow. If she stays, who knows what mischief she might conjure. After some contemplation, Yi Yongxian agreed and ceased further discussion. Suddenly, Yiji's eyes brightened as she spotted the chairman of M&W companies chatting not far away. Grasping a glass of wine, she made her way toward them. Chairman Zhang, Chairman Zhao, good day to you both. Yiji raised her glass. I am Yiji from Yi Corporation. It is a pleasure to meet you. The two men appeared taken aback, their polite smiles broadening as they replied, Ah, so it is the esteemed daughter of the Yi family. A pleasure indeed. Chairman Zhao jokingly remarked, Yi Corporation is truly flourishing in the real estate sector. You must not be here to discuss diversifying into mobile phone investments, are you? Distinguished gentleman, Yiji replied with a subtle smile, Yi Corporation has no intention of diversifying. However, I am preparing to embark on a new venture. Chapter 40. A choice between two. And I hope to collaborate with both of you. Upon hearing her declaration, both Zhang Yuan and Zhao Zhang were visibly astonished. Their expressions became even more peculiar when Yiji revealed that her new company would focus on social networking and shopping. However, when she mentioned her intention to develop mobile applications leveraging the new smartphone systems from M&W companies, their dismissive attitudes shifted. They realized that Yiji was not merely indulging in a whimsical fantasy. She was serious about her venture. Yiji nodded. May I inquire, Chairman Zhang, is always an investor in your new company? Not at all, Yiji shook her head, responding honestly, my new company has no connections with either Qianbai Company or O. The two exchanged glances and understanding dawned upon them. It seemed she was aiming to directly compete with Qianbai Company. They reached a consensus in their minds, and Zhao Zheng chuckled, Miss Yi, your entrepreneurial project diverges significantly from Yi Corporation's core business. As the saying goes, different fields can be like mountains apart. Perhaps you should consider projects more aligned with real estate, where Yi Corporation could provide support. Yiji's eyes flickered slightly, already discerning their implication. They were clearly reluctant to collaborate with her. Given that her new company would be in competition with Qianbai Company, partnering with her would inevitably offend Minghan. She was merely a fledgling company without any notable reputation. Even with the backing of Yi Corporation, she lacked any competitive edge against Qianbai Company. Are you more inclined to partner with Qianbai Company instead? Yiji stated flatly. To their surprise, Yiji had laid everything bare, leaving the two men feeling somewhat awkward. Zhang Yuan spoke solemnly, Miss Yi, let me be candid that if your application were in another field, we would certainly be interested in collaborating. We could simply sit down and discuss pricing. However, your application pertains to social networking and online shopping, which overlaps with Qianbai Company's business. This puts us in a position of having to choose between the two. Indeed, Zhao Zhang concurred. Although Qianbai Company primarily focuses on the PC sector, it is said that they are also looking to develop mobile applications. They already possess a user base. Why would we abandon them for an application that is yet to gain traction? I understand your concerns, Yiji replied with conviction. However, I believe that for Qianbai Company, the foreign H and a smartphones will be their preferred choice. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Zheng's expressions grew increasingly uncomfortable. Yiji's words struck a nerve. While they were indeed considered giants in the domestic smartphone market, they had consistently been overshadowed by these two foreign brands on their home turf. Though they are considered rivals, their personal rapport is quite amicable, akin to that of brothers in adversity. Yiji's eyes flickered with a glimmer of confidence. Sensing a deeper assurance within her heart, she continued, I have heard that the head of H company in the domestic sector will also be attending tonight's soirée. It is likely that President O has come specifically for him, wouldn't you agree? No sooner had her words settled than Minghan emerged from the adjacent VIP room, engaged in jovial conversation with a foreign gentleman. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Zheng could not help but wear expressions of displeasure, for the foreigner was none other than the chief representative of H company in the country. This confirmed Yiji's assertion. For Minghan, H company's mobile devices were indeed the superior choice, relegating them to mere backup options. Zhao Zheng cleared his throat a couple of times, forcing a cheerful demeanor. This can be understood. After all, H-branded phones are undeniably more popular. However, just because they are collaborating with H company does not mean they are unwilling to work with us. Let us speak with President O shortly. Yet, Yiji maintained a calm demeanor. She understood that they still harbored illusions regarding Minghan, but while they grasped the fundamentals of business, they failed to comprehend his true nature. For Minghan, he would only consider partnerships with the industry's elite. As for others, they would have to vie for his favor, eager to collaborate with him. Moreover, H company had long sought to expand its market share, often at the expense of M&W companies. It was unlikely they would consent to collaborate with Minghan. After escorting the head of H company away, Minghan's gaze swept across the room and landed on Yish. A chill coursed through his eyes upon realizing that Zhou Qingyuan's strategy had been utterly thwarted. President O, it is a pleasure to see you again, Zhao Zheng greeted with a smile. Our last encounter was 3 months ago at the Kyoto Technology Expo, where we regrettably did not have the chance to converse further. Minghan's expression remained cold as he regarded Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan before him. He recognized them instantly, having noticed that Yiji appeared to be engaged in a lively discussion with them. As they were friends of Yiji, he deemed it unnecessary to extend them any warmth. Director Zhao, what brings you here? He inquired icily. Zhao Zheng's smile faltered momentarily, realizing that Minghan's aloofness rendered him akin to a warm face pressed against a cold rear. Nevertheless, his journey to this point had not been one marked by pettiness. It's nothing much. Just wanted to chat after seeing you. I heard you've been developing applications for mobile devices recently? Is that so? Are you proposing a collaboration? Minghan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Zheng was taken aback. Although he had a good-natured disposition, he felt a genuine flicker of anger. Collaboration required mutual interest. Why did it now seem as if they were the ones desperately seeking his approval? It was merely an unexpected inquiry. Zhao Zheng's demeanor turned decidedly frigid. Suddenly, Minghan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting subtly before he turned away and took a few steps, pressing the answer button. Brother, I feel awful. I can hardly breathe. Please come to the hospital and keep me company. Tiantian's voice reverberated through the receiver, causing Minghan's brow to furrow in hesitation. It appeared that Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan were indeed interested in collaborating with him. Although he had not considered this before, he did not mind adding a few more partners to his roster. Tian, I am currently in a meeting. Please take your medicine and listen to the doctor. You're lying. Tiantian's voice broke into tears, her tone filled with grievance. You're clearly going to the banquet with Yiqinya tonight. You just want to be with her rather than me, don't you? You think she is more important than I am, right? Then just forget about me. Let me die. Chapter 41. Let me thank you. Minghan felt a throbbing headache wash over him. All right, I will come right over, he finally conceded before turning swiftly to leave. Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan stood dumbfounded, and even Yiji, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. She had vaguely caught snippets about medicine and doctors, surmising that the call was from Tian. Yet she had not anticipated that Minghan would leave for her. Stifling a laugh at the dismal expressions on Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan's faces, Yiji felt an overwhelming urge to sing "Let Me Thank You" to Tian. How could she be the only one surrounded by incompetent allies? Surely, Minghan had his share of them too. She was now thoroughly convinced that after Minghan's thoroughly arrogant display, M&W companies would no longer have any opportunity to collaborate with 1,000 other firms. Yiji's conjectures were spot on. Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan were truly incensed. While Minghan's dismissive attitude was one thing, his final remarks were utterly perplexing. Yiji was offering them a partnership that would yield financial benefits, yet they were expected to pay to collaborate with Minghan. They now viewed him with palpable disdain. Not only would they not consider a partnership, but even if Minghan were to seek their assistance in the future, they would refuse. With a faint smile, Yiji observed the unfolding drama at the hotel entrance. Yiqinya finally caught up with the departing Zhou Chengyuan in the parking lot. Yiqinya, what exactly do you want? Zhou Chengyuan asked, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Yiqinya, catching her breath, appeared contrite as she spoke. Zhou Xiao, I am here to apologize. I was in the wrong before. All right, enough of that. You don't need to apologize. I'm leaving the country soon, and this minor incident isn't worth my concern. Zhou Chengyuan waved dismissively. Yiqinya bit her lip, fully aware that Minghan had urged her to pursue Zhou Chengyuan for a reason. Zhou Xiao, I don't understand. Aren't you and Minghan good friends? Your relationship has always seemed so strong. Why, after coming out of the police station, have you distanced yourself from him? He cares for you so much. Why can't you stay for him? Why must you go abroad? Stop. Zhou Chengyuan was taken aback, his scalp prickling at her words. Yiqinya, your mind must be seriously ill. Do you hear yourself? I have no interest in men. Why would I stay for one? I didn't mean it that way. Yiqinya felt even more aggrieved. Of course you didn't mean it that way, especially since this is all orchestrated by Minghan. Zhou Chengyuan scoffed. You seem to believe that everyone should revolve around you and Minghan. That you two are the protagonists while the rest of us are mere supporting characters, and I, for one, am just your lackey, right? I did not. Yiqinya stammered, struggling to defend herself, but words eluded her. Zhou Chengyuan was equally frustrated. Having emerged from the police station, he had gained clarity on many matters and people. Initially, he had intended to trip Minghan up as a form of retribution, but his father had advised him against it, stating that he was no match for Minghan and should avoid provoking him. Thus, he had aimed to maintain a semblance of peace with Minghan before his departure. However, he could no longer tolerate being treated as a mere lackey. If Minghan considered him a subordinate, then he would take a bite out of him. Yiqinya, do you truly believe Minghan loves you? Zhou Chengyuan asked disdainfully. What do you mean? Yiqinya's eyes widened in shock. Minghan and Tian are not related by blood. Do you genuinely think that Tian's dependence on Minghan resembles that of siblings? Zhou Chengyuan laughed coldly. I don't believe it. Yiqinya's face flushed with anger. Zhou Chengyuan, you are slandering him. Don't think you can use such despicable tactics to sow discord between Minghan and me. Sow discord? Zhou Chengyuan rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, let me tell you. I've heard that Minghan has consulted doctors about a heart transplant. Minghan treats you well solely because he needs your heart to save Tian. Yiqinya stumbled back, her face paling. Zhou Chengyuan paid her no mind. He simply got into his car and drove away. Yiqinya stood there, dazed, her mind blank as Zhou Chengyuan's last words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, she spotted Minghan exiting the hotel. Seeing him was like finding a lifeline. She rushed over and hugged him tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Minghan, Zhou Chengyuan. Minghan looked at the woman who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms, his expression shifting to one of irritation. In the next moment, he pushed Yiqinya away. She felt her heart plummet, unwilling to let go as she grasped his hand. But Minghan shook off her hand, annoyance evident in his voice. Yiqinya, why are you being so unreasonable? Yiqinya's face turned pale as she watched him walk away in the banquet hall. Yiji had nearly concluded her discussions. As she turned, she spotted Yi Yongxian approaching with an anxious expression. Dad, what's wrong? Yiji inquired, puzzled. Your sister's friend called to say she encountered her. She is drunk and causing a scene, so I'm going to fetch her. Yi Yongxian explained. Then go quickly, Yiji urged. Are you sure you will be all right? Yi Yongxian asked, his concern evident. Of course. She replied cheerfully, I didn't see you earlier. I thought you hadn't come. Chapter 42. Returning together behind her stood Qi Xian. In truth, Qi Xian had already arrived. Yet he was upstairs. Yiji was determined to directly compete with Minghan for the collaboration, which caused him some concern, prompting him to come and take a look. If the situation demanded, he would of course extend his assistance. However, Yiji truly surprised him. She managed to resolve all the issues single-handedly. Qi Xian smiled faintly and remarked, hearing you say that, have I missed something? Not at all, just some trivial matters. Yiji shrugged in response. She readily agreed, all right, perfect timing to hitch a ride with you. Subsequently, the two departed the gathering together. Yi Yongxian, exasperated by her antics, had no choice but to call Minghan. Yet, to his dismay, Minghan did not answer his call, which greatly irritated Yi Yongxian. The situation with Yiqinya escalated further, causing chaos within the Yi household. Concerned that she might encounter trouble, Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu coaxed her into going to the hospital. Just as they left, Yi Yujie could no longer hold back and called Yi Ji. Elder sister, although our parents instructed me not to bother you with second sister's matters, I am genuinely curious. Yi Yujie inquired, What exactly happened at the gathering? Yiji furrowed her brows slightly, reflecting on how Minghan had abruptly left for Otian, and thought that even if Yi Qinya found out, it shouldn't have escalated to such an extent. After all, Yi Qinya's love for Minghan was exceedingly blind. Was there something else she was unaware of? I'm not entirely sure, Yiji replied nonchalantly, but it seems Minghan received a call from his sister and left immediately that it might be related to this incident. Huh. Just for that. Yi Yuje was perplexed. Yiji, taking on the role of an elder sister, admonished him, enough, you should hurry off to bed. This is merely a matter of your second sister's romantic entanglements. If it results in a breakup, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Elder sister, tomorrow is the weekend. Why would I go to bed so early? Yi Yuje mumbled softly, adding, and why don't you like Minghan? I think he is quite a good person. Yiji's heart instantly filled with caution as she seriously asked, what makes you think he's a good person? A few months ago, for my birthday, he gifted me the latest gaming console. Yi Yuje said excitedly. He then turned to complain, I had my eyes on that console for ages. Dad had clearly promised to buy it for me, but then he suddenly reneged. Yi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Yi Yuje was merely swayed by material possessions. She had feared that Minghan, seeing no opportunity with Yi Yongxian, had instead targeted Yi Yuje. How dare you say that? Yiji reprimanded. Dad told me that you both agreed, if you passed your exams, he'd buy it for you. Who's to blame for your failure? Following that, Yiji firmly established her authority as an elder sister, giving Yi Yuje a thorough scolding before ending the call. When she looked up, she found Qi Xian gazing at her with a smile. Feeling embarrassed, Yiji hastily explained, my brother is just going through a rebellious phase. I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems you two share a good bond? He inquired with a gentle smile. It's tolerable. Yiji replied with a hint of distress, it's rather peculiar. My brother is quite the rebel at home, refusing to listen to anyone but me, yet he clings to me so much. Perhaps it's because you provide him with a sense of security. Qi Xian chuckled lightly. Yiji frowned, pondering, was that truly the case? She had previously worried that Yi Yuje might share the same tendencies as Yi Qinya. As the car came to a halt, Yiji looked up, surprised to realize they had arrived. Thank you for today. Just as she was about to open the door, Qi Xian called out to her, the butler has prepared a late-night snack. Would you care to join me? Huh? Yiji felt tempted yet hesitant, thinking it inappropriate to keep mooching off meals. Tonight's late-night snack is barbecue. The butler personally selected a tender lamb leg. You truly must try it. Qi Xian continued enticingly. Yi swallowed hard. Who could refuse barbecue at night? Then I shan't be polite, she exclaimed eagerly, pushing open the car door. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol earlier, it was the perfect opportunity for some delectable snacks. Qi Xian chuckled, realizing he might need to contemplate what to prepare for the next night's meal. As dawn broke, Yiji awoke early. She had managed to locate the address of Chun Wei, the individual who had started a venture with Minghan. However, he was currently not in Kyoto. Yiji decided to personally pay him a visit to persuade him to return. Chun Wei now resided in N City, the capital of his home province. After arriving by plane, Yiji searched extensively before finding the place where Chun Wei lived. It was provided by a high school classmate of his. Upon hearing about Chun Wei's plight, his classmate had rented him a room in a building located in a village within the city. It was rumored that Chun Wei had fallen on hard times, having accrued 6 months' worth of unpaid rent, yet his classmate, who was financially stable, had not pressed him for payment. Naturally, Yiji did not come alone. She brought several bodyguards with her. After much effort navigating the village, they finally located Chun Wei's rented accommodation. However, it was not so much that she found it, but rather that she heard someone banging on the door, causing a commotion. Chun Wei, you ungrateful wretch. Come out here. You think just because you've been to college for a few years, you can disregard your own brother. Yiji observed from a distance as a fierce-looking man, who was none other than Chun Wei's brother. Chun Hong banged on the door. Ungrateful wretch. Get out here. If you don't, I'll let everyone hear what kind of person you truly are. Chapter 43. Why should I trust you? A crowd had already gathered. Their curiosity piqued, whispering amongst themselves. Chun Hong continued to shout, have you forgotten? I dropped out of school and worked to support you. Now that you've made something of yourself, you want to cast me aside as a burden? Let me tell you that won't happen. Come out and give me money. Suddenly the door swung open and Yiji looked up to see Chun Wei, his complexion pale as if he hadn't been outside in ages. His long hair nearly covered his eyes, a clear indication that it had been quite a while since he'd had a cut. However, his hair was not unkempt, and he wore a well-worn yet clean suit. Evidently his last semblance of dignity. At that moment, the pale-faced Chun Wei, filled with rage, shouted, "Get lost! I have no money. Everyone sees this." Chan Hong pointed accusingly at Chan Wei, addressing the crowd. "This is my ungrateful wretch of a brother. Our family sacrificed everything to put him through university, only to have him turn into an enemy. He's not even worthy of being called a beast. He's worse than an animal." The crowd's expressions turned increasingly hostile, and Chan Wei's face grew even paler under their scrutiny. Suddenly, a young man pushed through the crowd, glaring at Chan Hong, indignantly declaring, "You're full of it. You were the one who didn't want to study and dropped out. What does that have to do with Chan Wei? Besides, your family even gave you their savings to start a small business, yet you squandered it all because you didn't want to work hard." Chan Wei attended university through student loans and worked part-time to support himself. He never took a single cent from your family. When he had money, he helped repair roads and houses back home. Did you ever acknowledge that? Now that he's down on his luck, instead of helping him, you come here to demand money. Have you no shame? The young man spoke swiftly and clearly, leaving Chan Hong no chance to interrupt. "Furthermore, I've already called the police. If you don't leave, I'll ensure you spend a few days inside," the young man proclaimed. Realizing that staying would yield no benefit, Chan Hong spat defiantly and turned to leave. Yi signaled to two bodyguards, whispering, "Follow him, find a place without cameras, blindfold him, and give him a good beating." The two bodyguards nodded in agreement, stealthily trailing Chan Hong. "Everyone disperse. What are you staring at?" the young man said irritably. "Look again and I'll raise your rent." At his final words, the crowd immediately scattered. "Wei Peng, thank you so much today," Chan Wei said with a bitter smile. "What are brothers for?" Wei Peng clapped him on the shoulder. "Next time something like this happens, just call me. Otherwise, you're not treating me like a brother." After Wei Peng departed, Chan Wei was about to close the door when Yiji stepped forward and politely inquired, "Are you Mr. Chan Wei? Who are you?" Chan Wei regarded her warily. "Yi. Here's my business card." She handed him her recently printed card. Chan Wei glanced at it, noting Tao Sun Company, and remarked, "Never heard of it. Our company was just established a few days ago." Yiji replied with a gentle smile, "We are currently in need of a seasoned program designer. Would you be available to discuss this? The time and location can be entirely at your convenience." Chan Wei frowned slightly and then opened the door wider, saying, "Come in and talk." Yiji followed him inside. The rented room was small and cluttered, but the disarray was somewhat organized. Chan Wei pulled out a stool from under the table and offered it to Yiji, saying, "Please have a seat." Without further ado, Yiji sat down. "Why did you come to me?" Chan Wei asked in confusion. "Haven't you heard about me?" "I have," Yiji replied quietly. "I trust your character and your abilities." Chan Wei furrowed his brow. "Then you should know that by approaching me, you are essentially opposing Minghan. Aren't you afraid of him?" "I don't find him intimidating," Yiji stated calmly. "Besides, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Everyone relies on their own skills." Chan Wei's confusion deepened as he glanced at Yiji's business card. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the character on the card, and his expression darkened slightly. "What is your relationship with Yi Yongxian of the Yi Group?" he asked, his tone growing displeased. "He is my father," Yiji replied candidly. "So, that means Minghan's current girlfriend, Yiqinya, is your biological sister?" Chan Wei scoffed. "No wonder you're not afraid. I see, it must be your future brother-in-law who sent you here. Right. What, have you both come up with a new scheme to harm me again?" Yiji's eyes flickered, but she did not seem overly surprised. It appeared that even after leaving Kyoto, Chan Wei had been keeping tabs on Minghan's movements. This was a good sign. It indicated that the fire within Chan Wei had not been extinguished. "Mr. Chan," Yiji said calmly, "my visit has nothing to do with Minghan. Tio put it plainly. From the moment my company was established, we have been in a competitive relationship. I genuinely hope to have a genius like you on board. This is my offer to you. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them." As she spoke, Yiji produced a contract and placed it before Chan Wei. He showed no inclination to open it, and with a cold laugh he replied, "Then help me pay my rent for the next 6 months. First." Yiji opened her wallet and counted out 6,000 yuan. Placing it in front of him, she stood up calmly, her gaze slightly shifting. "Mr. Chan, I know you've been deceived many times and won't easily trust anyone again. Allow me to be frank. I have discovered that Minghan's intention in getting close to Yiqinya is actually to undermine the Yi family and seize its assets. So please believe me. In our attitude towards Minghan, we are aligned. Don't you want to prove your innocence and that you are in the right to the world through your own strength? Don't you want to witness the fall of countless corporate towers and personally take revenge on Minghan?" Chan Wei felt a flicker of temptation, but as memories of the deceptions and betrayals he had endured over the years resurfaced, his heart, which had begun to flutter, sank once more. Yiji's arrival might just be another ploy by Minghan. He scoffed. Ha, what makes you think I would believe you? I understand that my words may be hard for you to accept, Yiji said calmly. However, what if you give me one chance? If what I say is true, you will gain an ally and no longer have to fight alone. If I am lying, Yiji glanced around before continuing. What do you have to lose? Would your situation truly worsen than it is now? Chen Wei hesitated, realizing that Yiji's argument held merit. He was already burdened with immense debt. Debt, after a certain point, was merely a number. Regardless, he would never repay it, and accumulating more would not change that. Additionally, Yiji's expression hardened. I found out before I came here that Oh Minghan seems to have contacted a local gang. They plan to trouble your friend Wei Peng. Chen Wei's expression shifted. Because Wei Peng helped me, Oh Minghan intends to go after him too. He's the kind of person who seeks revenge for even the smallest grievances. You should know this better than I, Yiji remarked plainly. Chen Wei closed his eyes in anguish, fully aware that Oh Minghan thrived on watching others struggle. The worse others fared, the more he delighted in it. That if he stayed here, he would inevitably endanger Wei Peng, his only true friend. That if I leave with you, will you help my friend with this trouble? He asked, opening his eyes and speaking solemnly. Even if you don't come with me, I will still help resolve this issue, Yiji replied seriously. However, I can assist this time, but not the next. Chen Wei understood her implication. As long as Wei Peng was willing to help him, Oh Minghan would never let Wei Peng off the hook. I will go with you. Chen Wei breathed a sigh of relief, picking up the contract. But let me make this clear. Even if I go with you, it does not mean I accept your offer. I will only agree once I can verify that what you say is true. Agreed, Yiji nodded. Shall we leave now? Let us go now. Chen Wei gritted his teeth. Do you need to take anything with you? Yiji inquired. Not at all. Chen Wei gestured to his head. Everything I need is right here. Yiji nodded. Would you like to say goodbye to your friend? Forget it. Chen Wei smiled bitterly. He won't believe you, and I wouldn't be able to leave later. If I have a future, I will explain it to him then. Yiji. Why did it sound like she was a villain come to collect debts? However, she didn't say much more and led him away. Later, Yiji booked a hotel room, allowed Chen Wei to take a shower, and bought him a new set of clothes to change into. Afterward, she took him to get a haircut. Observing the refreshed Chen Wei, Yiji felt something was still missing. Got it? Yiji slapped her forehead, purchasing a pair of glasses from a nearby shop and handing them to Chen Wei. I'm not nearsighted, Chen Wei said, puzzled. It doesn't matter. They're just plain lenses. Try them on, Yiji urged. Despite his confusion, Chen Wei complied. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This looked much better. He finally resembled an IT elite. Noticing Chen Wei's discomfort as he attempted to remove the glasses, Yiji quickly intervened. They look great on you. Why take them off? Chen Wei's fingers twitched, but he ultimately decided against removing them. Let me clarify, I don't have a place to stay in Kyoto. That's fine. I've already arranged a rental for you, conveniently located near the company for your commute. Yiji waved her hand dismissively. Chen Wei. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of foreboding? Living a bit farther away wouldn't be a problem. Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself as Chen Wei sat in the car, watching the scenery retreating in the background. He couldn't help but feel contemplative. Suddenly, a loud ringtone from an old mobile phone interrupted him. Chen Wei hurriedly fished it out of his pocket and pressed the answer button. Yiji caught a glimpse of this from the corner of her eye and turned her gaze out the window. Pretending not to notice that it seemed he was due for a new phone. The volume of the elderly phone was loud enough that Yiji didn't even need to strain her ears to hear the conversation. Chen Wei explained. Wei Peng, I found a new job. That 6,000 was for rent. By the way, did you hear about your brother? Chen Hong got beaten up. Did you know? Wei Peng responded. You didn't hire someone to do it? Did you? Chen Wei paused for a moment before honestly replying. It wasn't me. If I had that kind of money, I would have had him beaten long ago, not waiting until now. Right, Wei Peng said gleefully. He probably offended someone. He had it coming. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Suddenly, Chen Wei seemed to remember something and looked at Yiji in shock. Chen Hong got beaten up. Could it be you? What are you talking about? Yiji interrupted him swiftly, feigning ignorance. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't engage in any fighting or brawling. Although she denied it, Chen Wei had already deduced the truth. Chen Hong had offended many people, but the timing of his beating today was too coincidental. It had to be Yiji's doing. Thank you, Chen Wei said, filled with gratitude. Yiji smiled lightly, saying nothing further. He glanced out the car window and casually asked, Where are we headed? We're going to meet someone, Yiji replied. Who? Chen Wei hesitated slightly. Our future partner. He's actually the one investing the most. Strictly speaking, he's the real boss, Yiji clarified after a moment's thought. Chen Wei's expression turned alert. his eyes filled with wariness. Noticing his reaction, Yiji chuckled softly. What, do you think I'm taking you to meet Ming-han? Not him, then who? Chan Wei asked in a low voice. Even though Yiji had been aiding him, the shadows cast by Ming-han were too profound for him to overlook. You'll find out when we arrive. Yiji said with a gentle smile. Don't worry. The late-night snacks at his place are delicious. The mere mention of late-night snacks made Yiji's mouth water. After finishing her meal last night, Qi Xian had informed her that the butler would prepare the finest bluefin tuna tonight, known for its delicate texture, rich fat content and sweet flavor, all without the worry of gaining weight. Such a delicacy was not to be missed. As he spoke, Yiji found herself genuinely intrigued. However, her gaze shifted to Chan Wei beside her, and she recollected the purpose of her visit. Ahem, Yiji said somewhat awkwardly, is your young master here? Yes, he is. Come, I will take you to him, the butler replied warmly. Qi Xian was in the villa's garden, where a barbecue grill had already been set up. He was delicately grilling a small piece of beef with tongs, the fat slowly oozing out as it sizzled enticingly. The alluring aroma wafted into Yiji's nostrils, and she could not help but swallow hard upon noticing her arrival. Qi Xian smiled softly, placing the piece of beef on a plate and offering it to her. Here, try this and see if it's cooked to your liking. Yiji's appetite was piqued. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes instantly sparkling. So tender. Absolutely delicious. Qi Xian smiled faintly. His gaze drifting to Chen Wei behind her. Chan Wei was utterly astonished at that moment. Upon arriving, he had already deduced that Yiji was not bringing him to meet Ming-han. Yet, he never expected that the person he was to meet was Qi Xian. After savoring the piece of beef, Yiji suddenly felt a pang of regret as she set down her chopsticks, almost forgetting the main reason for her visit. Chen Wei, this is... Before Yiji could finish her sentence, Chen Wei exclaimed in surprise, Qi Xiao. Yiji raised an eyebrow in astonishment. You know each other? We have crossed paths on a few occasions. Qi Xian nodded slightly. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to see you. Please take a seat. Now you must believe I am not a villain, right? Yiji turned to Chan Wei and teased with a smile. Chan Wei, with a complex expression, sat down beside her. After all, he had spent time in Kyoto and was naturally familiar with Qi Xian. Moreover, they had indeed interacted before. During the early days of Qianbai Company, Qi Xian had shown interest in investing but was ultimately rebuffed by Ming-han, who found Qi Xian inscrutable and was concerned that he might offer misguided advice. Although several years had passed, encountering Qi Xian again still made Chen Wei feel awkward. Qi Xian's sharp gaze discerned Chen Wei's unease. Mr. Chen, I see you are now wearing glasses? He inquired calmly. They were a gift from General Manager Yi. I do not have myopia. Chen Wei hastily clarified. This pair was personally selected by me. How do you like it? Yiji proudly boasted to Qi Xian. Does it not give off the air of an IT elite? So this was chosen by Yiji herself. It seems she has a penchant for gifting. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, his gaze carrying an ambiguous meaning. Did you bring me any gifts from N-City this time? Qi Xian casually asked. Indeed. Yiji nodded eagerly. They are in the car. I just asked the butler to help bring them in. Yes, young master, the butler chimed in, smiling. Miss Yi has brought you numerous local specialties. She must have traveled extensively to gather such an array of gifts. Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, interrupted softly, Butler, it's really not that I had a tight schedule and didn't have time to explore much. I bought these all at the airport. Ahem, the butler coughed a couple of times, quickly adding, given the time constraints, that is understandable. Young master, these are all thoughtfully selected gifts by Miss Yi at the airport. It's not that exaggerated. I just picked up whatever seemed interesting. There was no deliberate selection, Oiji said sheepishly. The butler thought to himself. This foolish child, why does she always prefer to undermine her own efforts? Can't she flatter them a bit to appease their young master? He could see that their young master was somewhat displeased at this moment. Consider this as you owing me a gift. Qi Xian said indifferently, you can make it up to me later. Of course. Yi hurriedly agreed. Qi Xian placed another piece of grilled meat onto Yiji's plate and turned to Chen Wei, saying, Mr. Chen, feel free to help yourself. No need to be shy. Chen Wei thanked him and curiously asked, Qi Xiao, is this Taosun company something you intended to establish? No, Qi Xian replied calmly. This is Yiji's idea. I am merely an investor. The daily operations and decisions of the company are all managed by her. I do not involve myself. Chen Wei was even more surprised. Although he was still somewhat confused, he at least understood who truly held the reins. Yes, Yiji nodded, somewhat helplessly stating, he doesn't quite trust me, so I had to bring him here. I need him to see just how solid and reliable my support is. This way, I can persuade him better. Hearing her boast about herself, Qi Xian's lips curled slightly, and the earlier twinge of discomfort in his heart faded away. Have you thought about what gift you will give me? He suddenly asked. Huh? The abrupt shift in topic took Yiji by surprise. She tentatively inquired, then what do you want? Think for yourself. Qi Xian's expression darkened as he turned and walked away. What he desired was for Yiji to voluntarily present him with a gift, not for him to solicit one from her. The two scenarios were vastly different, and she simply did not comprehend that. Chapter 46. Isn't this rather simple? As Qi Xian walked away, Yiji felt somewhat perplexed. What had she said wrong? Before she could ponder further, her phone rang. It was a call from Yi Yuje, who began to tip her off. Today, Yi Qinya had spent the entire day at the Yi family home. Feeling utterly miserable, however, when Oh Minghan called in the evening, he didn't even come to pick her up. Yi Qinya, feeling both guilty and pleased, first apologized to Oh Minghan, claiming that she was being unreasonable, and then took the initiative to leave the Yi residence to find him. Big sister, what do you think second sister is really thinking? Has love truly clouded her judgment to the extent that she disregards her family? Yi Yuje asked in confusion. She hasn't lost her senses to love? Yiji sighed. She is quite clear-headed. She knows that no matter the circumstances or her actions, our parents will never truly abandon her. Yi Yuje was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth after hanging up. Yiji let out a sigh. She realized she was experiencing a sort of PTSD. Whenever Oh Minghan drew near to Yi Qinya, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was plotting something sinister. Forget it, she would rather focus on the business battle, steering clear of their romantic entanglements. Early in the morning, Yiji sought out Chen Wei. She intended to show him her new company, introduce him to her new colleagues, and ideally have him start working today. After all, she had brought Chen Wei to Kyoto to have him work here. After guiding him through the new company, Yiji brought him to an office. Once you start working, this will be your dedicated office, Yiji stated casually. Time is a bit tight, and there is much that remains unprepared. This place is still lacking compared to Qianbai Company. Chen Wei shook his head, saying this is already much better than when we were starting our own business. You met the company's employees just now. What do you think? Yiji asked calmly. They are quite young and full of energy. It's a good team, Chen Wei evaluated. When do you plan to start working? Yiji continued her inquiry. Chen Wei paused for a moment. Turning to Yiji, he said seriously, have you thought this through? If I really start working, it means you are formally declaring war on Oh Minghan. He will undoubtedly retaliate against you because of me. Chen Wei. Is this how Yiji always speaks? She seems quite unfazed, however. If even Yiji is willing to risk everything for a shot, he, having nothing to lose, ought not to hesitate any further. That would be rather unambitious. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wei solemnly said, fine, I will trust you this once. Then shall we sign the contract? Yiji's eyes brightened as she continued, you should have reviewed the contract. Right, you will be joining as a technical partner, and if there's anything you don't understand or are dissatisfied with, feel free to mention it. The contract is quite sincere. I have no objections. Chen Wei replied, picking up a pen and signing his name. Once he completed the signature, Yiji let out a slow breath. The next moment, she smiled radiantly and said, since the contract is signed, let us get to work. As you saw earlier, the company is currently developing the Taosun mobile app, and you will be responsible for the technical aspects. Chen Wei. So soon? Not even a moment to catch his breath? He began to wonder if he had signed a contract for servitude. However, he was not one to excel in debates. He asked, what are the requirements for the app? The requirements are quite simple. Yiji elaborated confidently. First, the app must run smoothly without consuming excessive phone memory. We cannot have a situation where opening an app causes the phone to freeze. Secondly, the social app's interface should be clean and straightforward, avoiding excessive embellishments, and it must have file transfer capabilities. Additionally, we need to develop a social circle feature to allow users to showcase their lives. Lastly, the shopping app should have a low entry barrier and be user-friendly, ideally reaching. Yiji paused as she noticed a cleaning lady walking past the door. She immediately called her in. The cleaning lady, looking somewhat bewildered, asked General Manager Yi, is there something you need? Ma'am, how old are you this year? Yiji inquired kindly. The cleaning lady, feeling a bit anxious, replied, I'm 51. But don't worry, I'm still quite spry. Aunt, please do not be anxious. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Yiji smiled gently to reassure her, then inquired, what do you usually use your phone for? The cleaning lady replied honestly, just making calls and listening to music. Yiji continued, have you ever browsed the internet on your phone or purchased anything online? The cleaning lady frowned and said, how would I know about such things? I simply cannot comprehend all that is on the phone. Yiji comforted her a bit more before allowing her to leave. Chen Wei interjected, is this what you call simple? However, Yiji's requests were articulated quite clearly. Resembling validated choices devoid of any obfuscation, he nodded, saying, "I'll give it a try." Upon hearing this, Yi felt relieved. Subsequently, she departed from Tao Suan and made her way to the Yi family. She had not forgotten that Oh Minghan was closely monitoring the Yi family, ready to deploy various schemes to undermine them. Upon arriving, Yi noticed that Yi Yongxian seemed somewhat troubled. "Father, what is bothering you?" she asked. Yi understood his concerns. The Yi family was currently at odds with Oh Minghan. Although they maintained a facade of peace, Yi Yongxian had long harbored deep resentment and wariness towards Oh Minghan. Thus, upon encountering someone like Yi Qinya, who had been inserted into their affairs, Yi Yongxian's immediate suspicion would likely be whether she was a spy sent by Oh Minghan. Chapter 47. Money is not an issue. Do we have her information? Yi inquired. Yes, here is her resume, Yi Yongxian replied, handing her a job application. Yi perused the document, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Yi Qinya's friend is named Qin Yuhan, one of the few genuine friends Yi Qinya possesses. In the original storyline, after the Yi family's downfall, when Yi Qinya was imprisoned and tormented by Oh Minghan, Qin Yuhan learned of her friend's plight and was the only one who went to great lengths to rescue her. Unfortunately, despite having arranged everything for Yi Qinya's escape from Oh Minghan's clutches, Yi Qinya made a farewell call to Oh Minghan, thus revealing their location. Oh Minghan not only ruined the Qin family but, upon discovering Qin Yuhan's passion for playing the piano, had her tendons severed, rendering her unable to play for the rest of her life. This was a devastating blow for Qin Yuhan, and she subsequently vanished, never to reappear. Even by the story's conclusion, it remains uncertain whether the author simply overlooked her or if Yi Qinya completely forgot about her friend who once risked everything for her. Or perhaps she had already met a grim fate. Yi, feeling somewhat melancholic, set the resume down. Her impression of Qin Yuhan was quite favorable. Given Qin Yuhan's character, she was not the type to act as a spy for others. However, it was also possible that Oh Minghan might exploit her without her knowledge. "Father, I seem to recall that Qinya once mentioned her. Wasn't Qin Yuhan fond of playing the piano and planning to study abroad for it? How did she end up working at our company?" Yi Yongxian sighed. It's true that she wanted to go abroad, but her parents disapproved. They believed that playing the piano was fine as a hobby, but as a profession it could never sustain her. They cut off her financial support for studying abroad, leaving her to work during the day to earn money and practice piano at night. Yi, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead, realizing that while her spirit was commendable, working this way would hardly allow her to save enough for tuition. "Then let her stay," Yi stated. "Xiao Ji, do you truly think that is acceptable?" Yi Yongxian asked hesitantly. "You have arranged for her to take on an administrative position, which is relatively relaxed and unimportant. If she truly wishes to do something, it would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Furthermore," Yi continued, "if she is indeed someone sent by another party, then sending her away now would only alarm the snake in the grass. It is likely that someone else would then find a more covert method to infiltrate us, making it even harder to guard against." "You are right," Yi Yongxian nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter was settled. Yi genuinely wished to assist Qin Yuhan, but helping someone required finding the right opportunity. Otherwise, it would appear too abrupt. With the issue resolved, Yi departed from the Yi family, as she had other matters to attend to. The new shopping website had been quietly established, but for an e-commerce platform, the most crucial factor remained the acquisition of merchants. After all, a website that offers nothing of value cannot hope to retain users. Yi had already spoken with several brands, all of whom expressed interest in joining. Eager to capitalize on this momentum, she aimed to finalize agreements swiftly. The butler mentioned that tonight's supper would feature European blue lobster, a delicacy Yi had only seen others enjoy on short video platforms. She had yet to experience it herself, which filled her with anticipation. Though Qi Xian had also invited her, she was acutely aware that she owed him a gift. If she did not prepare a present, Yi knew she would not enjoy the lobster at all. She drove to the mall but found herself at a loss as to what gift to choose. It was not that she lacked the funds. She was quite well off now, able to afford many items, but she simply could not fathom what Qi Xian would appreciate. Moreover, she had never gifted anything to a male friend before. Observing her pace back and forth near the counter, looking perplexed, a nearby shop assistant asked, "Miss, are you looking to buy a gift for someone?" Yi nodded, deciding to seek the opinions of others. She humbly inquired what would be suitable to gift a male friend. "By the way, money is not an issue." The shop assistant, with an understanding expression, smiled and suggested, "You might consider gifting him a tie or a belt. Both are excellent choices." Yi hesitated, feeling that these options seemed overly intimate. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Is there a particular implication behind these gifts?" "The tie signifies your desire to tie him down," while the belt implies a wish to restrain his lower half. The shop assistant responded ambiguously. Yi. That she regretted asking. Tie down what, exactly? Would she really be able to tie down Qi Xian? If she were to present such gifts, and he misinterpreted her intentions as romantic, it could jeopardize their pure friendship. While the friendship was one concern, the potential impact on their collaboration was far more alarming. I am gifting this to a male friend, not a boyfriend, Yi emphasized that I see. The shop assistant appeared somewhat disappointed, and then recommended alternatives such as wallets or tie clips, but Yi found those too intimate as well, fearing they might provoke unnecessary speculation. She was resolutely determined not to let anything jeopardize her precious and innocent friendship with Qi Xian. Or would you consider gifting him a watch? The shop assistant suggested helplessly. A watch does not carry any implications of restraint, does it? Yi inquired cautiously. Not at all. The shop assistant assured her. A watch can be given even among ordinary friends. Yi finally felt at ease. The shop assistant enthusiastically led her to the watch section, introducing her to a splendid mechanical timepiece. Upon discovering that this particular watch was from the Cartier brand, Yi's heart sank with a sense of foreboding. How much is this watch? She asked. This model is the latest release, the shop assistant replied with a smile, and it's quite reasonably priced, only 130,000. Yi gasped in shock. What on earth? 130,000 is considered reasonable. She was merely going to enjoy a lobster dinner. If she were to gift something so extravagant, the lobster would lose all its appeal. The shop assistant persisted. Miss, you have come at the perfect time. We have only one of these watches in stock. A previous customer had shown interest, and if it is sold, the next one will not arrive for another month. Chapter 48. Elegant and practical. Yi's lips twitched. She recognized this as a sales tactic, however. She simply could not bring herself to spend such a sum on a watch. Moreover, given Qi Xian's status, he surely did not lack for luxury watches. Even if she were to purchase it, he might not perceive it as a thoughtful gesture. Alas, it was all her fault for having spoken too hastily about money not being an issue. As she mulled over how to find an excuse to decline, a haughty voice interrupted her. I'll take that watch. Yi secretly sighed in relief. Finally, someone was willing to buy it. However, the next moment, her brows furrowed slightly as she recognized that familiar voice. Turning around, she saw Zhang Danny striding over with an air of superiority. The Zhang family had previously apologized and compensated sincerely, so they had not pursued the matter further. Zhang Yicheng had utilized his connections, and Zhang Danny had been sentenced to 6 months of probation, which the Zhang family facilitated. Oji was aware of this but had not paid much attention. She had initially thought that after such a significant setback, Zhang Danny would surely learn her lesson, but it appeared that was not the case. Oh, you're out? Yi inquired, her tone laced with feigned amusement. How dare you say that? It's all your fault, you wretched woman, Zhang Danny fumed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Wait, what do you mean by out? What are you talking about? Yi, if you dare speak nonsense, I will not be kind to you. Oh? Really? Yi asked with genuine interest, what do you plan to do to me? Zhang Danny suddenly laughed, her confidence radiating as she declared, Yi, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. Speak up, Yi said with a curious expression. Humph. Do you think I can't see through you? Zhang Danny raised her chin with pride. You have fallen for Minghan, haven't you? Are you trying to compete with me for his affection? Yi remained silent. Even if she were to harbor intentions, they would surely be directed towards Qi Xian, not Minghan. Of course, that was merely a casual remark. Her friendship with Qi Xian was entirely innocent. Noticing Yi's silence, Zhang Danny mistakenly believed she had uncovered her secret. With even greater self-satisfaction, she declared, the reason you are here to purchase this watch is that Minghan's birthday is approaching. You know he has a fondness for this particular watch and you wish to buy it as a gift to win his favor, don't you? Let me tell you, there's no way. This watch is mine. Yi thought, is everyone in this world a bit unhinged? She decided she absolutely would not buy this watch, lest she disgust herself. Instead, she needed to devise a plan to ensure Zhang Danny purchased it. However, the shop assistant hesitated, saying this watch was chosen by this lady first. Rest assured, Yi calmly replied, she has no money and cannot afford it. Who says I'm broke? Zhang Danny retorted angrily, producing a card. Charge it. The shop assistant cast a hesitant glance at Yi. Seeing Yi give her a subtle nod, she accepted the card and allowed Zhang Danny to make the purchase, with the watch in hand. Zhang Danny flaunted it before Yi. What do you have to say now? Nothing to say, nothing at all. That I admire you, Yi replied dismissively. It was evident that Yi's attitude deprived Zhang Danny of any sense of victory. Unwilling to concede, Zhang Danny added, Yi, let me tell you, you have no chance at all. The person Oh Minghan cherishes most is me, not your sister, and certainly not you. Do you believe me? If I were to call him right now, he would drop everything to be with me. Yiji understood. This woman Zhang Danny was utterly incapable of understanding others. If she did not find a way to make Zhang Danny leave, she would continue to annoy her. I remember you were sentenced to probation, weren't you? Yiji approached her, whispering with a smirk, if you don't cherish this hard-won freedom, do you believe I could find a way to send you back inside? You. Zhang Danny was both shocked and furious. Though she acted boldly in front of Yiji, it was largely fueled by her fear of her. After she departed, the shop assistant remarked, Miss, you might want to consider our other watch styles. They are quite nice as well that no need. Yiji waved her hand at I have already decided on a gift. What will you be giving? The assistant inquired curiously. First of all, it must be grand. Secondly, it should exude elegance. Lastly, it needs to be both practical and impressive. Yiji crossed her arms, affirmatively stating she arrived at Qi Xian's doorstep and rang the bell. The butler quickly opened the door, greeting her with a bright smile. Though quite busy, I am not here for work tonight. I came to select a gift for your young master, Yiji said with a gentle smile. Qi Xian, standing at the entrance of the living room, overheard their conversation and asked with surprise, what kind of gift? A secret, Yiji assured, patting her chest. But rest assured it will be something both grand and practical. When it arrives, I promise it will surprise you. Qi Xian's brow furrowed. Why did Yiji's words give him an ominous feeling? Ah, Miss Yi, you are truly thoughtful, the butler chimed in with a smile. Rest assured, whatever you choose, I guarantee the young master will appreciate it. Soon, the gift Yiji purchased was delivered by a dedicated courier. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the enormous box. The butler hurriedly directed the servants to carefully carry it inside. It is so large. It must be quite expensive, he remarked somewhat regretfully. Miss Yi, you've really gone overboard. Not at all. Yiji quickly responded, secretly scoffing, this is far cheaper than that watch. The butler instructed the staff to carefully unpack the box, only for everyone to fall into an awkward silence upon seeing the massage chair inside. Who gives a massage chair as a gift? The butler was at a loss for words, while Qi Xian sighed softly, wearing an expression of I knew it. Heh. The butler awkwardly chuckled. Indeed it is grand and practical. Chapter 49. A gift for him. Seeing that the reception of the gift was less than stellar, Yiji awkwardly explained, I noticed your bedroom seemed rather empty, so I thought of getting something useful for you to place in there. A massage chair is quite practical. When you're tired, you can rest on it and let it massage you. Moreover, it comes with a massager which I've tried and it works wonderfully. So I bought two, one for you and one for me. Qi Xian's expression shifted. Did this mean they would each have one? Was this a pair of couples massage chairs? Suddenly, Yiji realized something and hurriedly added, cough, cough, I absolutely did not intend to spy on you. A faint smile graced Qi Xian's lips. It turned out Yiji had paid attention to the decor of his room. Just as the butler was about to say something, he was cut off by Qi Xian's command. Butler, take it to my room. Of course. The butler cheerfully replied, turning to Yiji. Miss Yi, your gift is truly wonderful. The young master will surely love it. Yiji finally felt at ease. The servants carried the massage chair into Qi Xian's bedroom, after which the butler began serving her blue lobsters. Just as Yiji was enjoying her meal, the doorbell rang suddenly. Young master, your assistant just arrived at Oh Minghan sent the invitation to your company, and the assistant wants to know how you wish to handle it. The butler informed Yiji and Qi Xian often discussed matters without regard for the butler's presence, so he had overheard some information concerning Oh Minghan and formed a negative impression of him. Yiji's expression turned to one of surprise as she glanced at Qi Xian. Why would he send you an invitation? His birthday is soon, and he is sending invitations to many people. Qi Xian replied calmly, in fact, he has visited my company several times, hoping to see me, but I have not met with him. This was the second time she had heard about Oh Minghan's upcoming birthday. Evidently, he placed great importance on it. Of course, the birthday was merely a pretext. The true motive was to expand his social circle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Qi Xian repeatedly. So do you plan to attend his birthday party? Yiji asked curiously. I do not participate in meaningless gatherings, Qi Xian stated indifferently. What a pity. Yiji sighed. I was hoping to present him with a grand gift. You enjoy giving gifts to others so much? Qi Xian remarked with a hint of jealousy. He paused for a moment before responding with amusement. Don't misunderstand. The grand gift I mentioned might not be something Oh Minghan would appreciate. By the way, when is his birthday? About half a month from now, Qi Xian replied. How fortuitous! Yiji exclaimed cheerfully. It seems my grand gift is perfectly suited for that day. Are you implying? Qi Xian's expression shifted, though he did not finish his thought. Yes, exactly what you're thinking, Yiji confirmed, and they exchanged knowing smiles. And Mingan's birthday party will be held at the Xingming Club, which will be reopening that day. Qi Xian added. Yiji smiled slightly. That makes me feel a bit embarrassed. It seems I'll have to include an additional gift. The butler, observing from the side, felt quite anxious. Was there something he couldn't hear? These two children were playing a riddle game in front of him. Did they not realize that speaking halfway was truly exasperating? However, allowing them to share a secret felt rather nice. Half a month's time passed swiftly. And soon it was the day of Mingan's birthday. Yiji arrived early at Taoshuan Company. Throughout these past weeks, she had been truly grateful to Yiqinya, Tian, and Zhang Danny. With Mingan's birthday approaching, these three women had exerted every effort to win his heart. Consequently, Minghan was preoccupied with their competition for his affection and had barely any thoughts for other matters, completely oblivious to the quietly developing Taoshuan. Today it was time to surprise Minghan. Yiji glanced at her watch. It was 8:55, just 5 minutes until 9:00. Standing behind Chen Wei, she calmly inquired, "How are preparations coming along?" Chen Wei, seated at his computer desk, took a deep breath and replied, "Everything is ready. The website will go live at 9:00. Yiji nodded, choosing not to say more. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and as Yiji saw the second hand reach its mark, she calmly stated, "Let us begin." Chen Wei nodded in response. The website launched and the chat tool went live, filling the streets with advertisements for Taoshuan's chat tool and shopping website. Displays across various locations, subway stations, bus stops, and even elevator screens in residential complexes showcased Taoshuan's promotional advertisements. Additionally, major websites featured headlines and pop-ups promoting Taoshuan. One could only wonder what expression Minghan would wear at this moment. Chen Wei spoke with a hint of sarcasm, stating that there was no need to look. It was evident that it would not be visually appealing to open various websites with a faint smile. Noting that even on Qianbai's platform, there were advertisements for Taoshuan, she clicked her tongue, realizing that Minghan was indeed quite troubled by matters of the heart lately. At this moment, within the confines of Qianbai Company, Minghan was grappling with his own headaches. Tian was constantly complaining of chest pains, while Yiqinya wept daily, hoping for his company. Even Zhang Danny incessantly clung to him, claiming that she deserved compensation for her sufferings endured for him. He was utterly exasperated by these three women, having not experienced a moment of peace in quite some time. President Mingan's assistant, Feng Jie, entered the room, glancing at the visibly distressed Minghan, hesitating to speak. "What is it? Speak!" Minghan said impatiently. A new company was just established today, primarily focused on online shopping and social networking. The assistant murmured. Mingan's expression darkened, and he scoffed disdainfully, "Who dares to challenge me? Pay it no mind. In a few days that company will be unable to sustain itself." Feng Jie hurriedly interjected, "President, but this company is currently bombarding the market with advertisements and offering substantial discounts. It has already garnered significant attention online." "What?" Minghan slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Who is behind this company? Who dares to be so audacious? The founder of this company." Feng Jie hesitated before revealing. "Is Yi?" Mingan's expression soured further. "It was Yi. Immediately gather all information regarding that company," Minghan said fiercely. The assistant promptly complied, and shortly, a dossier about Taoshuan appeared on Mingan's desk. As he perused the document, his expression grew increasingly grim. The report mentioned that besides the backing of the Yi family, Yiji seemed to have a mysterious investor, which allowed her to lavishly spend on advertisements without concern. However, the report failed to identify this enigmatic investor. Feng Jie, sensing the tension, remained silent, knowing that this debacle stemmed from Mingan's own decisions. It was he who instructed the advertising department to prioritize payments over the integrity of the advertisements, so he was not surprised when they had accepted this ad without proper vetting. Previously, there had been scandals involving false advertisements on Qianbai's website, but Minghan had managed to suppress those incidents. Thus, it was no wonder the advertising department proceeded without scrutiny. Feng Jie could not help but point out, "But breaking the contract will incur penalties. Am I in need of such petty sums?" Minghan slammed the table once more, feeling utterly humiliated at the thought of having to compensate Yiji. The mere idea that he was being coerced by her into either paying money or subjecting himself to advertisements that revolted him filled him with rage. How dare Yiji provoke him so? Did she truly believe that just because she was Yiqinya's sister, he would refrain from taking action against her? "Feng Jie, notify the Jining team," Minghan said darkly. "Is she not saturating the market with her promotions? I want her website to crash, and the software to be unregisterable." After today, all her advertising will turn into her greatest joke. Feng Jie felt a jolt of alarm. The Genieing team was a group of hackers that Minghan had privately employed, with no affiliations to Qianbai, solely taking orders from him, often assisting him in attacking competitors' websites. The fact that Minghan was resorting to the Genieing team so swiftly indicated just how furious he was. Feng Jie quickly agreed and took out his phone to contact the Genieing team at Taoshuan Company. Chun Wei felt invigorated as they prepared for the impending attack. It's all up to you, Yi Ji said, patting his shoulder, fully expecting that Minghan would resort to hacking to sabotage their website. Thus, they had already made preparations. Chun Wei took a deep breath, his hands poised over the keyboard. A computer prodigy, he had written programs that were included in textbooks during his university days. In terms of hacking prowess, he was on par with anyone. He had never retaliated against Qianbai using hacking techniques due to his high moral standards. Not because he was incapable. It is time to teach Minghan a lesson, he thought. Rest assured, Ms. Yi, Chun Wei said, fingers dancing across the keyboard, I have set a trap. Their attack will be ineffective, and the newcomers in our network security department are quite capable. We can track them and retaliate. The specifics are. He glanced at Yi Ji, noticing her serious demeanor, but sensing her confusion, he hesitated to elaborate further. I do not understand the technicalities. I trust you to handle it, Yi Ji replied calmly. Chun Wei nodded earnestly, his fingers flying across the keyboard once more. Yi Ji watched for a while, feeling somewhat disappointed. She had expected the hacker battle to resemble something out of a movie. With a room full of computer screens displaying incomprehensible lines, a group of hackers dressed in black with sunglasses, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack, capturing the brutal chaos of the virtual world. However, reality proved disillusioning. While it lacked the flashy effects, she could still see that Chun Wei was indeed formidable. Even when facing a hacking assault, he remained composed. By the way, Yi Ji furrowed her brow, what is the name of the group of hackers that Minghan employs? The Genieing team, Chun Wei replied with a wry smile. He intended to form the Genieing team while I was still at Qianbai and planned to have me train them. When I refused, he slowly sidelined me. That sounds like something he would do, Yi Ji said, puzzled. But why such an odd name for the Genieing team? Well, Chun Wei's expression shifted slightly as he explained. He mentioned wanting to create a hacker force akin to the Jinui. One that would only answer to him, his own band of hawks. Finally, she understood why Chun Wei had appeared so uncomfortable while explaining earlier. What kind of adolescent fantasy was that? Just hearing this explanation made her feel as if she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. By the way, you mentioned being able to track them, Yi suddenly asked. Could you send a message back? Of course, what would you like to convey? Chun Wei inquired. A smile crept across Yi Ji's lips. It was time to add a thrilling element to this silent war to Qianbai Company. When Feng Jie heard the Genieing team's leader on the phone stating that their attack had failed to breach the opponent's defenses, and that the opposing side had been well prepared with traps laid out in advance, he felt a chill run down his spine. They had not only been unable to escape but had also been tracked to their location. To make matters worse, the opposing side had audaciously sent a message. Gotcha. Feng Jie felt a wave of fear wash over him, nearly dropping his phone. In that moment, he genuinely felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. Glancing around in panic, he realized he was in Minghan's office, where no cameras or observers could be lurking, and he finally relaxed. With a crash, Minghan furiously swept everything off his desk, nearly screaming, useless. A bunch of useless fools. What are they even good for? Deep down he felt a mix of shock and fury. Yi Ji's message was directed at him. She had somehow deduced that he was behind it all. As if she were acutely aware of his every action. This sensation of being manipulated left him feeling irate and humiliated, as he had never experienced such indignity before. Feng Jie narrowly dodged a coffee cup that had been hurled in his direction, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had realized early on that Minghan had a propensity for violence. Whenever he encountered something that enraged him, he would explode. This awareness had allowed him to dodge the oncoming projectile. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a disfigured face. Seeing Minghan on the verge of throwing something else, Feng Jie hastily voiced his theory. President, it seems that Taoshuan has enlisted even more formidable hackers. The most skilled hackers are all in the Genieing team, are they not? Minghan interrupted impatiently, suddenly struck by a thought as his pupils dilated. Wait a moment. In the next instant, Minghan swiftly grabbed his phone, scrolled through his contacts and found a name he had not reached out to in quite some time. He dialed the number. The phone connected quickly and Minghan spoke first, his voice sharp. Chun Hong? Where is Chun Wei? Huh? Chun Hong's voice reeked of anxiety as he stammered. Oh Shao, he's still in N City, in his rental apartment. I went to trouble him yesterday. Speak plainly. Oh Minghan growled menacingly. Chan Hong, if you dare deceive me, I will take your life. Oh Xiao, this matter isn't my fault. Chen Hong exclaimed, terrified. Half a month ago, I went to confront Chen Wei, but I ended up getting beaten up. I spent over 2 weeks in the hospital recovering, and who knew that Chen Wei would vanish while I was bedridden? Oh Xiao, I have indeed sought to create trouble for him as per your instructions. This should be deemed a work-related injury, and you are obligated to reimburse me. Before he could finish speaking, Oh Minghan, in a fit of irritation, abruptly hung up the phone, muttering several expletives under his breath. Only regaining his composure after berating himself as a fool. It now appeared highly probable that Chen Wei was the one stationed at Yi's side. However, even if that were not the case, it mattered little. Oh Minghan quickly formulated a plan, his voice cold as he commanded, Feng Jia, find someone to draft an article claiming that the newly established Taoshuan company has employed a scoundrel who has stolen company secrets, is ungrateful and utterly shameless. Furthermore, procure the judgment from the lawsuit against Chen Wei and attach it as a supplement. I want this article to headline across major websites. I intend to ruin Chen Wei and Yi's reputations. Feng Jia hastily acquiesced. However, upon departing Oh Minghan's office, he received a phone call. Has the article been written? Oh Minghan inquired coldly. Not Yes. Oh Minghan's gaze grew increasingly menacing. Feng Jia steeled himself and replied, President, that article cannot be published. What did you just say? Oh Minghan's face contorted with rage. What nonsense is this? It has been so long. On what grounds does he file a countersuit? Oh Minghan was furiously agitated. Slamming his hand on the desk, showing no intention of opening the letter, the court informed that Chen Wei had submitted compelling new evidence proving his innocence. Thus, what evidence? Oh Minghan demanded, seething. Feng Jia, with a sense of resignation, reminded him, President, we need to apply to the court to review his evidence. At that moment, Oh Minghan was plagued by uncertainty. He had executed his plans with meticulous precision, leaving no trace. How could Chen Wei possibly uncover new evidence? Could it be Yi Ji again? He had never felt so powerless, especially against a woman he had always dismissed. President, Feng Jia tentatively inquired, should we still proceed with the article? What's the point of writing it? To give them an opportunity to refute it and garner attention? Get out! In a fit of rage, Oh Minghan felt the urge to throw something, yet realized he had already discarded everything on his desk. Feng Jia hurriedly exited, but just as he reached the door, Oh Minghan called him back. You must now inform those brand merchants that Qianbai and Taoshuan can only choose one. Oh Minghan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he declared, I want to see how Taoshuan manages without any products to sell. Feng Jia hesitated momentarily, unwilling to say more, and swiftly departed. As for Taoshuan Company, the Jining Group had temporarily ceased their attacks on the website. Yi Ji, using Chen Wei's name as a keyword, found nothing online. Oh Minghan had likely already deduced the situation. Yi Ji mused, though it seemed the court's notification had also reached his hands. Once the court convened formally, they could restore his innocence. Thank you so much, Miss Yi, Chen Wei said sincerely. I once thought I would never clear my name. Years ago, Oh Minghan had assigned Chen Hong to infiltrate Chen Wei's side, covertly copying files from Chen Wei's computer and relaying them to Oh Minghan. Utilizing the program Chen Wei had developed for his new website, Oh Minghan made minor modifications and launched it as the revamped Qianbai Company website, doing so an hour before Chen Wei's new site went live. Subsequently, Oh Minghan orchestrated public opinion, leading everyone to believe that Chen Wei had misappropriated the updated website program from his former company as a means of retaliation against Oh Minghan for his recognition and support. He then swiftly sued Chen Wei, accusing him of stealing company secrets. Chen Wei was well aware of Oh Minghan's character. He had retained copies of his resignation documents, intending to use them to prove that during his tenure at Qianbai, there were no plans to revamp the website, and that the program for his new site had been written post-resignation, thus negating any claims of theft or plagiarism. However, Oh Minghan had anticipated this. He had Chen Hong and a group of thugs stage a brawl, seizing the opportunity to vandalize Chen Wei's company while he was absent. They destroyed the copies of the resignation documents, and even the electronic files Chen Wei had stored were obliterated when they smashed his computer, physically eradicating the evidence. Without proof, Chen Wei lost the lawsuit, and investors withdrew their funding, leaving him with nothing but debts. Chen Wei had believed he would never clear his name, yet upon hearing the entire story from Yi Ji, especially when she learned the value of his computer was 50,000, she was convinced his computer had not been destroyed. Such an expensive device, Chen Hong would surely not have discarded it. It was far more likely that he had sold it, while Oh Minghan could simply destroy an old, worthless computer shell to cover his tracks. This explained why Chun Wei had scoured the dump for so long without finding his computer chip. It simply was not there. Initially skeptical, Chun Wei was ultimately grateful when Yiji indeed recovered his computer. It had changed hands several times but remained intact, with all the evidence preserved. That was you who first suspected the computer might not be lost, and you sought assistance from Qi Xiao. Miss Yi, I owe you an insurmountable debt of gratitude. Then don't repay it. Yiji waved her hand dismissively. Just help me make money, Chun Wei. That in such a poignant moment, how could Yiji's words shatter the atmosphere so effortlessly? Chapter 52. A brutal lesson from society that assertion is not entirely accurate, Yiji mused, resting her chin in her hand. We are partners, thus we share the profits, Chun Wei. If he were to persist in this line of discussion, it would only serve to make Yiji uncomfortable. In light of this, he would focus on assisting her in generating profit. By the way, Chun Wei frowned, Minghan possesses a strong sense of possessiveness. I suspect he will compel those merchants to choose one over the other. How should we respond then? Yiji glanced at the various metrics of the Taoxuan website and suddenly smiled. He had better refrain from such actions, or he will experience a harsh reality check from society. Tianbai Company. Minghan's expression was one of severe displeasure. Fengjia, what did you say? Fengjia, trembling, replied, President, those brand merchants have indicated that if forced to choose, they would lean towards Taoxuan. Smack. In a fit of rage, Minghan slammed his hand on the table, disregarding the pain in his hand as he exclaimed, This is impossible. Why would they choose Taoxuan? Fengjia, terrified, remained silent. Minghan glared at him. Speak. Fengjia had no choice but to murmur, They claim Taoxuan will not charge merchants any fees for the next 3 years, and their promotional conversion rates are exceptionally high, with a significant influx of new registered users. While their discounts are substantial, they are essentially subsidizing the cost themselves, allowing merchants to profit. Taoxuan's payment system is both convenient and secure, resulting in far greater sales volumes for merchants compared to our platform. Betrayal? Betrayal. Minghan fumed, striking the table again. After all these years of cooperation, they have chosen to side with Taoxuan over trivial incentives? Fengjia struggled to suppress his desire to speak, internally lamenting that this was hardly a trivial matter. Merchants opened online stores to make profits, not to subsidize the website. It was only natural they would choose the entity that offered better returns. Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts. To prevent Minghan from further assaulting the sad-looking table, Fengjia cautiously suggested, Actually, President, we need not concern ourselves with them. The domestic market is vast enough to accommodate 2 shopping websites. What do you know? Minghan snapped impatiently, I do not want to see Yiji profit. I only wish to see that company collapse. Fengjia, exasperated, continued, President, why don't we also follow their lead? Refrain from charging merchant fees and implement some promotional activities to attract users? Competing with Taoxuan in a cash burn? Minghan's expression darkened. Fengjia responded, Taoxuan is a newly established company. Their foundation is nowhere near as solid as ours. If it comes to a cash burn, we should not necessarily lose to them. You are being overly simplistic. Minghan retorted impatiently, If you suddenly stop charging fees now, what about the money they have already paid? Will you refund them? Moreover, how can you guarantee we would outspend them? Had this question been posed to Minghan earlier that day, he would have been confident of victory. However, having suffered successive defeats at Yiji's hands, he found himself instinctively believing that she had already anticipated his plans and prepared in advance, merely waiting for him to fall into her trap before exclaiming, Gotcha! Minghan's pupils constricted suddenly. He had not expected to feel such trepidation, such fear of a woman. No. He could not allow this to continue. Yiji was simply better prepared, catching him off guard. It had to be that way. Just then, his phone rang, and without even glancing at the caller ID, he hung up immediately. Fengjia. Minghan commanded in a low voice, Notify all departments. We are convening a meeting. Fengjia promptly set about his task. However, after a day of meetings, they had yet to devise any effective strategies that if left unchecked, the momentum of Taoxuan is so fierce that it may soon overshadow them. However, if they try to outspend Taoxuan, it is likely that they will be the first to be burnt out rather than Taoxuan. Furthermore, the major shareholders of their company may not necessarily agree to such reckless expenditure. Currently, they find themselves forcibly tied to the war chariot by Yiji, caught in a dilemma. Just as Minghan was overwhelmed with worry, the door of the conference room was abruptly pushed open, and Yichinya stepped in from outside. Get out! Minghan said impatiently. Yichinya trembled in fright, and immediately, with a sense of grievance, she said, Minghan, today is your birthday. Minghan's expression darkened further. This exceedingly dreadful day had made him forget it was his birthday. Despite having prepared a banquet for the evening, his mind raced. He had indeed invited quite a few guests to tonight's banquet. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to attract more investors for Qianbai Company. While he was reluctant to spend his own money, he felt no remorse in using others' funds. Moreover, how could he have forgotten about Yiqinya? Yiji was indeed formidable, to the extent of being unfathomable. Yet the blood ties between her and Yiqinya were inextricable. The meeting is adjourned, Minghan said in a low voice. Once everyone else had left, he approached Yiqinya, filled with remorse, and said, Qinya, I apologize, I wasn't angry with you just now, that I'm simply exhausted, that if it weren't for your sister. Well, let us not dwell on it. Minghan, what has my sister done this time? Yiqinya asked anxiously. Minghan sighed, I didn't want to mention it, but I don't want to keep it from you. Achu Yiji suddenly sneezed, rubbing her slightly sore nose. It's almost time to get off work. Who is secretly cursing me behind my back? Never mind. Yiji began to pack her belongings and said to Chen Wei, I'm leaving now, you can continue working overtime. Chen Wei. That alright? He inquired. Are you preparing to attend the launch event of WS new flagship phone? Yes, Yiji nodded. He casually asked, the launch event was originally scheduled for a week later. Did you persuade Director Zhao to move it up because of today's date? Correct? Yiji said with a smile, today isn't over yet. We must make it unforgettable for certain people. Chapter 53. Is there such a thing as being a father? Chen Wei. That he understood that Yiji was referring to Minghan, but he wondered whether he had a grudge against Minghan or whether it was Yiji who bore a grudge against him. Just joking, Yiji said with a light smile. Of course, it's not solely because of that. The advancement of WS phone launch is more about promoting our new website, that if both sides cooperate well, it could yield results greater than the sum of their parts. I hope so, Chen Wei said sincerely. You, my friend, are just too pessimistic, Yiji laughed. Even if the results aren't that great, neither side will suffer any losses. Stop frowning all day like an old man. Your hard times are behind you, so be more optimistic. Chen Wei was taken aback. Old man? Did he really seem that old? He raised his head to ask, but Yiji had already left. The phone launch event was held at the Central Hotel. When Yiji arrived, the event had not yet begun. In the front row, she spotted Yi Yongxian and, somewhat surprised, walked over to sit beside him. Dad, you didn't go to Minghan's side? Yiji asked curiously. She had previously mentioned this launch event to Yi Yongxian and even given him a ticket, but he hadn't shown much interest. Moreover, Yi Yujie the mole had informed her that Yiqinya had been pestering Yi Yongxian to agree to attend the banquet hosted by Minghan, and Yi Yongxian had reluctantly agreed. How can you say that? Yi Yongxian looked at her with a sense of grievance. How was I to know you would cause such a commotion? I thought you were merely launching a website. Who would have guessed you were making a declaration of war against Qianbai Company? If I had gone now, would I even find peace? Yiji chuckled softly, discerning that despite Yi Yongxian's complaints, he bore no blame towards her. Then you can relax and watch the launch event. Perhaps there will be surprises later. Yi Yongxian nodded. Concern etched on his face as he asked, Xiaoji, tell me, with such overwhelming promotion today, is it effective? The results are exceedingly good, Yiji said with a gentle smile, launching into a discussion about the various data from the website today. Yi Yongxian didn't fully grasp her terminology, but he could see that Yiji was genuinely delighted. It seemed that today's promotional effect had exceeded her expectations. I saw in your promotion that you plan to develop a mobile application. What is that about? Yi Yongxian asked curiously. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but say, Xiaoji, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Yi Yongxian paused, realizing he agreed with Yiji's perspective, but he worried that continuing this way would only worsen her relationship with Yiqinya. Yet, he also understood that he couldn't ask one party to suffer simply for the sake of harmony between the sisters. That would be unfair. With a wry smile he said, you are right. Never mind, I don't really understand your internet matters, so I want to guide the experts. I seem to see an old friend. Let me go greet them. Yi Yongxian excused himself to chat with a friend. Suddenly, a tall figure sat down beside Yiji. On her other side, she turned her head, her eyes brightening slightly as she asked with a gentle smile, you're here too. I didn't expect Director Zhao's connections to be so extensive. That I've collaborated with him before, and it was quite pleasant, Qi Xian said calmly. He sent me an invitation, so of course I had to show my face. By the way, what do you think of the commotion I've caused today? Yiji asked, a hint of pride in her voice. Surprising, Qi Xian commented. However, the results are equally unexpectedly good. Are you trying to force Minghan to join you in burning money? Yiji's eyes flickered as she innocently replied. He could choose not to respond. Couldn't he? With such a vast market in the country, it's not just a single shopping website. As long as we refine the categories, 5 or 6 shopping sites could all find their niche. However, if he really feels indignant, he can't blame me. She left the rest unsaid, but Qi Xian understood that if Minghan impulsively chose to engage in a spending war with Yiji, it wouldn't be something he could easily back out of later. Although Qianbai Company had deeper roots, they also faced more restrictions. Many things couldn't simply be done at will. Moreover, in this kind of spending battle, it was more likely that Qianbai Company would be the first to falter. Qi Xian chuckled softly and suddenly took out a box of chocolates, offering it to Yiji. Here you go. Y's eyes sparkled. You brought food. Yes, have a little to tide you over. The launch event will be quite lengthy. Qi Xian nodded slightly. Anticipating that Yiji might not have had time for dinner, he brought her a box of chocolates. Yi happily opened the packaging. You are so thoughtful. Just as she was about to take a piece of chocolate, a large hand suddenly reached over and snatched it away. Yi turned in shock to see that the thief was none other than Yi Yongxian. Xiaoji, you brought food. Just what I need since I haven't had dinner yet. Dad will help himself. Yi Yongxian said cheerfully, breaking off a piece of chocolate and popping it into his mouth. She hadn't even had a bite. Qi Xian. That was specifically chosen for Yiji. He wished he had brought an extra box, and the blink of an eye, Yi Yongxian had devoured half the box of chocolates. Noticing Yiji's gaze, he looked bewildered and said, Xiaoji, why do you keep staring at me? Wait, that young man sitting next to you looks familiar. Qi Xiao. Seeing Yi Yongxian's surprised expression, Qi Xian smiled and nodded. Hello, Uncle Yi. I'm a junior. You can just call me by my name. Qi Xian. Nice to meet you, Yi Yongxian replied, nodding while seizing the opportunity to pop another half piece of chocolate into his mouth. Feeling discontent, she thought, is there really such a father? Chapter 54. A sudden attack? Yi's expression grew even more despondent. She hadn't felt it earlier, but now, tempted by the chocolate, she was beginning to feel hungry. After Yi Yongxian finished the chocolate, he was about to say something to Qi Xian when the launch event officially began, and he naturally fell silent. Zhao Zheng took the stage, beginning to introduce the various specifications of their flagship phone. Zhao Zheng was humorous and engaging, and the atmosphere at the launch event was quite good, with reporters eagerly snapping photos. Qi Xian glanced at Yiji beside him. She was visibly annoyed, clearly upset over the chocolate incident. Amused, Qi Xian hadn't anticipated that Yiji would possess such a childish side. It seemed he should change the subject and divert her attention. However, Qi Xian glanced at Yi Yongxian on the other side of Yiji and formulated a plan in his mind. I wonder if Uncle Yi is free this weekend. Qi Xian leaned closer to Yiji and whispered in her ear. Dad, are you free this weekend? Yiji inquired. Why did you suddenly ask me this? Yi Yongxian was taken aback. If you have something to discuss, even if I am busy, I must make time for it. It's not me who is asking. It's Qi Xian. Yiji explained. Oh, I have time. Yi Yongxian replied, bewildered. What does he want? Yiji continued to relay the message, turning to Qi Xian and inquiring. He says he has time. What is it that you need? I have heard that Uncle Yi is interested in acquiring the piece of land at Beihu in the suburbs, Qi Xian remarked calmly, suggesting he consider it carefully, as there are issues with that land. He mentioned that there are problems with the Beihu land. Yi diligently took on the role of the messenger. Yi Yongxian felt a sudden jolt of alarm. What kind of problems? Forget it, I will ask him myself. You can step back. In the next moment, Yiji leaned back in her chair in silence. Yi Yongxian leaned forward, beckoning Qi Xian with a wave of his hand. Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he had no choice but to move closer to Yi Yongxian. Yi Yongxian began. Qi Xian, it's inconvenient for us to converse this way. I think it would be better for Xiaoji to switch places with me. Qi Xian. Uncle Yi, are you doing this on purpose? At that moment, Qi Xian was genuinely exasperated. He merely wanted to divert Yiji's attention for a moment and share a few whispered words with her. A distance of less than 50 centimeters falls within the intimate zone, and he relished the thought of being close to Yiji and sharing secrets with her. He truly did not know whether Yi Yongxian was oblivious or if he was, like a protective guardian, preventing Qi Xian from getting any closer to Yiji. I had no need for that, Qi Xian replied helplessly. I will talk to you after the press conference is over. Very well then, Yi Yongxian said with a hint of regret. Zhao Zheng had finished introducing the various specifications of the phone and began the live demonstration. By the way, the hottest topic today must be Taoshuan. Right. Zhao Zheng said with a cheerful smile. This newly established company not only allows for chatting and connecting with friends but also features a shopping website where one can purchase a wide array of items at remarkably low prices. The audience was astonished. This was a press conference for W's phone, so why did Zhao Zheng suddenly bring up Taoshuan? Only Yiji and Qi Xian remained unfazed, their expressions unyielding. Xiaoji, why is he suddenly praising your company? Did you advertise this extensively? How much could that have cost? Yi Yongxian asked, puzzled. Yi smiled gently. Dad, you will find out soon enough. I'm just riding the wave of popularity, Zhao Zhang continued with a grin, presenting exciting news. The Taoshuan mobile application will be available for a sneak preview on our new flagship phone, and there will also be exclusive coupons to be claimed. The crowd gasped in surprise, and Yi Yongxian's mouth dropped open in shock. He remembered asking Yi Ji when the mobile application would be launched, to which she had merely replied that it would be soon. He never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Though his primary business was real estate, he understood many underlying principles. The promotional effect of Taoshuan was outstanding and quite popular, and now that it was exclusively available on W's phone, it would undoubtedly boost W's phone sales. Furthermore, existing users of W's phones would automatically become users of Taoshuan due to the application pre-installed on their devices. This was a mutually beneficial strategy. Every step of her plan had been meticulously thought out, yielding remarkable results. Suddenly, he noticed Qixian leaning in closer to Yi Ji again, as if they were sharing whispers. Yi Yongxian was suddenly struck by a realization. Wait, Yi Ji's Taoshuan company is indeed backed by Qixian, right? He seemed to grasp something monumental that moment. Yi Ji was oblivious to her father's complex expression. She was discussing the primary direction for future promotional work with Qixian. I don't see any issues. Qixian nodded slightly, encouraging her to proceed. Your decisions are never misguided. Please don't flatter me so often. I am quite prone to arrogance, Yi Ji replied with amusement. I wonder how the folks at Qianbai will react. Yi Ji rested her chin on her hand, truly curious if this tactic would force Minghan into a financial showdown. Minghan should be aware of this by now, Qixian remarked casually. Surely not. Yi Ji expressed her astonishment. He is hosting a birthday banquet today. How could he possibly be following W's phone press conference? There will always be guests who wish to see it. Qixian replied with a slight smirk. He suddenly understood at Xingming Club. Minghan was seething with rage. His birthday banquet had initially been going smoothly, and he had been diligently trying to rein in his emotions, proactively getting to know the guests attending the celebration to forge connections. Just moments ago, a guest had mentioned that today marked the launch of W's flagship phone and expressed interest in broadcasting it on the club's large screen. Then, Minghan caught wind of the news regarding the sneak preview of the Taoshuan mobile application on W's flagship phone. How could he not be furious? He had thought his streak of bad luck had ended, only to be stabbed in the back by Yi Ji. Qianbai was also developing a mobile application, but they were only halfway through. How could Taoshuan's application have been launched ahead of them? This was an underhanded strike. Chapter 55. That comes at another price. Minghan left the banquet hall with a cold expression, immediately summoning the manager of Xingming Club, fuming. Shut off the screen in the banquet hall. The manager hesitated for a moment, awkwardly replying, but what if the guests inquire about it? Minghan angrily rebuked, useless. Can't you just tell them the large screen is experiencing technical difficulties and is under repair? The manager hurriedly agreed, and once he left, Minghan promptly called Feng Jia. Feng Jia was still working overtime at Qianbai, and although Minghan had departed, they were likely stuck until 10 o'clock. Upon seeing Minghan's name flashing on his phone, Feng Jia answered in trepidation. Have you seen W's phone press conference? Minghan asked coldly. Feng Jia was taken aback. Not yet. The Taoshuan mobile application has been developed. When will Qianbai's application be ready? Feng Jia was astounded. The Taoshuan mobile application was already completed. Speak? Minghan demanded furiously. Half a month. Are you joking? Minghan bellowed. 3 days. I want to see the finished product in 3 days. Feng Jia was deeply shocked. 3 days? How could that be possible? Minghan had previously shown little regard for the mobile application, and the department had not allocated enough personnel. Even if they worked around the clock, it was impossible to complete half a month's workload in 3 days. President, we currently lack manpower, and the workload is immense. Even if we send additional personnel now, they will need time to familiarize themselves with the progress. Stop making excuses. Minghan interrupted impatiently. Just tell me, how long will it take to finish? Feng Jia pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, at least 10 days. I will give you 1 week. Minghan declared sternly. If it isn't done, you're out too with that. Minghan hung up the phone. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before calling the domestic head of H Company. He was hoping H Company could move their mobile press conference, originally scheduled for a month later, up to a week from now. Additionally, he wanted them to promote Qianbai's mobile application at the conference. The head of H Company initially rejected the proposal outright, but after hearing that W's press conference had gone exceedingly well, the attitude of the representative softened somewhat. However, no matter how eloquent Minghan was, the representative had only one message. It could be done, But that would come at another price. Oh Minghan was left with no choice but to state he needed to consider it, then hung up. He hadn't anticipated H Company being so arrogant. After contemplating for a while, he recalled Zhang Yuan, the chairman of M Company. From the previous cocktail party, he remembered that both M and W had been eager to cooperate with him. Yet they had never reached out again. At the time, he had been somewhat annoyed, thinking they were being ungrateful, but now he realized it must have been Yi who intercepted the opportunity. It seemed he needed to contact Zhang Yuan personally to express his willingness to cooperate. With such sincerity, he believed Zhang Yuan would choose to collaborate with him over a newly established company. Soon, Minghan dialed Zhang Yuan's number. Zhang Yuan's demeanor was cool and polite but distant. After Minghan expressed his intention to collaborate, Zhang Yuan regretfully replied, "I'm sorry, young master O, but we have already confirmed our cooperation with Taoshuan." Minghan was taken aback. Zhang Yuan did not say they were preparing to cooperate, but rather that they had confirmed it. He unwillingly questioned why. Taoshuan is a new company with no user base. What merits does it possess that you have chosen to work with them? Zhang Yuan scoffed, surprised that Minghan couldn't grasp this. He was quite arrogant indeed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuan decided to put pressure on Minghan, compelling him to compete financially with Yi. Zhang Yuan casually remarked, "Because they are more well known." After saying this, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone without hesitation. Minghan stared at the darkened screen of his phone. His expression dark and brooding. That all it takes. Yet Taoshuan's reputation was merely a product of marketing. Qianbai could achieve the same. Among today's guests, there were several mine owners keen on investing in Qianbai, and he had initially intended to cultivate relationships with them gradually. However, time was of the essence now. If he wanted to spend money on marketing, someone had to foot the bill. Minghan scanned the room. Noticing a few mine owners gathered together, engaged in conversation, he immediately approached them. "This TTX has quite a bit going for it. I find myself rather intrigued. My son has also mentioned that online forums are abuzz with discussions about TTX, generating considerable excitement. My little daughter is no exception. She has been clamoring for me to purchase a new W brand phone for her, eager to be among the first to experience it. It seems that this new company must be in dire need of investment, and I believe we could explore potential contact." Upon overhearing the discussions among those mining magnates, Minghan's expression darkened significantly. He had invited these individuals to secure investments for countless companies, not to provide a platform for TTX. Yet, it was not just these few. Numerous other guests also displayed interest in TTX. Minghan's face grew increasingly grim. They were already intrigued by TTX, and should he approach them now, it would surely convey that he was merely squandering their investments. It appears he must devise a more gradual strategy. However, the thought of enduring such humiliation today ignited a furious desire within him to destroy something. With a scowling demeanor, Minghan exited the crowd and retreated to his private lounge. Yiqinya noticed and hurriedly followed Zhang Danny. Amidst the crowd, anxiously chased after them, having already purchased a watch that Minghan adored, determined not to let Yiqinya steal the spotlight. Inside the lounge, Minghan, in a fit of rage, seized a vase and smashed it against the ground. Shards of the vase scattered at Yiqinya's feet, startling her. She approached Minghan from behind, softly calling out, "Minghan, silence!" Before she could finish, a furious Minghan shoved her aside. Yiqinya was sent sprawling onto the shards, the searing pain jolting through her as she gazed at her hand, now pierced by the fragments, her complexion paling. Outside the door, Zhang Danny, poised to enter, was taken aback by the scene. Why had the man she admired transformed into a grotesque, frenzied beast in that moment? What had she ever loved about him? Why was she competing with Yiqinya for the privilege of standing beside such a temperamental man? Chapter 56. A thunderclap as Minghan beheld the blood oozing from Yiqinya's palm. Clarity struck him with force. No, he needed to leverage Yiqinya to keep Yi in check. He could not afford to offend her. Immediately, he knelt on the ground, feigning remorse. "Qinya, I apologize. I had no idea you were behind me. It's all my fault for letting you get hurt." As he spoke, Minghan raised his hand, poised to strike himself. Yiqinya hurriedly grasped his wrist. "Minghan, please don't do that. I understand it was unintentional. And I'm not angry. Is that truly the case?" Minghan, filled with self-reproach, held her hand tightly. "Yet I am furious at myself. I vow that I shall never harm you again." "Qinya, does your hand still hurt?" Yiqinya, touched, replied, "With your concern, it hardly hurts at all." Outside, Zhang Danny was rendered speechless. Wasn't this precisely the behavior of an abuser, kneeling to apologize and promise reform after an outburst? Why was Minghan so adept at this? And Yiqinya, had she lost her mind? Did she truly forget how terrifying Minghan had been in his fury? The mere memory of his countenance sent chills down Zhang Danny's spine, filling her with dread of nightmares to come. And could they not tend to the injury? Even if they were incapable, surely they could call for an ambulance. Yi Qinya's hand continued to bleed. Did they not find it grotesque to exchange sweet nothings in such a bloody state? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Zhang Danny to conceal herself in a corner. Meanwhile, Minghan, observing Yi Qinya's unconditional affection, took her hand imploring, "Qinya, would you please reconcile with your sister and persuade her?" Before he could finish, the lounge door was flung open, and a man rushed in, panic-stricken. "Young master, oh, this is dire." Minghan felt his temples throb. He had no desire to hear those 3 words. What was all this frantic commotion about? What on earth is happening? He demanded, irritation evident in his voice. "Young master, oh, it's like this," the newcomer stammered. "General Ding from Yusen Trading is here to consume at our establishment, and upon learning of this, his wife has brought others to catch him in the act. Moreover, she has called the police, accusing our establishment of providing special services. There are now numerous officers on site." What? Minghan stood in shock. How could this possibly be happening? His Xingming Club did indeed offer special services, catering exclusively to wealthy clientele. With his oversight and Wu Yongji's covert influence, no one dared to cause trouble. Yet now, due to a marital dispute, they found themselves embroiled in this scandal. To make matters worse, this was occurring on the very day of his highly anticipated birthday banquet. The thought of his once promising celebration devolving into this chaos left Minghan feeling utterly cursed. Yi Qinya obediently acknowledged. Once Minghan departed, tears of pain streamed down her face, her breath hitching in sharp gasps. Initially, she had intended to call a server for assistance with her wound, but chaos had erupted at Xingming Club. Leaving no one available to attend to her, with no other option, Yi Qinya resigned herself to leave the lounge and seek medical attention on her own. After she left, Zhang Danny emerged from her hiding spot. She suddenly realized she no longer loved. No, to be precise, she no longer idolized Minghan. Once, he had seemed so arrogant and lofty, dismissing everyone around him. She had been infatuated, believing him to be exceptionally powerful and the unrivaled choice for marriage. Yet now she understood that he wasn't nearly as formidable as she had thought. He too had moments of impotent rage. In fact, in those moments, he appeared not only terrifying but also exceedingly repugnant. Previously, she had envied Yi Qinya, yearning to take her place. But now, witnessing Minghan's treatment of Yi Qinya, all she desired was to distance herself from this man with violent tendencies. Zhang Danny glanced at the exquisitely wrapped gift box and sighed in relief. Thankful she hadn't sent IIT the Central Hotel, the mobile phone launch event had concluded. Zhao Zheng cheerfully bid farewell to the friends who had come to show support, especially engaging in mutual flattery with Yi Ji. Given the event's remarkable success, both parties were highly satisfied. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Zheng, Yi Ji sought out Yi Yongxian at that moment. Yi Yongxian was conversing with Qi Xian, who was explaining the unreliability of a particular piece of land. As Yi Ji approached, Yi Yongxian pulled her aside, lowering his voice to inquire, "Xiao Ji, what do you think of Qi Xian as a person?" "He's quite amiable and trustworthy," Yi Ji replied effortlessly. "If he says there's an issue with the land at Beihu, then there surely is. You should consider it carefully." Yi Yongxian. That's not quite what he meant. Sighing, he patted Yi Ji's shoulder. "The fortunes of the next generation are their own. You decide how to handle it." Yi Ji was left perplexed. The land at Beihu was not her responsibility, so why must she take charge? A thunderclap. Yi Ji was momentarily stunned. Was this man truly her father? Why would he utter such a statement upon departing? Did she truly appear so noticeably overweight? Panic-stricken, Yi Ji considered seeking a measuring tape to check her waistline. Observing the sudden change in Yi Ji's expression, Qi Xian approached, his gaze darkening as he asked softly, "What's wrong?" Surely, she could not ask Qi Xian if she had gained weight. After all, she had been indulging in late-night snacks at his place every evening. It would be no surprise if she had. But if she inquired, wouldn't it seem like she was blaming him? "It's nothing," Yi Ji replied, her spirit deflated. "I should find an opportunity to lose weight." Qi Xian's eyes flickered. He sensed that Yi Ji was concealing something significant from him. But what could possibly be so alarming as to leave her in such a state of shock? Noticing her reluctance to speak, he refrained from pressing further as they sat in the car. Qi Xian observed her lack of energy and retrieved a bottle of cola from the car's mini-fridge, offering it to her. Wei's pupils dilated in alarm. Chapter 57. Her reflection in his eyes. Yi Ji felt as though she were facing a formidable enemy. A bottle of cola contained the caloric equivalent of 2 bowls of rice, and she would not partake. "I won't drink it," she vehemently shook her head, as if trying to dislodge the very idea. Qi Xian's gaze darkened. Yiji had always relished cola, even referring to it as happy water. What could have transpired to render even her favorite drink incapable of bringing her joy? Qi Xian pondered. Unable to discern the cause that I just received news, he began, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The Xingming Club has been shut down for rectification. Yiji's eyes brightened, her demeanor shifting remarkably with a cold chuckle. She remarked, serves them right. They provided special services in secret, operated a casino, lent money at exorbitant rates, and engaged in countless illegal activities. They ought to have anticipated this day. Yet, we owe you our gratitude. The method was your idea, the credit belongs to you. Qi Xian replied calmly, it was indeed your suggestion. I merely executed it. Yiji paused, amusement bubbling within her. It seemed they were playfully shifting blame onto one another. Very well, since the outcome is gratifying, I'll shoulder the responsibility. This time it was she who had proposed the plan, while Qi Xian had put it into action. The so-called Xingming Club, which Minghan had ostentatiously designed to appear elite and exclusive, was, in reality, a front for him to expand his network through unscrupulous means. General Ding from Yusen Trading was among its frequent patrons. The repressed Mr. Ding was indulging in reckless behavior outside, yet fearing his wife's discovery, he dared not maintain prolonged relationships with other women. In contrast, Minghan catered to his desires, continuously providing him with a variety of women through the Xingming Club while aiding in keeping his indiscretions concealed. Mr. Ding found a kindred spirit in him, reciprocating with numerous benefits in their business collaborations. After a lengthy period of restructuring, the Xingming Club was reopening today, and Mr. Ding could hardly resist the temptation to indulge. Yiji's plan was to inform Mrs. Ding of this news. Known for her vigilance over her husband and her fiery temperament, Mrs. Ding would undoubtedly storm the Xingming Club to catch him in the act, thus escalating the scandal. Naturally, the task of discreetly conveying this information to Mrs. Ding fell upon the resourceful Qi Xian, as Yiji had yet to establish any rapport with them. Now that the Xingming Club had just resumed operations, only to be immediately faced with the prospect of closure due to further rectifications, those invited to the banquet would likely witness a splendid drama, yet might refrain from future visits. After all, should this news spread, returning might lead to misunderstandings about their intentions for seeking special services. With everything unfolding smoothly, Yiji was more than willing to bear the blame. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, noting that Yiji appeared unfazed by the situation. He had initially suspected that Yi Yongxian might have learned about the incident and spoken hurtful words to Yiji, but it seemed otherwise. He then asked with such commotion today, are you not concerned that your father might worry about the rift between you and your sister? Not at all, Yiji replied nonchalantly. My sister and I have been at odds for over half a month. My parents have long since stopped intervening. Qi Xian frowned slightly, pondering what could have possibly caused Yi's sudden discontent. However, as their conversation progressed, Yiji's spirits visibly lifted as Yi exited the car. She was called back by Qi Xian. The butler has prepared a variety of fried skewers today and has even made a special black-bone chicken soup for you. Come in and have a taste. Yiji was taken aback. Fried skewers? She thought, instinctively salivating before immediately recalling their caloric content. Oh no, I can't eat that. She lamented, not just today but never again. Qi Xian was momentarily stunned. These were the very skewers Yiji had casually mentioned wanting to eat, which prompted him to instruct the butler to prepare them. Why then was she rejecting them? He queried, is it the late-night snack you dislike, or have I done something to upset you? No, noticing Qi Xian's misunderstanding, she felt a bit embarrassed and explained, it's just that my father said I've gained weight, and I want to lose some. Qi Xian paused, suddenly realizing what had been troubling Yiji throughout their journey. He couldn't help but chuckle, laughter growing more contagious in his eyes. Yiji had always been composed, intelligent, and meticulously strategizing, wholly devoted to her career, qualities he greatly admired. Yet, it turned out she was just like any ordinary girl, relishing in delicious food and fretting over her figure. This revelation added a touch of warmth to her character, one that he found endearing. Noticing his amusement, Yiji felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What's so funny? Is it really that amusing? Or do you think I've gained weight too? I merely didn't expect you to be troubled by such matters, Qi Xian replied with a gentle smile. I actually think your figure is just right. You were too slender before. However, if it concerns you, I could accompany you for a workout tomorrow. Yi's expression morphed into one of despair. For someone who firmly believed that merely lying down and watching fitness videos would suffice for weight loss, the prospect of actual exercise was daunting. Can't I just eat less? Yi's demeanor shifted. It seemed that today's temporary victory had led her to become somewhat complacent. She had merely gained an upper hand over Minghan, not decisively defeated him. With their relationship now openly hostile, Retaliation from Minghan was inevitable, and no one could guarantee that he wouldn't lash out in humiliation, potentially targeting her. If she were to fall ill, she would truly be at his mercy. Taking a deep breath, Yiji resolutely declared, "I will work out with you tomorrow." "All right," Qi replied with a slight smile. "Since we'll start exercising tomorrow, let us consider tonight a final celebration." Yi's eyes sparkled. She was fond of this suggestion, feeling it was quite astute. "Let us go for skewers," she exclaimed eagerly. The next day, Qi indeed arrived early to knock on her door, urging Yiji to join him for a workout. Although his regimen was well planned and suited to her capabilities, Yiji still felt utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the office, Chun Wei was startled by her half-dead appearance. "Were you the one working overtime last night? Or was it me?" "You look utterly drained." "No need, I'm not tired," Yiji replied. Chun Wei nodded, refraining from further comments. She then inquired, "Is there any news from Qianbai?" To her surprise, it seemed Qianbai had some capable individuals, as they managed to devise a counter-strategy overnight, which was quite impressive. Chun Wei affirmed, "Indeed, a half-month promotion is sufficient to divert our attention. It appears they are ready to engage in a financial battle." Yiji. "How should we respond?" "Let us not rush," Yiji suggested. "First, we need to ascertain the specifics of their month-long event. For instance, how they are offering discounts to merchants and what kind of incentives they're providing to consumers. Such an exaggerated approach to spending money would require several rounds of deliberation at Qianbai. They cannot make such decisions hastily." "Understood, I will investigate further," Chun Wei responded. Soon, he returned to Yiji's office with the findings. She briefly skimmed through the documents and couldn't help but smile. During the event, Qianbai waived fees for merchants, but the discount amounts were directly deducted from the merchants' profits. On the consumer side, Qianbai cleverly stratified users by spending levels, offering lower-value coupons to higher-spending customers, while new users received higher amounts. "Are these figures accurate?" Yiji inquired. "Absolutely," Chun Wei confidently replied, "that I employed some clever tactics myself." "Impressive, Minghan is attempting to pull off a classic case of getting something for nothing," Yiji remarked, somewhat impressed. "It's one thing to take advantage of merchants, but to exploit loyal customers is quite audacious. What should we do now?" Chun Wei suggested, "Should we expose their scam through media outlets?" "Your direction is correct, but the approach is flawed." Yiji smiled softly. "In this day and age, television audiences and online viewers belong to two distinct groups. Exposing them on television would be ineffective. Instead, we should reach out to influential video creators on popular streaming platforms and ask them to analyze Qianbai's promotional activities, creating a few videos in the process. Additionally, keep a close eye on the pricing of items on Qianbai's site. Any significant fluctuations can serve as useful data." "Are you implying that prices on Qianbai will increase?" Chun Wei asked. Bewildered. "Of course," Yiji replied with a slight smile. "If Qianbai is unwilling to spend, how could the merchants possibly shoulder that expense? Raising prices before lowering them will inevitably become a standard practice." Yiji reflected inwardly, having encountered such tricks before. Fortunately, Minghan was still in a phase of wanting to spend extravagantly while hesitating to dip into his own funds, which explained his current tactics. However, if he ever decided to go all out, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Chun Wei set off to carry out her instructions, and Yiji took out her phone, preparing to contact several brand partners with whom she had a good rapport. These brands had stores on both Taoshuan and Qianbai, being well established with considerable influence. She aimed to remind them that although Qianbai hadn't offered them a choice, they could still negotiate with the company to opt out of this event. After all, for these brands, if they adjusted prices as haphazardly as smaller merchants, they would jeopardize their reputations. Conversely, not adjusting prices would lead to financial losses. After making several calls, she was pleased with the results. Those brands were already reaching out to others, preparing to negotiate with Qianbai. Satisfied, she hung up the phone, hoping Minghan would appreciate her little stab in the back. Just then, her phone rang and she was surprised to see Qi's name on the screen. This was quite unusual. Qi had never called her during work hours, as they typically discussed matters while dining at his home. Pressing the answer button, she inquired with curiosity, "Qi, is there something you need?" "I just wanted to ask," Qi sighed, perplexed. "Do I appear to be a complete fool?" "Ah." Yiji was utterly bewildered by the question. "Minghan has arrived at Qi's company." Qi sighed again. "He wishes to see me, likely to discuss investment away. This is absurd." She had merely dealt a minor blow to Minghan, yet he was already attempting to infiltrate Qi's domain? Yiji felt somewhat speechless. "He certainly knows how to pick his targets. Do you plan to meet him?" "That depends on you," Qi replied with a slight smirk. Yiji was left in a state of confusion. After considering, she suggested, how about I bring you a gift? Qi Xian. That he has completely ceased to anticipate gifts from Yi. Nevertheless, all the presents she has given him are currently displayed in his bedroom. There is a massage chair, 2 bean-bag chairs, a computer desk, a handmade carpet, 2 modern paintings, and several other decorative items. All these were purchased by Yi to adorn her home, and whenever she finds something appealing, she invariably buys an extra one for him. This has led Qi Xian to suspect whether Yi is treating his room as a playground for her interior design whims. While he does not harbor any aversion towards the item she has gifted him, he yearns for something different. He contemplates how to subtly hint to Yi about his desires. However, he suddenly fears that if he does, she might present him with even more bizarre gifts. I like flowers, Qi Xian stated plainly, adding with concern but not too many. Yi paused for a moment before promptly responding, I understand. Don't worry, it's on me. After hanging up the phone, Qi Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Did Yi truly comprehend his intention? Oh well, the evening would reveal the truth. He summoned his assistant and inquired in a low voice, Is Minghan still unwilling to leave? The assistant replied, Yes, he insists he won't depart without seeing you. Then let him wait, Qi Xian said indifferently. Chapter 59. He is still angry. Minghan waited anxiously in the reception room, his expression growing increasingly grim. He felt utterly exhausted, not merely physically but mentally as well after the tumultuous events of yesterday. The birthday banquet he had high hopes for turned into a complete disaster, and even the Star Dream Club had to suspend operations for renovations. Last night, he had to devise a solution for the Star Dream Club's issues, while also reassuring the invited guests to prevent them from distancing themselves due to such trivial matters. He remained busy until the late hours before finally resting, but it wasn't long before he was jolted awake. Checking the time, he found it was only 3 in the morning, and promptly called Feng Jie, who was still working overtime, instructing him to ensure they devise a strategy to outshine Tao Suan while spending the least amount of money possible. After the call, he finally managed to drift back to sleep. This morning he rushed to Qianbai Company, where the executives presented a relatively feasible plan, albeit one that was excessively costly. Minghan modified the expensive aspects and directed them to implement the revised plan. Subsequently, he hurried to Qi's company, hoping to seek Qi Xian's investment. In truth, Qi Xian was not his first choice. Qi Xian was far too astute, and securing his funds would make it difficult to oust him later. However, given the lingering emotions from last night's guests, approaching them for investment now would undoubtedly elicit dissatisfaction. Additionally, with Yi's pressure, he had no alternative but to select Qi Xian, as he was undeniably wealthy enough to sustain his needs. Feng Jie was also brought along by Minghan, and he appeared incredibly fatigued. What do you understand? Minghan impatiently interrupted him, Isn't it simply because when Qianbai was established, Qi Xian wanted to invest but I refused? That he has been upset ever since. If I wait a bit longer, he will see my sincerity and be willing to meet with me. Feng Jie was taken aback. Was it him who was still half asleep? Or was it Minghan? Qi Xian was a business partner, not a romantic interest. How could Minghan apply courtship tactics to business? Has he gone mad with his pursuit of women? Refusing Qi Xian's investment was an old story that dated back ages. Furthermore, it wasn't just them who had turned him down. There was no way Qi Xian would harbor a grudge over such trivialities like Minghan. Feng Jie couldn't help but urge once more. Perhaps President Qi is simply uninterested in this industry, which is why he refuses to see us. Qianbai has just been established, and he approached us for investment because he saw the industry's potential. How could he possibly be uninterested? Minghan scoffed, confidently asserting previously he lacked the opportunity. Now, as we are engaged in fierce competition with Tao Suan, it is the perfect moment for him to enter the fray. He wouldn't want to miss out. Right now he is merely inflating his own value, trying to negotiate for more advantages in the upcoming discussions. Feng Jie hesitated, wanting to refute but recognizing that Minghan's remarks did hold some merit. The industry indeed had promising prospects. Qi Xian had no reason to overlook it. Suddenly an idea struck Feng Jie and he exclaimed in surprise, President, is there a possibility, just a possibility, that President Qi perhaps has more confidence in Tao Suan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Minghan angrily interrupted him, Tao Suan is merely a newly established small company. What is there to be optimistic about? Moreover, its founder is a woman. Just look at what Yi has done. Upon establishment, she is burning through cash recklessly. How much money does she have to squander like this? Feng Jie struggled to suppress his urge to voice a rebuttal. What was wrong with women? What was wrong with spending money? The results for Tao Suan were not too shabby, were they? In just one day Yi had managed to corner Minghan to this extent. Those unaware might even think Qianbai was on the brink of collapse. What could Minghan possibly disdain about Yiji? Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, well aware of who was signing his paycheck. Suddenly, Feng Jie's phone rang, and he hurriedly stepped outside the reception room to answer. Soon he rushed back in, panic-stricken. "President, it's bad news." Minghan's temples throbbed, and he snapped, "Don't utter those 3 words. Just get to the point." Feng Jie cleared his throat and continued, "Several brand merchants have called to say they will not participate in our discount event. If we do not comply, they will shut down their online stores and only sell on Taosun." Minghan erupted in fury. "Which brand merchants dare to threaten me like this? Fine, let them close down. That won't do." Feng Jie quickly interjected, "These brand merchants are." Upon hearing the names of those brand merchants, Minghan's expression shifted to one of gravity. These were the merchants he had personally invited to Qianbai, aiming to enhance its image and alter the public's perception that Qianbai was merely a hub for cheap and counterfeit goods. If these merchants departed, it would undoubtedly tarnish Qianbai's reputation. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable, but at this critical juncture, it might trigger an adverse butterfly effect. While securing investment was crucial, he had to first address the brand merchants' concerns. Once they reached an agreement, the news swiftly made its way to Yiji's ears. She was not surprised by the outcome. Immediately, she notified Chun Wei, instructing him to share this information with the video creators. Producing a video takes time and gaining traction requires opportunity. For now, Yiji's task was to wait. The butler glanced at the meticulously wrapped gift box and smiled. "Miss Yi, have you brought gifts again?" "Yes," Yiji nodded. "This time Qi Xian will surely love it." The butler chuckled lightly, quickly diverting his gaze. After all, it was likely yet another trinket or piece of furniture, of which he had little interest. How could Qi Xian possibly appreciate it? "Butler, could you assist me with a favor?" Yiji suddenly spoke up. "Certainly, of course." The butler replied cheerfully, "Miss Yi, just say the word. Please take a look at these videos for me." Yiji produced her laptop and placed it on the table. A few quick action videos had already been created by the video creators and uploaded to the video sharing site. However, while there had been some response, it was not significant. Therefore, Yiji planned to amplify the impact. She showcased the videos to the butler and several servants for their opinions. The videos varied in style. Some seriously highlighted the pitfalls of Qianbai's current promotion, while others sarcastically suggested that Qianbai could opt out of the event if it wished, alongside several humorous and quirky clips. "Butler, which video do you think is the best?" Yiji inquired. "I think this one is good," the butler replied, pointing at a particular video. "I never realized buying things online could have so many pitfalls." Yiji nodded slightly. The video selected by the butler was indeed entertaining. The creator was a charming young woman, and the content depicted her joyfully pulling out a calculator to determine how much she could save from Qianbai's event, only to discover she would actually end up spending more than usual. Given her pleasant appearance and expressive demeanor, the video was engaging and easy to understand. Yi then asked the other servants, who all concurred that this video was excellent. "Miss Yi, do you have a specific purpose for selecting this video?" the butler queried, puzzled. "Indeed, I plan to find a promoter to ensure this video goes viral online," Yiji explained. The butler, not fully grasping her intention, asked, "Have I been of assistance to you?" "Absolutely, you've been a tremendous help." "Thank you, dear butler," Yiji replied with a gentle smile. Previously, Yiji had learned that the butler and the servants rarely ventured online and were not well versed in internet affairs. If even they found the video appealing, it would undoubtedly resonate with the broader audience and be easier to promote. Just as Qi Xian walked through the door, he nodded, but upon noticing Yiji's empty hands, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, despite his explicit hints, Yiji still seemed oblivious. Observing her expectant gaze, Qi Xian reluctantly accepted the situation. The gift box was somewhat heavy, which took him by surprise as he tore open the ribbon and lifted the lid. He found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Yiji had gifted him flowers, but not a bouquet. Rather, it was a potted plant. I painstakingly selected this pot of clivia after scouring the flower and bird market, Yiji remarked with a hint of pride. The flower language of clivia symbolizes nobility and the demeanor of a gentleman. I believe it suits you perfectly. Moreover, I have thoroughly inquired about how to care for this plant, including how to treat it in case of pests or diseases. As she spoke, Yiji produced a pocket-sized notepad, already filled with meticulous notes. Watching her earnest explanations on how to nurture the plant, Qi Xian managed a wry smile, feeling a sense of relief. So be it. Yiji had indeed taken his words to heart. On the contrary, she was quite attentive, going out of her way to visit the market and even jotting down so many notes. She simply had never considered the matter in the context of romantic feelings, or rather at this moment, she was entirely preoccupied with other thoughts. Such matters could not be rushed. He would wait patiently for the day she would come to that realization. I truly like this flower, Qi Xian said with a gentle smile, extending his hand. Please pass me the notes. I would like to study them when I have the time. Certainly, Yiji replied, handing over the notepad. Qi Xian glanced down at it. Her handwriting was neat and graceful, a delight to behold, and he casually slipped the notepad into his pocket. Moments later, he spoke again. Prepare yourself. I have a gym here. You should come over to continue your workout shortly, da. Yiji looked at him in astonishment. Dio, we have to exercise in the evening as well. You may decline, Qi Xian replied nonchalantly. He immediately felt a twinge of grievance. It seemed there was no option for her to refuse. Qi Xian escorted her to the gym upstairs, and soon Yiji's piercing screams echoed from within. Had it not been for their trust in Qi Xian, the housekeeper would have likely rushed in. An hour later, Yiji finally pushed open the gym door. Her legs trembling as she emerged, she clutched the handrail of the staircase, her face pale as she descended slowly. The housekeeper and servants watched her in surprise, and the next moment, they gazed at Qi Xian with admiration. Yiji, completely oblivious to their expressions, felt as though she had lost half her life. For some reason, she sensed that the intensity of tonight's training was far greater than that of the morning session. She even suspected that Qi Xian had some personal vendetta in this workout. But had she done anything to offend him? She had always been striving to maintain a good neighborly relationship. Following this, a servant came to assist Yiji, and the housekeeper arranged for her to have a sports drink. After she left, the housekeeper approached Qi Xian, unable to restrain his admiration, saying, "Young master, impressive. You've really worn Missy out like this, Qi Xian. Where were they getting such notions?" He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Housekeeper, things are not as you think." "Haha, I was merely joking," the housekeeper replied. "However, I advise you, if you intend to have Missy exercise, it should be done gradually. Excessive intensity may be too much for her. Rest assured, these intensities are appropriate for her and will not burden her health," Qi Xian stated lightly. "She simply hasn't exercised in a long time." Hearing this, the housekeeper finally felt at ease. The next day, Yiji arrived at Taoshuan brimming with energy. Chen Wei entered her office somewhat surprised and remarked, "President Yi, you seem to be in great shape today." Yiji was equally astonished. She had expected that, given the amount of exercise she had done the previous evening, she would be sore all over and unable to get out of bed. To her surprise, after following Qi Xian's method of relaxation and heat therapy, although her limbs felt slightly sore, it was negligible. Yiji coughed a couple of times and asked, "How are the views on those videos?" "Here are the view statistics for the videos," Chen Wei replied, handing her the printed materials. Yiji glanced over the data, which aligned closely with her expectations. The video that the housekeeper had favored last night had gone viral online, propelled by their subtle promotion, spreading across major forums and social media platforms. This surge had also boosted the popularity of several other videos, sparking widespread discussion. Topics such as price hikes followed by discounts and the infamous killing familiar customers had even made it to trending lists. The increased viewership had inspired other content creators to produce videos riding on this wave of popularity. "There are quite a few videos comparing us to Taoshuan," Chen Wei noted. "Our reputation is currently excellent, attracting many new users. Additionally, due to the killing familiar customers issue, numerous high-spending customers from Qianbai have flocked to us, making significant purchases, and our sales have increased substantially compared to yesterday." Yiji was taken aback. It could work like this? She truly owed a debt of gratitude to Minghan. If he had genuinely begun to burn cash, it would have merely turned into a contest of financial strength. However, Minghan insisted on being so miserly, unwilling to spend yet wanting to reap benefits, treating others as fools, which had triggered such a widespread backlash. It was precisely because of this that Yiji managed to achieve remarkable marketing results at an extremely low cost. This was akin to Qin Shi Huang savoring peppercorns, an unexpected win. With that, Yiji rose and headed towards the door. "President Yi, are you heading out?" Chen Wei inquired. "Yes, these days are crucial for us," Yiji replied. "I'm going to visit the courier company we're collaborating with to ensure they guarantee the efficiency and safety of our website's deliveries. If there's an urgent matter, just call me." Chen Wei promptly agreed. Minghan arrived once again at the Qi Corporation, yet Qi Xian remained elusive. In the reception area, Feng Jia was stifling yawns, feeling utterly miserable. He had been summoned by Minghan to work overtime the previous night, and now he felt lightheaded. Suddenly, his phone rang again, and his expression soured. The sound of his phone was something he dreaded the most. It always signaled trouble. Seeing Minghan shoot him a glare, he hurriedly stepped out of the reception area to answer the call. Soon, he returned with a grim face. President Minghan's piercing gaze bore into him, causing Feng Jia to swallow the next two words. Anxiously, he said, "President, there are now some videos circulating online that are detrimental to the company. In truth, they had noticed these videos the previous night, but because they were so bluntly critical, they felt apprehensive and chose to ignore them, fearing to inform Ming-han. Yet now, as the situation escalated, they could no longer hide it." After hearing Feng Jie's report, Ming-han expressed his displeasure. "Is this trivial matter worth reporting to me? Immediately spend money to have those forms delete the videos. If they refuse, send them a lawyer's letter." Feng Jie hesitated. There were countless videos online criticizing their event. Could they really delete them all? Nevertheless, Ming-han was known for his autocratic nature, so he dared not object. "President, the videos are not the main issue," Feng Jie continued. "Currently, our company's reputation online is quite poor. Many users have been swayed by public opinion, accusing us of exploiting customers, and several have already cancelled their accounts. Moreover, someone has come up with a plan to encourage those who haven't cancelled to request invoices for old orders." Ming-han's expression darkened further. He bellowed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Feng Jie immediately lowered his head. How could he have said anything earlier? Ming-han was becoming increasingly volatile, often calling them in the middle of the night for overtime. Had it not been for the severe user attrition, they would have likely continued to conceal the truth from Ming-han. After all, being criticized in videos wouldn't cost them anything substantial. Furthermore, Feng Jie mustered his courage to add, "Many merchants are also clamoring to withdraw from this event if they aren't allowed to exit. They'll threaten to close their stores." Ming-han's expression grew increasingly grim. He felt he was being attacked from all sides. Under normal circumstances, he would have made sure to teach these audacious individuals a lesson. However, now that users were leaving, he couldn't afford to let the merchants follow suit. In truth, he knew how to resolve the current predicament, by pouring money into it. The only issue was that Qi Xian had persistently refused to see him. Did he expect him to spend his own money? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ming-han inexplicably began to miss Zhou Chengyuan. If Zhou Chengyuan were still around, he wouldn't feel so helpless and could spend Zhou Chengyuan's money. He genuinely regretted not having retained Zhou Chengyuan when he was leaving for abroad out of spite. "President," Feng Jie tentatively asked, "should we continue to wait?" After a full day of discussions and meetings, Ming-han reluctantly decided to spend money to placate the merchants. He had no choice but to follow Yiji's example and personally subsidize those discount coupons. Regarding the users, Ming-han instructed the public relations department to draft a sincerely crafted apology letter. The gist was that due to their inexperience in organizing such events, numerous issues had arisen. However, they had rectified these mistakes and issued additional coupons to users, assuring that there would never be a price hike before events in the future. Furthermore, this was merely a warm-up for the event. Once the Qianbai mobile application was officially launched, there would be even larger discount activities. This announcement was quite sincere, yet it was met with ridicule. You realize you've hit a wall only after crashing into it. You know to buy when stocks rise, but it's too late. Nevertheless, since the discounts from Qianbai were substantial, albeit complex in their structure, many people still accepted them. Moreover, Ming-han has expended a considerable sum to divert the heated topic, significantly diminishing the clamor of dissenting voices. Yiji has been occupied throughout the day, visiting several headquarters of courier companies, and it was not until evening that she became aware of the situation. She was not particularly surprised. If Ming-han were to stubbornly refuse to invest further and allow matters to deteriorate, she would genuinely begin to question how he managed to grow the company to such a size. Chapter 62. She is here to buy a house, of course. Minghan's current plunge into the vortex of spending aligns perfectly with her interests. Furthermore, it is surely his own money that is being spent. If she can extract funds from Ming-han, the legal expert, to benefit the public, why not seize the opportunity? Yiji nodded and remarked, "I have run around to numerous places today. I am utterly exhausted." The butler listened with a cheerful demeanor, his heart brimming with delight. The fact that she is so fatigued yet still made a trip here signifies that Miss Yi must harbor feelings for their young master. Qi Xian. Why did he once declare his fondness for flowers? He could already envision Yiji transforming this place into a garden. Why the sudden gift? Qi Xian inquired calmly. In truth, it could be considered a bribe. Yiji admitted somewhat sheepishly, "I am just too tired today. I would like to request a day off." She cast a forlorn glance at him. "Coach Qi, you truly are quite strict." Ultimately, she resigned herself to accompanying Qi Xian for training. Though unexpectedly, today's regimen consisted solely of muscle relaxation exercises, with a low intensity. Upon completion, Yiji felt not only unburdened but rather light and invigorated. It dawned on her that indeed, the previous night's training must have had personal motives behind it. After the session, Yiji took her leave directly. However, just as she stepped outside, she noticed a furtive figure lurking in a corner nearby. Peering at her house, Yiji's expression shifted, and she promptly called her 2 bodyguards, who lived with her for convenience. Given that they were all women generally, she would leave them at home when visiting Qixian soon. One bodyguard opened the door, casually pretending to take out the trash as she stepped outside. After discarding the garbage, she swiftly melted into the shadows, silently approaching the mysterious figure. A piercing scream shattered the night air, causing Yiji to startle. She hurried over from the sound. It seemed the intruder was a woman. "Miss Yi, we have apprehended the individual. How should we proceed?" One bodyguard inquired. Yiji retrieved her phone and activated the flashlight. Under the glaring beam, the subdued woman instinctively shut her eyes. The woman appeared flustered, trying to evade being seen. Yiji frowned. The woman was quite attractive, yet she had no recollection of her. "Call the police and have this thief taken away," Yiji instructed. The woman immediately panicked, exclaiming, "I am not a thief. I am here to buy a house. I wish to purchase the one in front." Yiji looked up, feeling increasingly speechless. Wasn't he that her house? When had she decided to sell it? And how was she unaware of such a decision? "I speak the truth. My name is Zhanruoqing, and my family is quite wealthy. I am genuinely not here to steal." Zhanruoqing hastily revealed her identity. Fearing that being taken to the police station would turn her into a laughingstock, Yiji was taken aback. "Zhanruoqing? That name did ring a bell. Wait," Yiji said. "Let us invite Miss Zhan inside for a chat." Qixian stood up, but the next moment he sighed and said, "No need. Yiji can handle it herself." The butler became anxious. "That simply won't do. What if Miss Zhan says something reckless that leads to a misunderstanding on Miss Ye's part?" "She won't," Qixian replied with a wry smile. In fact, he would welcome a misunderstanding, as it would at least prove that Yiji held feelings for him. "You child, I cannot reason with you." The butler, exasperated, approached the door, casting worried glances toward Yiji's house. Zhanruoqing had already been invited into Yiji's home. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, feeling somewhat awkward, Yiji acted as if nothing had transpired, bringing out her stockpile of snacks and placing them before Zhanruoqing. "Miss Zhan, you must have been startled. Please try these snacks. They are quite delightful," Yiji said calmly. Zhanruoqing was momentarily taken aback. While she could barely comprehend not being taken to the police, how could there also be snacks offered? "Thank you, but no," Zhanruoqing replied defensively. "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Yi," Yiji responded. "Miss Yi, I truly admire your house. Please name your price," Zhanruoqing said. "That as long as the price is reasonable, I will not haggle." "Why do you wish to buy my house?" Yiji inquired curiously. Zhanruoqing's expression grew somewhat embarrassed. Naturally, she intended to purchase a house here to gain an advantage. She pondered. If she could acquire the house adjacent to Qixian's, he would be unable to prevent her from getting close. Thus, she had devised a way to sneak in tonight to discuss the matter with the homeowner, only to be mistaken for a thief. I simply like this house and wish to buy it." Zhanruoqing stammered, feeling guilty. "I apologize, but I do not intend to sell the house," Yiji replied coolly. "However, I would like to discuss another matter with you." "What matter?" Zhanruoqing's heart raced. Wait. Could it be that Yiji residing here is actually pursuing the same intention? Is she going to discuss with her terms that would prevent her from approaching Qixian? "I understand that this matter may place you in a difficult position," Yiji spoke calmly. "But I believe that in the future it will prove advantageous for both of us." "What exactly do you want to say?" Zhanruoqing's vigilance heightened. She knew it. This woman had her sights set on Qixian as well. No matter what Yiji proposed, she would refuse. "I hope you can invest." "Impossible." "I will absolutely not agree," Zhanruoqing declared emphatically. Yet, in the next moment she wore a bewildered expression. What had Yiji just said? Zhanruoqing stood up in a daze, utterly shocked that Yiji would allow her to leave just like that. Shouldn't Yiji be threatening her, ensuring that she would not appear in the future? Chapter 63. I have invested in this project. Zhanruoqing stood at the door, suddenly halting her steps. Somehow, she felt that if she were to leave just like that, it would be an enormous loss for her. Yiji. A table full of snacks is considered a sincere gesture. Are wealthy individuals these days so easily appeased? Reflecting on Qixian next door, who could be delighted by a mere pot of flowers? It only illustrates that the pursuits of the affluent are indeed quite unique. However, observing Zhanruoqing's stammering demeanor, it was highly likely that she was still somewhat prideful. "Invest in Tao Suan," Yiji stated. "The one that has been trending recently." Zhanruoqing exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be that Tao Suan is your venture?" "Indeed it is," Yiji replied with surprise. "I did not expect you to have heard of it. It seems our company's promotional efforts are paying off." "And so what?" Zhanruoqing retorted without hesitation. "I will not be investing. My father and brother have both stated that while Tao Sun is gaining momentum, The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Qianbai. Although Qianbai is currently in a predicament, appearing to lack assistance, that is merely a temporary situation. It is a sacrifice to extinguish the flames, yielding no benefits. Everyone is waiting for Minghan to make a concession, at which point it will be the opportune moment to step in. Hearing this, Yiji was entirely unsurprised. She had anticipated such developments. Minghan possesses the networking resources of his adoptive father, coupled with his business acumen over the past few years. It was only a matter of time before he secured investment to continue burning money. The absence of investors now merely reflects Minghan's reluctance to incur losses, while investors are eager to reap the rewards. This is precisely why Yiji sought Zhan Ruoqing's investment. Although Qixian was indeed wealthy, one could not continuously exploit the same source, could they? It was essential to seek additional investors. It was crucial to secure several investors, thus ensuring greater security, allowing her to feel more at ease while spending. Rather than blindly following your father and brother, why not trust your own judgment? Yiji stated calmly, producing a document. This outlines our chat application's registration data and the sales figures from our shopping site over the past few days. You may find it helpful. Zhan Ruoqing gazed at her in shock. She was willing to share such internal documents. If I don't show them to you, how can I persuade you to invest? Yiji replied with composure. These were documents she had printed today to present to Qixian, the major shareholder. With the opportunity to secure another shareholder, she would certainly not withhold any information. Zhan Ruoqing accepted the document, her expression complex as she flipped through it. Her astonishment grew. Since registering on the Taosun chat application offered shopping site coupons, the number of registered users was remarkably high. Additionally, its simple yet smooth interface retained numerous users. What astounded her further was that the total sales revenue for Taosun over the past few days had surpassed Qianbai's highest monthly sales from the previous year. Zhan Ruoqing found herself wavering. She understood the significance of these figures and what they represented. Taosun was far from fragile. In fact, if funds were secured, its future development would undoubtedly far exceed that of Qianbai. I apologize, Zhan Ruoqing said, feeling conflicted as she set down the document. My father and brother are more optimistic about Qianbai, and they also have intentions to invest in it. That is their choice, not yours, Yiji replied, her gaze glimmering. Do you not wish to demonstrate to them that your choice is the correct one? What do you know? The expression on Zhan Ruoqing's face suddenly changed drastically. What I know is of little importance, Yiji replied. What matters is what you think in your heart. Zhan Ruoqing slumped onto the sofa, appearing utterly dispirited, as if all the air had been let out of her. Observing her grappling with intense inner turmoil, Yiji quietly sat, allowing her the time to ponder. Her understanding of Zhan Ruoqing was derived entirely from Qixian. Qixian had introduced her to various prominent families in Kyoto, and the Zhan family was among them. He had once informed her that the Zhan family held a somewhat traditional view on gender roles, but theirs was a unique form of preference for sons. The Zhan family was affluent, thus Zhan Ruoqing never faced shortages in life, and her family treated her with considerable affection. However, the sole distinction between her and her brother was that he was raised strictly according to the standards of an heir. He endured the most rigorous restrictions, received the finest education, and was the recipient of all his relatives' high expectations. Zhan Ruoqing yearned for the same level of attention from her family, yet her brother's mediocre second place in a minor test would elicit sighs of disappointment from their household, whereas she could barely scrape through her major examinations, and her family would merely chuckle, saying she had done well enough. After all, girls need not excel academically. Naturally, Zhan Ruoqing felt indignant. She was desperate to prove herself, to demonstrate that her parents' beliefs were mere prejudices. Yet, unfortunately, her brother was genuinely a prodigy in both academics and career. He consistently excelled among the elite, leaving her feeling utterly hopeless in comparison. If her family were unkind to her, at least she would have a reason to resent them and vent her frustrations. However, their kindness only compounded her despair. Whatever privileges her brother enjoyed, she received an equal share. Even when it came to inheritance, everything was split down the middle. This left her feeling even more despondent, as she found herself devoid of any grounds for anger. Eventually, she began to change her aspirations, desiring to marry a man even more accomplished than her brother, to prove to her family that she was not inferior to him in any way. Qixian's assessment of Zhan Ruoqing was remarkably objective. He did not harbor any fondness for her. Yet he refrained from tarnishing her reputation out of personal bias. The only detail he withheld from Yiji was that Zhan Ruoqing had her sights set on him. Seeing that Zhan Ruoqing was still in a state of indecision, Yiji spoke softly. Marrying an exceptional man will only attest to his individual excellence. To prove your own capabilities, you must strive to become outstanding. This statement struck Zhan Ruoqing like a dagger. slicing through the self-deception she had clung to for so long. All right, genre watching suddenly stood up, exclaiming, I'll invest in this project. Yiji was somewhat taken aback. It was surprisingly easy. Previously, Qi had mentioned that genre watching was not easily swayed and might even respond unfavorably. Yet here she was, seemingly quite amenable. That it seemed even Qi could misjudge at times. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Qi suddenly sneezed. Young master. The butler rushed in, perplexed. They've come out, and they seem to be in good spirits. Chapter 64. Has she been fooled? Qi glanced at his watch in surprise. It had happened so quickly. Nonetheless, Yiji's efficiency was astonishing. It had barely been a short while, yet she had managed to persuade the notoriously stubborn genre watching. Young master, would you like to go take a look? The butler inquired. No need, Qi replied. Ly. Right, the butler suddenly realized you'd better not go. Otherwise, Miss Jean might think you actually care for her. Qi. That makes sense. Genre watching, clutching the large bag of snacks that Yiji had given her, said somewhat shyly, I've taken all your snacks. What will you eat? I think I should leave half for you. No need. You don't have to be polite with such trivial things. If I want something to eat, I can buy it myself. Yiji insisted resolutely. These snacks had been collected by her in the past. But since she was now focused on exercising, she couldn't indulge. It was better to do a favor and give them all to genre watching. That moment, genre watching felt deeply touched. Yiji was a true friend, genuinely sincere. From now on, when you come over, don't climb over the wall. Just come through the front door and mention my name, Yiji said. Genre watching's mind stirred with anticipation as she asked, Can I come and visit you often? Of course, but I'm quite busy lately, so I might not always be around. If you're coming, just give me a call in advance, Yiji replied with a gentle smile. After all, if she were constantly at home for no reason, genre watching would start to worry about whether her investment was going down the drain. Genre watching nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. She had previously clung desperately to Qi, primarily to prove herself to her family. However, Yiji's words had awakened her. She had merely asked casually earlier, without any true intentions towards Qi. Moreover, as another woman, Yiji appeared to be a couple of years younger than her. Yet she had managed to establish Taoshuan through her own efforts, even dominating the opening against Do Minghan, leaving him unable to raise his head. If Yiji could do it, why not give it a try herself? Noticing that Yiji seemed to have something to say, she walked out onto the balcony. Have they left? Qi inquired. Yes, Yiji stretched lazily. She's a nice person with a good temperament. You might hold some bias against her. Qi. He had already been quite objective without any personal emotions mixed in. Thank you very much. But I must genuinely thank you this time, Qi added. Your information was accurate and extremely useful. Your contribution was paramount in persuading her. Qi's gaze flickered slightly as he asked, What did you sacrifice to convince her? Yiji pondered seriously for a moment. A large bag of snacks? Qi. All right, it seemed that from this day forward, he would need to reevaluate the nature of friendships among women. I'm off to sleep now, Yiji yawned. Good night. Qi chuckled softly, watching her walk into the bedroom and close the balcony door before shutting the window. The following morning, Yiji arrived early at Taoshuan Company. Although genre watching had agreed to invest the previous night, such verbal commitments were insufficient. A contract had to be signed. Genre watching was punctual. Upon her arrival, Yiji first took her on a tour of the company before they began discussing the specific investment amounts. While Yiji had been aware that genre watching was somewhat wealthy, she was astounded by just how affluent she truly was. Moreover, genre watching was prepared to invest significantly. Had Yiji not intervened, she might have risked her entire fortune. After they signed the contract, genre watching let out a long sigh of relief. Yiji, I've put everything on the line with you this time. You must surpass Qianbai and make a fortune, genre watching said, brimming with anticipation. Yiji, while organizing the contract, replied, All investments carry risks. There's no guarantee of profit in any project. Genre watching looked bewildered. I've just signed the contract, and you're telling me this now. Well, Yiji said half-jokingly. Isn't this something we should discuss after signing the contract? Genre watching. That I don't care, she declared, adopting a stubborn demeanor. You must make money. All right, Yiji chuckled lightly. Why not invite a few more friends to invest? That way, our odds of success would increase. Genre watching. Had she truly been duped? Not only was she being fooled, but now she was expected to drag her friends into the pit as well? How could she possibly refuse? All right, genre watching swiftly agreed. I have a few friends who are actually quite optimistic about Taoshuan. I'll introduce you to them another day. But it's almost noon. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let us go, Yiji smiled. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Humph, I won't be polite with you. Zhang Ruoqing rubbed her hands together in excitement. The two then left the company building together. Just as they stepped out, a car pulled up at the entrance of Taoshuan Company. Yiqinya sat inside, gripping her phone nervously as she gazed apprehensively at the company building. Minghan, I'm a bit scared. Yiqinya hesitated. Qinya, don't be afraid. Minghan's voice came through the earpiece, his tone patient. We're genuinely doing this for your sister's sake. You wouldn't want your relationship with her to deteriorate further, would you? But the last incident with Zhou Chengyuan already upset my sister greatly, Yiqinya said anxiously. What if I mess up again and make her even angrier? That won't happen. Haven't we already investigated thoroughly? Minghan continued to persuade her. Your sister cares for him so much. How could there be no feelings between them? I could even overlook the past for your sister's sake. This would be beneficial for all of us. How could your sister possibly be angry? Yiqinya still hesitated, but Yiqinya, Minghan's voice suddenly turned impatient. Do you not wish to help me? Didn't you say that you love me very much and would do anything for me? Why are you hesitating over such a small task? Chapter 65. Don't call again, Minghan, don't be angry, Yiqinya quickly replied. I'll handle it right away. She then hung up the phone, pushed open the car door, and stepped out at a Tianbai company. Minghan's face darkened after ending the call. He had already visited the Qi family that day, but Qi Xian still refused to meet him. Minghan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He had come to understand Qi Xian's attitude. It seemed that Qi Xian would not be investing anytime soon. He would have to consider alternative solutions. President. Upon hearing Feng Jia's voice, Minghan abruptly turned, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Feng Jia, startled by this fierce look, forgot most of what he had intended to say, only recalling that Minghan had forbidden him to speak ill. He nearly blurted out his thoughts but quickly restrained himself. Seeing him stutter, Minghan impatiently demanded, what exactly do you want to say? Did I not instruct you to go to the court? What's the situation? Suddenly remembering, Feng Jia hastily replied, I inquired, and the court said the situation is quite unfavorable for us. They suggest mediation, but it appears that Chen Wei is not very willing to mediate. President, what do you think we should do? Why are you asking? Am I not already brainstorming solutions? Minghan said irritably. Feng Jia, frightened, immediately fell silent. How effective has the website's promotional activity been? Minghan continued to inquire. Feng Jia hesitantly responded, not as good as expected. Listening to Minghan's scolding, Feng Jia could only shrink his neck and endure it. Could he be blamed for this? In an effort to appease high-spending users, Minghan had intentionally established new rules. The higher the spending, the easier it was for users to claim red envelopes, and the amounts were substantial. Conversely, for lower-spending users, claiming red envelopes was exceedingly difficult, requiring check-ins and extended durations, with the maximum amounts often being mere cents or a few dollars. Speak! Minghan bellowed. Angered, he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that Feng Jia let out a breath. President, what shall we do now? Minghan's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, isn't he able to recklessly squander money only because of the Yi family? If the Yi family encounters trouble. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy, fixating on Feng Jia. Realizing he was not meant to hear this, Feng Jia quickly retreated. After he left, Minghan took out his phone, preparing to call Zhang Danny. For reasons unknown, Zhang Danny had not contacted him for several days, and he had heard that the Zhang family was arranging blind dates for her. He needed to call her quickly to prevent her from truly changing her mind. The call connected swiftly, and Minghan adjusted his tone, unusually gentle as he spoke. Hello, it's me, Minghan. Danny, we didn't get a chance to chat at your birthday party a few days ago. Are you free for lunch today? Let us have a meal together. Please don't call me anymore, Zhang Danny coldly interrupted. My father has arranged a blind date for me, and I'm worried it might cause misunderstandings. With that, she hung up the phone. Staring at the now dark screen, Minghan was left in shock and a fit of rage. He hurled his phone away. At Taoshuan Company, Yiqinya arrived at the front desk, biting her lip as she said, Hello, I'm looking for Chen Wei. You're looking for Director Chan? The receptionist politely inquired, Do you have an appointment? No, Yiqinya shook her head. Could you please call and ask if he is willing to meet with me? I am Yijia's sister, Yiqinya. Upon hearing that she was Yijia's sister, the receptionist immediately became attentive, picking up the phone to dial Chen Wei's office. Chen Wei was taken aback. Yiqinya was not only Yijia's sister but also Minghan's girlfriend. What could she possibly want to see him for? Did she mention anything? Chen Wei asked. No, I asked, but she refused to say. The receptionist replied. Chen Wei furrowed his brows. Personally, he did not wish to meet anyone associated with Minghan, but Yiqinya was indeed Yijia's biological sister. Given Yijia's sensibility, Yiqinya should not be too foolish, right? If she had something important to convey, it would be regrettable to miss it. However, he was not without caution. Let her wait downstairs. I'll go meet her. Chunwei decided. After hanging up, Chunwei made his way downstairs. Upon arriving in the lobby and seeing Yiqinya waiting at the front desk, he couldn't help but feel slightly stunned. Yiqinya presented an entirely different aura compared to Yiqinya. She was composed and resolute, as if nothing could daunt her, whereas Yiqinya seemed delicate and fragile like a wilting flower. Miss Yi, what brings you here? Chunwei asked, puzzled. Hello, Mr. Chun, Yiqinya began. Would it be possible to discuss this in a different location? There's a nearby CAF with excellent coffee. Let us go there, Chunwei suggested. Yiqinya nodded, and the two left for the nearby CAF. They chose a corner table, where the server enthusiastically recommended the CAF's popular ice cream hot pot, but they declined. They simply ordered 2 cups of coffee. Coincidentally, Yiji and Zhanruoqing were also in the same CAF. Zhanruoqing had initially intended to give Yiji a hard time, but upon hearing that Yiji was on a diet, she immediately dragged her here, insisting they order the ice cream hot pot, determined to sabotage her dieting efforts. They were seated on the opposite side, thus failing to notice each other. The coffee arrived quickly, and Chunwei, perplexed, asked, Miss Yi, what is it that you wish to discuss? Yiqinya stirred her coffee with a spoon, taking a deep breath before saying, Mr. Chun, do you have feelings for my sister? Chunwei was taken aback. And the next moment, his expression soured dramatically. My relationship with Director Yi is not what you assume it to be. He retorted unhappily to Mr. Chun. Please don't misunderstand, Yiqinya timidly replied. I'm not here to disrupt your relationship. On the contrary, both Minghan and I support your union. Yiqinya continued. Although there were some misunderstandings between you and Minghan in the past, those matters are behind us. He will not pursue the mistakes you made previously, nor will he demand repayment for the debts you owe him. Chunwei felt his blood pressure spike. Even a socially awkward recluse like him was now filled with indignation. Was this truly Yiji's sister? He finally understood why Yiji seldom spoke of her sister, and when she did, it was always with an expression that suggested deep trouble, for Yiqinya was immensely pressuring. Yiqinya, oblivious to Chunwei's discontent, continued, in the future we will be family, so there's really no need for such divisions. I hope you can persuade my sister to merge Taoshuan with Qianbai. Rest assured, Minghan is very magnanimous. He truly does not hold past grievances against you and would welcome you to continue overseeing the website's main program. If you desire a different position, that can also be negotiated. As for my sister, do not worry. Minghan will ensure she retains a position as vice president. At last, Chunwei could endure no more. He seized his coffee and angrily splashed it onto Yiqinya's face. Yiqinya exclaimed in shock. The patrons in the CF turned to stare at the commotion. Yi also turned to look, her face immediately registering astonishment. How did Yiqinya and Chunwei end up together? The next moment, her expression changed. With Yiqinya around, how could anything good come of it? Just as she prepared to rise, she saw the two arguing. What are you doing? Yiqinya whimpered, on the verge of tears. I'm trying to wake you up. Chunwei shouted, trembling with rage. I warn you, do not insult Director Yi. The bond between Director Yi and me is one of profound understanding and mutual respect. It is akin to the connection between Bo Ye and Ziqi, a bond that transcends gender. Director Yi extended her hand to me during my lowest moments, and I am willing to serve her loyally and devotedly. Such feelings are not related to romantic interests. Only someone with a filthy mind like yours would misconstrue it as such. Yiqinya was left utterly flabbergasted. She had never been scolded in such a manner before. What do you mean? Chunwei interrupted angrily. You may bully me, but Taoshuan is Director Yi's labor of love. How dare you shamelessly attempt to swallow it whole? And what of the vice president position? Do you think Director Yi covets such a thing? How could Director Yi have a sister like you? What kind of audacity and malice do you possess to say such things? Pa! Go dream your grand dreams elsewhere. Yiqinya was rendered speechless. He dared to call her malicious. Everyone around her had always praised her kindness. No one had ever accused her of being malicious. Yiqinya gasped, quickly shielding her face. Though she was still drenched, Chunwei scoffed, set down the cup and turned to leave. The server approached. She'll pay for the coffee. Chunwei pointed at Yiqinya before walking away. The server, feeling awkward, approached Yiqinya. Miss, do you need assistance? Yiqinya had never felt so humiliated. Seeing so many people staring at her, she hurriedly pulled out 2 bills from her wallet, tossed them on the table and fled. That woman, is she your sister? Upon seeing Yiji nod, Zhanruoqing expressed her disgust. That's utterly revolting. Why didn't you just go up and slap her? Chunwei was here, Yiji replied, and what of that? Did you not hear the eloquent words of Chan, the talented gentleman? He pledged his loyalty to you. What is there to worry about? Of course, I worry that the moment I appear, he will face social demise, Yiji candidly admitted, genre watching. How reasonable. Although Chun Wei's words are heartfelt and passionately expressed, he can only voice them in the absence of Yiji. If Yiji were present, he would likely find a crevice in the ground to hide in, unable to face her again. Indeed, genre watching nodded in agreement, but are you truly going to let your sister off the hook? This time, she was sent here under someone's instigation. Fee speared a strawberry with her fork and dipped it into the chocolate sauce, stating, even if I were to give her a beating, it would be of little consequence. Who says it would be of no use? It can relieve pent-up frustration. Genre watching raised her fist. That is indeed a valid point. She suddenly understood why Qi Xian had previously remarked that genre watching had a rather poor temper. You mentioned someone instigating her, who could it be? Oh Minghan, genre watching replied with a look of disdain. What is he up to? Does he think that by having Yi Qinya say a few words, he can sway Chun Wei? That is because Oh Minghan believes that if he were in Chun Wei's position, he would certainly agree to. Yi calmly remarked, as long as they join forces to deal with me, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the family's fortune would be within their grasp, wouldn't it? At most, they would engage in some disputes over profit distribution. Who would reject such temptation? He will never understand that some individuals cannot be swayed by mere interests. Genre watching made a face of disgust. Indeed, it is something he is capable of. However, one must be cautious, for a person like Oh Minghan would certainly not give up easily. Weiji's gaze darkened slightly as she nodded. After finishing the ice cream hot pot, genre watching took her leave. Remember this person, Yiji instructed. If you see her, drive her out immediately and do not allow her to enter. All right, the front desk hurriedly agreed. Subsequently, Yiji sent a photograph to the front desk. The call came from Lu Lingyu and Yiji, somewhat surprised, pressed the answer button. Mom, what is the matter? Yiji inquired. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten? Lu Lingyu asked with concern. I just finished eating. Yiji replied. Good, make sure to eat well and don't neglect yourself while you're out. Your dad mentioned that you've been quite busy lately. Being busy is good, Lu Lingyu sighed. Being busy is indeed good. Mom, where's my younger brother? Yiji asked. Chapter 67, The Gift-Giving Prodigy. Lu Lingyu replied dejectedly. Oh, he just finished his final exams and has been running around having fun. Yiji immediately understood that Lu Lingyu had truly become an empty nester. Recently, Yi Yongxian had his mind solely focused on the land at Beihu, while she was preoccupied with her new company. And as for Yi Qinya, she was entirely consumed with thoughts of Oh Minghan. Lu Lingyu, a housewife, usually had her younger son to care for, but now that he was not home, she had nothing to occupy her time. And her spirit had become quite hollow. No, Lu Lingyu declined. You all carry on, don't worry about me. I recently rescued a pregnant female cat near our home, and now I'm taking care of it. Just waiting for it to give birth with it by my side. I sleep much more soundly at night. Yiji's lips twitched. Has she really reached the point of keeping a cat for solace? It seems she truly must spend some time with Lu Lingyu. Otherwise, her mother, a noblewoman, might end up feeling like a resentful wife. Mom, a couple of days ago, I bought something for you, Yiji said. I'll deliver it today. Don't worry, Mom, it's not expensive and it's very practical. Lu Lingyu then did not object, and after chatting a bit longer, Yiji hung up the phone. Yiji had indeed prepared something, but it was an item she had casually purchased an extra of, originally intending to give it to Qi Xian as a gift in exchange for late-night snacks. However, after envisioning Qi Xian using it, the imagery was too delightful, the scene too bizarre, and it did not quite match his aura, so she decided against giving it to him. Now it was perfect to gift to her empty nester mother. That evening, after work, Yiji went to the hillside villa to retrieve the item, then brought it to the Yi residence. Lu Lingyu, seeing her ascend the stairs with a large box, hurriedly had the servants take it. What on earth did you buy? This is enormous, Lu Lingyu asked in confusion. Mom, just open it and see, Yiji replied with a smile. It's very practical and you will surely love it. Lu Lingyu opened the box with a skeptical look. And upon seeing the foot bath inside, she was struck with shock and bewilderment, as if someone had presented her with a calculus problem she had long forgotten and forced her to solve it on the spot. As a noblewoman, the gifts she received were typically jewelry, clothing, or cosmetics. This foot bath was a first. Mom, didn't you say you've been sleeping restlessly at night? Yiji took out the foot bath, saying you can soak your feet in it before bed. It's quite comfortable, and you'll surely sleep well afterward. Lu Lingyu's heart softened. So Yiji had remembered her previous words about not sleeping well. Suddenly, Lu Lingyu found the unattractive foot bath much more appealing. She smiled gently and nodded. All right, I'll give it a try tonight. Furthermore, Yiji cheerfully added, you can have Dad prepare the foot-soaking water for you tonight. Lu Lingyu was instantly enticed. Whether or not he prepared the water was unimportant. She simply found the item both beautiful and practical. This is truly a wonderful item, Lu Lingyu remarked with admiration. Indeed. Yiji proudly patted her chest. I am a master of gift-giving. There has never been a gift I've given that was not well received. Lu Lingyu looked at her with a complex expression. Although she genuinely enjoyed the gift, she sincerely hoped Yiji would never give anyone else something akin to a foot bath, nor any furniture. Mom, where's the cat you rescued? I want to see. Yiji said eagerly. Lu Lingyu led her to see it. She had adopted a stunning long-haired orange cat, which Yiji adored. Moreover, she negotiated with the cat mother for one of its future kittens in exchange for a cat toy. The two parties engaged in friendly and amiable conversation, ultimately reaching a deal when the cat mother accepted the toy. Lu Lingyu was both amused and exasperated. She never expected Yiji to have such a childlike side to her. She pulled Yiji by the collar, leading this cat-coddling bandit away. Lu Lingyu invited her to sit down for dinner, and Yi Yongxian was enjoying his meal heartily when Lu Lingyu suddenly remarked, Dear, today Xiaoji gifted me something wonderful that we can both use. Let us try it together tonight. There is such a good item. Yi Yongxian was taken aback, immediately agreeing, all right, we'll give it a try tonight. Yiji nearly spit out her food. How can we try it together? Lu Lingyu soaks her feet, and does Yi Yongxian prepare the soaking water? Quite nice, quite nice. Seeing her stifling laughter, Lu Lingyu piled several pieces of ribs into Yiji's bowl, saying, You child, eat more. Looking at the nearly overflowing ribs, Yiji felt a wave of helplessness. A parent's love truly weighs more than a mountain. After dinner, Yiji followed Yi Yongxian to the study. She had indeed come over with a matter to discuss. Why Yiji began, Dad, I would like to discuss a collaboration with you. You girl, Yi Yongxian said with a frown, what collaboration is there between us? If you have something to say, just speak directly. Can I not help you? This isn't just a personal matter. It involves a collaboration between Taoshuan and the Yi family, Yiji replied. Dad, let us keep this professional. Very well, Yi Yongxian said nonchalantly, what kind of collaboration are you discussing? Yiji presented a preliminary collaboration proposal to Yi Yongxian. You want to build a building? Yi Yongxian exclaimed in surprise, your company has only been established for a few days. Where do you get so much money? From the investors. Yiji explained, the revenue from Taoshuan in recent days has given them confidence. They have high hopes for Taoshuan's future, so I plan to allocate some funds to enhance Taoshuan's hardware facilities. And they have agreed to this. Yi Yongxian looked at her with a complex expression. Indeed, whatever you say, Qi Xian believes it. Dad, that's not what I meant, Yiji replied exasperatedly, as if I'm deceiving him. Even if I deceived him, I couldn't deceive the other investors. You already have other investors for Taoshuan. Yi Yongxian was utterly shocked. Chapter 68. Are you still my real sister? Yes, Yiji replied calmly. Zhan Ruoqing has already signed the investment contract, and as for Zhan Ruoqing's friends, she had a video call with a few of them today, casually discussing and scheduling a meeting. Their intentions are quite positive. It's just the contracts that haven't been signed yet, but Yiji considered them in her calculations. Hearing the name she mentioned, Yi Yongxian's expression grew complex. He had initially thought to wait until Yiji achieved certain results before gradually using his connections to introduce her to people, paving the way for her step by step. Who would have thought that Yiji would solve the problem herself, and that the individuals she knew were all the new generation elites of Kyoto? His daughter is truly capable. What more could he say? Fine, he sighed. Then let us collaborate. I'll go to the Yi family tomorrow to discuss the details. Daweji replied, as you wish. Yi Yongxian nodded. By the way, Dad, how is the land at Beihu coming along? Yiji inquired. I went to check. Yi Yongxian furrowed his brows and said, that piece of land has some issues. Even if we acquire it, development won't go smoothly, so I plan to give up. It's better to give up, Yiji replied. This way you can focus on collaborating with Taosun. Yi Yongxian's brow relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. Stop right there. Yiji's expression darkened as she directly asked, where did you go tonight? Yi Yujie stiffened, reluctantly moving closer, forcing a grim smile as he said, Sister, I just went out for a late-night snack with some classmates. Upon catching a whiff of the faint scent of alcohol on him, Yiji's expression shifted. You drank? No, no, no. It was all them. It probably just got on my clothes that I haven't touched a drop. Yi Yujie hurriedly explained. Yiji seized his collar, pulling him close and commanded, Open your mouth. Yi obediently opened his mouth wide. He stinks. Yiji said with disdain, pushing him away. Go wash up. All right. Yi Yujie complied obediently and turned to leave. What friends do you even have? Yi Yujie lamented, they're just my classmates. Yiji's brow remained furrowed as she contemplated. I think it's best to enroll you in a few tutoring classes. Oh no. Yi Yujie exclaimed in alarm. My dear sister, please spare me. This is my last summer vacation before the final year of high school. Let me just relax a bit. No way. Yiji declared firmly, you should start your countdown to the college entrance examination now. Yuji gaped in shock, urgency flooding his voice. How can you do this? Are you even my real sister? Precisely because I am your sister that I'm treating you this way. Yiji raised an eyebrow. You can raise your voice a little louder to summon mom and dad. Let us see what they have to say. Yuji glared at her in frustration, ultimately letting out a frustrated groan and storming off. Yiji sighed helplessly. She didn't particularly wish to resort to such methods to pressure Yuji, however. She recalled that in the original storyline, Minghan had arranged for several people to lead him astray under the guise of friendship, exposing him to detrimental influences that ruined Yuji's life. She had felt so heartbroken for her brother at the time that she dared not look further ahead. She knew Minghan was the protagonist and would likely be fine, but her brother was a supporting character, and his fate was uncertain. Although it was merely a casual remark, Yiji's upbringing had taught her how excruciatingly difficult it was to rely solely on personal willpower to resist such things, and how easily one could relapse. She didn't want Yuji to endure those experiences. His life had only just begun, and he had a bright future ahead. Yet, she was currently in a contest of wits with Minghan and lacked the energy to also look after Yuji. So for now, she could only confine him with tutoring classes. Once she had the opportunity, she genuinely wished to bring Yuji closer and personally educate him, allowing him to feel the profound love emanating from his sister. After completing her responsibilities at the Yi residence, Yiji took her leave upon returning to the hillside villa. She stepped out of the car and cast a hesitant glance at the house across the street. Qi Xian had arranged to coach her in fitness every evening. Just as she turned to enter, she saw the door across the way open, and Qi Xian emerged. The butler and servants hid behind the front door, their faces brimming with anticipation as they watched them. In fact, Qi Xian had come to the door upon hearing Yiji's vehicle, waiting until it came to a halt before casually walking out as if by coincidence. I had dinner with my parents and my brother, Yiji sighed. He's in a rebellious phase, so I wanted him to feel a bit of sisterly love. Qi Xian gazed at her with a gentle smile. He relished hearing her share such mundane matters. He hesitated before asking, is it still necessary to work out this late? Of course, Qi Xian replied calmly, one must never slack off in their training. Very well, Yiji acquiesced as the two entered her home. The butler and servants walked out with expressions of melancholy. It was merely a workout. Why were they avoiding them? Was there something they weren't allowed to witness? After changing her clothes, Yiji descended to the living room. While exercising, she inquired, Coach Qi, I ate a bit much today. Should I do extra? No need, Qi Xian replied calmly. Occasionally indulging won't have a significant impact. Suddenly, he asked with concern, what exactly did you eat? Yiji answered truthfully, I had a cup of milk tea for lunch, a small piece of cake, and an ice cream hot pot. It wasn't too much. Just desserts. I had a bit more for dinner since my parents kept serving me food. Xian. From now on I will be responsible for your meals, he stated in a deep voice. Huh. Yiji looked at him in confusion. As your fitness coach, it's only reasonable for me to oversee your diet, Qi Xian replied composedly. This way you'll be able to control your intake. Sensing that she might misinterpret his intentions, Qi Xian added, of course you will need to cover the meal expenses. Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed she had indeed overeaten today, to the point where even Coach Qi couldn't bear to watch and had directly arranged a diet for her. That's only fair, she agreed. After finishing their workout, Qi Xian handed her a prepared towel. Yi thanked him and began to wipe the sweat from her brow. Minghan didn't come to Qi's today. I suspect he won't be around for a while, Qi Xian said casually. In recent days, though Minghan sought him out, he had not seen him but had not directly dismissed him either. All to accommodate Yizhi. Why wasting time with him? Minghan had little inclination to devise further plots. Is that so? Yiji raised an eyebrow, sensing he might be planning something new. What are your thoughts? Qi Xian inquired. Yi shook her head slightly. If it pertains to business, he likely has no effective countermeasures at the moment. Let's wait and see. We can respond to whatever comes our way. Qi Xian nodded. Be cautious. If he cannot outmaneuver you in business, he will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Yiji's lips twitched. Minghan had already begun such actions. Otherwise, Yi Qinya wouldn't have made that visit today. She estimated that Yi Qinya was now likely in Minghan's embrace, crying for comfort. I will be careful, she assured him. Afterward, Qi Xian departed, and Yiji went to freshen up. Minghan was utterly exasperated. He had reached out to several wealthy young ladies with whom he had previously enjoyed good relations, who had shown him favor. Yet, these cunning women had no qualms about discussing relationships, but when it came to money, they evaded the subject entirely, never mentioning investment opportunities. What did they take him for? He suppressed the impulse to push Yi Qinya away, frowning as he listened to her speak. When he heard that Eugenia had actually failed, he shoved her away in displeasure. How could I possibly refuse? Eugenia, did you not follow the instructions I gave you? I did exactly as you instructed, Eugenia replied, sounding aggrieved that I never expected him to reject me. Ming-Han, you are so magnanimous, willing to help them despite past grievances, allowing their insignificant company to merge with yours, and even offering them such high positions. This is their fortune. Why can't they see your good intentions? Oh Mingan's expression darkened further. He understood that Eugenia genuinely admired him, so she believed everything he said. However, he knew how absurd those words were, making them particularly grating to hear. Just as he was about to voice his annoyance, his phone rang. Seeing the name Tian Tian flash on the screen only heightened his irritation. He pressed the answer button and impatiently said, Tian Tian, I'm very busy right now. Stay in the hospital and I'll visit when I have time. Brother, Tian Tian whined, I didn't call to summon you over. Ming-Han paused. Then what is it? Are you sure your health is alright? He asked, frowning. I understand. Ming-Han replied, I'm busy right now, but I will come to the hospital to pick you up in a couple of days. After hanging up, he looked up to see Eugenia with tearful eyes. Ming-Han, Tian Tian has never liked me. If she sees me here, she will surely be upset. I think I should move out. As she spoke, Eugenia covered her face and began to cry, preparing to pack her things. Ming-Han felt a throbbing headache. How long would these two women continue this charade? Yet, he couldn't allow Eugenia to leave just yet. She still held significant value for him. That task could only be handled by her. No one else would suffice. He had to keep her. Silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Ming-Han pulled her into an embrace, pressing her head against his chest to obscure his expression from her view. Then, while adjusting his facial expression in the mirror, he said, You know I need you. I can't do without you. If you leave, what will I do? Ming-Han. Eugenia looked up, touched, and finally, Ming-Han managed to put on a facade of deep affection. Gradually, Eugenia closed her eyes, appearing to seek a kiss. Mingan's expression soured instantly. He understood her intentions, yet he was not in the mood or possessed the energy for such things. That he turned away and said, It's late. I'm tired. Let us get some sleep. Eugenia gazed at his retreating figure, reluctantly conceding to his wishes. The following morning, Ming-Han arrived at Qianbai Company bright and early. Upon reaching the office, he summoned Feng Jie to his office without delay, demanding, What progress have you made with the mobile application? Feng Jie hurriedly replied, President, we are still in the testing phase. IT will take another couple of days. A couple of days. By then Yiji will have snatched all the users away. Ming-Han raised his hand and forcefully struck his desk. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he halted his actions and looked up, inquiring, You mentioned it's still in testing, which means it's already developed. Go and inform all departments to coordinate and prepare a promotional plan. Our mobile application will launch tomorrow. That's impossible. Feng Jie exclaimed in shock, hastily interjecting, President, the application still has numerous bugs. It cannot possibly launch tomorrow. Then you all shall work overtime tonight to rectify every single bug. Ming-Han replied impatiently. Feng Jie felt on the verge of despair, stating helplessly, President, even if we work through the night, we may not be able to fix all the bugs. Even if we do, we must test for stability. If any issues arise upon launch tomorrow, it could severely tarnish our company's reputation. Why are you so foolish? Ming-Han retorted impatiently, Can't you promote it externally as a beta version? Since it's a beta release, having bugs is perfectly normal. Isn't it? Chapter 70. The problem escalates. Feng Jie was left astounded, pondering Mingan's intentions. Was he truly willing to have mobile users serve as his bug testers? How audacious! If news of this spread, and others discovered they had become unwitting guinea pigs for testing a flawed application, they would be utterly condemned. President, Feng Jie attempted to reason further, but was cut off by Ming-Han. No more discussions, I have made my decision. Go and execute it now. After all, those mobile users do not understand what a bug is. They might even think the problem lies with their devices. Furthermore, once we launch, ensure that you promptly address the bugs and quietly roll out the official version in a few days to cover this up. Feng Jie was left speechless, unable to respond. But what if? No what ifs. Ming-Han commanded. Feng Jie, this is our chance for a turnaround. We can only succeed, not fail. Do you understand? Feng Jie's complexion darkened further. Did Ming-Han not realize the contradictions in his words? It seemed he intended to stake everything on the mobile application, betting on it for their revival. With Ming-Han resolutely pursuing his course, Feng Jie could only comply, saying, Understood. As Feng Jie exited, Ming-Han exhaled deeply. He was struggling to secure suitable investment, every moment burning through his own funds. This was simply unsustainable. Yet, if his mobile application achieved tremendous success and captured the market early, He would no longer need to appease those around him. In that scenario, they would be the ones begging him for financial support, and he would dismiss them with indifference. Soon, advertisements for Qianbai's imminent mobile application flooded the internet. Naturally, Yiji noticed this promotion. Chen Wei visited her office seeking to discuss countermeasures. Chen Wei proposed, President Yi, currently, the mobile application from Taoshuan can only be installed on W's new flagship model, whereas Qianbai's is compatible with all phones. It appears that Qianbai intends to seize the market ahead of us. Why not launch our application today? They are going live tomorrow, we could catch them off guard. No need to rush, Yiji replied, glancing at the promotional advertisement for Qianbai, particularly the 3 words beta version tucked away in the corner, reminiscent of the cautionary for reference only disclaimer on instant noodle packaging. A faint smile graced her lips as she confidently remarked, I suspect there's more to this. What do you mean? Chen Wei asked, bewildered. Beta version. Yiji chuckled softly, finding the term rather peculiar. It was essentially a testing version likely fraught with issues. Let them launch. I am curious to see what commotion ensues. Chen Wei, over the next few days, conduct extensive testing on Taoshuan's mobile application to ensure compatibility with the currently popular phone models. Understood, Chen Wei replied without hesitation, placing his trust in Yiji's judgment. The fervor surrounding Qianbai's advertisements was palpable, generating immense anticipation for their mobile application, especially given the previous high demand for Taoshuan's. However, as Taoshuan's application was limited to W's flagship model, not everyone would purchase a new phone solely for an application. Thus, Qianbai's entry into the market captivated many, heightening expectations. Ultimately, after a night of relentless effort, Qianbai's mobile application was completed, and they had tested it with the new anguish system. Although there were occasional lags, they were not overtly pronounced. After resting for several hours in the company lounge, Minghan was pleased with their results when he saw them in the morning. Nodding in approval. Excellent. Prepare for a timely launch at 10 a.m. President, should we reconsider? Feng Jie voiced his concerns, clearly apprehensive. After all, we have only tested it on the new anguish system and haven't assessed its performance on the old system. Why are you so bothersome? Minghan replied irritably, only those with old phones use the old system. If problems arise, it will be their device's shortcomings, not ours. With that, Minghan departed. The other employees looked towards Feng Jie. Assistant Feng, what do you think? Forget it, just launch it, Feng Jie said resignedly. At 10 a.m., Qianbai's mobile application was officially available for download. Yiji downloaded it onto W's new flagship phone and, after an agonizing 5-second wait, finally accessed the main interface. Yiji. Is this thing really this laggy? After trying it for a while, she noticed frequent stuttering, significantly detracting from the user experience. Having tested it sufficiently, she stood up to find Chen Wei. Have you analyzed Qianbai's mobile application? Yiji inquired. What are your thoughts? The issues are quite severe, Chen Wei replied, exasperated. I have no idea how they could release such garbage. Yiji was somewhat taken aback. While Qianbai's application was indeed mediocre and the experience lacking, it hardly qualified as garbage. Her expression darkening, she said, you could have just told me directly. Was it necessary to imply that this rubbish application could ruin my phone? Chen Wei, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, thinking, isn't this a more direct way for you to grasp just how terrible it is? Yiji. When did Chen Wei become so mischievous? Yet, just as he suggested, she now fully understood the appalling quality of Qianbai's mobile application. She even began to wonder who had emboldened Minghan to launch such a product. This was not merely problematic. It was a catastrophe waiting to unfold. Chapter 71. Complete collapse. Yiji had just downloaded Qianbai's application on her old phone when it promptly froze upon opening. Yiji was left speechless. After waiting for a while, witnessing no reaction from the device, she resorted to the most brute force method and performed a hard shutdown. I was too careless. I suspect they only tested it on the new anguish system, Chen Wei explained. However, there are significant differences between the new and old systems. All the bugs they fixed were based on the new system, but the revised program conflicts with the old system, resulting in a crash that even a restart cannot resolve. How could they dare to launch it without testing? Yiji asked, perplexed. Chen Wei conjectured, I suppose Minghan was desperate to break through today's predicament, hence his reckless gamble. Even if minor issues arise, as long as they are promptly addressed and some public relations work is done, this will soon be forgotten. After all, the internet has a short memory. Noticing Chen Wei's gaze directed at her, which seemed to suggest that she was the one who had pressured him into this situation, Yiji was at a loss for what expression to wear. Deep down, she had anticipated that Qianbai's system would encounter problems. Her original plan was to wage a public relations war, exposing Qianbai's half-baked application and their willingness to use users as test subjects. She had even intended to contact influential tech figures and prepare an army of online commenters, meticulously planning each step of her offensive strategy. Yet, before she could initiate her plan, Qianbai had already collapsed under its own weight. Downloading Qianbai's application had caused her phone to freeze and turn into a brick. Unable to make calls or send texts, who wouldn't recognize the glaring flaws in this software? Who wouldn't be infuriated enough to voice their frustrations? No, merely expressing frustration would be too lenient. We never imagined that in her quest to defeat her opponent, all she needed to do was sit back and allow them to self-destruct. She even felt inclined to pop open a bottle of champagne in celebration. Reflecting on this situation, she realized why the original text seldom mentioned business matters. Perhaps, just perhaps, Mingan's commercial acumen was truly quite mediocre. May I use your computer? Yiji asked. Chen Wei stood aside, granting her access. Yiji opened the forum and located the lengthy article. For no other reason, she simply wished to see whether the face of the individual who posted was pained. I am utterly infuriated. What a wretched mobile application. It has caused my phone to shatter. Wait, isn't it true that this application at most causes the phone to freeze, but it cannot actually make the phone break? Can it? I have been incessantly rebooting the device, but to no avail. In a fit of rage, I hurled my phone, which then flew out of the window, plummeting from the 30th floor. It shattered into a million pieces. Just now, the property management knocked on my door to warn me against throwing objects from high places, and I had to explain for ages. Accursed Qianbai company, today I shall turn my admiration into disdain for you. He reminded her, President Yi, your company is also in the internet sector. Yiji pushed the keyboard aside, maintaining her composure, and replied, the same applies here, Chen Wei. Your ruthlessness surpasses mine. All right, the entertainment ends here. Let us commence with serious matters. Yiji cleared her throat twice. Chen Wei. Am I entertaining? I was merely browsing forums during non-working hours. Now that Qianbai company is at the nadir of public opinion, this is an opportune moment to strike while they are down. Yi's expression turned grave as she inquired, Chen Wei, is there any hope for those phones? Yes, but this requires cooperation from the phone manufacturers. Chen Wei replied that I can assist them in designing a program that, upon powering on, will automatically upgrade the phone's system and forcibly uninstall all Qianbai applications. Very well, I shall contact my old friends at M&W companies. Yiji said with a slight smile. It is time to extend some assistance to our allies. At Qianbai company, Feng Jie was truly on the verge of tears. Minghan had bolted, leaving him to deal with this mess. They had been focusing on the new anguish system, yet who could have anticipated such a monumental error with the old system? By the time they realized the issue, it was already too late. Their previous promotional efforts had been substantial, elevating many netizens' expectations. At 10 o'clock, they rushed to download it. Although they hastily took the application offline upon discovering the issue, there were still relatively few devices running the new anguish system. The majority remained on the old system, resulting in widespread malfunctions. Furious users inundated Qianbai's official website with messages. Rubbish software, it ruined my phone, compensate me immediately. If you don't, I'll report you to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Everyone stop cursing. Qianbai has your best interests at heart. Download this software, and you'll have a brand new phone. I swear, I'm in tears. Qianbai is absolutely disgusting. Why is it only the old system that fails, while anguish's new system is flawless? Did you accept money from those phone manufacturers to coerce us into buying new system phones? These comments were relatively civilized. Others explicitly named Minghan and hurled particularly vile insults at him. Feng Jie hurriedly instructed someone to disable the comments on their website, but while he could manage his own site, he could not silence the discussions on other sites. Numerous forums and community websites erupted with posts disparaging Qianbai, and the company's public relations front was crumbling. Feng assistant, what should we do now? Someone inquired. Chapter 72. Is there a big move in the works? Feng Jie wore an expression of utter despair. How could he possibly know what to do in the face of such a colossal incident? He had desperately tried to call Minghan, but the line was perpetually busy. You all start brainstorming to see if there's any way to salvage this. Feng Jie said wearily, I'm going to find the president. Although he was truly reluctant to seek out Minghan, he knew that if he didn't, no one else would. The thought of Minghan's volatile temper nearly compelled him to resign on the spot. However, after years of being in Minghan's orbit, he had inevitably learned some secrets that he ought not to know, and Minghan would never allow him to leave. Taking a deep breath, Feng Jie departed the company with a resigned air. After his exit, the remaining employees appeared somewhat distracted. The scale of this incident was staggering, and its repercussions for Qianbai were profound. They could not bear the weight of this blame. Should they consider jumping ship? They had heard that Taoshuan offered excellent salaries and benefits, and there would be a unified onboarding exam next month. Perhaps they should secretly sign up to give it a try? Feng Jia was oblivious to the discontent brewing among the ranks, which made leadership increasingly challenging. Upon reaching the O residence, the servants recognized him and permitted him entry, though one cautioned him that O Minghan was catching up on sleep. Feng Jia, however, paid little heed to this, barging into the bedroom to rouse O Minghan. In the face of O Minghan's almost murderous gaze, Feng Jia quickly relayed the situation. Why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter sooner? O Minghan's expression twisted in fury as he abruptly seized a nearby lamp and hurled it at him. As the lamp shattered at his feet, Feng Jia couldn't suppress a meek defense. I've been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. Still looking for excuses? O Minghan roared, his face darkening as he advanced towards Feng Jia. What have I told you? This situation must succeed. Failure is not an option. How could such a monumental blunder occur? We conducted numerous tests. Why didn't we catch this? Feng Jia felt as though his eardrums might burst. He was left speechless. Unable to express his frustration, he had anticipated this outcome, having previously cautioned O Minghan that this was merely a half-finished product. They had even suggested that they should only launch the new system and delay the old system's release until they had conducted further tests to ensure everything was in order. Yet, O Minghan had ignored them, eager to seize market share and desperate to deploy this method to alleviate the current crisis, insisting on an early launch. Now, with the disaster unfolding, O Minghan showed no acknowledgement of his own misjudgment, instead placing all the blame squarely on them. Particularly witnessing O Minghan's increasingly contorted expression filled Feng Jia with an inexplicable fear. He wondered if he might actually resort to violence. The door creaked open and Yiqinya entered, her expression one of confusion as she approached O Minghan, linking her arm through his. Minghan, what are you two arguing about? Get away! O Minghan snapped, shoving her aside with irritation. Yiqinya let out a shriek as she stumbled backward, colliding with a table behind her. O Minghan suddenly regained some composure. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that he could no longer afford to offend the Yi family, especially as Yiqinya was his only remaining card against them. Taking a few deep breaths, he feigned remorse and hurried to assist Yiqinya to her feet. Qinya, are you all right? I didn't mean to raise my voice at you. It's all your sister's fault. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim. Yiqinya had struck her waist and was now in considerable pain. Yet, upon hearing his words, she disregarded her discomfort and quickly inquired, Minghan, did my sister upset you again? What did she do? Feng Jia could no longer endure this. Was this even a reasonable conversation? Yiji had not held a knife to his throat, forcing him to launch a half-finished application. Had she? Observing the pair continue their tender exchange, Feng Jia hastily slipped out of the bedroom. Standing in the corridor, he pulled out his phone and was dismayed to see dozens of missed calls from colleagues. To avoid provoking O Minghan, he had silenced his phone. He hadn't anticipated receiving so many calls in such a short time. A surge of anxiety washed over him. Could something else have gone awry? Just then, another call came through. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the answer button. Phone assistant, thank goodness, thank goodness. No, it's not that good. What a chaotic mess. Feng Jia lamented. Have you identified a solution? Not yet. However, phone assistant, M&W companies seem to have a remedy. They've updated the old system for their devices. As long as their phones are connected to the internet, they will automatically uninstall our company's applications. Moreover, they've issued a statement expressing their intent to collaborate with competitors to share insights. I believe this issue will be resolved swiftly. Feng Jia let out a sigh of relief, his feelings unexpectedly complex. He had never anticipated being pleased by others uninstalling the company's applications. What do you mean by not so good? He inquired further. Well, W&M companies have sent reminders to their new system users, labeling our applications as high risk, stating they could damage their devices and advising users to uninstall them promptly. Our user base has dwindled to a pitiful number. Feng Jia. Given the severity of this incident, it was understandable for the two companies to act in such a manner. They couldn't be criticized. Nonetheless, the ability to resolve the crashing issue was a pressing relief. He no longer cared about the sweet nothings being exchanged between O Minghan and Yiqinya. He quickly announced, President, the issue has been resolved. O Minghan gently patted Yiqinya's back, urging her to step outside. After listening to Feng Jia's report, he remained silent for a considerable time before asking, what is Taoshuan's reaction? Feng Jia hesitated for a moment. It seems there hasn't been much of a response. O Minghan's heart filled with disdain. Indeed, women would be women. He had initially worried that Yiji would seize this opportunity to make a move. But to his surprise, she had chosen to let such a prime opportunity slip by. In that case, he would not hold back. Feng Jie felt a twinge of apprehension. The lack of response from Taoxuan was highly unusual. He worried that they might be plotting something significant, but he dared not utter that phrase, lest he provoke Minghan's ire. He pondered for a moment and said, however, President, although 3 days might barely suffice, given the magnitude of this incident, I fear that those users will not accept it. How can you be so foolish? Just issue an apology announcement and send them some worthless discount coupons. Minghan replied impatiently. Chapter 73. Backlash. Minghan expressed his disdain, saying, after being by my side for so long, how can you still be this dim-witted? Why not organize a lottery? As long as there is a lottery, it is certain to yield coupons. Prepare a few smartphones, keyboards, and some small gifts to accompany the draw. For the grand prize, offer a car worth 500,000 with a predetermined recipient to claim it, thereby amplifying the spectacle. Doesn't that suffice? Feng Jie hesitated, for under normal circumstances, he would agree that Minghan's method was rather clever. However, considering their tarnished reputation, how could others be so easily convinced? Moreover, to have a predetermined winner for the car, wasn't that deceitful? Yet, seeing Minghan's evident impatience, he dared not question further, hastily acquiescing. Subsequently, Minghan personally oversaw the restoration of the Qianbai mobile application. This time he had learned his lesson and refrained from giving arbitrary commands. Instead, he merely monitored the project team to ensure they did not slack off. Nevertheless, these days proved to be quite agonizing for Minghan. Other smartphone manufacturers gradually updated their systems. Aside from a few who were infuriated enough to physically damage their phones, most users found their devices returning to normal. Major social media platforms and forums were rife with denunciations of Qianbai and Minghan. Although he scattered money to persuade various sites to delete posts, some forums remained unyielding. In a fit of rage, Minghan sent legal letters to those forums, which they disregarded. After all, they weren't court summonses, and no matter how many legal letters he sent to them, it was merely toilet paper. Meanwhile, many individuals who had been silenced on larger platforms flocked to these forums, continuing to lambaste Qianbai. Observing the ineffectiveness of his silencing tactics, Minghan resorted to a grand lottery. The grand prize was a car worth 500,000, which indeed attracted many participants, with the number of entrants soaring to 2 million. Yet, people continued to participate while hurling insults. Minghan, unfazed, recognized that any publicity was good publicity. He scheduled the draw for 3 days hence, half an hour prior to the relaunch of the Qianbai mobile application. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Minghan kept a vigilant watch on Taoxuan, growing increasingly disdainful towards Yi as he noted their silence. As the time for the lottery arrived, participants received discount coupons from Qianbai, leaving them utterly bewildered. Instantly, the outcry against Qianbai intensified, reaching a point where they could hardly keep up with the deletions. Garbage Qianbai. What the hell does it mean to draw for discount coupons? You broke my phone, and now I have to buy things from your site and give you money. Ugh. I have no issue with receiving discount coupons, but what does a 2 yuan discount for a Porsche mean? If I could afford a Porsche, would I even care about your $2? Hey everyone, have you checked out the profile of the person who won the grand prize? One of the photos is clearly taken inside Qianbai's offices. He is obviously an employee. This lottery is rigged. He was predetermined to win. LOL, if each of us 2 million participants just put in a yuan, we could buy 4 cars worth 500,000. And now we're here playing their lottery game. What a loss with no lesson learned. Feng Jie observed the vitriol online, his heart sinking with worry. He had sensed something was amiss earlier, but he never anticipated the backlash from the coupon distribution would be so severe. Moreover, he was astounded that the lottery rigging was exposed so quickly. Although he promptly instructed the involved party to delete the photos, the quick-witted netizens had already taken screenshots and disseminated them widely. Left with no choice, Feng Jie approached Minghan to explain the current situation. President, should we consider redoing the lottery? Minghan looked at him as if he were an idiot. What nonsense are you spouting? Redrawing would imply we truly faked it. So what if our reputation is poor? Isn't that just more attention? Launch it, he said impatiently. Feng Jie, feeling helpless, awaited the hour of 10, ultimately having to relaunch the application. Unsettled, he took out his phone to test the download. However, as soon as he clicked the download button, a notification appeared. Warm reminder. This application poses significant risks and may damage your phone. We recommend downloading Taoxuan instead. Staring at the notification featuring Taoxuan's application icon, Feng Jie felt utterly dazed. He finally understood why Taoxuan had been so quiet these past few days. They hadn't been inactive. They were merely biding their time for this fatal strike. Those who had been toyed with by the lottery would undoubtedly return in a fury to leave poor reviews for Qianbai when the application launched. When they inadvertently clicked to download and saw the notification, Feng Jie could already predict their reaction. All the hype they had generated had merely served to benefit Tao Xuan in a flurry. He rushed to find Minghan, who in a fit of rage slammed his hand on the table. He truly did not anticipate that Tao Xuan's mobile application would surreptitiously go live at this moment. Yiji was clearly poised to step over Qianbai's corpse to ascend to power. He hastily called various smartphone manufacturers, demanding they remove the notification. However, the manufacturers uniformly responded, "Your application indeed poses risks and may damage phones. What's wrong with us kindly reminding our users? Is that a fault? What? Remove the notification? Absolutely not. Right now, netizens are accusing us of colluding with Qianbai to sell new phones. We must clear our name." After numerous calls, not a single manufacturer agreed to remove the notification. Minghan was both furious and helpless. Meanwhile, Yiji, observing the ever-increasing download numbers in the background, smiled with great satisfaction. "Thank you, Qianbai, I am grateful for the journey," Yiji mused, turning to Chen Wei. "Should I give Minghan a call to express my thanks?" "Chen Wei, how petty." This direct mockery, Yiji is determined to infuriate Minghan. Chapter 74. "Holiday, forget it," Yiji said disdainfully. "He's not worth my phone bill." Chen Wei. "Understood that it seems Minghan doesn't even merit the right to be insulted directly. What should we do next?" "Take a holiday," Yiji replied, rising from her seat. "Huh?" Chen Wei was taken aback. Yiji sighed with relief, saying, "Everyone has worked hard these days. Let us tally up their overtime hours and convert them into paid leave based on an 8-hour workday. For anything less than a day, we'll count it as a full day. Also, notify the finance department to distribute bonuses at the end of the month." Chen Wei expressed concern, but "No buts," Yiji interjected. "Rising, we've already won this battle, and quite splendidly at that. We were well prepared. Minghan cannot recover and will not cause any further upheaval. If you're still uneasy, you can stay here and keep watch. But remember to calculate triple pay for yourself for this holiday overtime." Chen Wei, "Is the salary the main point?" As Yiji prepared to leave, Chen Wei inquired, "Director Yi, are you heading out?" "Yes," Yiji nodded. "I'm going to the Yi family to see my father." Chen Wei refrained from asking further. After Yiji departed, he chose to remain at Tao Xuan. He trusted Yi's judgment and was well aware of the preparations they had made over the past few days. While Qianbai had been creating chaos, they had not been idle. They had been optimizing the soon-to-be-launched mobile application, ensuring it could even run smoothly on older devices. As for the smartphone manufacturers helping them, it was because Yiji had contacted Zhao Zheng and Zhang Yuan, first resolving the freezing issues for M and W brands, which then led to introductions to other manufacturers. Ultimately, Tao Xuan took responsibility for solving the freezing issues, and in return, the manufacturers provided a notification to guide traffic to them on Qianbai's download page. Additionally, they fortified their server defenses, and Yiji even prepared backup power supplies to ensure server stability from a physical standpoint. Were it not for time constraints, Chen Wei might have suspected Yiji would consider building a power plant to supply electricity for the company. With so many measures in place, he naturally had faith in Tao Xuan. However, he wished to witness everything with his own eyes, especially since there was triple pay involved, an undeniable benefit. The online public sentiment had completely reversed. When users discovered that downloading the Qianbai application triggered a prompt to download Tao Xuan, they began rallying their friends, all opting to download Tao Xuan's application. Even those who had initially intended to download Tao Xuan made a special trip to this interface to spite Qianbai. Initially, most people were merely mocking and criticizing Qianbai's subpar application, downloading Tao Xuan as a mere afterthought. However, as more individuals experienced Tao Xuan's application, the conversation shifted entirely in its favor. Even the reviews for Qianbai's application were now centered around Tao Xuan. "I have never encountered such a clean and smooth application. Regardless of how I open it, it doesn't lag at all. And can you believe it? I'm using an ancient device. Tao Xuan's shopping software is so straightforward and easy to understand. A moment ago, my grandmother sat beside me. After observing for a while, she quickly grasped the art of online shopping. Furthermore, she asked me to place an order for her as well, expressing her intention to shop online in the future. Family members beyond just the Tao Xuan shopping app, you should also take a glance at their messaging software. It launched today as well, equally simple, fluid, comprehensible, and user-friendly. Moreover, it is linked to mobile phone numbers, allowing you to effortlessly locate your friends using just their numbers. I must emphasize, please do not teach your parents how to use it. Currently, my parents are relentlessly inquiring why I haven't added them. Additionally, regarding Tao Xuan's chat feature, the moments where you can share images and videos of your life. When using it, remember to make good use of the blocking feature. I told my mother I was studying at a classmate's house, but in reality I sneaked off to an internet cafe to play games, and my mother spotted my post in the moments. I am still suffering the consequences now. Chan Wei meticulously browsed through the reviews. Aside from the 1-star ratings directed at Qianbai, the discussions below were all centered around Taoshuan. The platform's interface was not only clean and efficient but also smooth and seamless, providing them with an entirely new experience. Chan Wei finally comprehended why Yiji felt so at ease leaving. This time, not only did Taoshuan Shopping achieve an impressive download volume, but Taoshuan Chat also garnered a significant number of downloads. Moreover, the messaging software of Taoshuan is directly linked to mobile numbers, effectively transferring user social relationships online, establishing a connection between the two. In the future, the presence of Taoshuan on everyone's phone will be unquestionable. Yi arrived directly at Yi Yongxian's office. Yi Yongxian surveyed her with a weary gaze and lamented, "How dare you show your face here?" Yiji was momentarily taken aback. She felt she hadn't done anything recently to displease Yi Yongxian. Apart from the time she gifted Lu Lingyu a foot bath, could it be that Yi Yongxian was upset about being ordered to wash feet? "Dad, let me explain." "That I shall not listen." Yi Yongxian brusquely interrupted her. "Why did you only gift your mother a foot bath and not me? Is it that you only know how to show filial piety to your mother and neglect your father?" Yiji. So it turns out Yi Yongxian was jealous. Yiji found herself both amused and exasperated. Before gifting the foot bath, she had indeed worried whether Lu Lingyu would appreciate it, but it was quite practical and would help with Lu Lingyu's sleep, so she decided to give it. However, she never anticipated the foot bath would be so popular that even Yi Yongxian desired one. It seems she must prepare a few more for future gifts. "Dad, if you use the foot bath, wouldn't Mom allow you to?" Yiji asked, chuckling. "Of course she wouldn't let me use it." Yi Yongxian replied with an even more sorrowful expression, "She complains of my foot odor." "Nonsense, my feet do not stink at all." Yiji sighed in exasperation. "All right, I'll bring you one another day." Hearing this, Yi Yongxian's expression improved considerably. "Dad, I'm here today to discuss something with you." With that, Yiji produced a document and handed it to Yi Yongxian. "This is Taoshuan's next development plan. Please take a look and let me know if there are any issues. Rest assured, I will take care of it." Yi Yongxian confidently patted his chest. "Having managed a company for many years, guiding you will be a walk in the park. Then please take a look." Yiji smiled softly, rising to sit on a nearby sofa while pulling out her phone to play Chapter 75. "This question is beyond the syllabus." Yi Yongxian diligently examined the development plan. In recent days, Yiji had been making waves in Kyoto. Who didn't he know that the eldest daughter of Yi Yongxian single-handedly established Taoshuan, making a grand entrance, overshadowing even the established Qianbai company. Particularly today, Yiji's impressive strategies for attracting users were truly eye-opening, and many of his friends had called to praise his daughter's capabilities, with even a few unscrupulous old men attempting to introduce their sons to Yiji. Humph! He knows exactly what those old men are after. They can forget it, as his clever and capable daughter would never be interested in their sons. Thus, he must perform well today and earn Yi's heartfelt admiration. "Dad, you're so amazing, you know so much." Rather than her dismissively saying, "Oh Dad, you don't even understand this," he needed to maintain his dignity as a father. Yi Yongxian studied the document intently, but the more he read, the more alarmed he became, his expression growing increasingly complex. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, he raised his eyes and asked, "Did you come up with this?" "Yes," Yiji replied, putting away her phone. Yi Yongxian pondered for a moment, uncertainly asking, "Your ultimate goal is to establish a commercial empire centered around Taoshuan?" "That is indeed my ambition," Yiji nodded. Yi Yongxian. He now felt a sharp pang of embarrassment. He had assumed Yiji merely wished to expand the company, perhaps hire a few more employees, allowing him to showcase his authority. However, she harbored such grand ambitions of constructing a commercial empire. After years of struggle in real estate, he had never managed to become the top in the country. Had he? This question was beyond his capabilities. "Xiaoji, come here." Yi Yongxian gestured for Yiji to approach. Yiji walked over, puzzled. "Dad, what's the matter?" Yi Yongxian stepped aside, pointing to the chair before his desk. "Stand here." Yiji, still confused, complied and stood there. Yi Yongxian placed his hands on her shoulders, applying pressure that pushed Yiji into the office chair. "All right," Yi Yongxian sighed with relief. "This position is now yours." Yiji found the entire situation amusing. "Dad." "Don't call me Dad. I don't deserve that title," Yi Yongxian said with a sorrowful look. "Your father is useless and cannot assist you." Yi felt a bit helpless. "Dad, please stop joking." As she spoke, Yi Yongxian turned towards the door. "Dad, I can't manage everything alone." Yi hurried after him. Seeing that Yi Yongxian wasn't genuinely abandoning his responsibilities, she reluctantly followed his lead. As Yi Yongxian reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. Don't forget the foot bath. I won't forget. Yiji chuckled. After Yi Yongxian left, Yiji spent a considerable amount of time helping him with work. Fortunately, she was familiar with the affairs of the Yi family, so handling them posed little difficulty. After work, Yiji visited the flower and bird market. She was preparing to meet Qi tonight, so she needed to get some gifts. Previously, the butler had mentioned that Qi nearly killed the bamboo and gentleman's orchid she gifted him, so she planned to bring him some easier-to-care-for plants. Arriving at Qi home with the flowers, the butler greeted her with a broad smile. Miss Yi, you've come. Why bring gifts? It's nothing valuable, just some flowers, Yiji replied. These flowers are very easy to care for. I've checked, some require minimal watering, while others need none at all. The butler reproached Qi, who had just come downstairs. Look, this is all you're doing. Miss Yi is so kind to bring our young master so many flowers. It's nothing much, I came to discuss something with him, Yi stated honestly. The butler. Alright, I'm used to it. Do as you please. If you have something to discuss, do it after dinner. Qi spoke calmly, and Yiji nodded in agreement. After dinner, she handed the development plan to Qi. This is Tao Xuan's next development plan. If possible, I hope to secure your new investment. Qi paused briefly, wondering if he should transform into an ATM at this moment. His expression quickly returned to normal as he accepted the plan, asking with some surprise, today, Tao Xuan has achieved a remarkable victory. Your reputation, Yiji, has resonated throughout Kyoto. Instead of celebrating with your employees, you bring forth the next development plan. One must always be vigilant, Yiji replied with a smile, but her expression soon turned serious as she added. Moreover, this victory only means I have outperformed Ming Han. Not that Tao Xuan has triumphed over Qianbai. Those old foxes who previously hesitated to invest in Qianbai will undoubtedly make their moves now, eager to seize a piece of that lucrative pie. Once they have divided the profits, they will turn their attention towards me. Qi's gaze flickered. He hadn't anticipated that Yiji had already considered these factors. Indeed, after her victory, Ming Han would have to concede a portion of his profits to accept further investment. Given that Qianbai had been developing for a long time, if she could gradually remove Ming Han, Qianbai would ultimately fall into her grasp. Thus, for those investors, Qianbai was a more controllable option than Tao Xuan. However, once they secured Qianbai, their focus would undoubtedly shift towards Tao Xuan, this emerging contender. You have a clear vision? He remarked calmly. Of course. Yiji replied, a hint of pride in her tone. To deal with those old foxes, I must possess a bit of cunning myself. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Qi chuckled. Haha, I simply adore cunning little foxes. Yiji replied with a bright smile. I too have a fondness for cunning little foxes. Qi thought, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Yiji's face radiated joy at finding a kindred spirit. What a coincidence. Our tastes align perfectly. Qi. Chapter 76. Resonance of Souls. Qi felt a profound sense of helplessness. He genuinely suspected that if he were to utter the words I like you at this moment, Yiji would undoubtedly beam with delight and respond, what a coincidence, I also like myself. Forget it. When faced with certain individuals, some matters cannot be rushed. He could practice cultivating his inner peace. He ceased to speak further, lowering his gaze to peruse the proposal. Soon Qi looked up in astonishment. Your next plan is to acquire a courier company. Indeed, Yiji nodded. Tao Xun is an online shopping platform, and the courier service is practically the lifeblood of Tao Xun. If possible, I wish to keep it under my control. Qi slightly nodded, continuing to read. Yiji elaborated, in recent days, I have come to understand that domestic courier companies, Feidong and Shunda, have been engaged in fierce competition. Over the years, Feidong has gradually acquired many small and medium-sized courier services, establishing extensive connections. They have consistently squeezed Shunda's market, which is currently in dire straits, facing severe financial issues. If it weren't for Shunda's owner being unwilling to bow to competitors, they would have likely collapsed long ago. Our entry into the market now would be opportune. Moreover, I discreetly inquired about Shunda's owner's sentiments, and he holds a favorable impression of Tao Xun and does not oppose its acquisition. Shunda is indeed a commendable option. However, Qi furrowed his brow. Capital seeks profit, and your approach essentially signifies a reform in the current courier industry, which may not be sufficiently lucrative. Yiji replied. Earning less does not equate to not earning at all. Furthermore, the portion we earn less is allocated to those who deserve it, going to where it should go. I believe this will significantly motivate the employees, which is undoubtedly beneficial for the company's long-term development. Qi brow remained knitted. Naturally, he was willing to invest. However, even if he agreed, procedures must be followed within Qi Corporation. This proposal might convince him but would not necessarily persuade others. He spoke solemnly. I didn't expect you to be an idealist, aren't you as well? Yiji chuckled lightly. Qi Xian looked at her in surprise. Why do you say that? Yiji met Qi Xian's gaze with unwavering confidence and said, when Qianbai was initially established, you already saw its potential and wished to invest. Although you were rejected, the development of Qianbai over the years has not been smooth sailing. Had you desired, countless opportunities to intervene in Qianbai and transform it into another cash cow for Qi Corporation were at your disposal. Yet you refrained, merely disdaining to associate with someone like Minghan, correct? Qi Xian gazed at her with a complex expression, pondering why Yiji, who was so oblivious to matters of the heart, could resonate with him on such peculiar levels. Indeed, just as Yiji had articulated, after the rejection of his first investment, he had not considered Qianbai again, primarily due to his aversion to Minghan and a desire to avoid mingling with such individuals. He possessed his own principles and was unwilling to compromise for monetary gain. Perhaps, as Yiji suggested, he too was an idealist. Qi Xian, don't you wish to see whether I can bring about new and improved changes to the courier industry? Yiji inquired softly. Qi Xian closed the proposal and responded gravely, the proposal is sound. Since you wish to reform the courier industry, please provide more detailed data. All right, Yiji replied with a gentle smile. I will prepare it promptly. She did not actually expect Qi Xian to agree to invest today, as she was acutely aware that her proposal was overly idealistic. Yi Yongxian, being her father, would naturally view his daughter favorably. However, for other investors, they placed greater emphasis on profit. To them, if they could not profit from the very roots of the chives, it would all be a loss. Thus, she was more interested in gauging Qi Xian's reaction. To ascertain whether the investment had any potential. It appeared that the prospects were quite promising. Noticing that Yiji was once again consumed with thoughts of her career, Qi Xian's gaze turned somewhat resentful. Could she not take a moment to think of something else and rest? Aren't we exercising tonight? Yiji asked, perplexed. I have taught you everything necessary. You must practice on your own, Qi Xian replied solemnly. Oh, Yiji casually inquired, will we still be using it in the future? Qi Xian. That at that moment he finally understood the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. He merely wished to express a slight annoyance, yet Yiji appeared ready to burn bridges. Fine, I will follow your arrangements, he conceded. Yiji nodded in agreement, and subsequently, she took her leave. Qi Xian regarded the flowers she had brought with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Whenever Yiji faced him, her demeanor was always forthright, her intentions pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. It was he, a mere fool, who had entangled himself in his own constraints. It seemed he would need to adjust his mindset moving forward. Avoiding impatience, some matters cannot be rushed, nor can they be hastened. He and Yiji had ample time together. Feelings could be nurtured gradually. At the residence, Minghan's expression was exceptionally grim. His day had been utterly disastrous. Online sentiments shifted incessantly. Initially they were lambasting Qianbai, but soon enough it transformed into a mix of both condemnation and praise, denouncing Qianbai while extolling Tao Sun. Yet gradually more individuals became enamored with exploring the functionalities of the Tao Sun app, sharing amusing anecdotes about their experiences, and soon no one was left to criticize Qianbai. Being insulted was tolerable, being ignored left no opportunity for redemption. After all, those users who could not even be bothered to insult him would hardly care about what application he represented or whether it was effective. Moreover, the head of H company directly called him to terminate their collaboration, and no matter how Minghan pleaded, the opposing party was unwilling to wade into murky waters. Even if it meant forfeiting their breach of contract fee, he had lost even this final chance for a turnaround, leaving Minghan seething with impotent rage. It seemed the time had come to play that card. Minghan. The voice of Yi Qinya emerged from behind him. Minghan swiftly adjusted his facial expression. Adopting a look of deep affection, he turned around and affectionately wrapped his arms around Yi Qinya's waist. Qinya, you are truly beautiful, he declared with an air of emotion, leaning in to kiss her. Once the kiss ended, Yi Qinya's face was flushed with shyness. She bashfully remarked, Minghan, it has been a while since we were this close. It is I who has been too busy lately, neglecting you, Minghan said. Qinya, how is your relationship with your family? Chapter 77. Do you not trust me? Yi Qinya's expression suddenly darkened and she softly replied, Mom and Dad, they must favor my sister more. Did I understand? Your sister can assist them, so it is only natural they would favor her more. You can assist them too, Minghan stated. Yi Qinya looked at him in bewilderment. Your father is currently attempting to acquire the North Lake land but has encountered some difficulties. If you help him resolve these issues, he will surely view you in a new light. Minghan explained. But I don't know how to solve them, Yi Qinya protested quietly. Besides, I am not interested in these matters. Oh Ming-han struggled to control the surging anger within him and continued to persuade her. It's all right. I can teach you how to handle it. Chinya, I do not wish for my presence to create distance between you and your family. Wei Chinya hesitated, but I have never dealt with such matters before. I am afraid. Chinya, Ming-han said, growing somewhat impatient, your family has never liked me, and they even disapprove of our relationship, believing I am sowing discord between you. Can't you demonstrate to them that you care for the Yi family and change their perception of me, supporting our togetherness? All right. Yi Chinya relented. Ming-han, I will listen to you. But what should I do? Yi Chinya suspiciously took the contract. It appeared to pose no issues at first glance. It was merely a contract for the Yi family to commission a company to help resolve the North Lake complications. This contract shouldn't have any problems, right? She instinctively inquired. Why Yi Chinya, do you not trust me? Minghan's face darkened immediately. Your friend, what was her name? Didn't she work at the Yi family? He continued. Tomorrow is Saturday. You can visit your friend, take her employee card, and gain free access. Are you referring to Qin Yuhan? But even if I have her employee card, I can't open my dad's office door. Don't worry, I have prepared another access card, Ming-han said, producing a different access card. This card can open all office doors. Just take it with you. Why Chinya hesitated, but Minghan's face fell. Chinya, do you doubt me too? I am doing this because I hope you can reconcile with your parents. Do you truly want your family to be absent from our wedding? Wedding. Yi Chinya's eyes widened, her heart brimming with unexpected joy. Yes, Chinya, we should consider the matter of marriage. Ming-han continued to coax her. This USB drive contains my wedding plans. Take it with you tomorrow. When you reach the office, open your father's computer and insert the USB drive. He will see my sincerity the moment he arrives at work. Can I take a look first? Yi Chinya asked with anticipation. Little fool, this is a matter I need to discuss with your father, quite tedious. Wouldn't you agree? Why do you even bother with it? I only wish for you to set aside your thoughts and joyfully become my bride, Ming-han declared, holding her hand with a tender expression. Ming-han. Yi Chinya was deeply moved and closed her eyes once more. Ming-han suppressed his impatience and this time did not refuse her. That evening, he made a concerted effort to ensure that Yi Chinya felt entirely at ease with him. The next morning, Yi Chinya called Qin Yuhan to arrange a meeting. They decided to meet at a Western restaurant. Upon arrival, Yi Chinya found Qin Yuhan engrossed at a piano in the corner, lost in her music. Choosing not to disturb her, Yi Chinya waited until she had finished her piece before approaching her to say hello. Qin Yuhan smiled as she rose and joined Yi Chinya at a nearby table. Yuhan, what brings you here to play the piano? Yi Chinya inquired. I owe it to your sister. Qin Yuhan replied with a soft smile, expressing her gratitude. President Yi heard that my dream was to play the piano, so she recommended me to the owner of this restaurant, allowing me to work part-time here. It's conveniently close to Yi Corporation. So I come here to play whenever I have time after work or on weekends. It's a wonderful opportunity to practice while earning some money. Wei Chinya's expression stiffened slightly, forcing an unnatural smile. It seems you have a good relationship with my sister. I would very much like to be friends with President Yi. Qin Yuhan sighed. Unfortunately, I don't have that fortune. She's always so busy, especially lately, and rarely comes to Yi Corporation. However, whenever she does, she inquires about my well-being. I believe she looks out for me because of you. I should be thanking you. Really? Yi Chinya's smile became increasingly strained. She had never asked Yi Ji to look after Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan held a very favorable impression of Yi Ji, which was detrimental to her. Before coming, Ming-han had repeatedly warned her that she must keep her actions hidden from Yi Ji, as she would undoubtedly attempt to sabotage their relationship if she were to directly ask Qin Yuhan for her employee card. Qin Yuhan would surely inform Yi. Yi Chinya managed to smile. We're good friends. No need for such formality. By the way, do continue playing the piano. I'll just sit here for a while. We can go out together once you finish your shift. Seeing her determination, Qin Yuhan did not press the issue further. Once she stood to leave, Yi Chinya's gaze fell upon Qin Yuhan's bag. She was well aware of Qin Yuhan's tendency to be forgetful in everyday matters, as she often lost track of important items, akin to realizing she had forgotten her keys only after locking the door. Therefore, Qin Yuhan likely kept all her essential belongings in her bag, taking it with her wherever she went. Her employee card was certainly inside as Qin Yuhan became engrossed in her music once more. Yi Chinya nervously glanced around and hesitantly reached out, quietly opening Qin Yuhan's bag. She was taken aback when Qin Yuhan suddenly approached, her expression puzzled. Why did you suddenly come over, Chinya? In a moment, Qin Yuhan's gaze fell upon her own bag. Realizing it was not properly closed, she frowned in confusion, certain she had secured it. Qin Yuhan reached for her bag, and suddenly her expression shifted. Her employee card was missing. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and dialed Yiji's number. Chapter 78. A clear conscience. With one hand grasping her bag and the other holding her phone, Qin Yuhan hurried after Yiqinya. She checked her bag. Keys, wallet, makeup, mirror, lipstick, tissues, all present, along with her phone in the other hand. Relieved that everything was intact, she quickened her pace. Earlier, Yiji had briefly discussed with her that they both believed Yichinya's boyfriend was unsuitable. Thus, Yiji had advised her to inform her immediately if Yichinya exhibited any strange or suspicious behavior. The call connected swiftly. President Yi? This is Qin Yuhan. Just now Chinya came to see me and took my employee card. I feel something is off. She must be heading to Yi Corporation now. I'm on my way, Yiji responded in a low voice before hanging up. Without pausing, Qin Yuhan rushed towards the Yi Corporation building. Upon arrival, she noticed someone attempting to gain entry, with the security guard blocking their path. A sense of unease washed over her as she realized Yichinya had enlisted help to distract the guard. What was she planning? Spotting Yichinya slip through a side door, she hurried after her. When she reached the elevator, Qin Yuhan stopped abruptly. She had no idea where Yichinya was headed, and taking a different elevator would cause her to lose track of her. Watching the numbers on the elevator display, her heart sank as the digits finally halted. Yichinya was heading to the chairman's office on the top floor. Without delay, Qin Yuhan pressed the button for the adjacent elevator and ascended to the top floor. Stepping out, she found the office door slightly ajar. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. Startled by the sound, Yichinya froze in her search, quickly grabbing a document from the table and hiding it behind her back. Chinya, what are you doing? Qin Yuhan asked, approaching her with irritation. I'm not doing anything. Yichinya stammered, her gaze instinctively darting towards the USB drive plugged into the computer CPU. Qin Yuhan noticed this and swiftly reached to unplug the USB. Yichinya gasped and lunged to seize it back. However, Qin Yuhan merely feigned an attempt, swiftly grasping the document Yichinya had concealed behind her. Yichinya stared at her in astonishment. Yuhan, are you competing in hand speed with a pianist? Qin Yuhan arched an eyebrow. Yichinya, flustered, reached out to reclaim the document. Qin Yuhan quickly stuffed both items into her bag, then pulled out an object from her bag and tossed it. Want this? Here. As a square object flew through the air, Yichinya instinctively dashed forward to catch it, only to realize it was merely a pack of tissues. Yichinya was dumbfounded. Thought was Qin Yuhan now using a mop to trap her in the office? Ignoring her, Qin Yuhan hurried to the adjacent conference room and redialed Yiji's number. President Yi, I've locked Chinya in the chairman's office, Qin Yuhan said. Producing the document, I also managed to seize a document and a USB drive from her. And I feel something is amiss. Can you read me the contents of the document? Yiji requested. Qin Yuhan summarized the document's contents. I understand, Yiji replied. Thank you, Yuhan. Please keep an eye on her. I'll be there shortly. Qin Yuhan agreed and hung up, stepping out of the conference room only to see Yichinya had managed to create a small gap between the two doors, inching the mop aside. Qin Yuhan quickly grasped the mop, which inadvertently caused the doors to slam shut, pinching Yichinya's hand. Yichinya cried out in pain, feeling as if her fingers were about to be crushed. Tears streaming down her face, Yichinya sobbed. She looked at her reddened fingers, stammering, Yuhan, why are you locking me up? You must let me out. I'm sorry, Chinya, but I cannot allow you to make a mistake. Qin Yuhan replied resolutely. There should be a first aid kit in the chairman's office. Look for it and tend to your injuries. Yuhan, please let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm just trying to help Yi Corporation. To help my father. Chinya, I don't believe that any assistance should require secrecy and rummaging through things, Qin Yuhan stated firmly. Chinya fell silent. Rest assured, I have already notified President Yi, and she is on her way. If I have misunderstood you, I will sincerely apologize. At that point, you may choose how to handle me, Qin Yuhan assured her earnestly. Chinya grew increasingly distressed. Yuhan, please release me. I don't want to see my sister. Regardless of Yichinya's pleas, Qin Yuhan remained resolute, taking her place at the office door. As Yichinya realized her words had no effect, she resigned herself to searching for the first aid kit in Yi Yongxian's office, clumsily applying ointment to her 10 fingers. Just as she finished, footsteps approached, followed by Yiji's voice. Rushing to the door, Yichinya saw Qin Yuhan hand the document and USB drive to Yiji. President Yi, this is for you, Qin Yuhan stated. Yiji removed the mop wedged in the doorknob and entered the office. Yichinya lifted her chin defiantly, her expression one of extreme grievance. What do you intend to do with me? Yiji regarded her calmly. Please take a seat. I have already informed father. Once he arrives, we will clarify everything. To date, I'm not afraid. I have a clear conscience. Yichinya declared resolutely. Chapter 79. Call the police. Yiji seated herself in the chairman's chair, feeling no desire to engage in conversation, as she did not wish to waste her breath on this foolishness. Yichinya continued to stand defiantly, but as Yiji ignored her, she felt increasingly disheartened and eventually took a seat on the nearby sofa. Before long, Yi Yongxian arrived. Let her speak first, Yiji said lightly. Dad, I just want to help you. Yichinya's tears of grievance fell instantly. She still remembered what Minghan had instructed her. If the plan succeeded, it would be credited to him. If it failed, she would be blamed. Subsequently, Yichinya recounted tearfully how she had heard that Yi Yongxian was troubled about the land in Beihu and wanted to find a way to help him. Who said I wanted to acquire that piece of land in Beihu? Yi Yongxian said, displeased. Yichinya froze, her face betraying her helplessness. And how do you plan to assist me? Yi Yongxian's expression darkened further, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Let me take this one, Yiji spoke calmly. As she noticed Yichinya looking at her with a wounded expression, Yiji continued, Yichinya, rest assured, I will make you aware of the grave mistake you have made today. Do you understand what the issue is with that land in Beihu that led your father to decide to abandon it? Yichinya suddenly appeared confused. The problem with that land in Beihu is the difficulty of relocation, Yiji explained. There resides an artist of national treasure status, who wishes to return to his roots and retire peacefully in his hometown, indifferent to the meager relocation compensation. Major real estate companies also dare not easily offend this esteemed artist. And Yi Yongxian looked at Yichinya with a mix of shock and anger, while her face turned pale. This contract of yours entrusts a small company to resolve the issue for the Yi family in Beihu, but that small company is actually a front established by a group of thugs. And their method of resolution, Yiji paused, is forced demolition. They set out almost simultaneously with you today to cause trouble for that esteemed artist. Yichinya's pupils dilated abruptly, her complexion paling further. No. This is impossible. That is clearly. Yichinya bit her lip, unable to finish her sentence. Yiji plugged the USB drive into the computer, startling Yi Yongxian. Xiao Jiyu. Dad, rest assured, Yichinya just inserted the USB drive into the computer. Yiji replied calmly, what? Yi Yongxian exclaimed in shock, but seeing Yiji remain composed, he too felt relieved. Yiji opened the recording, and Yi Yongxian's enthusiastic voice emanated from the computer. Demolish everything in Beihu. Leave nothing behind. The recording was short, but it was evident that the phrase Beihu sounded somewhat unnatural. Yichinya opened her mouth but could not continue. Let me tell you, Yiji said in a deep voice. By then, everyone will believe that this is your father hiring someone to forcibly demolish the old artist's house. This contract is sufficient to send your father to prison. The company's reputation will plummet. Projects will be halted, the funding chain will collapse, the Yi family will go bankrupt, and our family will be left with nothing, wandering the streets. Yichinya, is this what you desire? Yichinya's face turned ashen, and she staggered back, collapsing onto the sofa. Yi Yongxian opened his mouth, knowing that Yiji had exaggerated, but it was good to scare Yichinya into waking up. After all, if Yichinya's plan had succeeded and the Yi family was without Yiji, they would indeed face such a tragic outcome. Then now. Yi Yongxian asked with concern. Yiji tapped the computer and continued, I have already upgraded the company's network system. Any external USB drives will be intercepted, and all viruses will be isolated in a virtual drive. Therefore, this recording, apart from the three of us, will not reach anyone else. As for those thugs, I have already reported them to the police, and they have been taken away for questioning. When Qin Yuhan had called her to read the contract, she had already guessed their true intentions, which prompted her to report them in time. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Yichinya's face regained some color, revealing a smile of relief. Yichinya, what is there to be happy about? Yiji said coldly. Yichinya, looking innocent, replied, Sister, Yichinya urged, but we are. Don't talk about how we are family. I will not tolerate someone who would harm their own family for an Minghan. Yiji looked at Yi Yongxian and said, Dad, report it. This matter must not be overlooked. All right, Yi Yongxian agreed. He took out his phone but then saw Yichinya, eyes brimming with tears, pleading, Dad, please don't report it, please. Chapter 80. Can't you cover it with a rock instead? Yi Yongxian said, heartbroken. Chinya, stop being foolish. Don't you understand by now? Minghan is using you to harm our family. He doesn't care about your well-being at all. Think about it. The items were stolen by you, you barged into the office. When the police investigate, who will they arrest, you or Minghan? Even if you succeed today and the Yi family falls apart, do you think Minghan will stay with you? He has given up on you from the very beginning. Yichinya's expression showed her pain. Chinya, wake up, Yi Yongxian urged earnestly. A man like that is not worth your protection. I know he has been the one instigating you. When the police arrive, tell them everything. We will not blame you. Yiji listened quietly, not opposing. The mastermind behind this was Minghan. If Yiqinya truly woke up and was willing to identify him, she would not hold grudges against the foolish things Yiqinya had done before. If they could put Minghan away for a few years, the Yi family would at least be safe for a while. After all, although Minghan was not particularly adept in business, he was quite skilled in schemes. She finally understood how Minghan had built his career. For him, as long as he could eliminate his opponents physically, there would be no rivals left. But Yiqinya cried, tears streaming down her face. Dad, I truly love him. I cannot. Why really? I almost thought Yiqinya would come to her senses. Yongxian trembled with anger, exclaiming, what is so good about Minghan that you are so infatuated with him? Yiqinya choked as she replied, Dad, I know he is not that great, but I have seen him at his most vulnerable. I have witnessed his most painful moments due to childhood trauma. Only I can calm him down, only I can redeem him. He needs me. I want to pull him out of the mire. Please spare her toes. They are truly tired of digging into houses. What kind of bizarre romantic melodrama is this? Yiqinya is utterly beyond saving. When a woman adopts the role of a savior in love, no amount of persuasion will suffice. Even if her partner is a pile of muck, she remains steadfast. This is truly a case of a top-notch love-struck brain meeting a master manipulator. They are entirely locked in. Yongxian was so enraged he could hardly speak, while Yiqinya continued passionately. For so many years, Minghan has awakened from nightmares. Only when I am by his side can he sleep peacefully. Yiji could no longer listen, asking incredulously, so has he been sleeping well these past few days? If he has, then his heart must be quite untroubled. Yiqinya's expression froze, and she retorted defiantly, isn't that because of you? Seeing Yongxian glaring at her, Yiqinya immediately fell silent. So, he hasn't been sleeping well? Yiji smiled lightly. It seems you, as a human-shaped pillow, aren't quite as effective as you thought. Yiqinya, both embarrassed and furious, ignored Yiji and turned to plead with Yongxian. Dad, please don't pursue this any further. I truly love him. As Yongxian appeared on the verge of a breakdown, Yiji interjected, you love him. Does he love you? This question struck Yiqinya like a dagger, and she, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorted in anger, even if he doesn't love me, so what? I love him and am willing to give everything for him. Even if his heart is made of stone, I will warm it up. The classic lines from a melodrama. However, what surprised Yiji was that Yiqinya was aware that Minghan did not love her. This was even more hopeless. She couldn't help but ask, then can't you cover it with a different stone? Yiqinya was momentarily taken aback, then, feeling insulted, retorted angrily, how can you say that? True love cannot be swayed by infidelity. I will love Minghan in this life and the next. No, I will love him for eternity. In life I am his person. In death I will be his ghost. Where did Yiqinya crawl out from? A coffin from centuries ago. Yiji was at a loss as to whether to call her stubborn or simply old-fashioned. She glanced at Yongxian, who was already so furious he was rolling his eyes, and said, Dad, call the police. Yongxian took a breath, nodded, and prepared to report. Dad! Please don't report it, I beg you. Yiqinya hurriedly grasped his arm. As if suddenly realizing something, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm pregnant. I already have Minghan's child. Yongxian trembled with anger. Nearly losing the breath he had just regained, Yiji was equally astonished. Yiqinya had always been submissive, as if devoid of her own thoughts. Today was the first time she witnessed Yiqinya comprehending human dialogue and engaging in normal conversation, and it was also the first time she saw her so quick-witted, mustering the courage to fight for love with all her might. Yet, she was doing this to confront her own family for the sake of a man. Was her mind consumed solely by love, leaving nothing else? What does it matter if you are pregnant? Yiji spoke dismissively, in this day and age if you don't want it, just terminate it. It won't affect you in any way. If you wish to keep it, let me assure you, even if it were not just one child, but a whole litter, the Yi family could certainly afford it. But Yiqinya was taken aback, unable to fathom how easily her argument had been dismantled by Yiji. Reluctantly, she replied, but I cannot let my child grow up without a father. What is there to worry about regarding a father? Yiji said with a sardonic smile, once the child is born, hand it over to mom and dad. After all, it's still a member of the Yi family. Neither Yuja nor I would mind your child ascending a generation. Thus, would it not have both a father and a mother? Yiqinya was at a loss, still attempting to find a justification but utterly speechless. Yongxian pushed her hand away and unlocked his phone. Yiqinya suddenly smiled sadly. Fine, go ahead and call the police. Just take me away to prison. Yongxian widened his eyes in disbelief. Qingyu, Dad, it was all my doing. This has nothing to do with Minghan. Yiqinya wiped away her tears and resolutely declared, I will take responsibility for my actions. I will go to prison. Seeing Yi Yongxian falter, Yiji calmly picked up her phone. Alright, chapter 81. Which will you choose? Yiji calmly unlocked her phone and began dialing the police. Meanwhile, Yi Qinya bit her lip, her face filled with determination and silence. Yi Yongxian was in a complete panic. Xiaoji, wait, Ji sighed, putting her phone down. Yi Yongxian's heart softened. After all, she was their daughter for over 20 years. Even raising a dog would elicit some affection. Yi Qinya, I shall give you one last choice. Yi Yongxian took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever. The Yi family or Ming Han? Which will you choose? If you choose the Yi family, we will remain a family, and the past will be bygone. If you insist on choosing Ming Han, then the Yi family will no longer recognize you as our daughter. Yi Qinya was stunned into tears. She covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry. Already aware of her choice, Yi Yongxian turned away in despair and said to Yi Xiaoji, let's forget about this matter. From now on, the Yi family will have only you and Yuzhou as children. As you wish. Yiji replied coolly. If we cannot use Yi Qinya to imprison Ming Han, merely locking up Yi Qinya would serve little purpose. Yi Qinya, with her infatuation, would never awaken, and it would only allow Ming Han to evade justice. Yi Qinya opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, her eyes red as she prepared to leave. Stop! Yiji said coldly. Yi Qinya halted, defiantly looking at Yiji. What do you want? Yiji stood up, calmly approaching Yi Qinya, and the next moment, she raised her hand and struck Yi Qinya across the face. Slap? Yi Qinya cried out in pain, instinctively reaching to cover her face, only to have her wrist seized by Yi Qinya. Yi coldly stated, this slap is for Dad. After raising you for so many years, you're not worth more than a dog. Another slap fell. Slap. This one is for Mom. Giving birth to you is less worthwhile than giving birth to a piece of char siu. Yi lifted her hand again. Slap. This slap is for your brother. Having a sister like you is worse than having none at all. Yiji raised her hand once more, but before she could strike again, Yi Qinya, terrified, collapsed to the ground in tears. Yiji. She lost her words. In the next moment, she seized Yi Qinya by the collar and struck her again. Slap? I'm hitting you for you. Why do I need a reason? Yiji declared coldly. After speaking, she released her grip, allowing Yi Qinya to fall back to the ground. Yi coldly commanded. Leave? Yi Qinya was left bewildered by the beating, half her face numb, her teeth feeling loose. She cast a resentful glance towards Yi Yongxian, only to find him turned away, pretending not to see that. Yi Qinya instantly burst into tears, unsteadily rising from the ground and fleeing in disarray. Only then did Yi Yongxian turn back, appearing slightly older. Alright, Yi Yongxian sighed. Today's events should also be reported to your mother. Fiji looked somewhat surprised. She had previously thought Yi Yongxian was merely speaking in jest about severing ties with Yi Qinya, but he was evidently serious about informing Lu Lingyi. Yiji said nothing further, and after tidying up the office, they departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yiji spotted Qin Yuhan standing in the lobby, her expression forlorn. Qin Yuhan forced a smile. I was waiting for Qinya here just now. She ignored me, and I think we may no longer be friends. President Yi, I really don't know how to repay you. Qin Yuhan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Qin Yuhan said appreciatively, President Yi, I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Qin Yuhan. Are you overly sensitive to gratitude? President Yi, however, she understood that Yiji's words were meant to alleviate her burdensome feelings. Alright, President Yi, Qin Yuhan smiled faintly. After seeing Qin Yuhan off, Yiji and Yi Yongxian got into the car together. Unless what? Yi Yongxian could not help but ask, his demeanor somber. Dad, do you know Ming Han's parents? Yiji inquired casually. She had wanted to ask this question for quite some time but had not found the right opportunity. Yi Yongxian appeared puzzled. Theo family? I'm not referring to his adoptive parents but his biological ones. Yiji replied sternly, I'm not sure about that. Yi Yongxian frowned. I only know he was a distant relative adopted by Otiantian's parents. I have not delved deeper into whose child he actually is. Yiji raised her eyebrows slightly, realizing Yi Yongxian had no memory of it, which meant she would have to investigate it privately. Sighed. Yi Yongxian helplessly sighed. Why is Qinya so foolish? What does she see in Ming Han? Yiji lamented. Though Yi Yongxian had resolved to sever ties with Yi Qinya, he still found it difficult to relinquish his concern for his daughter. Dad, just pretend you never had her as a daughter, Yiji stated bluntly. Chapter 82. The villainess monologue. Could you not be a bit more tactful? Yi Yongxian gazed at her forlornly. This girl need not be so blunt. Yiji paused for a moment, then replied, then please consider her as never having been born to you. Yi Yongxian sighed in resignation. Should I commend you for your politeness? I believe I am quite polite. Yiji nodded in agreement. Yi Yongxian. However, being so deftly diverted from the previous topic alleviated the tension that had nearly caused him a heart attack due to Yi Qinya's antics. Yi Yongxian sighed, musing, in truth, Qinya's nature is not inherently bad. Dad, you are mistaken, Yi Ji replied calmly. This has nothing to do with her intrinsic nature. She has completely lost herself for the sake of love. Had she encountered a good man, she might have become like Mom, devoted to home and family. Even if she fell for someone unscrupulous after you and Mom pass, it would merely lead to us siblings fighting over inheritance, ultimately resulting in estrangement, which is not so terrible. Wai Yongxian. That this is what you call not so terrible. It is a pity she encountered Minghan. That is truly fatal. Wai Yongxian. In light of this comparison, previous situations seem trivial. Wai Yiji continued, moreover, by severing ties with her family, she will only feel that she is fighting against the world for love. Regardless of what occurs, she will only become more determined to love Minghan until the day comes when I, the villain who disrupts their love, am defeated, ushering in their happily ever after. Their affairs cannot be blamed on you. Yi Yongxian felt a flicker of anger. They do not perceive it that way. Yi Ji shrugged. What can I do if I refuse to revolve around them? There is a solution, Yi Ji suddenly said. Wai Yongxian was taken aback. What solution? If we eliminate the root cause, Minghan, the problem will be effortlessly resolved, Yi Ji replied. Wai Yongxian looked at her in shock. Is that what a villain would say? He could not help but ask, what do you mean by resolving this? Just take it literally. Wai Ji answered. Wai Yongxian earnestly advised Xiaoji, we must not engage in illegal activities. Why should I give him 50 million? Yi Yongxian protested. Wai Yongxian. The loss is yours to bear. After conversing with Yi Ji, Yi Yongxian felt his mood lighten considerably. Wei Qinya looked up and saw a car stop at the entrance, the door opening to reveal Tian stepping out. Tian coldly gazed at Yi Qinya, and in the next moment she commanded the servants, get this woman out of here. No, you can't drive me away. Yi Qinya exclaimed, her heart racing. Minghan, I need to see Minghan. What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you throwing her out? Tian snapped angrily. The servants, caught in a dilemma, could only restrain Yi Qinya, preventing her from entering while refusing to expel her. The commotion outside finally roused Minghan, who emerged to find Yi Qinya being blocked, a look of terror flashing across his face. He had already received word that his plan had failed. In his view, with Yi Jixin's ruthless nature, she would undoubtedly pursue the matter further, and that foolish woman Yi Qinya would most likely take the blame for him, keeping his involvement hidden. Minghan, Yi Qinya's tears began to flow. I have no family left. You are all I have now. Minghan breathed a sigh of relief. So the Yi family had truly cast Yi Qinya out over this incident. Yet, was this expulsion genuine? Or merely a fade? Brother! I don't want to see her. Get rid of her. Tian yelled in exasperation. Tian, stop making a scene. Minghan's expression darkened. Upon hearing the words disown, Minghan's expression immediately shifted. He cast a cold glance at the servants and declared, listen closely. From now on, the young lady's words are equivalent to mine. No one is permitted to disobey, understood? Only then did Tian stop her tears, furiously pointing at Yi Qinya. What about her? Minghan coldly regarded Yi Qinya and waved his hand. Throw her out. Yi Qinya felt her heart sink, raising her voice defiantly, I will not leave. Tian, do you not desire my heart? Both Minghan and Tian's expressions changed in unison. How could Yi Qinya know? If you wish for my heart, very well. Yi Qinya's tears fell as she resolutely stated. Minghan, marry me. Minghan's anger flared instantly. Yi Qinya, do you dare to threaten me? Yi Qinya smiled, then will you save her? I don't want to. Brother. You must not marry her. Tian screamed, if you marry her, I will die from anger before I can even get a heart transplant. Tian, stop saying foolish things. Minghan's expression darkened again. The next moment he coldly looked at Yi Qinya. You want me to marry you? Fine, only if you can procure your household registration from the Yi family. Chapter 83. She does not understand. Only if you can retrieve your household registration from the Yi family, will I immediately go with you to register our marriage. Minghan said disdainfully. You don't necessarily need a household registration to get married. You just need to print the household page at the police station. Yi Qinya replied softly. Minghan's face turned furious. He never anticipated that there would come a day when Yi Qinya would outsmart him. His demand for the household registration was merely a means to ascertain that Yi Qinya could not produce it, using that as an excuse to avoid marrying her. But unexpectedly, Yi Qinya had countered his move, making it impossible for him not to marry her. Brother. I don't want to. Tian was exasperated, but her words were interrupted by Minghan. Tian, be obedient, he said, feigning concern. Me, nothing is more important than your health. Then you must not treat her well. Tian said reluctantly that I promise you, Minghan soothed her. Then coldly addressing the servants, he commanded, listen well. This woman may marry me, but in the residence she is merely the lowest of servants. You may all command her, understood? Understood. The servants replied in unison. Yiqinya's complexion turned pale. She stood there, tears streaming down her face. Minghan, I love you so much. I would give everything for you. What about you? Have you ever loved me? Minghan felt a surge of agitation within. He maintained a stern expression as he approached Yiqinya. Having been expelled from the Yi family, Yiqinya had lost her utility to him, and he was no longer inclined to placate her. Love? Minghan mocked. Yiqinya, do you know that my parents were driven to their deaths by your family? How could there ever be love between us? Yiqinya's face turned ashen, but in the next moment, she appeared somewhat relieved. Minghan, so you bear such a heavy burden, she said with a pained heart. I will stand by you, atone for my family's sins alongside you. If you feel it's not enough, you may take all of the Yi family's wealth. However, could you please spare my family? Although they have cast me aside, I still wish for them to fare well. Minghan was seething with rage. He felt cornered by Yi Zhixin, yet Yiqinya was asking him to spare her family? Did he even have the ability to do that? Yiqinya, he growled, gripping her neck, do you dare to insult me? Yiqinya's eyes widened in terror. She did not understand which of her words had gone awry. Just then Feng Jia, who had just entered the residence, was taken aback by the scene. He hurried forward. President, several investors are waiting for you. Please calm down, we should head over. As Yiqinya was nearly gasping for breath, Minghan finally regained his composure. He released her and the servants hurriedly complied. Subsequently, Minghan, accompanied by Feng Jia, exited in haste. Yiqinya endured the pain in her neck, struggling to rise from the ground. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began. The servants all retreated into the villa, leaving only Yiqinya, who stubbornly remained in the courtyard. The rain intensified, and Tian, holding an umbrella, emerged from the villa to stand before Yiqinya. She clicked her tongue, circling around to Yiqinya's back. I can't believe the Yi family raised a daughter like you. Just kneel and wait. With that, she kicked towards Yiqinya's knee, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Yiqinya raised her head, smiling at Tian, you are Minghan's beloved sister. I forgive you. Tian staggered back in shock, momentarily unsure of how to react. The next moment, she angrily retorted, who asked for your forgiveness? Are you insane? With that, Tian turned and left. Not far from outside the residence, a shadow flickered as the elderly couple began to comfort each other, reflecting on their parenting issues. Yi Zhixin discreetly departed. In truth, when Yiqinya left the Yi family, Yi Zhixin had already notified one of her bodyguards via text, instructing him to follow discreetly to observe if there might be any turning point. However, upon hearing everything the bodyguard recounted, Yi Zhixin's mind was filled with questions. Minghan, Tian, Yiqinya, the residence, the rain, punishment of kneeling. It all seemed reminiscent of the original plot she had read. Although the bodyguard had not dared to get too close for fear of being discovered, he could only catch fragmented snippets of conversation. Nevertheless, Yi Zhixin could piece together part of it through inference and deduction. Yet, she truly could not comprehend. She was absolutely certain that since her arrival in this world, she had single-handedly turned the narrative from a domineering CEO romance to a fierce competition among wealthy families. Throughout this process, no one had suffered harm. Yi Zhixin was at a loss for words. Indeed, good advice is wasted on the damned, and mercy does not redeem the self-destructive. Was she to remain kneeling? Yi Zhixin questioned in confusion. Is there someone watching her, preventing her from standing? No, the bodyguard replied. Then why doesn't she get up first and find somewhere to take shelter from the rain? Yi Zhixin asked. Puzzled. I don't know either, the bodyguard responded, equally perplexed. What happened afterward? Yi Zhixin inquired. What became of Yiqinya? How long did she kneel? About 5 or 6 minutes, the bodyguard relayed. Yi Zhixin. The original text misled her. Now that she thought about it, that was simply impossible. Kneeling in a torrential downpour for 5 or 6 hours would likely lead to hypothermia and death. The human body simply isn't that resilient. It seemed that even if the original plot were to unfold, she would need to interpret it with a discerning eye. Chapter 84. Are you free tomorrow? It appeared that Yiqinya's future would not be easy. Yi Zhixin had already received word that Minghan was struggling. Today he had met with several investors, willing to cede part of his profits in exchange for their investment. Despite his reluctance, Minghan had to accept reality. However, he would not give up so easily. He only needed to bide his time, waiting for those investors in Taoshuan to engage in a bitter struggle, ensuring they would both be left weakened. An opportune moment for him to reap the rewards and re-emerge. Returning to her bedroom, she instinctively walked to the balcony. Glancing across the way, Qi Xian stood at the window. Surrounded by the row of green plants she had gifted him, he held a small watering can. Hesitating on whether to water them, Wei Zhixin's mood lightened instantly. Leaning against the railing, she asked with a hint of amusement, "After such a heavy rain today, do you still need to water them?" Qi Xian looked up, catching sight of her leaning against the railing with a gentle smile, causing his heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. The next moment, he quietly set down the watering can. "Then I won't. Actually, I think they probably don't lack water. What they need is sunlight. Given that your room is shaded and receives little sunlight, perhaps you should consider placing a few of them in other rooms to let them bask in the sun," Yi Zhixin suggested. "Whatever you say," Qi Xian replied, nodding in agreement as he looked down at the plants, beginning to contemplate which ones to relocate to. By the way, Qi Xian, Yi Zhixin frowned as she asked, "Do you know anyone at Renxin Hospital?" "That private hospital is quite well known." Qi Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "I do know a doctor there." "Why do you ask?" "I would like to request your assistance in keeping a watchful eye." Yi Zhi intoned softly, "That I suspect that in a few months, Minghan will attempt to conduct a heart transplant on a living person at Renxin Hospital." Qi Xian appeared momentarily bewildered, as if grappling with a concept utterly foreign to him. After a thoughtful pause, he replied gravely, "The most fundamental principle of live organ transplants is that the donor must remain unharmed. Heart transplants are unequivocally excluded from this principle. Such actions are illegal." "Is Minghan truly so oblivious to the law?" Yi Zhi interjected. "Perhaps his legal awareness is solely directed at exploiting laborers." He found her observation both amusing and exasperating, yet he grasped her intent. "I will keep an eye on him. If he proceeds with such an act, I shall report him directly." "Thank you," Yi Zhi expressed, somewhat moved. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed effortless. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qi Xian already understood her inclination to notify the authorities. For someone like Minghan, a prison cell would be his most fitting abode. Should he dare to engage in a live heart transplant, she would not hesitate to ensure he was incarcerated. "Are you free tomorrow?" Qi Xian suddenly inquired. "Not at all." Yi Zhi furrowed her brow. "I plan to visit the courier company to gather more information." "Is there something on your mind?" Qi Xian sighed in resignation. "No. It's just that the butler asked me to inquire about your meal preferences so he can prepare in advance. Although I am in a fat reduction period, an occasional indulgence one tea have a significant impact at "What a pity," Yi Zhi replied, her tone somewhat conflicted. "I've been quite busy these days and may not be able to dine at your home." "Understood," Qi Xian responded, a hint of regret in his voice. The following morning, just as Yi Zhi was about to step outside, a series of urgent doorbell rings interrupted her. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Zhan Ruoqing, whom she ushered inside. "Why, Yi Zhi, are you free today? Let us go shopping," Zhan Ruoqing proposed. "I'm sorry, but I have prior commitments today," Yi Zhi expressed apologetically. "It's the weekend. What could possibly occupy your time?" Zhan Ruoqing exclaimed in surprise. "Well, I am preparing to acquire a courier company, so I intend to visit the courier service today to gain a better understanding of their operations. I may be busy all day," Yi Zhi explained to her fellow shareholder. Zhan Ruoqing's face registered shock. "How is it possible that you are already moving to acquire a courier company? What are your future plans? It's hard to even imagine. Today one tea work. Let us go shopping another day," Yi Zhi said with a tinge of regret. Zhan Ruoqing quickly waved her hands. "It's all right. Shopping can be done anytime. Since you are acquiring a courier company, doesn't tea that require new investment? Coincidentally, my company's dividends have just been deposited into my account. I could invest them all in you." "No, Yi Zhi hastily rejected, realizing Zhan Ruoqing was quite serious. "Please think this investment through carefully. I've heard news that your father and brother are currently the second largest investors in Qianbai. It was manageable before, but if you invest in me now, wouldn't he that be opposing them? I think it's best if you refrain from investing this time." "What's wrong with opposing them? Just because they have faith in Qianbai doesn't mean I can't believe in Taoshuan," Zhan Ruoqing retorted defiantly. "I am determined to invest. You're not going to stop me." That she genuinely wished to dissuade her to maintain harmony within the Zhan family, yet her attempts seemed to have the opposite effect. Ultimately, after much negotiation, they reached a compromise. Zhan Ruoqing would invest half of her dividends. However, Zhan Ruoqing still felt somewhat dissatisfied and decided to accompany Yi Zhi to the courier company. Realizing she could not refuse her enthusiastic investor, Yi Zhi acquiesced. They departed in high spirits, sharing laughter, while the butler observed them from the entrance and hurried to inform Qi Xian of what he had witnessed. A twinge of discomfort stirred in Qi Xian's heart. Hadn't Yi Zhi just stated she had matters to attend to at the courier company? Why was she bringing Zhan Ruoqing along? His gaze darkened as he dialed a friend's number. Mengyu, do you have genre watching's Taoshuan number? He inquired directly. Yes, I do, Mengyu replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you need me to send it to you? No need, Qi replied coolly. Just keep an eye on her social media. If she posts anything, please take a screenshot for me. Mengyu, though puzzled, agreed. After hanging up, Qi sighed in exasperation. Taoshuan was currently quite popular, and many enjoyed showcasing their lives on social media. He could not follow them directly and could only resort to this method to ascertain their activities. Chapter 85. He regretted it. Genre watching accompanied Yiji to the courier station, watching as Yiji donned the uniform of a courier and proceeded to load parcels onto the delivery vehicle like an ordinary courier. She pulled Yiji aside, astonished, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Delivering parcels." Yiji replied matter-of-factly. "But weren't you here to learn about the courier company?" Genre watching asked, confused. Indeed, to deliver parcels is the most authentic way to understand a courier company's operations, rather than relying on what others wish for me to see, Yiji explained calmly. Genre watching that she found herself unable to comprehend, yet somehow everything Yiji said seemed to make sense. "But can you even drive that thing?" Genre watching pointed at the delivery tricycle that I learned yesterday. "It's quite simple, no problem," Yiji confidently reassured her. Had it not been for the unexpected events of the previous day, she would have commenced delivering parcels then. She had specially contacted the owner of Shunda to express her desire to experience this aspect of life, and although the owner was baffled, he obliged her request. "No, I'm genuinely curious. I want to follow you and see how you deliver parcels," Genre watching declared resolutely. "Suit yourself," Yiji replied, somewhat exasperated. For this eager investor, Yiji would strive to meet her demands. Subsequently, Genre watching indeed drove her sports car closely behind Yiji's delivery vehicle as Genre watching followed. An idea struck her. She pulled out her phone and began snapping pictures of Yiji. Seizing a moment of respite, Genre watching eagerly presented the photos to Yiji, exclaiming, "Look! How do you think I did?" Yiji glanced at the images, her expression shifting drastically, and the next instant, she rushed forward to snatch the phone away. "Ah! What kind of dreadful angles did you choose? And you didn't even apply filters or beauty effects. Delete it, delete it. I can't delete it. I intend to show these to other investors," Genre watching said while dodging. Yiji paused, unable to restrain her curiosity. "What do you mean?" "Consider this. When others seek investments, they craft elaborate PPTs and grandiose plans to deceive people. You, however, are different. By acquiring a courier company and personally delivering parcels, you're gaining an in-depth understanding of the industry. Investors will be utterly reassured by someone like you," Genre watching asserted confidently. "I will use these photos to persuade my friends to invest in you. If you want to let me invest, you certainly can't prevent my friends from doing so." Yiji felt a mixture of gratitude and amusement. All right, take whatever pictures you wish, even if they make me look hideous." "What are you talking about?" Genre watching protested playfully. "You have such a good foundation. Even in that unattractive courier uniform, you look good regardless. How much more do you want to look good?" "I take your point. You can portray me as a celestial beauty. Will that suffice?" Yiji replied, half laughing, half crying. "Now that's more like it," Genre watching nodded in satisfaction. After taking a few more shots, she hurried off to find her friends, simultaneously posting numerous compliments about Yiji on her social media and blocking her family from viewing them. Naturally, these posts were conveyed to Qi through Mengyu. Upon seeing the posts, Qi eyes widened in astonishment at why Yiji is actually delivering parcels. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet and drove off to find her. With Mengyu's assistance, Qi learned of Yiji's current location from Genre watching. He arrived at the street corner where Yiji was casually seated on a flower bed, enjoying a modest lunch while chatting with a group of couriers. A wave of tenderness washed over Qi. The last time Yiji approached him for investment, he had not readily agreed, requesting more detailed data instead. Little did he realize she would exert herself to this extent. He regretted his prior hesitation. Why had he not agreed then? If she was inclined to spend, he would support her endeavor, and worst-case scenario, he could simply earn more. As the couriers finished their meals and hurriedly departed, Qi took a deep breath, opened the car door, and walked toward Yiji. "May I join you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yiji looked up in surprise, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Qi beside her. "Of course," but Yiji rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a pack of tissues and offering it to him. "The flower bed is rather dirty. You might want to wipe it first." "No need," he replied calmly as he took a seat. "If you can sit, so can I. Yiji felt a bit awkward. I wiped it down before sitting. Qi. You only mention it after I've already sat down?" "Oh well, it's just a matter of soiling one pair of pants." "Are these your only meals?" He glanced at her inexpensive lunchbox. "I have mentioned before that I am not picky, Yiji said with a smile, and this box meal actually tastes quite decent. It includes 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables, providing a balanced nutrition, though the rice could be a bit less crumbly. Qixian listened quietly until she finished speaking, then asked in a deep voice. If you require data, I believe Shunda would be more than willing to cooperate with you. Why do you insist on making this trip yourself? What one learns from paper is ultimately superficial. Yiji sighed. Moreover, those data points are too cold. Only by making this journey myself can I truly experience the traffic congestion, the difficulty in contacting customers, the poor attitudes, the damaged goods, and the intensity of labor, as well as the company culture. Those data cannot convey these issues to me. As I have stated, I aspire to reform the express delivery industry. If I do not understand these matters, how can I proceed with the reform? After a moment of silence, he finally asked, why are you willing to go to such lengths? Yiji countered with a question. Qixian, what do you think is the most unnecessary position in a company? The boss, she replied calmly. There was a company whose owner fled after mismanaging it, leaving behind a debt of over 10 billion. Yet, that company did not collapse. The employees continued to manage it, living without the burdens of a 996 schedule. Without internal competition, without delayed wages or social insurance, and without a boss. Qixian fell silent, understanding her point. Value is created by the employees, not by me. Yet, most of the profits end up in my hands. Yiji took a deep breath and resolutely stated, I cannot promise to take nothing, but at the very least, I hope to distribute more to them. We are all human. Why should they not live with greater dignity? Chapter 86. A gift of a vehicle. Qixian suddenly felt that there was no woman more beautiful than Yiji in this world. Aren't you afraid of failing? He asked softly. Every endeavor carries the risk of failure. If we refrain from trying out of fear, how can we ever progress? Yiji replied calmly. Since there is an opportunity now, I must certainly give it a try. Even if I fail, I can always deliver packages, or you could take me on. As she spoke, Yiji looked at him, her bright eyes filled with a gentle mirth. Qixian felt his heart race. At that point, I could work for you. After all, you know my capabilities, I can help you earn money. Yiji said proudly. Qixian. It was ultimately he who overthought. Regarding the acquisition of the express delivery company, I agree to invest. Let us proceed according to your plan, Qixian said nonchalantly. Yiji's heart leaped with joy. Since you're investing, why not contribute a bit more, Qixian? He felt as if he were merely her ATM. You see, Yiji hastily explained, I spent the entire morning delivering packages and discovered that, as a newcomer to this field, I spent most of my time figuring out the routes. Even the seasoned veterans devote considerable effort to route planning. Thus, I thought of collaborating with a digital mapping company to develop a specialized smart navigation service for delivery personnel, which would save them time and effort. If it proves effective, we could promote the navigation tool as well. Qixian gazed at her with a complex expression. Her thoughts were always so imaginative yet intricately connected. While still contemplating the acquisition of the express delivery company, she had already begun to strategize the creation of a navigation system. Of course, if this project were successful, the potential benefits would be substantial. Let us proceed as you propose. Qixian nodded. Thank you so much, Qixian. You truly are a wonderful person. Yiji exclaimed with delight. Qixian. He did not desire the good person card. Thank you. How long do you plan to deliver packages? He inquired. 3 days. I suppose 1 day is too short to discern any issues, while too long would not work either. Even if I wanted to, the investors would not grant me much time, Yiji replied. All right, Qixian nodded. For these few days your fitness regimen will be paused. We will resume after 3 days. Thank you, Coach Qi. Yiji smiled lightly. After lunch, she continued her package deliveries. Qixian refrained from dissuading her. He understood it would be futile. Moreover, rather than urging her not to pursue what she loved, it was better to support her endeavors. 3 days passed in a flash, and as Yiji drove her delivery vehicle, she felt immense regret. She truly believed that one should not speak too freely, having experienced the consequences of her words before. She wondered why she had not learned her lesson. At the conclusion of her 3-day delivery stint, the owner of Shunda personally sought her out, and they engaged in a cordial conversation. Everything was going well until Yiji carelessly praised their delivery vehicle, remarking on its excellent shock absorption and smooth ride. The owner of Shunda was so pleased that he insisted on gifting her a vehicle. Unable to refuse, Yiji accepted. However, as she approached the villa, she realized the gravity of the situation. Just as she neared the villa district, she was stopped by security. Stop right there. Delivery vehicles are not allowed in here. Leave the packages here and we will deliver them for you. The guard said. It's a gift from a friend, Yiji replied helplessly. Oh, is it? The guard was baffled. Is it now fashionable for wealthy individuals to gift delivery vehicles? What kind of hobby is that? Nevertheless, he did not press further and quickly cleared the way for her. Thus Yiji drove through, garnering astonished looks from her neighbors. Is that a delivery vehicle? Why on earth would we have a delivery vehicle here? The person driving it looks familiar. Isn't that the esteemed Yi from Tao Sund, the one making waves recently? Today's youth truly are hard-working. Dad, what kind of car is that? I've never seen one before. That's a delivery vehicle. Dad, can you buy me one too? I want to ride a delivery vehicle to school. Alright, Dad will buy you a different car, okay? No. I want a delivery vehicle. Wah. Listening to the chorus of chatter, Yiji felt utterly despondent. She was starting to wish she could rewind time. Miss Yi, is this your new vehicle? The butler inquired curiously. Yiji nodded. It looks quite flashy. The butler walked around the vehicle. If you like it, I'll take it as a gift. Yiji exhaled deeply. The butler was taken aback, then grinned, saying, Thank you, Miss Yi. I'll use this vehicle to help you with grocery shopping from now on. Yiji. Clearly it was too late. The butler was thoroughly enamored with the delivery vehicle and immediately climbed in to learn how to operate it. Within no time, he had mastered it and was driving around the neighborhood. I haven't seen the butler so happy in ages, Qi Xian said, approaching Yiji with a gentle smile. As long as he enjoys it, it doesn't matter to me, Yiji said, feeling a sense of relief. Her earlier embarrassment had faded considerably. Perhaps having realized that resistance was futile, she had accepted reality. In a couple of days, she would buy another delivery vehicle for the child next door. After all, wasn't that what he wanted? Everyone could share in the embarrassment. Would you like one as well? I can gift you a vehicle, Yiji turned to ask. Chapter 87. Just say you are afraid, there's no need for that. Qi Xian declined directly. Yiji expressed her regret. By the way, let us have a meal together, Qi Xian suggested casually. Just as Yiji was about to agree, her phone rang. Seeing that it was Lu Lingyu calling, she immediately pressed the answer button. Mom, what's wrong? Yiji asked. Her pupils dilated in alarm. It's all right, Qi Xian nodded. Take care of your family matters first. Yiji replied with an her expression grave as she turned to leave. Qi Xian suddenly called out to her. He proposed, let my driver take you. This way you can think calmly on the way. Yiji was taken aback. Had he noticed she was troubled? Indeed, if she drove herself, her mind would likely wander, which could be unsafe. All right, thank you, Yiji nodded in agreement, not refusing. Soon she was in the car, heading toward the Yi residence. In truth, this incident was not as grave as it seemed. The previous day, Yi Yuje had stayed out all night under the pretense of going on a school outing, but he had actually gone to a bar. While at the bar, he got into a conflict, and both parties ended up in the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Yi Yuje stubbornly refused to provide the family's contact information until recently, when he could no longer endure it, and finally revealed the number. After that, Yi Yongxian went to pick him up. Yi was unsure whether to commend Yi Yuje for his resilience in holding out for so long. Nevertheless, she recognized a critical point. Oh Minghan had already targeted Yi Yuje. Even though Oh Minghan was currently engaged in a battle for profits with other investors, he had not abandoned his underhanded tactics. The so-called friends surrounding Yi Yuje were undoubtedly planted by Oh Minghan. Unable to undermine the Yi family through Yi Qinya, he had turned his attention to corrupting Yi Yuje. Fortunately, the situation had been discovered early and was not yet severe. Yet, she needed to devise a plan for handling this matter. As soon as she entered, she heard a heated argument. I told you I don't like studying. You're just forcing me. I don't want to learn. Besides, our family is so wealthy, I could never spend all this money in a lifetime. Why should I work so hard in school? You little rascal. A good for nothing. Allowing you to continue in such a manner, it is only a matter of time before the family fortune is squandered. Just watch me. I shall teach you a lesson today to prevent you from causing trouble in the future. As Yi Yongxian prepared to let Yi Yuje experience the weight of paternal love akin to a landslide, Lu Lingyu anxiously stood by, utterly clueless about how to intervene. Yi stepped forward, intending to offer some words of persuasion. However, before she could utter a single word, she heard Yi Yuje running away while defiantly exclaiming, "How could the family fortune possibly be squandered? My elder sister is so adept at making money, let her earn it. Even if I were to cause a disaster, my elder sister could handle it. Where is the broom? Where is the mop? Today I am determined to provide Yuje with a complete childhood experience." Upon seeing her, Yuje's eyes lit up. "Elder sister, please come to my rescue." Saying this, he darted behind Yiji to seek refuge. Yiji raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yuje's head. Yuje cried out in pain, incredulously looking at Yi. "Elder sister, you." This delay allowed Yi Yongxian to catch up with him, and he promptly pinned Yuje down, instructing a servant to fetch some rope to bind him. Yuje, Do you realize your mistakes? Yi Yongxian interrogated, his expression grim. Let me go. Let me go. Yi Yujie struggled defiantly, protesting, what did I say wrong? Is it that our family is out of money, or that my elder sister cannot manage? Yi, that I sincerely thank you. Knowing that your sister is so capable, why do you not learn from her properly? Yi Yongxian was so furious that he was nearly fuming. Isn't it sufficient to have one capable elder sister in the family? Why must I also become like her? Yi Yujie retorted, I have said it before, I do not love studying. I have no interest. Yi suddenly calmed down. She had considered directly keeping Yi Yujie by her side. But his words reminded her that he did not need to become a second Yi Ji. What he truly needed was to find his own path. His current inclination towards a debauched lifestyle stemmed from the company he kept. He had yet to experience the hardships of life. Gradually, Yi Ji formulated a plan in her mind as Yi Yongxian, now enraged, withdrew his belt to administer a proper lesson to his disobedient son. Yi Ji intervened. Father, please wait a moment. Yi Yongxian halted at her words, and Yi Ji approached, asking Yi Jie, if you do not wish to study, then what do you wish to do? Humph. I will do whatever I please. It is none of your business. Yi Yujie sulkily turned away. So you have yet to decide. Yi Ji inquired, did I one tea talk to you? You traitor. I trusted you so much, yet you betrayed me. Suddenly realizing he had said too much, Yi Yujie hurriedly shut his mouth. How about this? Let us make a wager. Yi Ji said calmly, as long as you win, we will not interfere with whatever you wish to do in the future. You can spend the family money however you like, do whatever you please, and no one will stop you. However, if you lose, you must abide by the family's arrangements and cease your reckless behavior. Really? Yi Yujie looked at her skeptically. Can you be trusted? I am speaking to you as the founder of Taoshuan. Yi Ji replied solemnly, if you do not believe me, we can draft a betting agreement. All right. Yi Yujie immediately became intrigued. What do you propose we bet on? I want you to work at a construction site, moving bricks for a month, Yi Ji stated nonchalantly, and during this month you must live and eat at the construction site. The Yi family will not provide you with a single cent or any assistance as long as you can endure. You win. If you cannot persist and withdraw midway, you lose. What? You actually want me to move bricks? Are you still my sister? Yi Yujie exclaimed in anger. If you are afraid, just admit it. Yi Ji smirked slightly. Then you better listen to the family's arrangements and abandon any thoughts of rebellion. Who says I am afraid? I'll go. Yi Yujie retorted defiantly. Good, you have spirit. Yi Ji applauded in appreciation, and she indeed drafted a betting agreement, printing it in duplicate and placing it before Yi Yujie. Noticing Yi Yujie seemed somewhat conflicted, Yi Ji smiled slightly. Yi Yujie, you still have a chance to reconsider. Chapter 88. Do you think this is a vacation? Who says I would regret it? I'll sign. Yi Yujie obstinately declared, taking the pen and signing his name. Well, now press your thumbprint. Yi handed over the ink pad. Without hesitation, Yi Yujie pressed his thumb down, only to feel a strange sensation akin to signing a bond of servitude afterward. All right. Yi Ji tucked the contract away, stating that if you dare to go back on your word, I will take this contract to court. Yi Yujie fumed, feeling that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. Yi Yongxian observed with an odd expression but said nothing further. Yi Yujie snorted in disdain and turned to head upstairs to pack his belongings. Once he left, Yi Yongxian could not help but remark, this contract cannot be taken to court. I know. Yi smirked slightly. It is sufficient to deceive Yi Yujie, the little legal novice. Yi Yongxian. That is indeed the case. Must he really go for an entire month? Lu Lingyu expressed her concerns, but Yu Zhe has only half a month before the third year of high school begins. Will this not affect his studies? Mother, you see, he currently has no intention of studying at all. Even if you were to tie him to a classroom, would he be able to learn? Yi Ji advised it would be better to let him experience some hardship. Perhaps it will help him focus and change his temperament. I do not oppose him facing hardship. Yi Yongxian frowned, but will this method truly be effective? It will be, Yi Ji assured confidently. Father, Yujie is still young and a bit playful, but he possesses a sense of responsibility. Otherwise, during the lowest point in his life, he could have simply given up, thinking that it would not matter how he lived his life. Yet, he fought desperately to rise from the mire, repeatedly seeking revenge against Minghan with the fervor of a moth to a flame. Thus, this child has a good nature, but he must be taught. What if? Yi Yongxian pondered, what if he truly endures for a month and remains unrepentant? If he wins the wager, he could very well be allowed to do as he pleases. Father, if he truly wins, would that not be quite good? Yi Ji smiled gently. Consider this. If he, having lived in comfort, can endure in such a drastically different environment, what does that say about his character? No matter what path he chooses in the future, would you still need to worry? Her words elicited numerous nods from Yi Yongxian and Lu Lingyu. both of whom were persuaded before long. Yujie descended the stairs dragging a large suitcase behind him. Yiji's lips twitched as she exasperatedly declared, "Stop right there. Do you think you are going on vacation? Leave all your belongings here. These are necessities." Yujie instinctively hid the suitcase behind him. "Aside from a change of clothes, nothing is essential." Yiji coldly retorted, "All these belong to the Yi family. If you are a man, put down your things." "Fine, I will put it down." Yujie angrily tossed the suitcase aside. In the end, Lu Lingyu helped Yujie pack a few changes of clothes and some toiletries into his backpack for him to take. "Will this suffice?" Yujie said, pouting. "Wait." Yiji raised an eyebrow. "Hand over my backpack." Yujie, confused, handed it over, and Yiji opened the side pocket to extract a roll of cash. "Mother, a doting mother spoils her son," Yiji said helplessly. Yu Yongxian immediately shot an admonishing glance at Lu Lingyu, who shamefully covered her face. Yiji pocketed the several hundred yuan and then took Yujie to the car, heading to the Fenggoju construction site. Upon arriving at the site, Yiji instructed Yujie to wait in the car while she went to meet Yuji. To her surprise, Yuji was taken aback by her late arrival and immediately became attentive, as Yiji was far more demanding than Yu Yongxian. Each time Yiji arrived, he had to reflect carefully on whether he had made any mistakes. "Mr. Yi, why have you come so late?" Yuji asked with a forced smile. "Director Yu, I have brought someone here tonight. He will be working here for a month, so please take care of him," Yiji stated. Why Yuji was momentarily stunned and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you mean to take care of him in a positive or negative manner?" Yiji, "That this is a construction site. Why does he make it sound like some peculiar place?" "That is my younger brother," Yiji explained. "In terms of work intensity, there is no need to coddle him. He will do as much work as anyone else. There is no need to concern yourself with his daily life. Treat him like an ordinary person, however. Please keep an eye on him and ensure he is not bullied, especially by those from outside the site." Yuji's surroundings have already been infiltrated by Omingan's people, and Yiji did not believe that sending Yujie to the site would deter them. They would undoubtedly seek opportunities. Yuji's expression grew serious as he assured her, "You can rest assured. I will take care of it." Yuji led Yujie to the temporary housing at the construction site, pushing open the door to one of the dormitories. "Old Zhang, isn't there an empty bed in your room? Let this child stay here." All right. A man readily agreed, and the others in the dormitory promptly tidied up the belongings on one of the beds, clearing a space. "Please go in," Yuji said, patting Yujie on the shoulder. As soon as Yujie stepped inside, he nearly retched. He had never encountered such a cramped space, which astonishingly housed 5 bunk beds. The entire room was permeated with the pungent odors of sweat and smoke, and the floor was littered with trash. A few rugged-looking men were curiously observing him, casually perched on their beds with their t-shirts hiked up, exposing their bulging bellies. Yujie was utterly unprepared for such an experience and nearly turned to leave. "Young man, over here, this bed by the window." A kindly-faced man waved at Yujie with a smile. "We're just a bunch of roughnecks, smoking and drinking, reeking of sweat. If you take the bed by the window, you won't have to endure our stench." Yuji steeled himself and walked over, sitting on the bed by the window, anxiously clutching his backpack. "Young man, what do you go by?" the earlier man asked warmly. "Oh right, my surname is Zhang, so you can just call me Old Zhang." "Hello, Uncle Zhang," Yujie replied politely. The room erupted in laughter, leaving Yujie feeling somewhat awkward. This boy is truly polite. Speaking of which, my child is about the same age, but unfortunately, he clams up around others. He pales in comparison to this lad. City kids do look good, fair and clean, and they are well-mannered. Seeing that they bore him no ill will, Yujie gradually relaxed. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble emanated from his stomach, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He hadn't felt it before, but now he realized his limbs felt weak. "Young man, are you hungry? Does anyone have something to eat?" Old Zhang inquired. "I have a bun here," someone offered, handing over a steamed bun. Yujie accepted it, disregarding everything else, and took a big bite, only to choke on the dry bread. "Quick, get the young man a glass of water," Old Zhang exclaimed. Someone hurriedly poured a cup of hot water from the thermos and handed it to Yujie. After just 2 sips, Yujie couldn't help but tear up. He had never tasted water so unpleasant. Why does this water taste so rough and not sweet at all? The young man isn't used to buns. Do you have anything else to eat? Old Zhang continued. Don't hide it. This young lad has it tough working out here. Let us help him out. The others promptly offered a bucket of instant noodles, which Old Zhang prepared with hot water and placed before Yujie. "Here. Young man, enjoy. Once you've eaten most of the noodles, tear the bun into pieces and soak it in the broth. It'll be easier to eat." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang," Yujie said politely, then added, "My name is Yujie." The room once again erupted in praise. making Yuj feel a bit bashful. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, mingling oddly with the scent of the room. But Yuj was too hungry to care. Seeing the noodles had softened, he couldn't resist taking a large mouthful. After a few bites, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "It's so hot. Can we turn on the air conditioning?" Yuj asked. The others were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Little brother, this is a construction site. Where would we find air conditioning? Bring the fan over here for the young man. Let us not let him overheat before long." Someone brought over a oscillating fan, and after switching it on, it creaked and whirred to blow air in his direction. The wind from the fan was warm as well. And Yuj couldn't help but ask, "How do you endure such poor conditions here?" The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. "Young man, this is the best construction site we've experienced." One replied, "At the previous sites I worked, many didn't even have hot water. Summer is tolerable, a cold shower isn't too bad, but come autumn and winter, oh the chill. Not washing means being enveloped in a stench. Thanks to little Yi we didn't have hot water before either. But once she caught wind of it, she immediately arranged for a large water heater, so we can drink hot water anytime and enjoy hot showers every day. Also, some sites skimp on accommodations. Our temporary housing can be 3 stories high. Just think about how poor the sound insulation is. If someone goes up or down at night, the whole building hears it. Not to mention the snoring, it's impossible to sleep. Only thanks to little Yi did we get decent soundproofing materials for our temporary housing. But you still need to speak softly. If you raise your voice, the neighbors can still hear. And some sites don't provide meals. With the little money we earn, how much can we save after 3 meals a day? We work from dawn till dusk. With no entertainment, it's quite miserable. Here not only are meals provided, but little Yi often comes by to ensure there's meat at every meal. Plus, she even built a movie room for us to watch films during our breaks. Although they are all old movies, they are still quite entertaining. Little brother, why don't you join us tomorrow? Yuj felt a whirlwind of emotions. Even without others saying it, he realized that little Yi was his elder sister. Yet he never expected that his simple remark would lead to such widespread acclaim for Yi. She had merely taken steps to ensure their well-being. Yet these simple folk genuinely appreciated her kindness. The worksite was so grueling, Yuj couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you all do something else?" The dorm fell into an eerie silence, and Yuj suddenly felt at a loss. Had he said something wrong? "Young man, we aren't very educated," Old Zhang chuckled. "Aside from farming, we only have our physical strength to sell at construction sites. That's all for survival. Who doesn't have a family to support? Your child is doing well in school. He will surely succeed in the future. Whenever I think about my little rascal, it gives me a headache. Why doesn't he love studying? If he doesn't study, how will he get ahead?" Speaking of which, Old Zhang's daughter is quite accomplished. She is a university student, currently studying in the capital. She will definitely make a name for herself. "Haha, let us not talk about government positions." Old Zhang said proudly that if she can land a good job and sit in an office with air conditioning, I'd be delighted. "Say, Old Zhang, your daughter is on break now, right? Aren't you going to see her?" "Forget it. If I run into her classmates and they find out I'm just a laborer, it would be embarrassing for her. I wouldn't want her to be looked down upon in school." Yuj was taken aback. He had never considered that things he took for granted, even looked down upon, required others to strive tirelessly to attain. That he had come here merely for a living. While his roommates were fighting for survival, he finally understood that his previous statement was nothing short of why not eat meat porridge. The instant noodles had cooled, and he tore the bun, soaking it in the broth as he devoured the meal. Then he picked up the earlier cup of water and drank it quietly. Suddenly, he felt that the water wasn't so terrible after all. At the very least, it was clean. Chapter 90. You go undercover. Yuji held her phone, staring at the towering wall before her, feeling utterly speechless. The acquisition by Shunda had nearly reached an agreement, and she had already reassigned personnel from Taosun to form a new department dedicated to establishing more scientific salary standards and optimizing Shunda's current sorting system. She was now preparing to meet with a digital mapping company to discuss potential collaboration. However, after downloading their mapping application and following the navigation to locate the company, she found herself in the current predicament. The navigation had led her here and instructed her to proceed forward. How could she proceed? Crash her car into the wall? This cursed navigation couldn't possibly think she could walk through walls. Yiji sighed helplessly. She had anticipated that the navigation systems in this world weren't very advanced, but she hadn't expected them to be this absurd. She had to open the map and plan her route manually. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Yuji. Yiji pressed the answer button. Director Yu, is something wrong with Yuji? Yi director, it's like this, Yuji said, sounding somewhat conflicted. You mentioned before not to fuss over your brother too much. However, it seems his roommates are quite attentive, taking on a fair bit of his work. This wasn't my directive. It appears they've done so voluntarily. Yuji was surprised. It seemed Yuji had formed good rapport with his peers. Don't worry about it. Let it be. Just keep an eye on him and strengthen the security patrols at the worksite over the next few days. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, take them down immediately. Yuji quickly agreed. After hanging up, Yi's expression turned grave. The news of Yuji being sent to the worksite would likely reach Minghan's ears soon. Although Minghan was likely still caught up in the unfolding events, he would certainly seize this opportunity to act within the next few days. She only needed to wait for the right moment and let Minghan make his move. Yi was aware of his inner turmoil, so she let him be. Considering the time, the trial should be concluding soon. She picked up her phone and dialed Chen Wei directly. Has the trial concluded? Yi directly inquired. It has concluded, Chen Wei exclaimed excitedly. Today's court session proceeded exceptionally well. It's just unfortunate that Minghan did not attend. Only his assistant was present. The verdict will be delivered next week, but there should be no issues. Listening quietly until he finished, Yi felt a sense of joy for him. The current situation at Qianbai is tumultuous, and given that Minghan has little time to spare for such trivial matters, it is no wonder that everything went so smoothly. Congratulations in advance, Yi sincerely expressed. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. As Chen Wei exited the courthouse, he spotted the dejected Feng Jia and suddenly called out to him, Assistant Feng. Feng Jia, somewhat bewildered, paused. You are a highly capable individual. Why must you remain in the service of someone like Minghan? Chen Wei lamented. If you were to part ways with him, you would undoubtedly achieve greater heights. Mr. Chen, you flatter me, Feng Jia replied dispassionately. I have not considered such matters, nor will I, as it would be futile, Feng Jia thought to himself, turning to leave, his mind heavy with worry as he sought out Minghan. He felt compelled to report on the court proceedings, already envisioning Minghan's furious reaction. That if circumstances permitted, he too wished to leave Minghan's side. However, after so many years of being associated with him, despite only handling overt affairs, he was acutely aware of the unsavory dealings Minghan engaged in privately. Even though Minghan had never overtly displayed suspicion, his inherently distrustful nature made it impossible for him to let Feng Jia go. However, with Qianbai embroiled in turmoil and Minghan on the verge of being ousted from the center of power, an opportunity had presented itself. He could request a transfer to a remote province to expand business. And after a few years, once Minghan had gradually forgotten him, perhaps he could resign smoothly. As for switching companies or pursuing a position at Taoshuan, he dared not even dream of such possibilities. Thus, burdened with heavy thoughts, Feng Jia arrived at O's residence. Upon meeting Minghan, he cautiously relayed the details of the court session. President, this time it was my incompetence. Enough, this is not your fault, Minghan replied in a low voice. Feng Jia was taken aback. It was typical for Minghan to rage and throw things in anger. Yet why was he suddenly so composed? This was in fact more frightening. Feng Jia, feeling a surge of anxiety, lowered his head even further. I have heard that several investors have recently contacted you privately? Minghan inquired suddenly. Feng Jia immediately responded, President, yes, some have reached out to me, but I did not meet with them. I rejected them outright over the phone. You can verify my call duration. You need not be anxious, Minghan stated calmly. Your abilities are remarkable, and it is only natural that they wish to elevate you to replace me. If you have such aspirations, I would support you. A satisfied expression crossed Minghan's face as he continued, Feng Jia, after all these years by my side, how do you perceive my treatment of you? Without hesitation, Feng Jia replied, President, you have valued me greatly, providing numerous opportunities for growth. My achievements today are entirely due to your nurturing. Minghan's satisfaction deepened, and he nodded. Very well, can I not trust you? You need not apply for a transfer. I have a crucial task for you. President, I await your instructions, Feng Jia said, secretly relieved. Minghan's expression turned icy. I want you to leave Qianbai and go undercover at Taoshuan. Feng Jia. Feng Jia. Feng Jia. What on earth? Feng Jia was genuinely stunned. He was uncertain whether Minghan was sincere or merely testing him once more. Chapter 91. Good news, rest assured. In a few days I will create an excellent opportunity for you. By then, no one will suspect your true identity, and you will be able to go to Taoshuan as an undercover agent without raising any eyebrows. Minghan declared confidently. Feng Jia felt utterly dazed. Did Minghan truly understand what he was suggesting? How could going undercover and without raising eyebrows coexist? Feng Jia was overwhelmed with confusion. He comprehended every word yet felt an extraordinary absurdity when they were strung together. How could Minghan conceive such a clever idea? Did he genuinely believe he could take others for fools? Although he had countless things to articulate, he recognized that this was his sole opportunity to leave Qianbai without repercussions. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively asked, President, what should I do? You need not concern yourself. I will first stir the waters. You will understand what to do in due course, Minghan said smugly. All right, I will heed your guidance. Feng Jie readily agreed that Minghan gestured for him to leave, but just as Feng Jie reached the door, Minghan called him back. Feng Jie, he said meaningfully, there is little future in following a woman. I trust you greatly, do not let me down. Feng Jie fought to suppress the urge to express his frustration and solemnly replied, President, I will not fail your expectations. After Feng Jie departed, Minghan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly and Minghan inquired irritably, Wu Yongji, did I not instruct you to keep an eye on Yi Yujie? What is his current status? Young master, I have some good news for you. Last night, Yi Yujie was sent to the Fenggelju construction site by Yi. Minghan was instantly elated. This was indeed excellent news. Yi truly dared to do anything. Yi Yujie must be harboring immense resentment towards her at this moment. Yes, I think the same that I plan to have his friends visit him tonight and bring him out. We will have saved him and he will surely comply with us afterward. Wait a moment. Minghan sneered. Let Yi Yujie endure a bit more suffering first so he will despise Yi even more. Then when your people go, the effect will be much better. Understood. I will follow your orders, young master O. After hanging up, Minghan was in excellent spirits. Although he had gained little advantage in negotiations with the investors, he felt fortunate. Feng Jie had been with him for many years, showcasing exceptional ability and trustworthiness. Matters concerning Yi Yujie were progressing smoothly as well. Once he corrupted him, it would deal a significant blow to the Yi family. He was determined to capture the moment when Yi Yujie fell from grace and present it to the despicable Yi Qinya for her to see. How dare she scheme against him, forcing him to marry her? She would not escape unscathed with this thought. Minghan abruptly rose. Since he had thought of Yi Qinya, it was time to seek some retribution. Upon returning to Taoshuan, Yiji went directly to find Chen Wei. Once again, congratulations. You have finally cleared your name. Yiji presented a gift box stating, I brought you a present on my way, I hope you like it. Thank you, President Yi. Chen Wei expressed his gratitude. He eagerly opened the gift box, but upon seeing its contents, his expression became quite complicated. President Yi, this is that, he said, somewhat helplessly lifting the jar at its hair growth solution. Yiji explained that I heard that programmers tend to lose hair easily, so I bought this for you. Many people have recommended it and I hear it works wonders. Chen Wei. Thank you. He silently set the hair growth solution aside. Then added, by the way, President Yi, a member of Qianbai's management just approached me. He wishes to switch jobs and would like to meet with you through me. Do you wish to see him? Who is it? Are you quite familiar? Yiji inquired. His name is Jia Yi. He is somewhat of an old hand at Qianbai. However, my interactions with him have been minimal, so I do not know him well. Chen Wei replied. Then let us meet, Yiji decided. Has he left yet? Not yet. He is still in the reception room, Chen Wei informed her. Yiji nodded. Very well, take him to my office. Subsequently, Chen Wei visited the reception room and brought Jia Yi to Yiji's office. Yiji invited him to sit and engaged in a brief conversation. Mr. Jia, Yiji inquired calmly, may I ask what prompted your decision to switch jobs? President Yi, I seek better opportunities for development, and Taoshuan can provide me with that, Jia Yi declared proudly. Moreover, I possess the means to help Taoshuan defeat Qianbai. Oh. Yiji asked curiously, what means? Jia Yi mysteriously produced a document and handed it to Yiji. President Yi, please take a look at this. Yiji was taken aback as she opened it, only to find a line reading, Qianbai internal document, top secret. He continued, President Yi, I have an entire USB drive full of this. If you grant me the position of vice president, I will hand over the USB to you immediately. Very well. Jia Yi responded with pride. Once he left the office, Yiji promptly called the police. The officers arrived swiftly and took Jia Yi away. Chen Wei entered Yiji's office bewildered and asked, what is happening? Take a look at this, Yiji replied helplessly, tossing the top-secret document to Chen Wei. As he opened it, Chen Wei was at a loss for words. If he was willing to betray Qianbai's secrets for Taoshuan today, there was no guarantee he would not do the same for another company tomorrow. Yiji sighed, how could I possibly keep someone like this around? She mused, it baffles me how Omingan's people are also lawless. What? Chen Wei exclaimed in shock, he is one of Omingan's people? Chapter 92. Let her stumble. You don't genuinely believe that he has seen through the vile nature of Ominghan and thus decided to abandon the darkness for the light, do you? Yiji remarked with a hint of amusement. Chen Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. For he indeed held such a belief. Qianbai has been established for so many years, and those who still remain by Minghan's side, even having ascended to the decision-making level, are either colluding with him, birds of a feather, or are so deeply entangled in their interests that they cannot extricate themselves. Which type do you think he is? Yiji continued. Qian Wei sighed. I merely feel that someone like Minghan will eventually find himself abandoned by all that he will, but not now. Even the major capitalists are unwilling to give him up at this moment. How could those around him do so? Yiji stated calmly. Qian Wei felt a wave of emotion. It seemed he was better suited to writing programs than engaging in such intrigues. Yet, I truly cannot fathom why Minghan would suddenly act this way. He intends to stir the waters. Yiji scoffed. This weekend's recruitment exam by Taoxuan should see quite a number of Qianbai employees participating, right? Qian Wei paused momentarily. Yes, that I heard that Qianbai has recently imposed a heavy workload. And due to the poor performance of their mobile application, many people not only received no overtime pay but also had their wages docked. Consequently, numerous individuals have clandestinely signed up for the exam. Precisely. Yiji nodded. If Jia orchestrates this, and if I were to unwittingly believe his deceit and keep such a person close, it would be like planting a time bomb for myself. Even if I don't believe it, for Minghan, the sudden resignation of so many Qianbai employees would surely make me ponder whether there are undercover agents among them. Once I direct my attention to these individuals, Minghan can take the opportunity to introduce the real mold. So, all of this is merely to place an undercover agent. Qian Wei was at a loss for words. Who could it be? He furrowed his brow. There's no need to overthink it. We will know in due time, Yiji said nonchalantly. In the dead of night, Yiji lay on the hard bed, his gaze fixed upon the window. His thoughts a tangled mess. He had been on the construction site for 3 full days and was gradually acclimating to the life there. Although he felt fatigued, his roommates were always there to share the burden. Moreover, at the end of each workday, they would make an effort to invite him to watch movies or engage in card games and conversations, ensuring he did not feel ostracized. Suddenly, Yiji's phone vibrated. When Yiji had brought him to the construction site, she had not confiscated his phone. However, in recent days, few had contacted him. He hastily retrieved his phone, noticing that it was his friends calling. He quickly got out of bed, quietly opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. Everyone was asleep and he did not wish to disturb them with his phone call. Once outside the dormitory, Yiji moved a little further away, pressing the answer button just before the call disconnected. Yiji, it's me, Qinsho. Are you still at the construction site? Yes, Yiji sighed helplessly. Qinsho was a recent acquaintance from a neighboring school. He was straightforward and loyal, looking out for Yiji, which earned him Yiji's favorable impression. Previously, Qinsho had inquired about his situation, and Yiji had not concealed anything, sharing his experience working on the construction site. Of course, he did not mention his bet with Yiji, as he was still quite principled. You've really had a tough time. A few of us have come to pick you up. Qinsho exclaimed. What? Yiji was taken aback. We're at the eastern corner by the south gate. Come over. With that, Qinsho hung up the phone. Yiji was bewildered. How did they find him here? He hurried towards the south gate and soon spotted his friends lurking in a corner. What are you doing here? Yiji approached, frowning. Hey, we were just worried about you, so we came to rescue you. Qinsho spat on the ground. Your sister really is something else. As her own brother, she has the heart to leave you on the construction site. How can she be so inconsiderate? Yiji felt a surge of resentment. He had quarreled with Yiji, but he disliked hearing others speak ill of his sister. Exactly. Another chimed in. She is so wealthy. Wouldn't it be better to support you for life rather than being so stingy? Yiji's irritation grew. His recent experiences had made it clear how challenging it was to earn money. Besides, why should Yiji be responsible for earning money for him to spend? Yiji, you're great in every way, but you're just too kind and gullible. I see your sister clearly wants to use this opportunity to kick you out and monopolize the family fortune. Yiji took a deep breath. He was beginning to realize that perhaps he truly was too easily deceived. It seemed that those surrounding him were not genuine friends. Seeing Yiji silent, Qinsho assumed he had taken their words to heart and said, All right, enough of that. We snuck in here. Let us not get caught. Yiji, we know you must be furious, and we've come up with a great plan that will not only help you vent your anger but also make that ungrateful sister of yours stumble. We brought this. Qinsho triumphantly produced a large bundle of fireworks, boasting, You must know where the warehouse is on the construction site after spending these days here. Right, we're going to stash these fireworks in the warehouse. Yiji's expression turned apprehensive. The warehouse contained a significant amount of wood, paint, and other flammable materials. What were they planning to do with the fireworks? Initially, He thought he had merely made some misguided friends, but now it seemed that he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. This could cause a fire. He could not help but exclaim, "A fire is just a fire. Your family is wealthy, what's a little damage to them?" Chinsho dismissed casually. "Besides, if something happens, your parents will definitely scold your sister. They might even revoke her position, and you'll get to vent your anger." Chapter 93. I want to stay. Yuji could not help but gasp. He finally understood what his so-called friends were truly about. These individuals were clearly approaching him with malicious intent, plotting against him and his sister. Yuji felt an overwhelming sense of relief that it was dark and there were no lights. Concealing his expression, he glanced around. There were 5 of them and he was alone, unable to confront them directly. "All right, I'll take you there," Yuji said in a low voice. The group chuckled and followed behind him. Carrying the fireworks, Yuji led them to the vicinity of the dormitory. Upon seeing the row of temporary housing, Chinsho immediately grew wary. "Yuji, this doesn't seem to be the warehouse, does it?" "Of course not." Yuji suppressed his racing heart, striving to remain calm. "This is the workers' dormitory. It's closer to pass through here. Just be careful not to wake anyone." Hearing his considerate warning, Chinsho felt relieved. He turned to scold the others for their noise, and they quieted down considerably as they approached the dormitory. Yuji suddenly took off running. He dashed straight to the alarm located near the dormitory. Having meticulously plotted his route in his mind multiple times, and pulled the alarm. The deafening sound instantly reverberated across the construction site, causing Chinsho and his companions to change color, realizing something was amiss. "Damn it! Yuji, you dare to betray us!" Chinsho shouted furiously, and the group discarded the fireworks, pursuing Yuji. Yuji kept running, swiftly reaching his dormitory and closing the door behind him with agility. The occupants of the dormitory had already been awakened by the alarm, though they were momentarily bewildered. "Uncle Zhang, there's a thief!" Yuji shouted loudly. Uncle Zhang and the others immediately snapped to attention. Jumping out of bed without even having time to put on clothes. "A thief? Where?" Yuji felt a wave of security wash over him. This sudden sense of safety nearly brought him to tears. "Just outside," he said. Somewhat choked, the others opened the door, colliding with Chinsho and his group, who were rushing over. Chinsho and his companions, faced with the sight of these half-naked, muscular men, turned even paler. They attempted to flee but found themselves encircled by a group of even more robust security personnel, who had somehow followed them unnoticed. "Fight!" It was unclear who shouted, but a fist the size of a sandbag immediately landed on Chinsho's face. Soon after, Yuji arrived. He had already called the police, and when they arrived, they took away the howling group. Yuji handled the subsequent matters and then approached Yuji's dormitory. He informed Uncle Zhang and the others that due to their acts of bravery, the company intended to reward them with a bonus, which delighted them immensely. Following that, Yuji brought Yuji into his office. Noticing Yuji's slight awkwardness, Yuji poured him a glass of water and smiled. "Don't be nervous. I called you over because President Yi wants to see you." "President Yi?" Yuji was taken aback. Yuji ignored his strange address and nodded. "President Yi will be here shortly." Yuji felt as if he were a child who had done something wrong, growing increasingly anxious, yet, as if struck by a thought, he gritted his teeth, adopting a resigned demeanor as he waited in the office. Yuji found it amusing but said nothing further. Soon, Yuji arrived at the office, and Yuji, showing great tact, discreetly left. Yuji, standing somewhat uneasily, rose to his feet. Yuji nodded at him and said, "Please take a seat." "You handled this matter quite well," Yuji continued calmly. "Director Yu has informed me that it was you who led them to the dormitory area, utilizing your numerical advantage to capture them all at once. Your performance this time was both brave and astute." Listening to Yuji's praise, Yuji suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. "Sister," he exclaimed, rising abruptly, "I was the one who brought them here. You should punish me." Observing his demeanor, which seemed to embrace death itself, Yuji couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out and patted Yuji's shoulder, expressing her approval. "Indeed, you have truly grown. You understand the importance of taking responsibility for your actions. It seems your time at the construction site has not been in vain, sister. Please stop praising me," Yuji lamented, filled with regret. "I can hardly bear to think what might have happened if something had gone awry today." "Nothing would have happened," Yuji smiled slightly. "Those people were already discovered when they sneaked in." "What?" Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he suddenly recalled the security personnel who had appeared unexpectedly. They had arrived so timely. Could it be they had been following them all along? At this moment, he was genuinely in awe of his sister, staring at her in astonishment. He asked, "Really?" Yuji, feeling dazed, followed behind Yuji. However, just as he reached the doorway, He abruptly halted. Sister, I've made up my mind that I want to stay and continue the wager for a full month, Yuji declared resolutely. There are still some matters I have yet to comprehend. He added, looking somewhat troubled, I want to stay here and think things through. Yuji was truly taken aback. She was already pleased that Yuji had matured, but she hadn't anticipated that he had also learned to think critically. Very well, Yuji smiled gently, then stay, and the wager shall continue. Yuji breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. But why are you still awake at this hour? Is that true? Is it true? Yuji asked excitedly. How many kittens did Xiaoju give birth to? What colors do they have? Oh, sister, could you take me home? I want to see Xiaoju. No. Yuji replied with a smile. Yuji, do not forget that you are still under the wager. You cannot leave the construction site for a month. Yuji's expression immediately contorted in distress as he could not help but plead. Sister, please make an exception. Chapter 94. How much this time? Yuji took out her phone and began taking a series of rapid-fire pictures of Yuji. He was taken aback. Sister, what are you doing? Of course, I'm capturing these moments to show our parents, Yuji replied cheerfully. And when you get married in the future, you can use these at your wedding. Yuji's expression changed instantly as he hurriedly attempted to snatch the phone away. Yuji, I'm going to fight you for this. Yuji swiftly raised her hand and playfully tapped him on the head. What a lack of decorum, calling out like that. Yuji, wincing in pain, looked at her with a pitiful expression. Sister, why is your strength so great? Yuji was somewhat surprised. Is my strength great? I am your sister after all. She placed her hands on her hips, exuding a playful authority. It's easy for me to deal with you. Yuji felt somewhat dejected. He had thought he had grown up enough to stand up to Yuji's authority. Later, Yuji sent him the photos, and as he viewed them, he alternated between criticizing the appearance of the newborn kittens and gleefully declaring how adorable they were. News of Qinshuo's capture quickly reached Wu Yongji's ears. He dared not hide it and promptly called Minghan. Upon hearing the news, Minghan furiously hurled items around his office. Useless! Useless! He shouted, how could you mess up such a trivial matter? Wu Yongji, what are your people doing? Wu Yongji bore the brunt of his wrath, not daring to retort. Wait, Minghan suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression turning wary. This incident won't trace back to us, will it? Rest assured, young master. Oh, my hands have always been clean. Wu Yongji quickly reassured him that Qinshuo has long been envious of Yuji, and he has always harbored ill feelings towards him. I merely incited him a few times and taught him a few tricks. That kid took the initiative to go after Yuji. He has no idea who we are and could never implicate us. Only then did Minghan relax slightly, his frustration palpable as he remarked, Wu Yongji, it better remain that way. After berating him for a while longer, Minghan finally hung up. His expression darkened further. Today's commotion would undoubtedly attract Yuji's attention, and he feared he wouldn't have any good opportunities to target Yuji for some time. It seemed imperative that he quickly place Feng Jie beside Yuji. Just as he was feeling agitated, Tiantian suddenly pushed open his door. Brother! That wicked woman Yiqinya, she actually secretly vomited the contraceptive pills you gave her. What? Minghan exclaimed, springing to his feet in anger. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Tiantian began to embellish the details of the incident. Minghan's initial fury was ignited further by this revelation. He stormed into Yiqinya's room. With Tiantian hastily following behind. By the time Tiantian arrived, she saw Minghan gripping Yiqinya's collar, his face a mask of rage. How dare you vomit the contraceptive pills? I didn't. Yiqinya, pale-faced, attempted to explain, but her words were cut off by Minghan. Shut up. You schemed against me the first time. Do you intend to do it a second time? With you? You think you're worthy to bear my child? Tiantian let out a cold laugh, quietly closing the door behind her. She had a weak heart and could not bear to witness such violent scenes. Listening to the angry shouts of Minghan and the sobs of Yiqinya from behind the door, she covered her ears and turned to leave. The next afternoon, Yuji carried a large watermelon to Qi Xian's home next door. The butler had secretly informed her that the flowers she had sent were already sufficient for Qi Xian, and he was struggling to keep up with them, suggesting she refrain from sending more flowers and consider other practical gifts instead. After contemplating, Yuji realized that she had already sent most of the furniture and flowers could no longer be sent. Thus, fruit was the only option left. However, why did it feel as though her gifts were becoming increasingly trivial? When the butler saw the watermelon Yuji brought, he was so excited he nearly shed tears. Finally, she had brought a more appropriate gift. Miss Yi, come, let me help you with that. The butler took the watermelon from her, exclaiming, Oh, this watermelon is still cold. Did you just take it out of the fridge? Yes, Yuji asked somewhat nervously, but a watermelon should be fine, right? No problem at all, absolutely fine. The butler replied cheerfully, you're here to see the young master, right? He is upstairs, you can go find him yourself. Yiji nodded in thanks and headed upstairs. Arriving at the study door, she knocked gently. Come in. A warm voice belonging to Qi Xian came from within. He opened the door and walked in. Upon seeing her, Qi Xian's lips curved into a smile. So, how much is it this time? Qi Xian nodded. Please have a seat and take your time. As soon as Yiji sat opposite him, the butler entered with snacks and a cut fruit platter of watermelon. Young master, this watermelon is personally brought by Miss Yi. I've prepared it for you to taste. The butler placed the snacks and 2 fruit platters on the table, quietly telling Yiji, Miss Yi, do enjoy. I've put the sweetest piece of the watermelon in your platter. Qi Xian. The butler was being so blatantly biased now. Isn't that inappropriate? Yiji hesitated and said, is that not alright? No, it's perfectly fine. Qi Xian replied. You two continue chatting. I'll step out for a moment. The butler left with a smile, and as Yiji raised her eyes, she felt that Qi Xian's gaze seemed somewhat melancholic. After a brief contemplation, she picked up her platter and proposed, how about we switch? You can have this one. No need, Qi Xian responded somewhat reluctantly. I don't like the middle part of the watermelon. Yiji looked at him in surprise. Was his preference truly that unique? Chapter 95. A helping hand arrives. Let us get down to business, Qi Xian said calmly. However, Shunda has also undergone internal sorting and optimization, and the new salary standards are being implemented. The feedback has been quite positive. However, due to the limited business of Shunda, the results are not yet significant. Qi Xian nodded slightly. What about the map navigation you mentioned earlier? Speaking of that is quite frustrating, Yiji said as she speared a piece of watermelon with her fork. The icy sweet fruit instantly lifted her spirits. I visited several digital map companies. Either their technology is lacking, or they are just scam-seeking investment, so I've decided not to collaborate with them. We'll do it ourselves. Qi Xian felt warmth in his heart, replying calmly that a significant investment in a major project. Yes, Yiji nodded. Therefore, my plan is to acquire a digital map company. I've already investigated a few companies, and there is an established one that previously collaborated with major automotive manufacturers to provide navigation services. Moreover, they have already acquired the top-tier qualifications for navigation, electronic mapping, and aerial surveying, along with a relatively comprehensive database. However, due to the necessity for substantial long-term financial investment, they are currently unable to attract new funding and find themselves on the brink of closure. If we take action now, it could be considered a significant bargain. Qi Xian. After all this, isn't it still about money? What about the acquisition plan? Qi Xian inquired calmly. Yiji produced the prepared acquisition plan and handed it to him. As Qi Xian calmly perused the document, Yiji added, although this represents a continuous investment, I firmly believe that the profits generated by Tao Sun will be sufficient to sustain it. Furthermore, I intend to launch a complimentary free game to rapidly enrich the database. A game? Qi Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yiji seems to be ambitiously expanding her plans, having just set her sights on acquiring a digital mapping company, and now she is contemplating a game as well? It is not an overly complicated game. It is a type of map collecting game. Yiji explained. When players open the game, they will see a map of their local area. Nearby, there will be various cards. Players simply need to walk close to these cards to collect them. Of course, they need not be limited to cards. They could also be small sprites or animals. Anything that can capture players' interest in collecting. We could also collaborate with other companies. Qi Xian looked at her in astonishment. He had to admit that her idea was quite brilliant. Once the mapping company is acquired, Tao Sun would possess a complete database, making the development of a game on that foundation relatively straightforward as long as players' interest is piqued. Their card-collecting actions could serve to enhance the mapping database and confirm genuinely viable routes. The more players there are, the more accurate their maps will become. Excellent, Qi Xian stated calmly, the plan is sound. Let us proceed according to your strategy. Is there anything else you require? Yiji hesitated. Her brow slightly furrowed. In truth, there was something she needed. While funding was not a significant issue for her, Qi Xian was quite generous, and she never had to worry about financial constraints. What she truly lacked was manpower. The logistics and mapping companies were manageable since they were already established entities, requiring only a few modifications for immediate utilization. However, game development was a different matter. She needed to build a team from scratch. Forming a game company alone would have been feasible, but her current ambitions were vast, demanding her attention in multiple facets, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. She was in dire need of an able individual with extensive experience to assist her. Yet, this was a dilemma she needed to resolve herself. She couldn't burden her investor with such concerns. Lacking personnel? Qi Xian inquired nonchalantly. He stared at him in disbelief. Could this man read minds? You should soon have an assistant, Qi Xian stated calmly. What do you mean? Yiji asked, somewhat bewildered. Someone must take the blame for the series of erroneous decisions made previously, Qi Xian replied coolly. Yiji nodded, acknowledging that to alter the public perception of Qianbai, someone must be held accountable for the prior decisions. There was no way they would allow Minghan to take the fall, and she had no idea who the unfortunate soul would be that would serve as his scapegoat. Qianbai had just issued an apology announcement. Qi Xian turned his computer screen towards Yiji. She gazed at the screen, her eyes widening in astonishment. She never anticipated that the scapegoat Qianbai had chosen would be Minghan's assistant, Feng Jia. In the apology announcement, Qianbai's contrition seemed sincere, portraying a posture of contrition while promising to soon provide a reasonable compensation plan. However, they had placed all the blame for the decision-making failures squarely on Feng Jia, accusing him of deception and willfully misinterpreting the directives of his superiors, taking advantage of his unique position to act recklessly. Qianbai had already dismissed him as punishment. In that instant, Yiji realized who Qi Xian had meant by the assistant. I must go to Tao Sun immediately, she exclaimed, rising abruptly and hastening towards the door. Observing her swift departure, Qi Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he should commend her for her politeness? He picked up a fork and speared a piece of watermelon from Yiji's bowl, savoring it. Indeed, the center of the watermelon was the sweetest part. Yi hurried to Tao Sun. Today was the weekend, coinciding with Tao Sun's recruitment examination. The decision to schedule it on a weekend was to accommodate those wishing to switch jobs, as taking leave during workdays could be challenging. Yi inquired with the staff, and indeed, Feng Jia was also in attendance. After the examination concluded, Yiji instructed that Feng Jia be brought to an office. Feng Jia felt quite uneasy. Minghan had crafted a narrative for him as someone abandoned by Qianbai, left with no alternatives but to seek refuge with Tao Sun. Their plan was for him to lie low and gradually rise through the ranks. Yet, being brought directly before Yiji was not part of the script. Yiji appraised Feng Jia with keen eyes and directly asked, Minghan actually sent you here as an undercover agent? Chapter 96. I trust you implicitly. Feng Jia was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, I am not an undercover. What do you mean not? Yiji replied, somewhat exasperated. Even Chen Wei, that bookworm, can see you are an undercover agent. Okay. What is Minghan thinking to send you here? In truth, the script devised by Minghan was not fundamentally flawed. Given his obstinate nature, it was inevitable he would seek someone to take the blame and shoulder the consequences. Were it anyone else, Yiji might have hesitated to assert that the individual was indeed an undercover agent, potentially viewing them merely as an unfortunate scapegoat. However, Feng Jia was Minghan's assistant. Yiji had encountered this name in the original text. He had always been there, working while Minghan and Yiqinya were in a relationship, during their conflicts, and even while they were deeply entangled in a tumultuous romance. Even when Minghan engaged in dubious activities, Feng Jia was consistently working. He had not been involved in any unscrupulous dealings, likely because Minghan was wary of this capable assistant, fearing potential leverage might fall into Feng Jia's hands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Feng Jia functioned as Minghan's external business brain. Thus, Yiji genuinely struggled to comprehend why anyone would assign an undercover agent to infiltrate using their own external business brain. Was that not sacrificing one's own intellect? Observing Feng Jia's flustered expression, unable to articulate a coherent thought, Yiji suddenly realized something, a revelation striking her. Could it be that Minghan had no one else he could trust? Feng Jia. Yiji had a knack for guessing accurately, didn't he? Minghan was inherently suspicious, and besides himself, other individuals he trusted were either incapable of undertaking an undercover operation or capable but untrusted by him. He had always believed the undercover plan was unreliable, yet he had never anticipated that the moment he stepped into Tao Sun, he would be recognized. Initially, he thought he might have a chance to distance himself from Minghan, but it seemed he was now irrevocably tied to him. Feng Jia forced a bitter smile, speaking despondently. Yiji, since you do not trust me, perhaps I should leave. Who said I do not trust you? Yiji replied, astonished that I have always believed you to be Minghan's undercover agent. Feng Jia. Even if he is an undercover agent, this feels like a betrayal, doesn't it? Heartbroken. You should stay, I happen to need someone to do the heavy lifting. Cough cough, Yiji cleared her throat lightly and continued nonchalantly, I need an assistant, so you may remain as my aide. Feng Jia blinked in astonishment, realizing she had intended to say something else just now. Hadn't she? Wait. Yiji wants him to be her assistant. He was an undercover agent, so why had she suddenly given him such a significant role? How does Minghan treat you? Yiji inquired abruptly. Feng Jia hesitated for a moment, cautiously responding, always valued me quite highly. providing me with ample work experience, Yi instantly understood, meaning he was simply assigned all the tedious tasks. Feng Jia. Yi, you do not need to be so direct at us acquiring the company, not a challenge for you. Yi asked. Feng Jia nodded, somewhat perplexed that if you were to establish a game team from scratch, would that pose a problem? Yi continued her inquiry. Feng Jia nodded again. Very well then, I am currently in the process of acquiring a company and also forming a game team to develop a game. I will entrust both tasks to you, Yi stated calmly. Feng Jia's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but exclaim, but I am an undercover. Before he could finish, Feng Jia bit his tongue, overwhelmed by astonishment, nearly revealing his inner thoughts. He genuinely could not fathom why Yi would assign him such a critical task. Surely, she knew he was an undercover agent. Yi waved her hand casually, stating, however, your task as an undercover agent was to ensure that I fought tooth and nail against Qianbai, allowing Minghan to profit from the turmoil. Right, now that Tao Sun is just starting, we are up against significant capital. If you do not assist me, how can Tao Sun contend with Qianbai? Feng Jia. That argument seems quite reasonable. He truly had not anticipated that Yi had seen through Minghan's intentions. The two parties were not even on the same level. What could he possibly do to contend with Yi? Unable to contain himself, he asked Yi, do you truly trust me enough to delegate such critical matters to me? One should not doubt those who are trusted, nor trust those who are doubted. Yi smiled lightly, reassuring him, rest assured, I am aware of your role as an undercover agent, and I will take precautions. Feng Jia, Miss Yi, could you not be a bit more subtle? Feng Jia felt somewhat disoriented, as if he were in a dream. Just as he was about to take his leave, Yi suddenly called him back. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, as an undercover agent, there must be something or someone that Minghan is using to threaten you, preventing you from betraying him, correct? Feng Jia's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Yi would consider such matters. Indeed, Minghan was a suspicious person, and despite having diligently followed him for many years, Feng Jia had been sent as an undercover agent, and Minghan had employed certain methods to ensure he remained under control. Noticing his hesitation, Yi understood and decided to refrain from mentioning anything further. After all, we have only just met, and it is only natural for you to distrust me. When the time comes that you believe I can help resolve your troubles, you may confide in me then. Thank you, Miss Yi. Feng Jia felt a lump in his throat, his eyes slightly moist. Having been by Minghan's side for so long, this was the first time he encountered a boss who was both astute and considerate towards her subordinates. Feng Jia left in a daze, utterly unprepared for how swiftly his allegiance had tilted towards Yi. After just one meeting, he almost found himself asking Yi for assistance in completely severing ties with Minghan. Yet, he decided to wait, just as Yi suggested. It would be prudent to assess her capabilities before making any moves. Feng Jia, how did everything go today? Minghan asked coldly. Feng Jia paused momentarily before replying. Miss Yi met with me personally and exceptionally promoted me to be her assistant. Minghan scoffed with a sneer, proudly asserting, women are indeed women. They can be so easily deceived. It seems she genuinely believes you were ousted from the company by me. Hence her treating you with the same regard as Chen Wei. Feng Jia. Having been by Minghan's side for so long, he could discern his thought process that Minghan merely believed that since Chen Wei had suffered persecution previously, Yi viewed him as an ally and nurtured him as a confidant. Now that he too had faced similar persecution, Yi might not treat him with the same attitude, but she would certainly attempt to win him over. However, the circumstances were different this time. One cannot apply the same formula to different situations. Feng Jia now acutely felt the disparity in perspective and vision between the two parties. Since Minghan was willing to misconstrue the situation, there was no need for him to elaborate further. Did she instruct you to do anything? Minghan continued. Yes, Feng Jia replied. She mentioned preparing to acquire a company but did not specify which one. Additionally, she wishes to develop a game and wants me to assist in forming a game development team. The fact that Yi disclosed this information during their first meeting clearly indicated that she was unafraid of Minghan learning about it. Minghan was somewhat taken aback. Soon he laughed derisively. Yi truly is delusional, wanting to meddle in everything. She thinks she can emulate others in acquiring a company. How greedy of her! Does she possess the capability to manage such endeavors? And wanting to create a game, is she merely envious of the profits that gaming companies are raking in, thus planning to follow suit? How laughable! Feng Jia. Whether Yi was laughable or not, he did not know, but Minghan's perspective was indeed quite absurd. Acquiring a company was a perfectly normal business practice. How could it be deemed greedy? Furthermore, while he did not fully comprehend Yi's motivation for wanting to develop a game, it was certainly not because she was envious of others' profits. Prompting her to recklessly enter the industry, Feng Jie instinctively cautioned, President, Miss Yi has successfully managed Tao Sun to this point. She possesses capabilities of her own, so it would be wise not to underestimate her, Miss Yi. Minggen's voice turned icy. Feng Jie, you've only met Yi Ji once, and already you wish to align yourself with her? Do not forget, I can easily deal with you. Feng Jie. Don't you really know how to hit the nail on the head? He was utterly speechless. When he was by Minggen's side before, he could at least rein him in slightly, but now Minghan had become so arrogant that he was entirely unresponsive to advice. After giving him a warning, Minghan shifted his tone, stating, Feng Jie, you are an intelligent man and I certainly trust your loyalty to me. Rest assured, I will not underestimate my enemies. That woman Yi Ji is merely fortunate. He continued, her luck will eventually run out. Feng Jie. All right, as long as you are satisfied. He remained silent for a moment before asking, President, what should I do next? Just help her establish the game development team and earn her trust. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Minghan pondered for a moment. His curiosity piqued as he asked, Feng Jie, do you think if those investors learned that Yi Ji intends to develop a game, they would follow her into the gaming industry and compete against her? Not at all, Feng Jie replied with conviction. Those investors have never aimed for Yi Ji. Their focus has always been on the online shopping industry. As long as it does not relate to online shopping, they will not pay attention to whatever Yi Ji decides to pursue. Humph. Minghan appeared displeased. Clearly not interested in hearing such words, he impatiently declared, all right, that will suffice. Keep me updated on any developments. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jie let out a helpless sigh. Having spent so long with Minghan, he had become accustomed to strategizing for him. Yet, it was evident that Minghan was entirely dismissive of his suggestions. Particularly in the end, Minghan had evidently formulated his own plan. With that thought, Feng Jie felt a twinge of unease. Would Minggen's actions have adverse effects on Tao Sun? Lost in thought, Feng Jie instinctively dialed Yi Ji's number. As soon as the call connected, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did he feel like a double agent? Just as he hesitated about hanging up, the call was answered. Feng Jie, what is it? Are you encountering any difficulties? Yi Ji inquired calmly. Feng Jie felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, how different these two bosses were. Minghan only sought to threaten him, extracting information, while Yi Ji was genuinely asking if he faced any challenges. Taking a deep breath, he carefully replied, Miss Yi, regarding your plans to develop a game, one Tian by discover that soon. Is that all right? Yi Ji found it somewhat amusing. Was he being so indirect to alert Minghan and then feeling guilty about it? Should this undercover agent truly turn traitor so quickly? She calmly responded, there is no issue at all. I never intended to keep this under wraps. Feng Jie sighed in relief as he hung up the phone. He could tell that Yi Ji was genuinely unconcerned and seemed to have anticipated this, fully in control of the situation. This only heightened his curiosity about Minggen's plans and how Yi Ji intended to respond. Before long, Feng Jie learned of Minggen's intentions. The news regarding Tao Sun's plans to develop a game suddenly spread online, igniting a significant amount of discussion. Some speculated that Tao Sun was preparing to create a AAA title aligned with international standards. Others suggested it was a martial arts-themed online game, aiming to craft a real-world martial arts experience. Still, others claimed that Tao Sun merely intended to produce some skin swap games to cash in. A torrent of rumors emerged, with discussions springing up everywhere. Upon seeing this, Feng Jie was left utterly speechless. So, Minghan was promoting Tao Sun at his own expense to provoke those investors at Qianbai? As for Yi Ji's reaction, if someone was promoting her for free, did she need to react at all? The lively weekend quickly passed, and Feng Jie arrived at Tao Sun with a complicated mood to complete his onboarding procedures. After finishing the paperwork, he was summoned to Yi Ji's office. This is the acquisition plan. Yi Ji handed him a document. Take a look. I had a brief discussion with their boss, and we have considerable disagreement on the acquisition price, so this will be up to you. Additionally, the task of forming the game development team is also yours. Here is the general direction for the game, handle it as you see fit. Feng Jie stared at the two documents before him. Utterly speechless, was he truly here to work like a mule? Yi Ji seemed to be delegating everything to him without hesitation. He was an undercover agent, for heaven's sake. Could she not respect his identity a little and exercise some caution? Yi Ji casually remarked. Feng Jie was taken aback. How could this be handled? By the way, what response did Qianbai have regarding Tao Xuan's intention to develop games? Yi Ji suddenly inquired. Feng Jie paused for a moment and replied, there has been no reaction from Qianbai. They are still adjusting their management team. Yi Ji nodded, noting that it was quite good. Qianbai was still undergoing internal personnel adjustments, which indicated that they had indeed placed their faith in Tao Xuan's gaming endeavor and were oblivious to her other maneuvers. She truly felt immensely grateful to Minghan for providing her with assistance and funding to create a smokescreen, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Oaizong, Feng Jie could not help but remind, Qianbai's adjustments will soon conclude, and at that time they will undoubtedly take action against Tao Xuan. I understand, Yiji nodded, her expression turning serious. Thus you must seize the opportunity. The quicker your actions, the greater our chances of success. Feng Jie was perplexed. He could not comprehend how merely acquiring a company and developing a game could be intertwined with their chances of success. Regardless, he resolved to follow his boss's directives. He swiftly immersed himself in his work. However, the pace at which Qianbai concluded its internal restructuring surpassed his expectations. Soon, with substantial capital investment, Qianbai demonstrated the adage that money can move mountains. They relaunched an optimized mobile application and employed monetary tactics, leading major smartphone manufacturers to eliminate previous promotional pop-ups. Furthermore, Qianbai initiated a genuine cash prize lottery where participation yielded monetary rewards, albeit the amounts were random, resulting in some receiving more than others. Winners could either withdraw cash directly or use it for purchases on Qianbai's shopping website, where they could also obtain multiplier coupons to double their winnings as shopping credits. Initially, the event drew criticism from netizens, but as cash began to flow, the complaints gradually subsided. Qianbai seized the opportunity to hold promotional activities that were genuinely beneficial, contrasting with their previous misleading offers. Feng Jie kept a close eye on all these developments, feeling quite anxious and curious about how Yiji would respond. Yet, her response was a complete lack of response. Feng Jie realized he could not continue waiting. Coincidentally, he was scheduled to report to Yiji today and could casually remind her. Upon entering her office, he found Yiji engrossed in her mobile phone. "Take a seat," she said, glancing up at him. "I'm just about to enter a lottery." Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback. "What lottery?" "The one from Qianbai." Yiji's face darkened. "Only $2. Qianbai is being awfully stingy." Feng Jie could not help but remind her, "You are the owner of Tao Xuan. That is precisely why I should take advantage of Qianbai." Yiji retorted firmly. "Just wait a moment. I will withdraw some cash." Feng Jie thought, that makes perfect sense, unable to counter her logic. After Yiji completed her withdrawal, she finally asked, "How is your work progressing?" Feng Jie promptly handed over the work report. Weizong, the acquisition of the mapping company has been finalized, and key members for the game development team have been recruited. We can now commence game development, and we can continue hiring as needed. As Yiji listened while reviewing the report, she nodded approvingly after he finished. "Very good. You are quite efficient. Keep up the excellent work and continue to oversee subsequent tasks." Feng Jie felt helpless. It seemed Yiji truly intended to be hands-off. He could not resist advising Yizong with Qianbai's aggressive tactics. "Are you really not planning to take any action? What is there to do?" Yiji chuckled lightly. "Qianbai is currently riding high. Why should I clash with them now? After all, there are over 300 days in a year. Can Qianbai sustain activities from start to finish? We can simply wait. The market is vast enough to accommodate 2 shopping sites." Feng Jie was taken aback. He had previously used similar arguments to counsel Minghan, but he never anticipated Yiji would possess such clarity. Indeed, confronting Qianbai, which was acting like a prodigal, was not a prudent strategy. Regardless of how aggressive Qianbai's activities were, they would inevitably come to an end. However, Feng Jie expressed his concerns. "Once the activities conclude, that will be the moment Qianbai reveals its true intentions. They surely have other tricks up their sleeves, likely lethal ones. Then let us observe what strategies they will employ," Yiji replied fearlessly. Seeing her confidence, Feng Jie refrained from further discussion and exited after completing his report. "Feng Jie, what have you been busy with lately?" Minghan asked impatiently. "I recently completed the acquisition of a company and assembled a game team." Feng Jie spoke absently, contemplating if this was the life of an undercover agent, reporting his work twice. Who cared about such matters? Minghan, displeased, remarked, "With Qianbai launching such grand activities, why has there been no response from Tao Xuan? Why isn't Yiji burning money? Because she is clever and clear-headed." Feng Jie thought to himself, knowing full well that such sentiments were not to be shared with Minghan. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly admitted, "Because she is rather frugal. She even participated in Qianbai's lottery." A silence ensued on the other end of the line, as Minghan seemed at a loss for words. Eventually, he scoffed, "Humph! What a short-sighted woman." Feng Jie rolled his eyes. He had no desire to argue with Minghan on this matter. Previously, Minghan had not been this way, while he had always looked down on women. It had never been so pronounced. Furthermore, His lofty pride had been significantly bruised by his repeated failures at the hands of Yiji, leaving him desperate to prove himself but utterly powerless, resulting in his impotent rage manifesting as empty boasts. Yet, it appeared that Minghan was now engaging in more empty talk, even convincing himself of it. Shifting the topic, he asked, "President, how effective has the cash burning by those investors been?" "Humph, not very effective." Minghan sneered, derisively commenting, "Those online advocates of rational consumption have seen the website sales fail to meet expectations." Feng Jie suddenly understood why Yiji remained composed and showed no inclination to burn cash. Reflecting on Taoxuan's initial promotional activities, users had already indulged in impulse purchases. Later, Qianbai's series of provocative maneuvers had merely incited users to flock to Taoxuan, resulting in another wave of wild consumption. Presently, although Qianbai's activities were genuinely advantageous, most consumers had already made their purchases. Even those with lingering impulses would find their wallets a sobering influence as rational consumption took hold. Qianbai's activities could hardly meet expectations. Given that Taoxuan had already flourished, why would it follow suit in burning cash? Feng Jie nearly rolled his eyes skyward. Was this even a coherent thought? Suddenly, Minghan asked suspiciously, "Feng Jie, why do you inquire about this?" Prepared, Feng Jie maintained a calm demeanor. "President, I must understand Qianbai's situation to coordinate our actions effectively." Before he could finish, a woman's voice came through the phone. "Brother, Yiqinya is bullying me. Are you going to intervene or not?" Minghan instinctively covered the microphone, feeling a wave of irritation. Tian, I'm busy. Please wait a moment." Afterward, Feng Jie could hear nothing more. Glancing at his phone, it seemed Minghan had finally remembered to mute the call. After a brief wait, the line resumed. "Feng Jie, you need not concern yourself with other matters," Minghan stated impatiently. "Your task is to gain Yiji's trust and find a way to make her spend money." Feng Jie felt somewhat speechless. With the situation at home ablaze, was Minghan planning to conduct a dual offensive? He set down his phone, exhaling deeply. Although his time at Taoxuan had been brief, it was far more enjoyable than his tenure at Qianbai in the past. No matter what he did at Qianbai, Minghan would always insert himself into the process, requiring multiple explanations before he could proceed, thus rendering him ineffective. However, at Taoxuan such burdens were non-existent. Yiji genuinely delegated authority, focusing solely on the overarching direction while allowing him to operate independently. This empowerment significantly enhanced his work efficiency. Moreover, at Taoxuan, he was free from the shackles of overtime. Even when he habitually overworked, Yiji would ensure he recorded his overtime paid at Qianbai. He had been perpetually on edge, always at Minghan's beck and call, but at Taoxuan he finally enjoyed a 9-to-5 lifestyle. Both physically and mentally, he felt immensely relieved. He even began to contemplate whether he could take the time to go on a blind date and find a girlfriend. Never mind, such thoughts were too far off. He should first extricate himself from Minghan before considering anything else, lest he burden others. Yet, how could he possibly persuade Yiji to burn cash? As he picked up his phone, he recalled Yiji's participation in the lottery today, and could not help but open Qianbai's interface to enter the draw. 88.8 yuan. Upon seeing this amount, Feng Jie was taken aback. Was his luck really this good? Elated, he withdrew the money and even took a screenshot, preparing to share it on Taoxuan's social circle the very moment before sending it out. Feng Jie prudently halted his actions. Yiji, after all, was listed among his friends, and he suddenly realized that if he proceeded with the post, he might find himself dismissed upon stepping into the office the next day. With a sigh, Feng Jie deleted the yet-to-be-published moment from his social media. The following morning, he arrived at Taoxuan early, and it wasn't long before Yiji made her appearance. The gaming department of Taoxuan had already been established, and Yiji was there for an inspection. Feng Jie guided her on a tour of the entire department, and after the inspection, Yiji expressed her satisfaction. She settled down in Feng Jie's office chair and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this game? We have discussed this before." Feng Jie replied, "We unanimously believe that the card collecting approach is quite appealing. As for the theme of the cards, the IP of Journey to the West is excellent. It is widely recognized, and there are no copyright disputes. The gods, immortals, demons, and humans from Journey to the West can all be transformed into cards, making it convenient for collectors." Doiji nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Journey to the West was indeed a commendable choice. Few could rival the popularity of that mischievous monkey. Feng Jie continued, "I plan to create the cards in a cartoon style, as this is currently trending in the market, and it's cost-effective with a quick turnaround for illustrations." "Absolutely not," Yi decisively countered. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback. Yi Zong, what do you mean? "Skip the cartoon style and switch to a realistic and aesthetically pleasing one," Yiji stated firmly. "Especially the monkey. Although he is a monkey, we should depict him more human-like, and he must be handsome enough to evoke an impulse to marry upon sight. Feng Jie was at a loss for words. Yizong, I'm a man. Exactly. He needs to be so handsome that even men would want to marry him. Yi concurred enthusiastically. Feng Jie. That wasn't the implication. Furthermore, especially his eyes, they should convey a sense of defiance, a disdainful superiority, that kind of. Yi paused thoughtfully before exclaiming, yes, the kind of look one gives a dog. Do you understand? Feng Jie. He did not comprehend. Yi continued, as for the other characters, the male one should also be handsome, but with varying styles. The female characters need to be sexy and beautifully diverse, yet not overly revealing. Feng Jie found himself bewildered and couldn't help but say, Yizong, if they can't be revealing, how can they be sexy? Yi replied with confidence, you see, this is where you've fallen into a trap of thought. Sometimes the more covered up they are with just a hint of exposure, the more alluring it becomes. This is called mystery. Additionally, we could incorporate a favorability system. As characters' favorability increases, their expressions can change, but only slightly, just enough to make players cry out for their husband or wife. How's that for simplicity? Feng Jie. Yizong, do you have a misunderstanding of the word simple? After a moment of silence he asked, may I resign? I'm indifferent, Yi replied, smiling. Will they agree? Feng Jie. Damn. Oh Minghan, which side are you on? With a hint of resignation he continued, Yizong, given your requirements we must hire exceptional illustrators, and they do not come cheap. Moreover, the more intricate the cards, the longer the production time. Isn't it just money? Yi waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, money is not an issue. If the production time extends, just hire more illustrators. As long as the quality is high, we can spend whatever it takes. Feng Jie. How did he inadvertently unlock the achievement of enabling Yi to spend money? Although it was an expenditure for the game, it seemed he could report back to Minghan. Yizong, Feng Jie inquired with some hesitation, you just acquired a company. Is it really feasible to spend money so freely? Where is your funding coming from? Yes. Yi replied with a playful smile, you're an undercover agent, so I can't disclose that. Feng Jie. Well then, his identity as an undercover agent suddenly gained a level of respect. That will be all for now, Yi said as she stood up. By the way, what news is there from Minghan? He's been quite preoccupied at home lately. Feng Jie replied tactfully. He immediately understood. It seemed Minghan and his associates were still caught up in their own narrative. Indeed, while Minghan held the title of president, he could no longer interfere with the operations of Qianbai, spending most of his time at home. Their gathering must be quite lively. All right, do your best. I believe in you, you can do it. Yi encouraged before taking her leave. Feng Jie felt a sense of despair. Being an undercover agent was truly not an easy task. However, what could he do? He could only continue to toil and strive to meet Yi's so-called simple demands. That evening, Yi arrived at Qi Xian's home, carrying a durian. The butler wore a somewhat complex expression. While Yi's gift was rather standard, it was quite pungent. Butler, I personally selected this durian. Yi proclaimed with pride. This must be a durian of gratitude. Please open it. Upon hearing this, the butler's spirits lifted. Very well, I'll open it. When Qi Xian descended the stairs, he happened to see the butler and Yi enthusiastically opening the durian, particularly when they glimpsed the plump durian flesh. Their excitement resembled that of winning 5 million. Young master, you're here. The butler cheerfully exclaimed. Please take a seat. I'll prepare a durian milfai and durian pizza for you. Miss Yi, is there anything else you would like to eat? I love durian pastries. Yi replied eagerly, durians you say? The butler smiled at Qi Xian. The young master makes them better than I do. When he has the time, I'll have him prepare some for you. Ah? Yi was somewhat bewildered, but before she could respond, Qi Xian said, all right, save some durians for me. Certainly. The butler agreed cheerfully and headed to the kitchen with the durians. I initially came to bring fruit. Why am I troubling you to cook? Yi said, a bit embarrassed. Then I shall accept with gratitude. Yi swallowed hard. She had great faith in Qi Xian's culinary skills. After all, this was a man who viewed cooking as a form of entertainment. The promotional activities will only last a week, Qi Xian stated solemnly. Once they conclude, it may very well be time for Qianbai to strike at Tao Sun. I can roughly guess which angle they will approach. Yi said with a slight smile. The new vice president of Qianbai personally visited Feidong and even called Shunda, half negotiating, half threatening. What he intends to do is all too clear. It seems Qianbai is still unaware of your relationship with Shunda, Qi Xian speculated. Thanks to Minghan, Yi said, half laughing, half crying. No one knows what went wrong with him. He suddenly spent money promoting Tao Sun's game. Qianbai probably thinks that Tao Sun's focus lies solely on the game. Indeed perplexing, Qi Xian mused, contemplating for a moment before deciding to let it go. He turned to Yiji and calmly asked, "Do you require any funding?" No, the funds are sufficient," Yiji replied, somewhat distressed. "Qi Xian, I didn't come to your home to ask for money. I merely came to dine." Qi Xian smiled gently. "All right, if you need funding, don't hesitate to speak up." Yiji laughed in agreement. Subsequently, Qi Xian personally went to the kitchen to make durian pastries. They enjoyed some, and the remainder was packed for Yiji to take home. 2 days later, Feng Jia anxiously brought the initial draft of the Monkey King to Yiji. After reviewing the draft, she was greatly impressed and immediately instructed Feng Jia to publish it through Tao Xun's gaming public account. As soon as the image was released, it sparked a heated discussion online. The Monkey King. That gaze. I declare myself the dog of the Monkey King. A card game. Is it just another scheme to milk money from players? I initially thought Tao Xun was sincere. Why have they also resorted to tricking people? Just tell me, how much do I need to spend to get the Monkey King card? I have my money ready. With the Monkey King's striking looks, can I expect to see Yang Jian, Neza, and the 28 constellations? The discussions online were fervent and overwhelmingly positive, which opened Feng Jia's eyes. Was it true that today's youth had such tastes? Had he fallen behind the times, being so consumed by work that he had been left behind? He had been quite anxious before, as although he excelled in management, he lacked experience in game development. However, it now seemed that as long as he followed Yiji's lead, everything else would fall into place. Yiji's market insight was far superior to his own. Now that he had grasped the overarching direction, the remaining tasks were within his expertise. Since Yiji had encouraged him to spend freely, he would not hold back. Feng Jia maximized the game's budget, generously compensating illustrators, showcasing what it meant to have deep pockets, and in an instant, the illustrator community buzzed with news that Tao Xun was generous and willing to pay. Yet, while he was generous, Feng Jia maintained strict quality control. He was lavish, but anyone seeking funds from him had to prove their worth. With sufficient funding, Feng Jia witnessed the truth of the saying, "He who pays well will find brave souls." 3 days later, Tao Xun's gaming public account released another new illustration, this time featuring the infamous female demon Bai Gujing from Journey to the West. Bai Gujing was enveloped from head to toe, yet her delicate, jade-like feet were still visible. Particularly striking were her enchanting yet not overly seductive eyes, complemented by a hint of disdainful amusement at the corners of her lips. The release of this image sparked an intense wave of discussion. "Sister. No, queen, step on me. I declare myself the dog of the Bai Gujing queen. How could you, great sage, bring yourself to harm such a stunning and commanding sister? Truly, you are remarkable. I resent you for being so stone-hearted. Tao Xun, is this your idea of fun? You spend all day teasing me with tantalizing tidbits. If you have the guts, just release the game. It's just money, I can spend it." Feng Jia scrolled through these comments, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This satisfaction was something he had never experienced before, yet he found it in the newly established gaming department of Tao Xun. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up, somewhat astonished. The number calling him was the private contact of Minghan. Typically, only reached out to him at night, rarely during working hours. Could it be that something urgent had arisen? Feng Jia did not dare to delay. Under the pretense of fetching coffee and pastries for the gaming department staff, he made his way to the CAF downstairs. After securing the requested items and instructing the CAF staff to deliver them upstairs, he settled into a corner of the CAF and called Minghan. As soon as the call connected, he heard O's impatient voice. "Feng Jia, what have you been preoccupied with lately?" "President, I am diligently spending Yiji's budget as per your instructions." Feng Jia replied, unabashedly. As there was a pause on the other end, he continued to boast about his achievements. "President, you must have seen it as well. The discussions surrounding Tao Xun's games online are exceedingly high. All thanks to my efforts in maximizing the budget." Enough. Who wants to hear you prattle on about that?" Minghan interrupted impatiently. Feng Jia shrugged. It was not his fault that did not wish to listen. He glanced around and then quietly inquired, "President, is there something urgent that prompted your call?" "The delivery." Feng Jia was taken aback. If they were taking action through deliveries, that would indeed strangle Tao Xun's lifeline. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Such a tactic from the investors was truly underhanded. "Feng Jia," Minghan said, relishing the situation, "could it be that Yiji has made no preparations at all? Simply lounging in the office all day?" His words stirred discomfort within Feng Jia. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "President, that's not the case. I rarely see Yiji in the office. She seems busier than I am, constantly running around." "Busier than you?" Minghan scoffed. "She has entrusted all the game development, Tao Sun's most valued project, to you. How busy could she possibly be? I suspect she merely wanders about for leisure. Feng Jie fell silent. There was no need to explain himself to someone like Oh Minghan. Suddenly, a woman's cries echoed from the phone's receiver. To Minghan, sounding somewhat irritable, said, "All right, keep a close eye on Yiji. If Tao Sun collapses so easily, it would not bode well for me either." With that, Oh hung up abruptly, seemingly off to deal with personal matters. Feng Jie took a deep breath. He needed to find Yiji immediately to share what he had learned. Quickly, he rose and headed straight for Tao Sun. After calling Yiji and confirming her presence in the office, he made his way there. Upon arrival, he realized Chun Wei was also present. Chun Wei nodded at him, and Feng Jie felt a tinge of awkwardness. He found a chair to sit in. Yiji acknowledged him with a nod. Feng Jie pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. Given the urgency of the situation, he wasted no time. "General Manager, I've received information that Qianbai is planning to target Tao Sun through the delivery channels." Yiji nodded. "Our company has also received feedback from several merchants. The delivery companies under Feidong Holdings are charging the merchants full price for deliveries sent from Tao Sun. Isn't that tantamount to a disguised price hike?" Feng Jie exclaimed in shock. Typically, delivery companies and merchants have agreements in place to avoid charging full price. Fees are based on the volume of packages sent. More packages mean lower fees. If they charged full price, merchants would face a 3 to 5-fold increase in delivery costs per item, which would be a significant burden, even if Tao Sun did not charge the merchants. Their tactic was ruthless. "Feng Jie," he declared indignantly, "most delivery companies are now under Feidong Holdings or closely connected to it. This is essentially forcing merchants to abandon Tao Sun. General Manager, should we reach out to Feidong's owner to discuss this matter further?" "No need," Yiji suddenly smiled. "This situation is quite advantageous as it stands." "Huh?" Feng Jie looked at her in confusion. "Chun Wei, go issue an announcement," Yiji calmly instructed. "Understood," Chun Wei replied before leaving the office. "General Manager, what kind of announcement?" Feng Jie asked, puzzled that it will likely suggest that due to the delivery company's disguised price hike, merchants should opt for Tao Sun's designated delivery service, Shunda Express, Yiji said with a smile. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback. Observing Yiji's calm demeanor, he quickly pieced together many things. "General Manager, you anticipated their move through the delivery channel, so you secured a partnership with Shunda Express in advance." "I did not partner with Shunda," Yiji replied with a slight smile. "I merely acquired it." Feng Jie. "General Manager, just how wealthy are you? Did you not just purchase a mapping company? When did you also acquire a delivery service?" "The acquisition has been in progress for some time. I have been busy with internal restructuring of the delivery company," Yiji said. "And don't blame me for keeping you in the dark, Feng Jie," she added with a smile. "After all, you are the undercover agent." Feng Jie. He suddenly felt that his status as an undercover agent had been acknowledged. Also, Yiji rested her chin on her hand. "This plan has been concealed so well, thanks to your efforts as an undercover agent. You and Oh Minghan have both managed to create quite the smokescreen." Feng Jie. "General Manager, do you truly enjoy playing such mind games? If Oh Minghan hears this, won't he be even more inclined to showcase his skills in desktop cleaning?" He regarded her with newfound respect. "General Manager, it seems you were always prepared with countermeasures." "Of course," Yiji said, her lips curling into a smile. "From the moment those large capital firms began to take an interest in Qianbai, I started preparing a response plan. When dealing with those old foxes, one must be cautious and clever." Feng Jie was rendered speechless. He had previously worried for Yiji, but it was now evident that such concerns were unfounded. He found himself increasingly amused by Oh Minghan's predicament. He feared and despised Yiji, viewing her as a formidable foe. Yet for Yiji, Oh was not even worthy of being her enemy. From the very beginning, she had regarded those large capital firms as her true adversaries. Yiji's maneuver was a masterstroke, effectively dismantling Qianbai's strategies. He pondered for a moment before expressing his concerns. "General Manager, Shunda does not hold a significant market share in the delivery industry and is barely surviving. Can they handle such a sudden influx of orders?" "Perhaps they couldn't before, but the restructured Shunda can certainly manage now," Yiji said, almost gleefully. "I was initially worried that Qianbai might employ more covert tactics, like treating Tao Sun's orders differently, deliberately delaying or mishandling them. That would have been quite troublesome to deal with. But their audacity to raise prices directly has given me a golden opportunity." Feng Jie looked at Yiji with increasing admiration. Not only had she resolved Tao Sun's predicament, but she had also revitalized Shunda Express. He could vividly imagine the scene where Shunda, freshly acquired by Yiji, began turning a profit. Suddenly he decided to forget it. Some people were simply not worthy of comparison to Yiji even in thought. Just then Yiji's phone rang. she answered, revealing a hint of surprise on her face. All right, I understand, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she turned to Feng Jia regarding Qianbai's current vice president, the one named Yao Hongba. How much do you know about him? I've met him a few times. He's quite capable, Feng Jia replied. However, most of his decisions are influenced by those investors behind the scenes. There shouldn't be much room for him to operate freely. That's all I know. Yiji chuckled. Not bad, thank you for the information. Feng Jia fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. Why did he find himself answering all of Yiji's questions? It seemed he was becoming increasingly accustomed to his role as a double agent. In exchange, let me share something with you, Yiji said, rising from her seat. Shunda just called. Qianbai's vice president saw Tao Sun's announcement and wants to speak directly with Shunda's owner. Feng Jia. He could already envision how awkward that meeting would be. You can go about your work now, keep a close watch on the gaming department. Ensure they maintain quality while also ramping up production. I need to head to Shunda, Yiji instructed. Feng Jia agreed, and Yiji left Tao Sun, heading directly to Shunda. As Yiji parked her car in the lot, another vehicle pulled in beside her. She paid it no mind, opening her door and preparing to head upstairs. President Yi, please hold on. Yiji paused, somewhat surprised, and responded, Deputy General Manager Yao. She truly did not expect to encounter that newly appointed vice president, who had recently joined Qianbai, in the parking area. I didn't expect President Yi to recognize me. It is indeed an honor, Yao Hongba remarked. Are you also here to see the owner of Shunda? Well, sort of, Yiji replied. I happen to be here for the same reason. Let us go together, Yao Hongba suggested. Yiji nodded and followed Yao Hongba out of the parking lot. You're too kind. Yiji humbly stated that I haven't contributed much in this regard. President Yi is being modest, Yao Hongba continued. However, I must advise you, Shunda cannot possibly consume such a large portion of the cake that Tao Sun presents. Isn't that exactly in your favor? Yiji replied with a faint smile. Yao Hongba was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond to her remark. After a brief pause, he said, President Yi, let me be direct. Although you've established a partnership with Shunda, if I were to persuade the owner of Fei Tong to ensure they no longer create difficulties for Shunda, I believe the owner would be quite willing to terminate the collaboration with you. Yiji responded, that may not be the case. By this time, they had arrived at the meeting room. Yao Hongba pushed the door open and frowned, saying, Where is President Wang from Shunda? He clearly stated he had arrived. Cough cough, Yiji lightly cleared her throat, saying, Let me reintroduce myself. Chapter 103. The traitor is right beside me. Shunda has already been acquired by Tao Sun. I am now the owner of Shunda. A peculiar silence enveloped the meeting room. Yao Hongba initially wore a look of bewilderment, which quickly morphed into shock, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face flushed red, then rapidly darkened to a shade akin to liver. Yao Hongba wanted to say, President Yi, you are far too grown to be joking about such matters. However, he understood that Yiji, regardless of her naivety, would never jest about something so serious. Remembering the advice he had just given her, Yao Hongba felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Yiji could clearly see how awkward Yao Hongba had become. She sought to break the tension, asking Deputy General Manager Yao, Would you like something to drink? I can have someone prepare it. You're too kind, she said calmly. I simply recognize the strength of my adversary. It seems that my visit today was in vain. Yao Hongba sighed deeply. President Yi, thank you for the lesson today. I will ensure I understand my opponent's capabilities in the future and will no longer underestimate anyone. Farewell. With that, Yao Hongba turned to leave. He had no reason to linger. If Shunda and Tao Sun were merely partners, he could still play half-heartedly to persuade Shunda to abandon the collaboration, but now that Shunda belonged to someone else, how could he possibly jeopardize their partnership? Moreover, after his earlier embarrassment, it was best for him to make a swift exit. Deputy General Manager Yao, please wait, Yiji suddenly called out to him. What further advice do you have? President Yi. Yao Hongba asked, frowning. I dare not claim to offer advice. Yiji sincerely replied, we all understand the immense potential of the internet. Currently, it is merely constrained by mobile operating systems and internet speed, which limits both online shopping and social interactions to computer platforms. However, once these two issues are resolved, coupled with the future ubiquity of smartphones, it will open up a vast blue ocean. Deputy General Manager Yao. How could such a significant market possibly accommodate only one online shopping company? Yao Hongba's expression grew serious. Investors in Qianbai were undoubtedly drawn to this promising outlook, which explained their substantial investments. With advancements in mobile operating systems and telecommunications companies developing the fourth generation of mobile information systems, an explosive growth in the entire online ecosystem could be anticipated once these conditions were met. He had previously underestimated Yiji, but she consistently broadened his horizons, revealing her far-sighted vision. He was genuinely astonished by her youthful insight. Yao Hongba recognized that Yi Ji's remarks were intended to avoid hostility with Qian Bai. Unfortunately, I apologize, President Yi, Yao Hongba said with some regret. The investors chose Qian Bai not to see it relegated to a secondary position. Yi Ji appeared slightly surprised, unable to suppress a smile. I appreciate your acknowledgement of Tao Sun. Deputy General Manager Yao. Henceforth we shall rely on our respective capabilities. Yao Hongba was momentarily taken aback, finding himself in an awkward situation. His words seemed to imply that he recognized Tao Sun as the foremost entity. However, any further explanations would only seem pretentious. Without saying more, Yao Hongba departed. After he left, Yi Ji sighed with a hint of disappointment. In truth, she had willingly made this trip to meet Yao Hongba in hopes of discovering a chance for peaceful coexistence. Yet, it appeared that the other party had no intention of pursuing harmony. It seemed she must brace herself for a formidable challenge. After all, seeking peace through conflict may preserve it, while seeking peace through compromise may lead to its demise. Her recent triumph over Qian Bai was largely due to the absence of convenient applications akin to Chi-Cha-Cha, combined with the effective smokescreen of Tao Sun games, which caused Qian Bai's investors to overlook her capabilities. However, she feared that the secret of her possession of the Qi Xian brand ATM would soon be revealed as well. After Yao Hongba's departure, he promptly began investigating Tao Sun's current investors. Upon uncovering the information, he gasped in astonishment. He quickly contacted several major investors and urgently convened a video conference. While there were numerous investors in Qian Bai, three key families stood out: the Su, Zhan and Jin families. With their financial backing, dealing with a new company like Tao Sun should have been a breeze, yet Yao Hongba now felt otherwise. The prominent investors, including Su Ming from the Su family, Zhan Li and his eldest son Zhan Ruofeng from the Zhan family, and Jin Kaiyuan from the Jin family, along with several smaller investors, attended the video conference punctually. Hongba, why the rush to call us for a meeting? Has something happened? Su Ming inquired. Chairman Su, I apologize, Yao Hongba replied, feeling quite ashamed that we've encountered significant issues with our plan against Tao Sun. President Yi has acquired Shunda Express. What? How is that possible? Su Ming interrupted in disbelief. Did not Tao Sun just acquire some mapping company? Aren't they focused on games? Where did they find the funds to purchase a courier company? Yao Hongba could only explain, Tao Sun has recently attracted several investors. Their funding is quite abundant. How is that possible? Su Ming's face darkened with anger. With our three families investing in Qian Bai, which reckless young man dares to invest in Tao Sun and oppose us? Yao Hongba helplessly glanced at him, feeling somewhat speechless. Among those investors is your son Su Ming. After all this, the traitor was right under his nose. Zhan Li furrowed his brow and said disapprovingly, Su Ming, this is your fault. How did you raise your son to oppose you? Yao Hongba, even more at a loss for words, added, Chairman Zhan, your daughter also invested, and I heard she was instrumental in bringing other investors to invest in Tao Sun. Zhan Li. Jin Kaiyuan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, you too, how could you not properly educate your own children? Yao Hongba sighed, feeling defeated as he continued, Chairman Jin, your son and daughter have also invested in Tao Sun. Jin Kaiyuan. The group was collectively bewildered. What was happening? The older generation had invested in Qian Bai, yet their younger counterparts were opposing them by investing in Tao Sun. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 104. Must withdraw investment. Zhan Li and Jin Kaiyuan both expressed their determination to provide their children with a proper family education. Yao Hongba sighed, saying, even though your sons and daughters have invested, their stakes are not substantial. The majority of Tao Sun's investment comes from Qi Xian. Qi Xian? The atmosphere grew tense among them, and if Qi Xian was involved, things could become quite troublesome. They had merely intended to use a cash-burning strategy to squeeze Tao Sun's market space, but Qi Xian had ample resources as well. The Qi family had a history in banking, and Qi Xian's parents had established an investment company, accumulating considerable wealth. After Qi Xian took over the Qi family business, he had demonstrated remarkable market insight by investing in nearly 600 companies globally, with stakes in over 300 world-class firms. Therefore, Qi Xian was rich, very rich, and if he chose to engage in a financial battle, he could potentially outlast them. So I would like to inquire if we need to adjust our strategy against Tao Sun. Yao Hongba asked solemnly. The investors deliberated, clearly finding themselves in a difficult position. I believe we should proceed according to the original plan, Zhan Ruofeng, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly stated. Ruofeng, do you mean? Zhan Li inquired, realization dawning on him. To test Qi Xian's stance first. Indeed, as Zhan Ruofeng elucidated, esteemed uncles, if we engage in a monetary duel with Tao Xuan, then a singular Taoshuan, coupled with a courier company, will inevitably transform into an insatiable abyss. Of course, should he be inclined to continue investing, we can adapt our strategies in due course. After some deliberation, the assembly concurred with Jean Ruofing's sentiments. After all, this was merely the beginning. Neither side had yet clashed. If they were to retreat simply because Yiji brandished her weapon, then what was the point of their substantial investments? It would be more prudent to withdraw early and mitigate their losses. Once the meeting concluded, Jean Li sought out Jean Ruofing. Jean Ruofing, somewhat exasperated, remarked that he spent all his time at the company and had no inkling of whom Jean Ruofing had been learning from. After a moment's consideration, he replied, "Father, perhaps we have been too negligent towards Ruofing of late. I shall visit her tonight and have a word." "Very well, you two share a good rapport. She would be more willing to converse with you. You speak with her. When did this girl start opposing the family?" Jean Li complained. Jean Ruofing, bemused, managed to persuade Jean Li to leave. Later that evening, Jean Ruofing lay on the sofa in her new apartment, speaking on the phone with Yiji. "Will were Yiji, it hurts so much." Jean Ruofing lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. "I have arranged for the courier to deliver some items to you shortly. They will be quite useful," Yiji assured her. "What items?" Jean Ruofing inquired weakly. "Just some brown sugar ginger tea, a warming belt, and some pain relief medication," Yiji replied with concern. "If the pain becomes unbearable, do take the painkillers. There's no need to test your pain tolerance." "All right then." Jean Ruofing responded despondently. "Actually, I wanted to send you a stone stool," Yiji expressed regretfully. "I read online that some girls suffering from severe menstrual pain sat on a sun-heated stone stool for a while and found relief. I thought of sending you one but then realized it would be too heavy to move, and besides, the sun has already set." Jean Ruofing interjected, "Thank you, but I really don't need that." "Well then," Yiji sighed, "use what I sent first. If the pain persists, call me, and I will come keep you company." "Wulwar Yiji, you are truly wonderful." Jean Ruofing expressed her deep gratitude just as the doorbell rang. "It seems the courier has arrived. I must go sign for the package. I'll talk to you later." Jean Ruofing hung up the phone, set it down, and gritting her teeth against the abdominal pain, approached the door. However, in addition to the courier, she was greeted by a familiar face. "Brother?" Jean Ruofing exclaimed in surprise. Noticing her pale complexion, Jean Ruofing quickly signed for the package and helped her inside. He then prepared some brown sugar water and unwrapped the warming belt to assist her in putting it on, ensuring she swallowed a painkiller. With these three remedies, Jean Ruofing felt a significant improvement, as if she had been rejuvenated. "Brother, you've reminded me, I need to hire 2 maids, one for cooking and another for cleaning." "Who taught you that?" Jean Ruofing inquired, somewhat exasperated. "A friend of mine," Jean Ruofing replied with a triumphant smile. "Had I not moved out, I would never have realized how comfortable it is to live alone." "Your friend?" Jean Ruofing's gaze darkened slightly. "Is she Yiji from Taoshuan?" Jean Ruofing felt a surge of guilt. "How did you know?" "Father is already aware." Jean Ruofing sighed in exasperation. "Sister, we have indeed overlooked you of late, but you should not oppose us by investing in Taoshuan. Please withdraw your investment." "Are you joking?" Jean Ruofing retorted, incredulous. "Just as Taoshuan is on the verge of profitability, you want me to pull out?" "Brother, I am seriously questioning your business acumen." Jean Ruofing frowned. "You do not grasp the complexities of business." "What do you mean I don't understand? You simply refuse to share any information with me." Jean Ruofing scoffed. "Aren't you the ones who partnered with Feidong to corner Taoshuan? Yet Taoshuan acquired Shanda, which now holds Taoshuan's business. Your strategy has effectively turned into a donation to Taoshuan, hasn't it?" Jean Ruofing was left speechless. How had he never realized that his sister could be so infuriating? "Will you retract your investment or not?" he asked sternly. "I will not," Jean Ruofing declared decisively. "Why must you be so stubborn?" Jean Ruofing's expression darkened. "Is it my obstinacy? Or is it that you all cannot compete with Taoshuan and resort to underhanded tactics?" Jean Ruofing huffed. "Does anyone not know that the emergence of Taoshuan has dismantled the monopoly of Qianbai, consistently overshadowing it? I fail to understand why you are urging me to withdraw from the leading industry while you refuse to do the same." Jean Ruofing opened his mouth, momentarily lost for words. He suddenly realized that if he were to discipline his sister, he ought to do so sooner rather than later. Otherwise, as she grew older, it would be increasingly difficult to do so. "I see you have been brainwashed by Yiji. You now resemble a naive girl deceived by a scoundrel," Jean Ruofing said, his tone darkening further as he pointed at the newly unwrapped packages. "She sends you a few trivial gifts, and you are utterly captivated." Jean Ruofing, in a fit of anger, began throwing cushions at him. "So what if they are trivial? She is my friend. I would be delighted even if she sent me a stone stool." Jean Ruofing, shielding his head with his arm, paused at her words. A stone stool is worth more than these items. Is that the point? Jean Ruoqing exclaimed, throwing a cushion at him. I was even considering introducing you to Yi, thinking she could become my sister-in-law, but now I think I shall reconsider. Well, I truly thank you for that, Jean Ruoqing retorted, utterly speechless. Observing his relief, Jean Ruoqing became more incensed. I changed my mind because you are unworthy. She is both beautiful and capable. Just look at you, all you have is your face, and even that pales in comparison to mine. Jean Ruoqing. Enraged, he felt an urge to retaliate. How had he ever thought his sister was gentle, obedient and charming? It must have been an illusion. Surely. Jean Ruoqing took a deep breath, suppressing his rising ire. What will it take for you to withdraw your investment? If you want me to withdraw, then let me sit in the position of president, and I shall immediately comply, Jean Ruoqing declared with a smirk. Jean Ruoqing's expression darkened. Sister, do not jest. Jean Ruoqing's demeanor shifted, revealing her frustration. She had worked so hard to prove herself, yet even when her choices were correct and better, her family still overlooked her. They always perceived her as a willful child, dismissing her actions as mere folly. In that moment, Jean Ruoqing felt utterly exhausted, losing all desire to convince Jean Ruoqing. Brother, I believe I may have left a package outside. Could you check for me? Jean Ruoqing suddenly suggested. Is there? Jean Ruoqing paused, slightly taken aback. He did not recall any missed deliveries. Yes, there is. Jean Ruoqing pleaded with a pitiful expression. Brother, please go check for me. Fine, Jean Ruoqing relented, rising reluctantly to head outside. Jean Ruoqing stealthily followed him, and as Jean Ruoqing wandered the corridor in search of the non-existent package, she took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Get lost." With that, she slammed the door shut. Jean Ruoqing, caught off guard, was left in shock. Filled with frustration, he contemplated trading this sister for a stainless steel basin. Ultimately, Jean Ruoqing left in resignation, while a disgruntled Jean Ruoqing called Yi and vented about her brother for nearly half an hour before finally succumbing to fatigue and resting. After hanging up, Yi stepped onto the balcony, and upon raising her gaze, she spotted Qi Xian across the way. Finished with the call? Qi Xian inquired calmly. Yes, Yi smiled brightly. We can begin tonight's training. I will come find you. No need, I shall go to your place instead, Qi Xian replied nonchalantly. His heart raced uncontrollably for a moment, and he instinctively considered acquiescing. I was just joking. Yi waved her hand dismissively. If it were truly like that, there would be no privacy at all. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you. Qi Xian. Yet he took her seriously as Yi turned to leave, preparing to descend. He sighed in resignation. Well, there is still plenty of time. As Qi Xian made his way downstairs, he encountered the butler. Young master, are you going to Miss Ye's place? The butler inquired cheerfully. Yes, Qi Xian nodded. The butler, unable to restrain himself, advised, Young master, I must say when facing Miss Yi, you ought to be more proactive. Create little surprises, hold her hand, embrace her. Something to bridge the gap and enhance the atmosphere. Qi Xian frowned slightly. Feeling exasperated, butler, please refrain from such comments in the future. I wish for any physical contact with Yi to occur only with her consent. I respect her wishes and will not disregard her feelings for my own desires. The butler's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, but if you continue like this, when will you ever catch up to Miss Yi? Do you think I might encounter an accident tomorrow? Qi Xian suddenly asked. The butler's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Xian smiled slightly, stating, I consider myself to be in reasonably good health, and I generally pay attention to my safety. I have no significant illnesses, so living to the age of 80 should pose no problem. Not to mention 80, I could even reach 90 without issue. The butler interjected, indeed, this suggests that I could still live for another 50 or 60 years at least. Wouldn't that be ample time for me to catch up with Yi? Qi Xian replied calmly. The butler was left speechless, utterly astonished. Had Qi Xian truly extended the timeline to 50 or 60 years? He found the romantic pursuits of the younger generation utterly incomprehensible. Yet, when he considered Yi, whose mind was solely occupied with her career and devoid of romantic inclinations, the butler felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Would Qi Xian truly survive until that day? The turmoil was not limited to the Zhan family. The households of several investors were in disarray, with serious conflicts arising in family dynamics. The following day, these investors convened a video conference. Upon deliberation, they realized that the younger generation was increasingly obstinate. No matter how they exerted pressure or offered incentives, the children remained resolute in their decisions. To their frustration, one investor with modest stakes, after conferring with his son, was swayed to the extent of withdrawing his investment and redirecting it to Tao Sun. This unexpected turn of events significantly dampened their morale. And in light of this outcome, Yao Hongba felt utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 106. Does Tao Sun bear no responsibility at all? He inquired, ladies and gentlemen, should we reconsider our strategy regarding Tao Sun? Yao Hongba pondered aloud. Director Jean, are you suggesting? When it comes to dealing with Tao Sun, we find ourselves at a loss for effective strategies, but what about Shunda? Jean Kaiyuan interjected. Shunda is already barely clinging to life. Even if they secure contracts from Tao Sun, how can they possibly handle the workload? I predict that Shunda's deliveries will soon experience significant errors. However, we cannot simply sit idly by. Hongba enlists some online influencers to generate posts and stir up public opinion, tarnishing Shunda's reputation. Jean Ruofing paused, taken aback. Uncle Jean, isn't that a bit unethical? The business world is akin to a battlefield. Only those who emerge victorious have the right to criticize. Jean Kaiyuan scoffed. Old Jean, I never imagined your son would be so naive. Jean Ruofing fell silent, inexplicably reminded of Jean Ruoqing's scathing words from the night prior. Did they truly believe that they could not compete fairly and were resorting to underhanded tactics? With their confidence waning, how could they possibly hope to outmaneuver Tao Sun? Indeed, Jean Kaiyuan asserted confidently, once Shunda's reputation is weakened in public discourse, Tao Sun will inevitably be dragged down with them. If customers are left waiting for weeks without receiving their purchases, does Tao Sun bear no responsibility? The other investors nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his perspective. Thereafter, these investors unanimously entrusted Yao Hongba with full authority to handle the situation. As the video conference concluded, Yao Hongba let out a resigned sigh. These investors had effectively shirked all responsibility, leaving the burden squarely on his shoulders if only matters were as straightforward as the investors envisioned. He had personally met with Yi Ji, and he harbored serious doubts about the efficacy of such petty schemes. Nevertheless, with the investors having given their directives, he felt compelled to comply soon. A surge of complaints about Shunda's delivery service began to flood the internet. Complaints ranged from slow deliveries and packages that had not arrived after 2 weeks, to lost items, unhelpful customer service, and rude couriers who simply discarded packages at the bottom of stairwells. These sudden waves of negative public sentiment even infiltrated the comments beneath Tao Sun's games. After all, during his time at Qianbai, he had always been the one to handle such matters, and he could easily discern the underlying motives behind this online uproar. He began to worry. Could Yi Ji effectively navigate these attacks on her reputation? Feng Jie stood up, preparing to seek out Yi Ji. Yet, just as he was about to move, he sensed something amiss. Was he not an undercover operative? He had already been diligent in his duties within the gaming department, and he felt he had done enough for Tao Sun without needing to exert himself further. Thus, Feng Jie found himself mired in deep indecision. Just as he hesitated, Yi Ji unexpectedly appeared in the gaming department. President Yi, what brings you here? Feng Jie asked, somewhat bewildered. I came to check on the progress of game development, Yi Ji replied. Feng Jie promptly gathered his focus and reported on the work accomplished over the past few days. Yi Ji nodded approvingly. Very well, continue your efforts. Seeing Yi Ji prepare to leave immediately after hearing his report, Feng Jie could not help but call out to her, President Yi, have you seen the online discourse surrounding Shunda? I have, Yi Ji replied, somewhat surprised. You are following this too? Yes, Feng Jie lamented internally, wondering how he had let slip such an inquiry. Nevertheless, since he had broached the subject, he decided to be forthright. President Yi, these discussions are likely orchestrated by Qianbai. Could they adversely affect Shunda's business? Not at all, Yi Ji replied with a gentle smile. The volume of Shunda's business does not hinge on its reputation, but rather on the fact that Feidong refuses to lower its prices. The major clients of delivery services are invariably the merchants. Regardless of the negative discourse online, merchants will undoubtedly opt for the most affordable delivery options. Feng Jie remained apprehensive, continuing, but President Yi, Feidong's unwillingness to reduce prices suggests they believe Shunda cannot handle the volume of business. If we allow the online smear campaign to persist, any resulting issues could prove catastrophic for Shunda. That was the old Shunda, Yi Ji replied with poise. The current Shunda possesses ample capability to manage this business. Shunda will demonstrate its capabilities through tangible results. Observing her unwavering confidence, Feng Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, you are correct. We cannot disregard the online sentiment. We must also begin reshaping our image, starting with after-sales service, Yi Ji mused. Since you are not particularly busy, I will assign you the responsibility of managing the online public relations efforts. Feng Jie was taken aback. Why am I being roped into this? Furthermore, who said he was not busy? President Yi, he reminded her somewhat helplessly. I am an undercover operative and no need to remind me. I haven't forgotten, Yi Ji replied with a smile. Just keep an eye on the public relations department. You need not overexert yourself given your experience in such matters. Feng Jie gritted his teeth. Thank you for your trust and guidance, President Yi. No need for gratitude, Yiji replied cheerfully. Your talents will ensure you are valued wherever you go. Feng Jie. That he truly appreciated her recognition. However, he continued, the public relations strategy for Shunda cannot simply involve deleting negative posts. That would only incite backlash, Yiji reflected. Establish an official account for Shunda under the guise of customer service. Engage with those negative posts to clarify the issues surrounding specific tracking numbers. Approach the situation with a problem-solving attitude to ascertain whether items were indeed lost or if the criticisms are merely attempts at defamation. If there are genuine issues, we will resolve them, and should it be a case of malicious slander, we can deliver a cease and desist letter, which should not be unreasonable. Feng Jie stared at her in astonishment, realizing that this approach was far more effective than the blunt tactic of deleting posts. Moreover, if others witness Shunda's commitment to resolving issues, how could they not develop a favorable impression? This was the true method for transforming their image. Understood, Feng Jie replied instinctively. Chapter 107. She intends to pursue a career. Forget it. I've already agreed, so I shall commit to it wholeheartedly. He resolved. This task load was significantly less burdensome than his responsibilities at Shanbai. Aren't you on your period? Yiji offered her a cup of warm water. If you have any urgent matters, just call me, and I'll come to see you. You should rest at home instead of making this trip. I've calmed down enough from my brother's irritation. Zhan Ruoqing exclaimed, delivering a few playful punches to the cushion on the sofa before expressing her frustration. I can't stand my brother's condescending attitude any longer. I want to pursue my career. Yiji, let me work for you. Yiji was momentarily taken aback before responding with a hint of amusement. Don't be ridiculous. Zhan Ruoqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. So you think I'm being foolish? That's not what I meant, Yiji clarified, moving closer and handing her the warm water. You have financial resources and connections. Why would you want to work for me? You could easily start your own company. Zhan Ruoqing hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Can I really do it? Of course you can. Yiji encouraged her. You have already helped me secure so many investments. Starting a company should be well within your capabilities. Besides, how will you know unless you try? But Zhan Ruoqing's hesitance lingered. What if I fail in the end? Zhan Ruoqing felt a sense of liberation. Yes, what was there to fear? Yet, she soon found herself perplexed. But what field should I focus on? Should I also venture into gaming? After a brief consideration, Yiji shook her head. I wouldn't recommend that. Why not? Zhan Ruoqing sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor as if she were a diligent student. Currently, the mainstream games are online games, but the market for online gaming has already been dominated by a few major developers. If you wish to enter this sphere, you will require substantial financial investment, exceptional technology, and a game concept that is truly innovative and captivating, Yiji explained. The development cycle for online games spans several years. Such a lengthy timeline could easily deplete your investments. Zhan Ruoqing suddenly realized, and she then inquired, what if I were to create mobile games like you? The timing for mobile games is not particularly favorable. Yiji replied solemnly. Currently, both internet speeds and mobile operating systems are lagging behind. While simpler games can be developed, overly complex ones are not feasible. We must wait, however. Once the hardware and software catch up, the market will expand significantly, and you may not even need to limit yourself to mobile games. And my suggestion is to pursue something you are genuinely interested in. After all, passion is the best teacher. Yiji's thorough analysis left Zhan Ruoqing feeling enlightened. After pondering seriously, she awkwardly admitted, I seem to be only interested in gossip, fond of indulging in rumors. Then perhaps you should focus on social interactions, Yiji suggested thoughtfully. Really? Zhan Ruoqing exclaimed in astonishment. But isn't Tao Sun also involved in social networking? Wouldn't that mean you're competing for your own slice of the pie? Not quite, Yiji clarified. Tao Sun specializes in instant messaging, but social networking encompasses a much broader spectrum. Major forums, message boards, and blogs all fall under social networking. Humans are inherently social creatures. Even the most reclusive individuals possess a desire to express themselves and share with others. Although Tao Sun's Moments feature has similar functionalities, it primarily builds upon real-world social connections. There are always certain matters that ordinary people prefer to keep from their families. Moreover, throughout life, one inevitably encounters challenges, and during such times, many seek guidance or answers from professionals. These various scenarios could serve as focal points for your endeavors. Zhan Ruoqing felt a surge of inspiration. She had not expected Yiji to be so generous, sincerely helping her analyze the market and meticulously breaking down concepts she had previously overlooked. She felt immensely fortunate that she hadn't chosen to walk away the first time she met Yiji. Having Yiji as a friend was undoubtedly the most fortunate event of her life. How about this then, genre watching said, after deep contemplation, a hint of apprehension in her voice. I could create a platform similar to a short blog, where individuals can share their lives through brief texts, photos, or videos. Additionally, I would invite authoritative figures to join and authenticate their identities. I will also establish a QA channel where people can pose questions and invite these professionals to respond. Yiji was momentarily taken aback, feeling that this sounded oddly familiar. Curiously, she asked, "What do you plan to name this platform?" This platform is a convergence of everyone's lives, where one can discern the profound from the trivial. So let's call it Ji-Wei. Genre watching proposed. Ji-Hu and Weibo. If I didn't know genre watching was a local, I would almost suspect she had traveled through time. Nevertheless, this also indicates that once technology reaches a certain level, even in the absence of specific individuals, what is meant to emerge will gradually come to fruition. Noticing Yiji's silence, genre watching uneasily asked, "Is my idea too naive?" Genre watching's spirit soared when Yiji unexpectedly offered to invest in her personally. It seemed that Yiji genuinely recognized her vision. Though this was merely the inception of her entrepreneurial journey, she was now filled with confidence. "Great! I will definitely allocate more shares to you," genre watching exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she shyly added, "Yiji, could you use your Tao Sun app to help me conduct a survey? Then I can present the results to attract investors." Chapter 108. What is your relationship? Yiji was quite surprised, not expecting the newly embarked genre watching to display such professionalism. It appeared she was indeed a promising talent, though it was a pity that the Jean family had not nurtured her properly. "All right, I will take care of this," Yiji agreed. "Let's have lunch together." "Oh no," genre watching said somewhat bashfully. "I've already taken up so much of your time to date. If I join you for lunch, I'll surely want to stay and pester you for more advice in the afternoon. You've been so busy lately. I should come back another date." As genre watching stood to leave, she couldn't help but ask, "Yiji, do you have any further advice for me?" Yiji pondered for a moment before responding. "Regarding company management, you've been exposed to it since childhood, so you should have some ideas of your own. I want to elaborate further. As for your Ji-Wei platform, I do have some personal thoughts. Please do share," genre watching replied attentively. As a platform for sharing life experiences, it should resemble a warm garden. Therefore, it is crucial to manage the weeds in this garden. We must avoid turning it into a space that excludes certain groups. A single flower blooming does not signify spring, but rather, the garden flourishes with diverse blooms, Yiji articulated solemnly. Genre watching contemplated this. Nodding slowly, after seeing genre watching off, Yiji remained deep in thought. She was still mulling over genre watching's entrepreneurial aspirations. Genre watching's idea was commendable, and once the survey results were available, they could indeed help her secure some investments. However, Yiji had already exhausted genre watching's network. Her friends, even if they were to invest, likely wouldn't be able to contribute substantial funds. Although establishing a social platform does not necessitate a massive investment, Yiji still preferred a more generous budget for the launch. So today, she would finish work early and perhaps pick a honeydew melon to visit her neighbor. In the evening, Yiji arrived at Qi Xian's door. Carrying the honeydew, she glanced nearby and spotted a neighbor driving a delivery truck, with their child playing nearby. Yiji couldn't help but smile. She had indeed bought a delivery truck for the neighbor's child. She still vividly recalled the child's joyful expression and the father's look of silent reproach. "Miss Yi, you finished work early today?" The butler greeted her with a smile as he opened the door. "The young master mentioned that you would be quite busy lately, asking us to prepare dinner for you a little later. Did I have something to discuss with Qi Xian?" Yiji replied, offering the honeydew. Upon entering the living room, she immediately spotted Qi Xian seated on the sofa, engrossed in his laptop, seemingly absorbed in some task. It was the first time Yiji had witnessed Qi Xian at work. She had to admit, he looked quite handsome when focused. "Come sit." Qi Xian gestured for her to take a seat across from him. "How much is it this time?" he asked with a light smile. Yiji felt a bit embarrassed and stammered. But I'm not here to ask for money for myself, Qi Xian." Has she progressed to the point of soliciting funds on behalf of others? He thought. Shared. Yiji explained, "It's like this. Genre watching came to see me today. We discussed her plan to create a social platform, which I think is quite promising. She has helped me before, so I want to assist her in attracting investment. A social platform?" Qi Xian responded, somewhat surprised. "Doesn't that overlap with Tao Sun's business?" No, Yiji waved her hand. "Her idea is about a platform for sharing life experiences, which is entirely different." Besides, we should focus on how to expand the market rather than monopolize it. Qi Xian nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with admiration. All right, provide me with an amount, but I want to be investing directly. The funds will be in your name for her. Yiji looked at him in surprise. Qi Xian was typically quite generous with his investments. Why this time did he want to channel the funds through her? Curiously, she asked, why is that? What is your relationship with her? Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Such seemingly accusatory words filled him with a strange delight. Was Yiji feeling jealous? Yiji furrowed her brow. You must know each other, right? Is there some unresolved issue between you? Qi Xian. He knew he was overthinking. We are classmates, he explained somewhat helplessly. Our families have a decent relationship. I'm friends with her brother. But I don't know her well, and there are no unresolved issues that I understand, Yiji said. Her realization dawning. I heard John Ruoqing mention that she had a quarrel with her brother. You're avoiding getting involved because of your friendship with him, correct? Qi Xian. Could she not overthink things? Even if it were just wild speculation, it would be better than this. Yiji's lack of jealousy only made him feel a bit disheartened. And what about you? Qi Xian asked, a hint of envy in his tone. You care so much for her and are personally helping her attract investments. What is your relationship? We're friends, Yiji stated candidly. Qi Xian. He was truly at a loss. Not only was he failing to provoke jealousy in Yiji, but he now felt somewhat unreasonable for wanting to feel jealous. Yiji was refreshingly open-hearted, treating everyone with transparency, which was likely what had drawn him to her in the first place. In your heart, I must be no different from her, right? Qi Xian mused with a wry smile. Of course there is a difference. Yiji replied. Qi Xian gazed at her, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. She is my close friend. You are my good friend and a pillar of support. Yiji asserted confidently. Qi Xian. He knew it. Very well then, he sighed in resignation. Just say it's an investment from a friend of yours. Please don't mention my name. Very well, Yiji nodded in agreement. How do you plan to address the public discourse surrounding Shunda Express? Qi Xian inquired calmly. Of course, I shall refute it with facts. Yiji replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, their relentless criticism has inadvertently lowered user expectations. Once the customers receive their packages, even what they once considered a given will be subconsciously compared, leading them to conclude that Shunda Express is quite commendable. Yiji continued. In fact, many Shunda users have already begun to defend the service on their own. In a couple of days, when the majority of users have received their deliveries, I believe public opinion will shift. Qi Xian chuckled. So, are you suggesting that we should express our gratitude to them? Let's refrain from that. Openly mocking them would be rather impolite, Yiji said with a slight smirk. Besides, it would be better to wait until public sentiment has completely reversed before offering our thanks. Qi Xian found himself bemused, pondering if her remarks were a more cautious form of sarcasm. Miss Yi, young master, here is some sliced melon for you to taste, the butler announced as he placed the fruit before them. Thank you, Uncle Butler, Yiji said with a warm smile. Noticing that the two seemed inclined to delve back into work-related matters, the butler felt a sense of urgency. At this rate, when would they ever reach a resolution? He resolved to subtly probe their intentions. Miss Yi, may I inquire how old you are this year? The butler asked. I am 24, she replied. My young master is 26, the butler said cheerfully, quite a suitable age for both of you. Uncle Butler, perhaps you should attend to your duties, Qi Xian interjected, feeling exasperated as he sensed the butler's intentions. I have no pressing matters. I wish to converse with Miss Yi for a while. The butler insisted stubbornly. Qi Xian was left speechless, questioning whether this man truly was a butler. Very well, I also enjoy chatting with Uncle Butler, Yiji said, pushing her share of melon towards him. Please, join us for a bite. I shall take that as a compliment, Miss Yi. The butler smiled as he settled beside her. He picked up a toothpick and sampled a piece of melon, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he praised. Miss Yi, the melon you selected is truly sweet. Indeed. I have a knack for choosing fruits. Yiji exclaimed proudly. Miss Yi, you are not only beautiful but also intelligent and capable. Whoever manages to win your heart in the future will be exceedingly fortunate. The butler remarked, glancing at Qi Xian before cautiously asking, May I ask what kind of man you prefer? I have not given it much thought, Yiji mused. 24. I am at the prime of my life. It would be a pity not to focus on my career. The butler was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this indeed was the essence of Yiji. Then when do you plan to consider matters of the heart? He queried. Yiji pondered briefly before responding, perhaps after I turn 30. By then my career should be well established. The butler sighed in relief. At least it was a matter of 5 or 6 years. Rather than 50 or 60. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he returned to his tasks. Following dinner, Yiji took her leave. That it won't be long now. Qi Xian remarked solemnly. Yi is quite ambitious and has a clear plan. She is merely awaiting the right moment. When that moment arrives, she will need only about 3 years to elevate Tao Sun into a domestic internet powerhouse. The butler, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Is that truly what I meant? Miss Yi is one thing, but why are you so consumed by career aspirations? Given that her goal is to achieve success, I must certainly support her in realizing that ambition as soon as possible." Qi Xian replied nonchalantly. However, matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Urgency is futile. The butler, adopting an expression of exasperation, declared, "Very well, you may await your moment. If you are not anxious, I shall not concern myself with the matter." Qi Xian found the situation somewhat amusing. "Rest assured, butler, when the day arrives that Yiji fulfills her wishes, I shall make every effort." "What will you even be working towards?" the butler asked somewhat irately. "By then, Miss Yi may not even require your investment. What purpose will you serve as her financial backer?" Stunned, Qi Xian froze momentarily, the remark striking a chord. After a brief silence, he uncertainly replied, "By that time, she will likely prefer someone who can cook, someone whose values align with hers. Or perhaps a mere trinket. At the very least, I am not unappealing." "You truly are lacking in ambition," the butler chuckled, amused by Qi Xian's demeanor. "Very well, strive for your goals." The following day, Yiji returned to the gaming department in search of Feng Jia. "Feng Jia," she inquired, "do you happen to know anyone in your circle who possesses commendable abilities and character? Someone who could perfectly fulfill the role of an assistant?" Feng Jia immediately became wary. "Director Yi, is there something lacking in my performance?" "This is unrelated to you," Yiji clarified, pausing for a moment before adding, "Well, upon further reflection, it does have some relation to you. I have a friend looking to start a business, and I intend to find her a capable aide. It's just unfortunate that you cannot be split in two." Feng Jia was left speechless by Yiji's expression of regret. "Director Yi, I sincerely appreciate your recognition of my abilities." "All right," Yiji nodded. As she turned to leave, Feng Jia could not resist asking, "Director Yi, aren't you at all curious about the public sentiment regarding Shunda? Isn't that your responsibility?" "I trust you to handle it," Yiji replied casually. Feng Jia was taken aback. "Director Yi, you truly have faith in me." After Yiji departed, he sighed in resignation. The previous night, Minghan had contacted him again, inquiring about the lack of updates from Yiji's side. Was she merely accepting defeat? Feng Jia, caught in the role of a double agent, felt overwhelmed by the trust both parties placed in him. After reviewing the progress in the gaming department, he proceeded to the public relations office. Following Yiji's instructions from the previous day, he had arranged for the establishment of an official Shunda Express account. With a customer service approach, he had begun inquiring about tracking numbers on every post and proactively seeking to understand the situation. Many posts were unable to provide any information, and even when some could, the public relations department was able to swiftly discern the authenticity of the content and respond with well-founded rebuttals.